From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And this is the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ, kicking off your week on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic Father's Day weekend. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Dallas Mavericks are still alive. The Texas Rangers get swept. I wanted some major golf tournament drama.
Oh, you got it.
We got it. How was the weekend?
Good. A lot of baseball. Over the weekend. And then able to watch a lot of the golf, all the golf yesterday because we had an early exit in our game. So they're playing this morning, 8 a.m.
Luca acted like Luca got ejected.
He did not get ejected. He did not act like Luca.
Game 3 Luca.
Game 3 Luca. He did
not Game 4 Luca.
No, he did not act like Game 3 Luca. I was a little proud of him because he was starting to get chippy with one of the other players. So they're back at it at 8 a.m. this morning.
Oh, 8 a.m.
8 a.m. They're back at it.
The game cast up?
Yeah, I will. I'll have the game. I think it's called Game Changer, and they have the game cast up. Yep, and I'll be watching it.
Is it just for stats, or you get video as well?
It depends if the guy who runs the video is there. Sometimes he can't get off work. But if he's there, then I'll be able to watch it on video.
Pepe, did you get your 8th of vodka for your pops and celebrate big yesterday?
No,
Your airport bottle?
You got a pint?
I got a full handle this time, so Pops got awarded with the Tito's full handle. But yeah, I'm at the point where I'm not even looking at the credit card bill. I'm just paying for stuff and just because I'm going shopping
to Italy
now.
for free.
Yeah, that's how I got into my trouble.
Yeah,
still trying to work it.
But all the clothes and everything else, costs money. So I'm just not gonna worry about it.
Man, you know what? It's probably elder abuse, but I really should see what my dad's like on vodka right now.
Sneak it in.
Just sneak it in. Just give it that instead of water.
Did you see him yesterday?
I'm going to see him today. We were at baseball, and I was like, and I was watching the golf, and it just was too far to get over there. So I was like, all right, I'll go see him today on the way home.
How old is he?
Born in 46, so he's 78, almost 78.
Damn, 78.
Yeah, I know, so young. So at 78, I still plan on doing normal things.
You could date like Belichick.
Good. I mean, think about that.
No offense, Sarah.
When my dad was Bill Belichick's age, he was already. I don't think he knew my name anymore when he was Bill's age. It's just 6 years ago. It's tough.
I wanted some golf drama in a major championship. We got it from DFW's very own
Bryson DeChambeau slides the putter behind the ball, takes one last look at the hole, and strokes the putt up the hill into the middle. Takes his hat off, screams at the gallery, jumping around the green in celebration. Now a big hug from Greg Bodine. 2 times a U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
But Bryson DeChambeau got the big hug from
Bodine.
Man, U.S. Open Radio with the call. This was a choke fest that Bryson survived.
Yeah, because they both tried. Boy, they both had they had somebody's some UFC fighter had them in a rear naked choke the entire back nine, and Bryson survives it. And I don't know how Rory ever plays golf again. I don't know that he ever can show up at a golf event anywhere. That was a
5 to go, 2 up, 5 to go.
2 up, 5 to go. He bogeys 3 of the final 4 holes. Misses gimmies. Not gimmies. That last one was misses very short putts.
Well, the one was a gimme. First putt that he's missed inside 3 feet all year.
The first one was the one that was like, oh, that's bad. The last one, it was a tough putt because the way it broke and downhill, but still, you got to make that. There's no excuse for missing that one. Either one of them. I mean, you're the best golfer or one of the 5 best golfers in the world. You can't miss those putts. And putting is 80% nerves. It's 80% just managing your nerves. And that's why they banned the belly putter and the upright putters, because you can anchor it against your body.
What is that thing that Bryson is using?
So he found a loophole in the rules. You're allowed to go up 80% of your arm or whatever, and he found a loophole where he can anchor his putter against his forearm, and it allows him to he takes nerves out of it. So he found the loophole, and he's been using it to his advantage over the last couple of years. And it works. I mean, he repeats his motion quite well and doesn't get his wrists involved and doesn't let the putter slide. Like Rory let the putter slide that last one.
And then right there is the shot that I thought was going to have him with an all-time choke when he goes in the sand.
In the sand. I mean, he punched out of, of that kind of waist area that he was in, and he goes right to the sand trap, and they said he had a 1.7% chance of getting that shot to within 4 feet.
Wow.
And he got it to within 4 feet. And it's one of the great shots. Now, this is at the Masters. It might play more because we'll remember the hole better. But this in the U.S. Open, what a major shot that was.
So how are we looking at Bryson now? Because he came on the scene. Oh, my gosh, he's this new analytical guy. He's going to outsmart everyone. And then he bulked up. He's going to be more jacked, winning all the long drive contests.
Yeah.
Some personality quirks that were not that likable. He seemed very likable throughout this tournament, just high-fiving everyone that he could find. He was clearly so emotional afterwards when they had the camera inside the celebration room, the scorecard room. We saw him go back out on the course to, replay the great shot on the Golf Channel or whatever network that was. How are we looking at DeChambeau's career and better career overall between him and Spieth so far?
Spieth.
How many does Jordan have?
He's got 3.
Okay.
He has a U.S. Open, a Masters, and a British.
And Bryson has 2 U.S. Opens?
Bryson has 2 U.S. Opens. There's only 6 guys that have more U.S. Opens than Bryson. And only about 4 of them you've ever heard of. Jack Tiger, Ben Hogan, Bobby Jones. And then one other was like back in like the turn of the first of the 1901. So he's in rare air. Like Phil doesn't have any U.S. Opens. Phil's never won a U.S. Open. Tiger's got 2. Kepka's got 2. Shervino's got 2. Like there's Ernie Els has 2. So he's in rare air from a U.S. Open standpoint. I think Spieth's career's been better though. Altogether.
And Bryson likability now.
It's gotten much better than it was. Like a couple years ago, he's so unlikable. He's a slow player, or he was a slow player. I think he's picked it up a little bit. He does a lot of stuff with the kids now. You saw him signing autographs and for kids. And there was a moment at the PGA last month where he threw the ball into the stands to get a golf ball to a kid, and some old man like stuck his hand out and grabbed it, and he stops him and makes him give it back. So he's like changed his likability. He's getting much, much more likable now. And they were chanting USA for him.
That's right. Broke out into a Ryder Cup match.
Yeah, it did, which is ironic because he can't even play in the Ryder Cup because of LIV. So they're chanting USA for a guy who can't even represent the USA.
And DFW basically owns the major golf scene now.
Scheffler, obviously, and Bryson built a house in Grapevine. So it's Bryson and Scheffler and Spieth obviously is here. It's basically the number one spot for golfers is Jupiter, Florida, and then like we're like right there with like SoCal and Arizona and stuff.
And Barkley and them played at which course? I said,
Preston Trails, which is a bucket list. You hear that, Bennett Glazer? I mean, help me out, help a brother out here, man. But it's a bucket list because that's supposed to be just the absolute best. Like the amount of members that
went out with Grant Hill and Steve Smith, Ahmad Rashad.
Yeah, I mean like. The former President Bush is a member there, and like Spieth and all them, they just go on there. Scheffler's there, and back in the day, all the great athletes were there. It's supposed to be just the absolute pinnacle of DFW golf.
877-881-1053 is the way to get in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It is also the number to call during the 7 o'clock expressway. Peyton just let me know we have a Rangers Padres ticket giveaway all week long to send you to Arlington on the home of the World Series champs. Could they make any headway with the monster matchup in the American League West? Nope. And we get you set for Game 5 tonight in Boston. Can we stave off elimination again against the Massholes? The Monday edition of Sean and RJ just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Keep it right here on The Fan.
This is the story. on one pitch, and the bouncing ball weakly hit the first. Locklear takes it to the bag himself. That will end the game. The Mariners win it by the score of 5-0.
Nadell with the call with the huge weekend series that the Texas Rangers totally screw up as they get swept by the Seattle Mariners, and the lead in the division is now 8.5 for Seattle.
They're running and hiding, man. They are running and hiding. That's a tough weekend. There's no other way to put it.
That's the way baseball goes.
You get a couple of games where you get absolutely nothing offensively, and then the one game where you actually do score a little bit of runs, you get no pitching, and that's when you know things are going tough. Is when your pitching and your hitting are completely on different nights. You know, like you've got one that's on, the other one's off, and then the other one's on, and the other one's off. Like they're never both on at the same time, and that is the mark of a team that can't find their way. 7
runs in 3 games against that staff.
That's a good staff. All right, you could argue they're the best staff of the sport, at least in the American League. You can absolutely make that argument when they're healthy, but you go in there and you got just beat down.
A lot of people have been saying, well, Houston's done. The Astros are out of it. They're not the same team anymore. When do we start saying that about the Rangers and it being a wrap, even though I know the easy answer is, well, wait for everyone to come back. As Josh Young starting to do some work along with Spores.
Yeah, and that's good. You want to be able to get your guys healthy. I think, first off, you make that determination when they're healthy. But short of that, I think you could tell a lot about a team by the 1st of May, and then you really know exactly what you can make a determination. All right, this ain't our year, probably around the 4th of July. It's such a long season. I mean, shoot, there is still 90 games left. Like, they could easily, there's plenty of time to win the division. Like, that is not out of the realm of possibility. You've got to get a lot of luck, though, a lot of help. You got to get healthy, and they need to get unhealthy up in Seattle. But I think July 4th is a day that it's a kind of a mark in the calendar.
And just when I look at the New York Mets to make fun of them with that series starting this evening, 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock right here on 105 through the Fan. Here are the Mets with the same exact amount of wins as us, and they've ripped off 5 in a row.
Yeah, and you would think the sky's falling with the Mets. Like they're a disaster, right? They're a dumpster fire, and everyone's talking about how it's the worst start and yada yada yada. And they're right there. They're basically the same record.
Pepe, have you sold? Just depressing watching your favorite baseball team?
I'm not sold until, or I'm not selling until the Mavs are eliminated from the finals, and then I will sell. It makes no sense. Like, you take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in LA, and you tell me your offense or you can't grab any momentum. The offense was the story coming into the season, right? It was the offense, and it was such a backwards team right now. The pitching has done great, even though you lose Scherzer. You lost arms along the way. And now your offense just can't get anything going. It's like, take us home. But, man, you're playing a Mets team that's, like you said, Sean, 5 in a row. It's going to be tough.
Listen to this. Since the first game with the Marlins, actually go a little bit further back. Last game with the Twins. This is the runs allowed. 2 runs, 1. They lose 8. 0-0, 2-3, 1-5, 3-2. 15 against the Dodgers, and then 2-1-3, and then the last 2 7-5. Like, their pitching's been phenomenal. You should be winning 60% of those games, 70% of those games when you're allowing 2 and 1 runs. More, 80% when you allow 2 or 1 runs. They're in a tough spot.
So Scherzer rehabbing, Josh Young and Josh Spore sent to Round Rock on a injury rehab assignment as well, but now 8.5 games back. But the big worry now is the wild card. That's the big worry. Are you going to have any hope of sticking around there? All these games under 500.
Yeah. So if you go to the wild card standings, they're 6.5 back, but they've got to leapfrog about 5 teams, and that's the problem. Like, you're going to have the Red Sox are there, and the Toronto and Detroit and Tampa. They're all ahead of the Rangers. The top 3 are Baltimore, Kansas City, and Minnesota. Baltimore's running and hiding. They're 14 up on the Rangers. 14. And then but the other 2 teams, Royals and Minnesota, are basically neck and neck at right at the top, and the Rangers will be about 6.5, 7 behind them.
The WNBA was trending again, much to Bobby's delight, as Bill Laimbeer was the name all over social media, as we are now recreating Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese as Bill Laimbeer and Larry Bird, after Angel Reese came across Caitlin's head yesterday as the Indiana Fever beat whatever team Angel Reese plays for.
Chicago.
The Sky.
The Sky.
Yeah.
Basketball play. Just a basketball play. That's what you said. Basketball play.
This is so great. I'm not even going to fine, I'll break down what happened. It was a flagrant one. That's what it should have been.
One.
But
that's the lesser of the two, right?
Yes.
The flagrant 2 is the worst.
Flagrant 2, you're gone with an ejection. And I know everyone is taking it to race and rookie hazing and all that. What I'm just going to say is this is fantastic. Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark hatred is amazing for the league. It's fantastic. It needs to continue. We have a Bird versus Magic. That's what this is. It's like Bird versus Magic in terms of black, white, hatred, jealousy, rivalry. Just keep it going. It's awesome that Angel Reese hates her. It's a fantastic storyline to follow throughout. Hopefully they're both good enough for this to still matter in years moving forward, because Angel Reese clearly despises her, and everyone has the extra sensitive microscope out whenever these two get together again. I think it's fantastic for the league.
I don't see how it would be any different. I don't see how it could be anything else. We
don't even have an NBA rivalry like this with two players or teams that hate each other.
No, I mean, and the thing is, you would struggle to name another person on either one of their teams.
I didn't even know team
Kennedy Carter.
Played.
No, Kennedy Carter.
Yeah,
and I only know her because
tournament.
No,
she hit Clark.
She knocked Clark out a couple weeks ago.
I was thinking of the big girl. Big girl that was on South Carolina. Yeah, Cardoso. Yeah.
But look, that's where the league is, right? You know, if you're casual, you don't know anybody in the league other than Clark and Angel Reese and a couple other people. But certainly I know there's those two teams. Those two teams aren't very good right now. But it's great for the league. Is it showing up in TV ratings and such when in non-Clark games? I mean, that remains to be seen. We'll go back and look at the attendance over the weekend.
Thank you to everyone who rode out to the Allen Firehouse on Friday. It was a fantastic show and event out on the road, but apparently we went to the wrong firehouse, because over the weekend the story came out that a fire chief from the Denton County city of Highland Village was among those arrested in a prostitution sting in Louisville.
Yeah, and the photo that was shown, he took a beating. He took a beating.
Oh, baby.
According to that photo.
Oh, you think this is after a beating? He ran. He did run.
He did run.
I don't know how
maybe he fell.
far this guy could run, but they arrested 14 people during the operation, and it's Fire Chief Jason Collier among those arrested in the operation, soliciting and resisting arrest. So he had served as the fire department, since 2008.
Yeah.
Should we still be having prostitution illegal? We get that passed before weed or gambling.
Ooh, boy, what is the first to go here in Texas? Weed, gambling, or hookers?
Gambling.
That's the first one to get passed?
Yeah.
I think weed is. The first to get passed. I think prostitution's probably the last. Ooh.
Yeah, this guy's looking rough, though.
Yeah.
This guy's looking rough.
He does look like, if you were to just draw somebody, he looks like he's an extra in Sons of Anarchy. The little biker guy, the kind of the handlebar mustache a little bit. Kind of a tough looking dude.
Meanwhile, this Philadelphia Eagle, is it Terrell Lewis? The viral video of him running out of the room after he apparently I would not put that up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, Ryan, because she looks like she still has zero clothes on, and you can see all the ink work that she has had done on her backside. But this NFL player sprinting out of this room after apparently not playing her and get her in there for tryouts, because he did not create separation down that hallway.
No, he did not. I don't know if he was nursing an injury, recovering, just after surgery. But he was limping down or running down the hallway, and there she is, step for step. She had good closing speed. Great closing speed.
Former Alabama linebacker. Man, how do you go back into the locker room after this?
Oh, you don't.
How do you deal with the fans walking into another stadium after this one?
And now it's better that he plays for Philadelphia, because that means he doesn't have to go to Philadelphia as a road fan.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you go back in the locker room. I mean, they are going to be just insufferable to him.
His bio is girl dad, keep God first and stay humble. DMV, CFB national champ in 17, Super Bowl champ as well, Philadelphia Eagles. But man, they set up that camera too.
They did. They set up.
Who was the other person in the room?
There was a third.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know who it was.
Yeah,
it was not just those two.
So there it is. Some early victories over the Philadelphia Eagles with this player not paying up. I mean, is the cheap aspect of this the worst thing? They had to go get a prostitute.
Yeah, NFL player. I don't think you should have to go get one. It's just me. Maybe you should. You put a little effort into it. It's like parking. Sex is like parking. A little effort. You can find one for free.
Okay.
You don't need to pay for it.
Just a little effort.
Just a little bit of effort.
Like a parking spot, man. Yeah, you can go pay for the lot. A little effort, drive around the street and find a parking spot to parallel park into.
How did the Dallas Mavericks extend the series to get us to Game 5 tonight? Kyrie on the ghosts of Boston and is Porzingis going to finally come back? We kick off the 6 a.m. club with the NBA Finals, joined by Bobby Roberto Belt after this.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And to have a Game 5 in Boston on Monday night. A spectacular, dominant performance from Luca Donic and the Mavericks.
Friend of the show, Mike Breen, with the absolute beatdown that took place in Game 4, the third largest margin of victory in NBA Finals history. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Got the entire family here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And let's go through how the Mavs forced Game 5 tonight. You saw the Luka Doncic adjustments immediately. He raised his hand for a foul call.
I still need more proof. I still.
He raised his. That's when I knew, because Bobby said, "Oh, he'll be on his best behavior." Friday when we were previewing the game, he said he'll be on his best behavior, and he put his hand up for the foul call, and I said, "Uh-oh, we got different Luka.
Things are different. He's going to be locked in. He's going to be accountable." We all knew that was coming for Game 4. The question is, will he do it for 5 or 6 or 7 potentially, or into next season? I'll believe that when I see it, but I knew we were going to get best behavior Luka in Game 4, and he was. He was in
totally different.
A perfect little angel and played fantastic, and everybody as a whole played great, and Boston just chose not to show up in this game.
Yeah, and I hope it wasn't like by design, like, hey, let's just win this thing at home. Like that would.
I don't think they threw it.
I don't think they threw it. But mentally they were not.
When the storm hit, they weren't going to fight back as much.
Right, like they got down early, and it was just like, all right, let's not today. Today ain't our day. Let's not expend too much energy. Let's go on home.
No one on the Celtics scored more than 15 points. Tatum led the way with 15. Jaylen Brown was a complete no-show with 10 on 3 of 12 shooting.
Man, I wonder if, let's just say they win, has anyone won the Finals MVP with a 10-point game?
Iguodala?
Maybe. Oh, yeah, Iggy. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and Dirk had a bad game the year that he won. I don't remember, but I mean, he was in a 12-point game or something like that, I think, in one of those Finals games against the Heat.
It was another fast start. The Mavs own, what's the first quarter differential in this series? It was another fast start, and you got contributions from Derek Jones, Josh Green, PJ, and I'm in love with Derek Lively. Just like on the Cowboys, Ferguson is my favorite. It's the same exact parallel. Ferguson is my favorite Cowboy, and Derek Lively is my favorite Maverick. It was 34-21 after the first quarter. Second quarter, points in the paint. The Mavericks had, that's another thing that repeated from Game 3. Points in the paint advantage to the Mavs early on with Porzingis out. How about that little cute trick they tried to play with Porzingis is available?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's available. He's available. This was
burn up roster spots in the NBA.
Absolutely. This is not something, like they were maybe in a tight game to close it out. They could have used it. But the moment, I mean, this thing was an avalanche. It was just like the game, the clincher against Minnesota, just like the clincher against Phoenix a couple years ago. Right from the start, you didn't have to play anybody in the second half.
In the second quarter, the Mavs had 24 points in the paint. The Celtics as a team had 21. So the Mavs outscored them 24 in the paint to 21 total. Your boy, who you've been calling for, Dante Exum, stepping up as well. He hit a 3 that made it a 17-point lead. Luka was committed defensively as well. It was 50-25. Free throws continue to be a problem. Maxey even had a block and a 3 to end the quarter. It was 61-35 at the half with 0 Luka threes, which I know you were really paying attention to the three-point shooting.
Yeah, so from Luka's perspective, he's one of his last 15 in this series. I don't think I could envision a scenario where he goes 0 for 8 from beyond the arc and they win, let alone win by 40. Right? I don't think that's even remotely was in the cards. But the three-point shooting for me has been something to really look at. In the first 3 games, they took 25, 26, 27 threes. And in this one, they were able to get up 37. Part of what the Celtics have done is they have just completely taken the 3-point shot away from the Mavs. The Mavs aren't. It's not that the Mavs are not making them. They're not even taking them.
They haven't been helping to leave anyone open.
No one's been open.
Other than Derek Lively, baby.
Right.
When Lively spots up in that corner. I did think
Oh, my gosh.
that felt so intentional of just like look, we can't create any corner threes. Like almost like Kid was like, the one thing we've noticed is they're not closing out on him in the corner. So if we're going to get any corner threes up, it may have to come from somebody like Lively. They just at least have to respect it. But he hits that three. That puts them ahead, and they don't trail the rest of the game. That was the difference maker right there.
Daniel Gafford, to start off the second half, has his energy boost. Free throw, alley-oop, a Tatum block. He also picks up Tatum's fourth foul on that same little sequence. So that was the Daniel Gafford energy boost. PJ and DJ hit threes. It's 73-40. I'm like, where's Jaylen Brown? I put in my notes. Jaylen Brown just non-existent. 2 Derek Lively dunks. And then ABC and ESPN have a complete panic attack because the Boston starters get pulled with 3 minutes left in the third quarter, 38-point game.
I don't think, it was the 38-point game. I think
there you go, Mike Breen, making fun of our sports talk topics of who's the MVP so far. MVP? Well, get ready. You got a sports talk show for the entire fourth quarter.
Right.
Which he produced for Imus.
He was Imus's producer, update anchor. Yeah, those way back in the day. But is anybody surprised? It's a 40-point game. Why are they even in there? Why did they even come out for the second half?
They're like, Dirk, can you come and talk to us for 12 minutes? As they pull the Diggler out of his courtside seats to go into the tunnel, and they're just trying to burn as much time as possible.
And I've been dying. I haven't found it yet. I don't know if either of you have seen it. I have been dying to see what the ratings looked like for Game 4 because they were trying to Game 2 up a little, Game 3 up over last year, and I've been looking for Game 4 all weekend. I was going to put it in my email. Could not find on social media or on the internet Game 4 ratings, and I think it's probably because they're not very good.
And just as you were trying to turn off the game, the blowtorch got brought out from Timmy.
So a missed layup, and Hardaway comes the other way. Hardaway fires, connects on a three. A celebration all night long here at the American Airlines Center.
Somehow he was still only +6 in this game, knocking down all those threes and then blowing them out. So still not efficient, Timmy. I still wouldn't put him out there, but I guess for one 12-minute section of a game, Shaquille O'Neal was vindicated.
5 threes. 5 threes for Hardaway, and I'm like, man, do not waste all these.
Get him hot.
Right now. Get him hot. And that does bring up a fascinating question. I think it's fascinating. Bobby has already given his answer on whether that could get him going. If you're Jason Kidd, does that make you put him out there this evening?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it absolutely could get him going, and whether it does or not. But, yeah, I think if you're Kidd, you're going to have to win 2 of these on the road. You've got to find ways to do it. The 3-point shot, he is a chucker. They have struggled in this series to get off the 3-point shot.
Here's the poll question for this morning. Who should get more minutes tonight? Jaden Hardy or Tim Hardaway? We know Josh Green is going to get more minutes than both. Right. Tim's minutes in the series, 12, 19, and 8. In the West Finals, 5 and 10, only played 2 games. Against the Thunder, he averaged 15 minutes a night. And against the Clippers, he only played in 2 games. He had 11 minutes a night. Franco LaFranco, injury attorney text line. Would you play Hardaway after what happened in the fourth quarter and more minutes for him or Hardy way? Hardy?
No doubt about it. But I wouldn't. Honestly,
I'm going Hardaway.
I would do exactly. I would do exactly what he did, which is what we had talked about last week. The idea of I would put Exum in there, and Exum to me should have those minutes over both of them. But
I agree.
If I'm gonna be forced to live with one of them, Tim Hardaway Jr. has never seen a shot he didn't like. Just 30 feet falling away, triple teamed. Okay, this is probably going in.
I agree. I do think they need that in this to win this series. They're just not.
But Exum again. I don't understand why it took so long to Exum. He was a 48% 3-point shooter for them this year.
He had clutch moments for them in the regular season. He's kind of like their Boris Diaw.
Oh yeah,
kind of like a weird
shaped the same sort of way.
Frumpy body facilitator, point forward.
Yeah.
Could shoot a little bit. You're like, is this really an NBA player? He's like Diao, in my opinion.
Well, and
between Hardy and Hardaway, I would play Hardaway, but I agree. Give me Exum over both of them if that's in the cards.
Well, and I thought the changeup that was interesting because I had talked about I'd like to see Exum do it. They didn't do it nearly as much with Exum, but the fact that they had PJ bring the ball up a few different times where it's like, hey, let's get Luke and Kyrie both off the ball, see if that facilitates a little bit better. But you had a couple different times where PJ was kind of playing point forward a little bit, which I thought was interesting.
Tim Hardaway joins Ray Allen and Steph Curry, ugly shots according to Choppy on Friday, as the only players to hit 5 or more threes in a single quarter of the NBA Finals.
Tolo's weighing in on the fan text. Sean, 2-4, please no Hardaway. 817 says, I'm bringing in THJ in the first time that Luca or Kyrie needs rest.
Oh, I mean, he didn't. Him or Hardy didn't play in the first half. Either one of them didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Hardaway is he needs to be on Markieff Morris duty.
Jason Kidd with the thoughts on the dominating Game 4 win.
We had to play our A game. It was this or we go on vacation. So I thought the group did a great job of not pressing, letting the game happen. The flow was there. We've done this in the first 3 games. It's just we haven't been able to capitalize. We've made the mistakes and they've capitalized on that. They shot the 3 well. We tried to keep them off the free throw line tonight. And not giving them second opportunities. So I thought they did a really good job of being able to execute the game plan and let the game come to us. We made some shots. Finally, our role players stepped up and made some threes, and that's what we needed tonight.
I want to give more attention and more time to Luca and that turnaround because I absolutely destroyed him late last week, took him apart. I thought all the criticism was much deserved, and this is deserved as well. Probably too little, too late. He was composed. He was controlled. Even when it felt like the emotions were going to blow the roof off of the AAC, he was kind of telling everyone just calm, relaxed. Like, he was a different person. I love to see it. He was engaged defensively, right? The word that they keep throwing out there. Just participate. Just participate. When he got on the floor, when he got knocked down, he got back up. 0 arm flails. 0. It was a totally different person. And he deserves all the credit for a 180 transformation.
Which were you more impressed by? Because I think both stood out instantly. The effort on defense or just keeping his mouth shut with officials?
Mouth shut.
I was the same way, but you look at the defensive numbers in this one. The Celtics shot 2 for 11 with Luca as the primary defender. That was the best anybody put up all night. Luca forced 5 turnovers. That was the most anybody on either team forced all night. He had 3 steals. He was, and that's the thing, there was genuine effort to, you are not getting by me. It was very much, because that was the big number everybody had. Yeah, all right, it's great that they're not shooting great from 3 with you as the primary defender. They're blowing right by you and getting to the rim each time. There was a definite effort for, I'm not going to let you get by me and make our defense vulnerable behind me. And I'd love to see, A, I would have loved to see that urgency in Game 3. Obviously, it didn't happen. But B, whatever time they have left in this finals, I want that to continue as much as it can.
Luca was asked about his different approach for Game 4.
Just helps on my team. We were locked in. I think especially in the defensive end, we played with pace. And that helps them. I'm here to help them. In every way I can. So just gotta play like that.
He doesn't want to acknowledge it too much because that it's kind of like outing yourself. He had to do the little public apologies or saying it wasn't too smart with Malika Andrews. And he wanted to tone it down a little bit in the post when everyone was like, why weren't you a crybaby? Why weren't you freaking out? Why weren't you melting down? But props to Luka Doncic. He was a different cat.
He was. And the whole team was different. I mean, everything about this whole team. Again, maybe the Celtics played into that with, they were chasing. Defensively, they were chasing the entire night. There was never a point where they were on their man. It always felt like the Mavs were just a step ahead in that first half, and that got them that huge lead. So maybe they played into it, but there's no doubt that at least on the surface, it looked like Luka was a different player.
Yeah. And I mean, it's funny. The discussion, yes, I know I said it's funny. The discussion that I was hearing on Friday night from a lot of people, they were starting to believe. They were going, somebody eventually is going to have to come back from down through. I mean, why not this team? They've played them pretty good in games 2 and 3. Maybe you could easily say this team should be up 3-1 right now.
Game 5 tonight. in Boston as they're going to look to light the red Auerbach cigars and beat up any Mavs fan wearing blue, like the viral fights that took place. You had two Celtic fans at the watch party in Boston fighting each other, and then you had these two guys picking on this Mavs fan wearing a Luca jersey, throwing punches.
Yeah,
animals.
Cold cocked him.
Animals, man. I hate their guts so much. Spread for tonight, RJ, is
6.5.
It is 6.5. You looked at it?
No, they've been 6.5 in Boston the whole series, and they were Mavs by 1.5 in all the games here. So
DFW running golf again when it comes to the major championships. And what is up with the Texas Rangers pitching? That's next on the home of the World Series champs with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Direct.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
In the fourth. And here he drills one deep out into left field. This one is sailing out of here. That hits up over the line score, the static line score, which is recessed well beyond the left field wall. For Locklear, his second big league home run gives Seattle a 3-0 lead.
All part of the Mariners sweep of the World Series champs. You heard it this weekend on this radio station. We have a Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway to try to make you feel better during the 720 Expressway here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. Club as our best and strongest audience who brings it the most of the entire 4.5 hours. But, Bobby, 8.5 back now after the sweep.
Yeah, and it's gotten to the point where if the other team puts up 4 runs, you kind of feel like, okay, well, you've lost. Like, there's just nothing that the offense can do. Even when they took 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers, they scored 3 runs in those 2 that they won. It was just the pitching was that good. But, man, this offense is dead. And I think we've just reached a point this deep into the season where you kind of go, this is probably the offense at this point. There's no coming around from this. You may get a little bit better with Josh Young returning. Maybe some guys catch fire, hit a little bit more. But overall, I don't think that this is going to be... I don't think there's a lot of room for them to get markedly better on offense the rest of this year.
Before all the guys got hurt, were they not much higher though on the rankings? We were surprised. We were surprised to see. Oh wow, they're like 8th in runs scored.
Offense was down. Offense is way down across the league, and so I think that's part of it. But yeah, early on they were like 3rd in hits in the AL or something like that in the first 3 weeks of the season,
and they just weren't scoring those runs. I mean, I could see a situation where they do get going on offense with Josh Young back. I mean, the lineup does get a little bit better. I mean, he's not going to count for 4 runs a game. You know, they're still scoring very few runs.
What were your other takeaways from the weekend?
Well, I mean, you get good starts or decent starts on Friday, but then Evaldi comes out there, and he's going to have, and John Smoltz talks about this all the time. You're going to have 5 or so starts where you just got nothing, and then you're going to have 5 where you can't lose, right? You can't lose, and then the other starts, the other 20, you've got to navigate your way through. And he had to navigate. I mean, he did not have his best stuff. He was battling in that game, and that's what happens when you only go 3 innings or whatever. He was battling. That was the difference in that one. Had nothing to do with the offense. The offense was fine on Saturday. They're struggling to get guys on and to get them home, but getting guys on is the number one thing, and they're just struggling right now. Like, offensively, they're a team that they look like they have no idea what's going on when they get to the plate.
Not even still offensively, and I know it's the take that got me killed the most. I know it's the one Sean said he almost called in while he was on paternity leave to yell at me for. But it's even when the offense was on Sunday, Saturday, whatever that was, when they scored 5 runs, they had 1 extra base hit. Mm-hmm. So it's the same thing ultimately as when they go out there and they score 13 against Oakland or 14 against Oakland. It's like on 18 singles. Okay, great. There's no power with this team.
They're a team that needs the Bauer outage because they have a power outage.
Sandler keeps holding them down, man.
It is. It's all him. It's all his fault.
It is.
It's all his fault.
So the Rangers will try to recover against the surging New York Mets tonight. Pete Alonso with 5 runs batted in. The New York Mets have won 5 in a row. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock right here on the Fan.
You know what was going viral yesterday about the Mets? How they've won their 5 in a row. You know, that's only been since Grimace from McDonald's throughout the first pitch at one of the Mets games. And so now people are saying this is the Grimace run. This is what the Mets needed to tap into.
So with the amount of transplants that live here, I wonder what the stadium's going to be like tonight. Because when the Yankees come here, they get a good crowd. Other than the Yankees, it's different. The Mets don't have the same pull. But I wonder how many Met fans will be in that building.
I would imagine quite a few, but I mean, like you said, they still don't travel like the Yankees do.
Astros getting exposed a little bit by the wife of the former general manager.
Oh, baby, they are in some turmoil here.
And how about them pulling Blanco after 7 no-hit innings against the Tigers.
No-hit innings.
The first thing you do is go look at the pitch count. He threw 94 pitches with 65 strikes.
Yeah.
Walked 3. They pulled him.
I mean, look, they knew after 7 that he wasn't going to finish the game at 94 pitches. So they were just protecting him. I mean, this is the cheater, is it? This is the guy that just got busted for the sticky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so he's almost getting his second. By
the way,
no-hitter of the year.
And didn't he throw? Has he thrown the only no-hitter this season?
Yeah,
remember what we were talking about years ago? It felt like every other week was a no-hitter, and we only have one with the offensive numbers down?
Yeah, we had 8 no-hitters. I think it was 2021, 2022, something like that. We had like 8 no-hitters that year. And it was like just every week it seemed like there was somebody else. Usually they were against the Rangers in the Globe. But Jeff Luhnow's wife took a shot at Jim Crane, the Astros owner. Astro fans on social media asked how Houston fell from contention so precipitously. Gina decided to hop on there and tweeted back, simple answer, Jim Crane fired Jeff Luhnow. Karma sucks. And since that happened, they basically have been in a real tough spot. Houston. He was dismissed in November of 2022. Then they win the World Series. They go on and they win that. I'm sorry. His replacement, the guy who replaced Luhnow was fired in November 2022. Luhnow was fired the previous year after the whole cheating scandal happened when him and A.J. Hinch were let go. And then Click was there, and they replaced him after a year because I guess he wanted a new contract, more money, and they were like, no. And now they're in a tough spot. They have one of the worst signings in the sport in Jose Abreu, who they just decided to DFA, outright release, and they owe him $30 million. They're still on the hook for $30 million. Their farm system is in shambles. Ask Sandler. He's talked about how they've got really nowhere to go in terms of trying to trade for pieces for now. They're in a tough spot, and it's all because they got rid of a GM that really put them in this position in the first place.
I will say the Abreu stuff coming out over the last week, it did stick in my head a little bit, and it's not a perfect comparison. But the way that Sandler was talking to us last week about Adolis has not been hitting well, and maybe he's just not aging very well, and this is why the Rangers haven't necessarily given him a bunch of money. It did pop into my head. I was like, gosh, what if this is just the very early stages of an Abreu fall for Adolis, which the peripherals are not quite as bad, but I mean, it's similar. If you look the last 2 seasons, what Abreu did in Houston, he was hitting .216 with a .275 on base and .351 slugging. Adolis this year is hitting .216, .273 with .412 slugging.
Meanwhile, look what happens. Life lesson, y'all, when you get back with your wife.
Here's Rory McIlroy putting across his shadow, 3.5 feet slightly down the hill, and he's missed it. Oh my goodness, he's just saying, Bryson, here you are. Do you want this title?
Whoa! Is that Rory's mom?
Bryson.
Who is that woman?
She rolled her B's, Bryson.
I could listen to her call anything.
Yeah,
let her sit in for Doris Burke.
Yeah, please.
I don't know, Mike. Over to you.
That's awful. We'll get Jasmine on. We'll get Jasmine on for the Doris Burke.
It's not your night.
But Bryson DeChambeau wins his second U.S. Open after Rory had the 2-shot lead with 5 to play.
Just a crushing.
He left that golf course quick, they said.
Oh, he left in a hurry. There are conflicting reports whether or not he slammed his golf clubs into the trunk of his car and sped off, or if he just lightly placed them in there and drove away. But he did not speak to reporters. He just left. He's like, I am out of here. Get me on a plane to Hartford or wherever the hell the next tour event is. He wanted no part of this. What a gag job by Rory. I don't really know another way to kind of say it. Like that was bad. That's you blow a 2-stroke lead with 5 to play in the Open where you haven't won in a decade. You haven't won a major championship in 10 years. You got 4 of them, so it's not like he can't handle pressure. He's done it before, but that was bad. That was bad by Rory. And I don't think Bryson went out there and won this thing. I mean, he didn't play great down the stretch either. That was a great shot. That bunker shot on 18. But he put himself in a bad spot on that tee shot. He 3-putted down the stretch. This is something that nobody wanted to win this. Nobody wanted to win it.
Yeah, look, I think Bryson can credit his victory at Pinehurst to a disciplined game plan Thursday through Saturday, largely uncharacteristic, of course, of the man who overpowered Winged Foot at the 2020 U.S. Open with a bomb engage strategy. I don't, he's just, it was different. And I love the approach. And shout out to The Athletic for that plagiarism.
You ruined the morning show.
That's exactly what Sean's thinking right now.
But look, I wanted some drama on the final day on Father's Day, and we got it.
You got it. You got drama. You got two guys, two of the bigger names in the sport. This wasn't like it was, Cantlay and Pavon down the stretch. That would have been a nightmare for the networks. You got McElroy and Bryson down the stretch. I mean, I think the only thing else you could have asked for was maybe throw in Scheffler. But those two guys, I mean, who's bigger? Who two names are bigger in the sport? You got a handful of guys. That's it.
And Tiger saying he doesn't know if this was it.
Tiger's
missed the cut.
Yeah, Tiger missed the cut, and they were talking about because he's like, I only got, I'm not playing in any other events. He's not. He doesn't play in any regular tour events anymore. He's just in there for the majors. And he talked after the round, after the weekend, on what his prognosis is for the future.
I've only got one more tournament this season. I'm not going to, I don't think even if I win the British Open, I don't think I'm in the playoffs. So just one more event and then come back and whenever I come back. As far as my last Open Championship or U.S. Open Championship, I don't know what that is. It may or may not be.
That's tough to hear because he's only 48. Like Jack played his last U.S. Open at 60. Arnie did the same thing. Like we're at the end here for Tiger. He can't compete, and I don't think he's the type of guy that's just going to go out there and hang on and hit ceremonial tee shots. Like he's trying to compete to win, and he just can't do it anymore. Like I think the only tournaments he can really even compete in would be the Masters and the British Open. Like the PGA and the U.S. Open the courses are just too tough for him right now. Masters sets up well. British Open can because they're shorter sometimes.
Should have taken the live money while you could. Now look what you've done. Now you're just sitting here spiraling.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. You are appreciated. We want you to win the Rangers Padres ticket giveaway today and all week long. First U.S. Open champion to shoot over par in the final round since 2010. One of the misters of DFW, Bryson DeChambeau.
It's all over. Spieth, DFW, Scheffler, Bryson living in Grapevine.
Do you feel like we claim Scheffler and Bryson as much as we did Spieth? I don't feel that.
No. I don't think. No, we definitely don't. We definitely don't claim Bryson as much because he's not from here. He's from California, but he moved here. Like he went to SMU, then he moved here.
Yeah,
like most Californians,
right? Scheffler, he wasn't born here either. I think he was born in New Jersey or Connecticut.
Born in the pen.
Yeah. So we don't claim them as much as Spieth, but they're local.
Going to reintroduce you to the man who was really responsible for Luca and the Mavs Game 4 win, and it's probably going to tick you off a little bit, but it's the truth. Back to the NBA Finals with Sean and RJ next. But did you go?
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Doncic gets inside, layup's good, and another foul. 20 points already for Doncic, and we still have 5:57 remaining in the half.
Friend of the show, two-time attendee.
Got you down.
Mike Breen on Sean and RJ with the call as the Dallas Mavericks annihilate the Boston Celtics to dominate Game 4, Game 5 tonight at 7:30, and Luca ends up with 29 points, 12 of 26 from the field, 0 of 8 from 3, only 1 turnover, 5 rebounds, 5 assists.
I don't think anybody thought 0 of 8 from 3 they're going to win that game.
Right.
No. I wouldn't think so.
One of his last 15. 1 of 15 on his home court. In games 3 and 4 on his home court.
Yes.
He went 1 of 15.
And most importantly, to me, 0 complaining. A totally different person. And the guy who deserves the credit for Luca, and besides Luca, the second most credit goes to Brian Windhorst. I know that's going to trigger you. I know that's going to get me cursed out on Twitch right now.
Is he not well liked?
He's not well liked right now.
He started criticizing the Prince. They don't like when you talk bad about the Prince.
Oh, this big overweight guy is going to talk to me about leadership. One of the laziest, dumbest fan takes.
One overweight guy talking about another overweight guy.
The worst thing with me with the Windhorst criticism is people think that he doesn't do anything other than LeBron stuff. It's
LeBron lackey.
That is so old. Like, he is not.
It's like Bobby at NFL Network.
Right. He has not been LeBron's boy in 15 years. Windhorst says I don't even talk anymore. LeBron's completely gone beyond him.
He is fantastic. He's measured too. That's why it stood out, is because he is even and pretty sober with all of his thinking. So for him to go off like that, it made waves for a reason.
It totally made waves. Luca's like, I don't really pay attention. I didn't hear it. Bull. Total, complete bull, because he was a totally different person. It's like after you put your kid in timeout, the next 5 or 10 minutes, they're an absolute angel. Brian Windhorst, you called him out before Game 4. Are you going to give him his flowers after it?
Obviously, he played a brilliant game. It was exactly the kind of performance they needed from their leader. He's the best player in the series. He was the best player on the floor tonight. You know, what I said because of the delivery was something that went viral. But what I said wasn't controversial. People here in Dallas, if they were being honest, would agree. People with the Mavericks, if they were being honest, would agree. Now, obviously, publicly, especially if you're a fan of Luca, you're going to come out for your guy. Of course you are. Of course you're going to defend your guy. Of course Jason Kidd is going to defend his guy. But nothing that I said is anything that Luca hadn't heard before. And that's why it was frustrating, because he had heard it before. And when the stakes were so big, he allowed it to happen again. And so he did put his foot in the ground today and make sure it stopped. But that issue that he had to fight back in Game 3, it will come again in his career. Whether it's going to happen in this series or not, I don't know. And what you want to see is him to handle it in an appropriate manner that will allow him to be on the winning side in a game like that.
He's just throwing bullseyes. That's it. Like, I can't pick apart anything that he's saying. Bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. And when he's talking about people within the Mavs being honest, I think, this is Sean talking, I think that he's addressing Jason Kidd pregame before Game 4 when Kidd tried to lecture the media on their Luca treatment.
Everybody has a right to their opinion. It's just, you know, sometimes we might take it a little bit too far, right? And understanding if you put yourself in that person's shoes, could you stand up to the barbecue, right? You know, sometimes we want to fry someone, but if you reversed it and it was you being fried, would you like it? Most likely not, right? That's just the nature of the business. But this young man has done nothing to anyone but play the game of basketball. And when he's asked the question, he's never run from it. He's answered it. And he's 25 years old. And, you know, and I think that's what I'm more disappointed in, is that we're at the highest stage where we have one of the best players in the world playing the game the right way, but we want to criticize some of the things that he does not do well. But when he does do them well, we're going to come back and want to talk to him. And then when he says, no, I'm a pass, then what happens?
Jason Kidd should be sending Brian Windhorst a gift basket. Jason Kidd should have 3 bottles of Camus sent to the press seating area for Brian Windhorst instead of coming up with this high and mighty lecture, because Brian Windhorst led the charge to kick Luca's ass publicly and in the press and the media. I believe it was a humongous factor in him shaping up for Game 4, and Jason Kidd owes, and Mavs fans owe Brian Windhorst a thank you.
Kidd's press conference personality has become my least favorite individual in Dallas. It's just...
What do you want to say? He's not going to say he was right. He's a crybaby. He's not going to say that.
He doesn't need to say that.
But I would temper back, like, going at the criticism or what was said.
There was about 5 things there that I think he said that were sideways. You don't need the comparison of, well, how would it make you feel if somebody's talking about you that way? That's not a good enough reason not to do it.
Yeah.
To say he's playing the game the right way, he absolutely did not play the game the right way in the fourth quarter of that game, in the biggest game, the biggest moment of his career. That's an awful opinion. For it to be like,
he's
well,
25.
What are you going to do when you come back around and want to talk to him and he doesn't want to talk to him? That can't be a reason not to criticize somebody either.
Yeah.
And then for him you throw out the 25 thing like you just mentioned there. Well, okay, at the same time, Jason, you can't talk to me about how he's been playing pro ball since he was 13 years old. He's such a man. He's been around this for 12 years. You can't have it both ways. Kidd is just... And he's playing the game. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Because Jason Kidd is incredibly smart.
No coach is going to publicly say their players are crybabies.
No, but he doesn't.
He went further than he had to.
He went further than he had to.
Yeah, but isn't that what you like? Coaches today are people managers, right?
Yeah,
he can't.
He's winning Luca over with that.
He's winning Luca over. That's all he's trying to do. I got no problem with him saying that because, quite frankly, like
I don't have a huge problem. I'm not saying he should not have done it.
Right.
I'm just saying the fact of the matter is what Brian Windhorst did, and maybe it wasn't just Windhorst. Maybe I'll try to give the Mavs credit behind the scenes, even though they haven't fixed it for his entire career. Maybe they flipped the switch with him and was like, cut it out. I don't want to see this anymore for the remainder of the series. Maybe they did.
Yeah, it's
Windhorst was the loudest one. I'm not killing Jason Kidd for that.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, yo, man, Jason should behind the scenes appreciate the call outs because I think that's the way they want Luca to play and be.
I think he does. I think behind the scenes he does, and I think behind the scenes they probably are talking to him. Yeah, because like this is a situation where it's like when coaches are up there talking about stuff like this, you tune them out. Like they're not speaking truth. They're not really talking in words. They're just throwing quotes up there and sound bites. That's for us. That's window dressing.
Yeah, but this would be like McCarthy standing up and lecturing everyone to stop picking on Micah. I would roll my eyes. That's a joke. Like we're doing you a favor because Mike McCarthy's not happy that Micah Parsons didn't show up to practice. Now he's going to go and defend his player and win Micah over, but it's like I always tell team website people. I understand you got a job to do. You cannot kill the team. You're working for the team. Don't attack us, though, because we have the freedom, the leeway, the ability to say negative things. I'm not going to cross over and invade your space with it. Don't come at us, because then I'm going to call you out. And I will talk about things you said behind the scenes that are ugly about the team that you can't or won't say publicly over 100,000 watts. That's how I feel about it. If Mike McCarthy got up and started lecturing, you guys are picking on him, you're this or that. Yo, man, don't take it too far because you know deep down you can't control Micah. I'm not talking this specific. I don't know if Mike McCarthy can control him or not. You don't have a handle on the situation. We're trying to do it for you. You should appreciate it. And Brian Windhorst also followed up. This cannot get lost. This cannot get lost here. Yes, it was nice for Game 4, but we can never forget about Game 3.
It is a terrific performance by him, but we will never know what would have happened if he hadn't allowed himself to be taken out of the game, because it could be 2-2. I think it's dangerous to make assumptions in playoff series. Well, if this happened, then that would happen. We have no idea how tonight would have gone. But if he hadn't have fouled out of that game, I felt like the Mavericks would have won Game 3. And him taking himself out of the game was really hurtful. And so now he is beginning the long trek back to making up for that. It's going to go beyond tonight and probably even beyond this playoff series.
And I just want to say it one more time. I give Luca all the credit in the world for the way he changed in Game 4.
Absolutely.
It was a joy. It was a treat to watch. He did it. But it's probably too little, too late in
the series for the sake of the series, for sure.
For the sake of the series. Yeah. And we can't forget that 4 minutes left. I blame Kyrie for Game 2 and Luca. I'm not saying that they would have won, but I know they weren't going to win when Luca got taken out of Game 3 with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, and you can't appreciate the greatness of Game 4 without the context of Game 3 and what he did.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. You can't separate them. That's part of what made it as impressive as it was, is, he showed maturity and flipped the switch and took it the right way and went, okay, you know what? I need to make adjustments.
And let me play a clip that melted me to love this guy even more. Derek Lively told Luca something before Game 4. A 20-year-old rookie kid just asked Luca and tried to instruct him to approach things this way with the refs.
Only thing I told him is just, look, going out there, first 2 times you get fouled, just don't say nothing to the refs. That's all I got. Just please don't do that, and I'm going to make sure you're going to get open. I'll make sure you're going to be comfortable on the offensive end and the defensive end. So just knowing that whenever he's going out there playing a defensive and he's locked in on defense, it just makes everything fall into place better on the offensive end.
Are you kidding me?
He may be my favorite personality in Dallas right now.
He told Luca, here's my rule. Well, because I was trying to come up with some ideas and rules on Friday, like do the Kobe protest game. Don't say one thing to a referee about the entire game. Jason Kidd fining him in the film review for complaining about calls that were actually legitimate calls that should not have been whistled. And there's Derek Lively saying, just don't do it for the first 2 and let's go from there. Blown away. I'm blown away.
And then what? He didn't get his third foul till right near the end of his time on the court. So he kept his promise. He only got those 2 fouls. Maybe if he would have gotten 5 fouls, he would have started complaining because he would have been on fouls 3, 4, 5 at that point. But Derek Lively is about the most mature, level-headed 20-year-old athlete I've ever seen.
Do we have to give credit to Duke?
Sure. Sure. Duke. Upbringing, a lot of it has
upbringing for sure.
Yes.
That dude has been through a ton.
877-881-1053. Game 5 tonight in Boston. The way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, and the way to win the Rangers-Padres tickets during the 720 Expressway. We got to go around the NFL, and I think the greatest sports television personality in the history of broadcasting finally announces his retirement. I'm going to be really, really, really sad over the course of the next year plus. That's all on the way with Rangers tickets here on The Fan. But guys, if you notice a lack
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Bobby Belt is fist pumping because we want you to win our Rangers Padres ticket giveaway. Hopefully you had a fantastic Father's Day weekend. Give us all the crazy stories during best and worst of the weekend. That's the back half of the Expressway when we go commercial free starting at 7:20. And of course, the Rangers tickets for you to win today and all week long. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with Trevor Lawrence fallout from Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News.
Yeah, which Gelkin is one of those people on the beat who, when he writes anything that's even opinion or analysis, then you just kind of go, okay, well, I imagine he's good. Yeah, he's framing this a certain way because he's good at what he does and he talks to people and he's pretty well connected. And so he had an article over there about what Trevor Lawrence's deal means for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. And he at least seemed to have the door open for the idea of Dak's not necessarily, as Dak's word he loves to use, necessarily. Dak isn't necessarily going to gouge them. He doesn't think. Like he thinks it's at least a possibility. The door is open for.
What'd he say? What did Dak say? It's not all about the money.
He said, I don't have to be the highest paid necessarily. And similar here is that Gelkin believes, hey, Dak has had a couple of these different quotes where he's left the door open for, hey, I don't have to be the highest paid. I don't have to do it this way. Lamb and Parsons are sitting there waiting to get paid big money. And Michael kind of wraps everything up with this line that I think is really accurate. He says, the popular interpretation that Lawrence's blockbuster contract Thursday is good for Prescott and bad for the Cowboys mistakenly assumes Prescott plans to milk the team for all he possibly can. If that is the case, then the Cowboys have already lost. all but bound to move on from Prescott, Lamb, or Parsons, or else be doomed to a future in which the trio lacks a realistic championship caliber supporting cast. And I think that's the thing. We kind of talked about that on Friday, was that the idea of you are not going to get him at your price unless he chooses to let you have that. He's already there. There is either the option of you either pay him what he wants or he leaves. And that's how much leverage he has. If you get less than that, it's him being gracious towards you. It's him saying, okay, I will allow you to have this victory in your negotiation, but it's not anything you won. You didn't negotiate this. You didn't talk me into this. This is just what I have chosen to do. And that's kind of where they're at with this. But Gelkin at least seems to think, not necessarily likely or anything else, but he at least thinks there is a path where this ends up with Dak saying, you know what? I am going to cut you guys a deal. I will do a solid by you guys, and I will not gouge the market.
Good luck. You can cut him. There's a situation. He cuts him a deal. I mean, what's a deal at this point? 53? That's a deal.
Yeah. I mean,
56 is a deal.
53 would be a deal.
Yeah.
53
golf.
53 a year is
golf.
Below what he signed for in 2021 in terms of a percentage of the cap. It's like 2 percentage points lower than what he signed for then.
I do like what's more important, the total number or the percentage of the cap? You know, like because the thought, at least for me, it's like the number is what pops. The dollar figure. Nobody looks at it like, oh well, at least fans don't. Oh, it's an X percentage of the cap.
That's why Dak said necessarily. I think there are 8 different ways you could define who's the highest paid. Do I have to be the highest paid in average annual value? No. Do I have to be highest paid in this respect over here? Yep. The agents,
somewhere you got to win.
I've mentioned it before. A lot of agents have told me when I've asked them, what do you look to win? What is it that you want when you're going into the negotiation? A lot of them have said the true value of a contract, how rich it is new guaranteed money as a percentage of the cap. That basically is how you do it. So whenever they roll in, well, you've got 2 years here of an extension. We're extending it, tacking onto that. Okay, well, wipe that out. Don't even include that in the value because that's not what we're worried about. What is the new money? How much new money are you getting? How much of it is it guaranteed, and how much of it is a percentage of the cap? That's how you try and rank and stack up versus other people across the league, and that may be how Dak wants to do it. Maybe Dak says, I'll take the most guaranteed money in the first 3 years of contract and cut you a deal on what the average value is.
Meanwhile, everyone is trying to find Aaron Rodgers. Where did he sneak off to? Over being at Jets practice, Albert Breer had some hints, NFL Insider, and so did Colin Cowherd on FS1.
Why BS? An event? I was told last night from a source I trust, Aaron's on vacation and it's overseas. I'm also told you'll learn about where he's at tomorrow. Don't want to burn my source. I'm told you'll learn about it tomorrow. Maybe he is at an event. Can't believe there's something overseas that would take 7, 8, 9 days. Again, maybe they have a music festival. But the point is, don't be surprised by this. This is sort of what you would expect. Impulsive owner, new GM, coach with a losing record, prickly, older at times, arrogant, disconnected quarterback in New York City with a pretty relentless and inarguably massive press corps. This is what you get.
And then Albert Breer was hinting.
Ayahuasca retreat or something like that, which is basically Rodgers going there and channeling his inner Jerry Garcia and just tripping all weekend.
Which I thought it was hilarious at the end of last week, the way Saleh tried to talk about it, where Saleh was just totally floored.
Yeah.
Like the next day when he was up there standing in front of the press again, he was totally floored by the idea of why do you guys thought this was a big deal? I didn't even think I needed to mention it. Like, are you kidding me?
Albert Breer said the best answer I can give right now, he's somewhere that they could not excuse and maintain credibility with the rest of the locker room. It would not be an out of left field thing for him. So you guys can open your mind, so to speak, as he's been known to open his mind sometimes into all the possibilities. Well, that's Albert Breer saying that type of ayahuasca stuff.
Coded words there, Sean. Open your mind. Psychedelics will open your mind. Apparently, that's what they say. Because the initial reports was like, well, maybe there's the political candidate he's behind. RFK has got had a an event in California on the 13th, which was Thursday of last week. And then there's other reports that he was in. Somebody said he was in Egypt between the pyramids.
You know, last year I was so excited for this, and I was crushed after he took out the American flag for 4 steps, 4 plays. And now I'm rooting for this to go up in flames to end his career. I'm hoping for a ridiculous amount of interceptions. I don't want him to get hurt. I want him to go out there and suck. I want the New York Jets to implode. I want to see Saleh get run, and I want to see Aaron Rodgers go off into the sunset with a very, very sour note. I'm back. I'm back to not standing him.
You have.
I can read though.
You have to be able to pick though, Sean, because you're gonna have to either live with Aaron Rodgers playing well and no cosmic justice for how arrogant and everything else he is, or he plays poorly. And I spend 17, 18 weeks spiking the football every Monday morning here.
That's not going to be on me. He got hurt. The whole argument changed after his leg blew up. So you ain't spiking jack. 877-881-1053.
Better call Chop there.
1053 Franklin injury attorney text line. The Kansas City Chiefs, more legal problems.
Dude, how stupid do you have to be if you're Isaiah Buggs? So Isaiah Buggs, we just talked about him 3 weeks ago after he had gotten in trouble for animal cruelty and some things on the side there.
Abandoning dogs.
His
lawyer said, no, it's the community trying to shut down his hookah lounges.
3 weeks later, 3 weeks, he is arrested in Tuscaloosa for domestic violence and burglary. And you know what? If you play for the Kansas City Chiefs, the good news is
they don't care.
2 run-ins with the police in 3 weeks. Why would you get in trouble for that? I cannot think of the last time. It's Kareem Hunt probably is the last time the Chiefs held somebody to account who had a big off the field issue.
Right.
Now, even their fans are nuts. Their fans, you got the chemist, you've got the bank robbing gorilla man, like their coaches, Britt Reed ending up in jail, Andy Reid's son.
Yes.
All the players.
They're the 90s Cowboys.
They have Boss Man Gat on their practice squad. Like they will take anybody. It's like, yeah, sure. Throw them our way.
So what were this guy's run-ins again? What were the crimes?
This week, over the weekend, it was burglary and domestic violence, and this was a couple weeks after animal cruelty charges.
Okay, so those are violent. So they because Kareem Hunt's obviously was the violent one too, and I thought they were maybe drawing the line at violent. Nope.
Tyreek.
I mean, they drafted Tyreek Hill.
Yeah,
like they drafted Tyreek Hill after everybody else was like, yeah, punching your pregnant girlfriend in the stomach, probably not somebody we want to draft.
Bird versus Magic took place again with Angel Reese assaulting Caitlin Clark with the flagrant foul.
She should play for the Chiefs.
That happened yesterday. And after the game, Caitlin Clark's team beat the Sky again. And Angel Reese, she wanted to suggest that the refs, they just want to hook up the white girl.
For inside, I mean, I think we were playing really hard. I think we went up really strong a lot of times, and we didn't get a lot of calls. And going back and looking at the film, I've seen a lot of calls that weren't made. I guess some people got a special whistle.
Some people got a special whistle.
You knocked her in the head. Got in the head.
Yeah. It's amazing how angles too can change things. When I saw the original game footage, I was like, all right, it was an accidental. And
it could very well be. I mean, she could still say it's an accidental.
I still lean towards accidental, but then when you see like the reverse angle, it's like middle of her arm clocking Caitlin Clark. As I said to start the show, this is fantastic. It is awesome. Keep it going. A real rivalry. They hate her. I haven't really heard many people in the WNBA like come out and take up for Caitlin Clark or be like, yo, let's pump the brakes a little on all this treatment towards her. I haven't heard that, but Angel Reese, she's here for it. She hates her guts.
The elder statesman of the league, Diana Taurasi, basically said this is what we're going to do to her. She said that during the tournament. So like the whole league is just taking her her lead. You could easily convince me that this was not intentional by Angel Reese. I mean,
sure.
She went for the ball and then it hit. That doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve a flagrant one.
Yeah.
I mean,
flagrant one was the perfect call.
Everybody in the NFL, I mean, sometimes when they go a helmet to helmet hit and target you, sometimes they mean to do it. There are other times where they're aiming for a certain part of your body and they miss. Like it happens, right? The whole thing, control your body. You don't always mean to roll up on a quarterback when you're going to sack him. That's part of the deal. You got to control your body as an athlete. she deserved the flagrant. That doesn't mean it was intentional.
Well, isn't that the very definition of the flagrant one? Like the flagrant 2 is intention, and flagrant 1 is there was no malice involved there. I'm really proud of you. We went a whole week basically without any WNBA updates. I'm starting to doubt you as an ally.
Bobby sent a WNBA roundup to mock me last week. I don't know what we're gonna call it. That's not really offensive, but he put in like 4 or 5 different WNBA stories, like he was co-hosting with Reggie in here.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, they were all pretty similar. They were, for some reason, a lot about fashion design. I'm not even kidding. You saw the story, Sean. I was not kidding. That was literally what they were about. That's what the WNBA prioritized under their news section was, let's make 4 of the top 12 stories Asia Wilson's style evolution. The inner power behind
You spent
Cameron
way too
Brink's
much time on
outfits.
this. You wrote paragraph. If you had written this to Choppy when I was out, he wouldn't have hated your prep.
Well, if you'll notice, the commentary.
You gave me WNBA power rankings.
If you'll notice if you'll notice under the first 3 stories, the commentary is exactly the same.
Oh.
Is that I say, all right, the top story under the news section is about Asia Wilson's fashion evolution. I'm highly disappointed in the WNBA that they believe the top story in their league is about a woman's fashion sense. These are hoopers, not American Girl dolls. Now, did I have to Google how to pronounce Asia Wilson's name in order to complain about this? That's not the point. That's irrelevant. Do better, WNBA.
So there it is. See what we can name it. The WNBA roundup. It'll be like Gavin Dawson. Does he still do 60 seconds of soccer? Is that still a thing?
I've not heard him do that in a long time. I don't know that he does.
For it. It's the Euro. The Euro's going on right now. It's the perfect time for that.
877-881-1053. Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line.
Bobby with an IE discusses basketball. Maybe go that way.
Could have just stopped.
Wow.
Could have just stopped. Okay. We got to go back to the NBA Finals. Is Kyrie already worried about the Celtic fans for tonight? And Charles Barkley says, Mavs in 7, plus no more pizza or cigars until the NBA Finals are finished. And maybe even after that, no pizza and cigars. We'll explain during the commercial-free expressway with a Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway after this. But Sean Sharif here first for Better Help, H-E-L-P. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. Right now, mine is about 2 months old. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in Boston on Monday night. A spectacular, dominant performance from Luca Donic and the Mavericks.
Mike Breen with the call on ABC and ESPN as your weekend started off on the right foot with the Mavericks destroying the Celtics. They waved the green flag with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Commercial-Free Expressway with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. And today and this entire week, we're going to have a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway for you to go see them play the Padres in Arlington. That is coming up momentarily. For you turning it on, leaving it on, that is what Tolo stands for. So we go back to Boston tonight, and that means another Kyrie return. I was worried about him going to Boston, and I'm still worried about it. In the 2 road losses, he averaged 14 points on 35% shooting. There's 2 ways to go about this. One with an FU mentality, like fingers up, like Dylan Brooks or Draymond, or you can simp it a little bit, like Bryce Harper to Philadelphia fans, or Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's like, no, I'm wearing Eagles stuff. I don't care that I'm in Dallas, right? I think Kyrie is a little afraid. Afraid might be too strong of a word. He's paying a lot of respect to the Celtic fan base. I'm hearing that in his quotes, and we saw that, I think, in his play. I'm worried. I'm worried about it.
Kumbaya, man. I certainly hope he doesn't channel his inner Draymond or Dylan Brooks, because that means he's going to shoot about 1 for 18. I certainly hope that isn't the case.
I mean, he can't channel his inner Draymond unless Porzingis plays, and he has a Euro to attack.
Because he did. Good point. He did get caught up a little bit in game 2. He was going back and forth with the crowd. I think some NBA insiders were saying Al Horford was like inciting the Celtics crowd to like go at Kyrie even more. Kyrie waving. We'll be back here for game 5. He ended up being right, but he sat down again with the media yesterday and talked about all the noise.
We can't be focused on trying to answer all these unfair critical questions. I mean, some of them may be fair, right? But I think if you're not necessarily out there playing with us, it's going to be hard.
Stop. That's him with that's him about Kid and Luca. I think cut 8 is the one that I want Pepe when he was talking about going back to Boston again.
Yeah, but just by putting it in perspective, just what we're up against, history's going to be made either way, so we would like to be on the right side of it. But it just comes from just the same sentiment, same phrase I was using the other day, just putting our best foot forward. Felt like game 3, we had a good chance to close out that game to at least put us in a competitive spot. But we waited until game 4 to ultimately play our best game. Took long enough, for all of us to get to the party together and to play for each other the way we did tonight. But it's definitely a possibility that we can replicate it, but we understand that we're going against the same great Boston team that's going to make it tough, and we're going into their home den, and we have another opportunity to extend the season. That's all we can ask for. So we handled our business tonight, but the job is still an uphill battle, and we understand that.
Something is wrong with me this morning. I'm definitely sleep deprived from my daughter. So maybe it's all on me. Where's the Kyrie on the Boston Days stuff that I sent?
That would be cut 44 or 45, 46.
Okay. Oh, the additional ones.
Yeah, he added them.
Oh,
late edition.
This is because of 40 blanking cuts that he complained about last week. All right, so that's my bad. Let's go to 45, and this is Kyrie talking about Boston. Let's see if attempt number 3, if I can get it right.
Yeah, I mean, when I look back on it, getting traded here, this wasn't one of my options. It wasn't like number 1 on my list. So when the trade opportunity got approached to me, instead of going back and appreciating the Celtics history, I just came in with an open mind and just kind of like, all right, I'm just going to go with the flow into this. But I think that was the wrong approach, just being young. But now that I'm a little older, hindsight looking back on it, I definitely would have taken the time to get to know people within the community, talk to some of the champions that have come before me, actually extend myself to them instead of the other way around, expecting them to be there for me and give me advice. Because they've been through it. They have championship pedigree here. They've shown it for years. They're one of the most winningest franchise in all of sports. So you have to show your respects here. And I think that's what I struggled with initially, was figuring out how I'm going to be a great player here while winning championships, while also leading a team and selflessly joining the Celtics organization or the cult that they have here. And that's what they expect you to do as a player. They expect you to seamlessly buy into the Celtics pride, buy into everything Celtics, and if you don't, then you'll be outed. And I'm one of the people that's on the outs.
The cult.
The
cult that is here. And he said he expected the Celtics legends to reach out to him when he went there versus the other way around. Instead, now you got Bob Cousy saying Kyrie's not even a superstar anymore. Look how the Celtics are playing him. And he goes, I got 1 foot in the grave. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. He literally said that. I've got 1 foot in the grave.
All I want to do is see Celtics banner number 18. But Kyrie said he was expecting them all to reach out to him.
Yeah. Look, if Kyrie feels that he wasn't mature when he got there and he handled it wrong, I got no issue with him acknowledging that. That's it's growth, right? That's what we're looking for from a lot of the guys. We're looking for growth from Luca. Maturity, aging, because he's Luca's only 25, and he's in a position that most 25-year-olds in the NBA historically are not in, where they're the top dog on a team in the NBA Finals. And then Kyrie basically admitted he didn't handle his Boston era well, and if that gets one less boo from the fans, which it probably won't, but if it does, for him, it's probably worth it.
This is a coach looking for adjustments that they can make in a game. It's that he's tried it's just Boston. It's like any other city. We're going back. He's tried playing the heel by using his heel and stomping on Old Lucky, something that they still haven't let go of. Now he's trying the reflective, let me own my part, while also not giving too much. He's just
soften
trying
it a little.
He's trying every single angle. To me, it's clearly he's working through being distracted by it. He is distracted by it, is what he's showing me.
He scored 21 on Friday night. He's averaging 21 for the series. If you told me Kyrie was going to average 21 for the series, we're all saying the Mavs are going to lose.
Yes,
we're going to lose,
no doubt. Right?
Yeah. Right. But he's not going to average 21 the rest of the way. And so there's still 3 games to be played.
29 the rest of the way?
I mean, if Jason Tatum's going to average 24 or less, I guess.
What about Porzingis? Do you think Porzingis plays tonight?
No, I don't. But I will say this. I think if you're going to play him, you play him tonight or you save him for a potential Game 7 where you get that same juice you got in Game 1 where you brought him off the bench and he's this Boston hero and the intensity of the building just kind of overwhelmed. Because that was, I thought, the sharpest thing Joe Mazzulla did in this series was bring him off the bench in Game 1. Bring him off the bench because at tip-off, if he's there at tip-off, you don't get the same energy, you don't get the same juice. Introducing him into the game 6 minutes in, that crowd went nuts and it got a boost from it. So to me, I think if you don't bring him back in this one, you don't bring him back in Game 6 either because you completely neutralize the return factor that you can get a boost from.
What would you do with him if he's 70%?
I would not touch it.
Today,
I would not. Give 3 more days. Or 2 more days? It's Thursday. So Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, I'd give it 3 more days rest.
KP,
you
questionable. I would not play him today. I would not play him today, and then if they lose, let's try to get this going Game 6.
I get it if you're them. From Porzingis' standpoint, we don't want to come back to Dallas. I get that, but if you do play him and lose, then you're
you have margin for error.
Brian Windhorst with the latest on what he's hearing about KP's status.
Porzingis still isn't ready. Now, I will say this. In Game 3, Porzingis never came out before the game. He arrived at the game late. He was, no matter what they said, he was a scratch for days. This game, he got here very early. I want to say it was 3:45, 3:30. Had an extensive workout before the game. Actually didn't look too bad in so much as what I expected. He could run and everything like that. Obviously, he was made available. I don't honestly think they were ever going to play him. And this was 1 second on the shot clock. I needed somebody at the rim. I don't think they were actually going to give him real minutes. I could be wrong, but I don't think they planned on it. He certainly wasn't in the game plan rotation. So to me, a big factor is what can he be on Monday? And I don't expect you to have the answer. I don't know if even they know what the answer is. I don't know if this is an injury that gets better with 2 days, but it got better from 2 days ago. Or at least they let him do more than they did 2 days ago.
All right, so let's see what happens with Porzingis tonight. Tip time at 7:30. Charles Barkley on NBA TV. I don't know who they're getting now. Shaq went to Acapulco. Charles apparently is gone. He said, "You won't see me on television till Lake Tahoe." More on that in just a second.
And no one wants Kenny. So,
but there's a Mavs fan in the crowd after Game 3 who kept holding up Mavs in 7. Charles got his hands on the sign.
And we're coming back to Dallas for Game 6. Mavs in 7. Me and my man believe this.
Chuck, you said it was over. They got to show it. Look at your boy.
That's my guy right there. Look at all these damn signs he got, man. The shirt and everything.
What you think of that new sign?
Dude, this is his sign. Look at the shirt, dude. He had time. Look at this here.
We got this.
This is my new favorite fan right here.
I got to get the pep talk, though, where he's using all the cities that he has called out in the past to really get the Mavs going.
Hey, we're going to rise up in Houston. We're going to rise up with them big women in San Antonio. And we're going to rise up with Galveston. And we're coming back to Dallas for Game 6. Mavs in 7.
Mavs in 7. I love it. The Galveston, I want you to keep that as a drive. We're going to rise up in Galveston.
He's got some Howard Dean to him there. We're coming for you, New Hampshire and Iowa. And
He's not changing his pick. He's just having fun with the sign because a lot of people are like, you said Celtics in 7. He's just having fun, I think, with the sign.
What was how much, if at all, did your confidence meter move after Game 4? Did it not go anywhere?
Let's see. 99.9% Boston on Friday after the show. And now I'll say 91% Boston.
Ooh, that's significant improvement.
Boston still wins the series, only 90%. I think it's impossible to know what Boston's level of
I had more
faith.
I had more faith in the Timberwolves coming back against us than them taking down this Celtic team.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's a good way to frame it.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I'm probably the same.
Because unfortunately, like Luca and Kyrie have to score 30. And is Kyrie going to do that on the road? Your role player confidence is what after Friday night? Your third most confidence is in who? And particularly scoring.
I was going to say on both sides or scoring the
Dallas.
ball?
Dallas offensively.
Oh, God.
Chill, Shaq. Probably PJ, probably. Yeah.
That's not saying a whole lot.
Unless Derek Lively's going to put up more threes.
That's right.
That'd be wonderful, but...
How did y'all's confidence meter adjust?
It went from 99.9% Boston to 98.9% Boston.
All right, so less than me.
Went up
to... Because, you still got to win 2 there. Now they got the guy to do it, right? They got the guy that... If this gets to Game 7, I will take the Mavs by a milli.
I will, too.
There ain't no way that they're going to win a Game 7.
Yeah.
But didn't Boston have trouble closing out Miami a couple years ago? They're up 3-0? Or was it the other way around? That was the other way around. Never mind.
Yeah, I think it was the other way around.
Yeah.
Now, up to 95, probably. From 99 to 95, something like that. It's the way they just throttled them.
Yeah. If they can get threes off the way they did, if they get 37 3-point attempts, I think there's a good chance.
It's also really hard to come away with that and not think that they just were like, okay, we're not going to fight for 4 quarters here. Let's wrap this up. Let's win at home in front of our fans.
Today it's about surviving in hockey. They always have the first 5 minutes, right? If you could survive the first 5 minutes with the road crowd, if the Mavs could survive the first quarter, they got a chance.
Look, cumulatively, Dallas has outscored them by 6 in this series. They have been the better team over the course of 4 games.
Man, that was a tough word to say. Well done.
Cumulatively.
Peyton, try it.
Cumulatively. Dang it. So confident.
We left out a T and a V. Try it one more time.
Cumulatively.
Cumulatively. Okay.
Cumulatively. Yeah. Cumulatively.
Oh, I love how Bobby just says it like this.
Yeah.
Do it like this with my professor finger up on my nose.
Yeah, that's homeschool, baby. You guys got your public school stuff going on.
And, of course, the devastating news at the end of Friday night was Charles Barkley signing off on NBA TV with this.
I've talked to all the other networks, but I ain't going nowhere. other than TNT, but I have made the decision myself. No matter what happens, next year is going to be my last year on television. And I just want to say thank you to my NBA family. You guys been great to me. My heart is full with joy and gratitude. But I'm going to pass the baton at the end of next year. I hope the NBA stays with TNT. But for me personally, I wanted you guys to hear from me because I'm not doing any more interviews. Don't y'all be calling me. Nobody calling me. I'm not talking about this again, but I want to tell my NBA and NBA TV and TNT family that I'm not going to another network, but I'm going to pass the baton to either Jamal Crawford or Vince Carter or you, Steve. But next year, I'm going to just retire after 25 years, and I just want to say thank you, and I wanted y'all to hear from me first.
I hope you're right, Bobby.
He's lying.
I hope
You think he's lying?
Yep.
He's
done this
lying,
before.
or
This is like the third time he's done
got
this.
a 10-year deal. He's got like 8 years left on it.
He has done this before. And when I heard him say, no one called me, I'm not talking about this anymore, no other interviews, that gave me a little hope because that will definitely not hold true. He's going to go on the Dan Patrick Show. He'll go on with Greenberg. He'll go on somewhere and talk about this like 2 or 3 more times. And he has talked about this before. This is going to be my last and final. Why didn't he have this epiphany when the news came out TNT was losing the deal?
I have 2 theories. One,
I don't think he's intentionally lying. I just think he'll come back.
Change his mind.
He doesn't love the offers that he's seen or what he's heard, and he's like, nope, y'all are going to have to step your game up, so I'm going to have to start threatening retirement is what I'm going to have to do. Or...
Remember, does anyone even remember how he almost went to live?
I do that. Yeah, I do remember that.
He is basically doing a Better Call Chop loophole. And that he's saying, I'm retiring from television. I'm not going to another network, and that's because I'm going to a streaming platform, and I'm going to do NBA analysis for Amazon. Now that Amazon, as a streaming platform, has acquired the NBA rights, is that he's being cheeky, and
it's possible.
It's one of those two. It's either he's doing the loophole bit, or he's just, okay, these offers aren't good enough, because as soon as they came in with a contract bigger than Romo, the last time he was like, all right, I guess I'll change my retirement plans.
It's possible. It's possible he does that. I mean, like he could go to the streaming platform. He could go just complete YouTube or whatever,
and then passing the baton. Like I'll watch the show once to see what it is when he's gone, and then I'll never watch it again. Won't watch it again unless the Mavs are like playing in a big game where we need pregame or postgame audio. No offense, although you always offend someone when you say that.
With all disrespect. With all due disrespect.
With all due disrespect. Passing it to Vince Carter, Jamal Crawford, that's a big yawn.
Steve Smith.
Oh God.
Carter, it's
milk toast.
It's Carter.
I have Jamal Crawford over those two, but they got to go make a big splash higher.
Carter has not been.
He was already at ESPN. ESPN let him go.
Yeah, he
hasn't said one ever like big thing where you're like, we have to replay that. That was brilliant insight or a wow statement.
He did the alternate broadcast where they had players sitting around for Game 5 against the Timberwolves, and I was watching that one. And I was like, whenever there's a big Luca moment or something like that, I like going back and looking and seeing, like, how did the players react? I want to see what player, like, are they just in awe of him? And Vince, I was struck by, he doesn't talk. He just sat there quiet for the entire, I don't know if he was uncomfortable with the people he was sitting next to, but I was just like, I'm waiting for him to say anything of value, and he was just 1 or 2 words at a time. It's like, he's boring.
And none of those guys know who Steve Smith is. None.
No.
Greg Anthony? No. Steve Smith? No.
I like Steve Smith.
He's fine.
I think he's a lot better. When I've seen them up on the set, he's a lot better than Grant.
So none of who knows who?
They're like the the players when they sit down.
Oh, yeah, probably not.
Peyton, do you know one team Steve Smith played for?
The Carolina Panthers.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, and then I want to know what everyone did, good and bad, over the weekend.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Rangers tickets when they take on the San Diego Padres July 2nd. The first 15,000 fans in the stadium will also receive a Nathaniel Lowe Gold Glove bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, that is also the text to hit us up with all of your Father's Day tales. What did everyone get into? We recap what happened Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's called Best and Worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. I think this may be pretty lame from everyone. I don't even know if you sent a Best and Worst. Peyton's was pretty lame. I know Bobby's was lame.
What? You were super impressed by my weekend.
I was pretty furious and rolled my eyes. Go ahead. We'll start with you.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, Father's Day was pretty quiet, which is the goal every year.
Goal while I go on and do this.
This was Friday.
I don't want I don't want to do anything. I don't want anyone to acknowledge me on Father's Day. I don't want to do anything.
Friday night, I was like, all right, let me go. I haven't watched any of these games anywhere. I've watched all of them at home at this point. It's the weekend. I'm gonna go cut loose a little bit. So I went over to Plano Sports Tavern. I posted
when
there.
When I also just want to sit home on my couch and do nothing as often as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do. That's the goal generally. But Friday was different. I was feeling a little itch to go out. I was like, this may be the last finals game, last chance to go watch an NBA game at a sports bar.
My buddy Goldberg came out, took a sip of that 1845. He texted me on the way home. He goes, I'm ready to go. He goes, a couple of sips of that. He goes, I'm ready. That flipped the switch.
It awakens you.
Woo!
It brings something to life. And so, I went to Plano Sports Tavern, started pounding the vodka sodas, and it was, I mean, it was great. I did tell the waitress there, I was like, can I get a double Tito's and soda short? Because I hate the tall ones. They get too watered down. And when I told her that, she's like, our shorts are really short. You're going to just taste a splash. And I was like, that's fine. It really was ice cubes and vodka, and it was tough to drink. But it was good. And I just had posted on social media.
Which there's very few things douchier and worse than this guy, this person.
Sure. I just posted how many drinks deep I was, and Sean replies to it on Instagram, and he goes, we're super impressed.
I DM'd him.
Yeah.
I DM'd him. There's nothing. What's worse than drink count guy, public drink count guy?
Why are you counting? We never count.
Because
I was not the only one.
attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm up to 5.
I was 5. Look how much I can drink. Guys, this is what happens.
Can I see 8? You have 8 over here. You have a 9 over here.
Yeah, look, that was it. You were the only one with that take. All the other replies I got in there were saying you have to drink 10 on Monday. Is that they were saying that it's the amount of vodka soda that I was consuming is ultimately what carried them to victory. It wasn't Windhorse. It wasn't Luca. It wasn't Derek Lively making a 3, changing the game. It was me.
I'm very proud of the job that I've done so far in our time together of fixing you. Yeah. Like, I think I fixed like 2 or 3. I'll say 1, 2. How many problems? 3, 2. I'll say 2. I fixed 2.
Which ones?
I don't really want to get into
I would love to get into that. Which ones?
Well, I think we've addressed...
You think I've made I've gotten the wife more social? That's just helped her.
Yeah, marriage was kind of one. That's definitely not fixed. And then the other, likability. I think we've done a very good job.
I'm like, I'm Bobby DeChambeau.
And right.
Just turning the corner.
And the next is the public drinking. And that's my next goal.
That to him is
Bobby Help. BobbyHelp.com/Sean and RJ.
His public drinking
he went to therapy.
What he thinks is cool.
Yeah, before Sandler bullied me out of therapy.
But man, I can't tell you how infuriated I was seeing that number 10 on there.
I knew you were.
Oh gosh, I was I was revolted.
He was texting me something on Friday night, and I replied back to him, was like, I don't know, I'm drunk right now. And he didn't reply back the rest of it. I was like, oh yeah, he didn't like that. That was too attention grabbing. I am the human version out at the bar of clickbait. That's me.
You are.
Yeah.
You're just seeking attention. That's
I'm
all
a
you're
clickbait
doing.
drinker.
You don't like to drink. You just want the attention.
Yeah. So he made it to 10 double vodka and sodas.
Oh, good for you.
Cut myself off at halftime. We were good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, because Amanda said he's in a parking lot too, walking around. And then I just left it alone. I just know one day he will blow up and destroy his career. He'll be fine because he's got 14 other jobs, but it'll be the end of Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
I'm not gonna do anything.
You
dumb.
will. It's inevitable.
You will.
Your over under here is probably like 3.5 years. I'd say.
High burnout factor for Robert.
It's generous.
Burnout. You think he gets sick? Right now he's loving the fame.
Yeah. I don't even think it's necessarily him being burnt out. It'll be us burnt out on him.
I know he's too entertaining for me, but that public drink count person, God, my skin was crawling.
Peyton respected it.
877-881-1053.
All right, so I got two, one of each. They both involve one of my favorite subjects in the world, Sean. Pooping.
Oh gosh. I should have talked.
Yesterday, sitting there in the pool, getting some sun, getting the work done, watching the game, watching the U.S. Open, and I hear this splat on my arm, and a bird pooped right on my arm. That's my best of the weekend.
Oh, that's your best.
Well, because they say it's good luck.
Now, were you were out at the pool? I know. How many times did you try to flex too in your photo to get a good tricep look?
You know, it wasn't really necessarily a flex. It was just kind of the angle of the arm where it will flex on its own because people can tell when you're trying to do that.
Do you have a computer tent?
I do.
That is what was the star of that photo.
Got a computer tent.
I was like, this man took the computer out poolside and he got the tent to protect the heat. I love that.
Sarah got it for me. We put our phones in there.
Oh,
the remote control because you can see the TV. So I stand up.
Oh gosh, I need one. Cheap on Amazon.
Less than $20. It's fantastic. But so get the big size because like the computer may not fit in the smaller ones. So we had to return and get the bigger one.
So what do you put the computer on? A towel?
No, it's on the concrete.
You're a towel.
On the concrete.
Like it's because it has an underneath to it.
Yeah.
It's got an underneath part to it, so it's not just like a tent that goes over top. It has a base. So you put it on there.
Look, there's the photo on the fan cam.
You could put a towel under there.
Look, tell me he wasn't trying to flex like people suck in with the photos. Tell me he wasn't trying to flex that tricep.
He had to repair his toxic masculinity after Friday morning when he couldn't break down the door.
And represent your college baseball team.
Hey, yes, right. That's right. Absolutely.
That video blew up, didn't it?
Yeah. It got like 12,000 views on YouTube.
So that thing is a game changer because you can watch TV if you have one out there by the pool and just get some stuff done. But the other one was on Friday, and this is the worst. And I'm no longer using my bathroom to go number 2. I was in there. We were trying to get. I was trying to get get it done and get out of the door. And I open the door, and the corner of the door hits my toe, and it slices right through my toe.
Dude, I hated you for sending that. I hated you for sending that photo. I had to look away from my phone.
There it is.
What are you doing?
That toe.
He's putting his foot up,
Here
Sean.
we go. Get it.
I'm not looking at it.
Get it for us here, Ryan.
There's no way he's going to be able to get it.
Get in there.
By the way,
I sliced half the toenail off.
You misunderstood my text when I said from the door. I didn't mean from your bathroom door. I had no idea you opened that. I thought that was from Friday. You did something to your toe trying to break down the door at the firehouse.
Oh, no. This is for the bathroom door. There, I'll try to get it. It's hard to get on the fan cam.
Dude, it was so bloody. So bloody what he sent us. That was disgusting.
It was gross.
Yeah. And it doesn't feel too good. It doesn't hurt that much, but it's like, it gets caught on the sock, so it's constantly ripping open and bleeding.
Ew.
Pepe, did you have your best?
The best was getting pooped on.
Oh,
that's good luck. They say it's good luck, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Pepe, best and worst of the weekend.
Went shopping, told myself I was not going to look at the credit card bill as I am slowly getting ready for Italy. All I need is the fanny pack. And I think I'm good to go. You guys saw the neck pillow. I got the foldable water bottle.
Let me ask a question for men. What else are you putting in the fanny pack besides your wallet and your cell phone? Wallet, keys, cell phone. That would not go in your pockets. When are you not wearing pockets?
Probably it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so the reason I'm doing it is because the massive pickpocketers in Italy. Apparently and I challenged them too. I challenged the Italian pickpocketers. I said, hey, you want to put your hands in my wallet or my pockets, get my wallet? If I can't catch you, you deserve it. But I challenged them.
Yeah, you'd be like that prostitute with the Eagles player.
running down the hall.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I just, because you got to, in Italy, there's places that they check their passport. They're big on checking passports. IDs don't just pass by anymore. So I got to have the passport. You got to have the wallet. I'm probably not going to take my keys, not driving anywhere, not driving my car, obviously. Phone in there, maybe AirPods.
Any part of you kind of excited about it as a fashion statement, or is it strictly for security? Any part of you this kind of looks cool?
I've never rocked the fanny pack. I have to go cross body too. I can't do the one where you put it around your waist there. I got to go cross body.
Yeah, you got to go cross body. That's the safer one.
So, but I got to try it on with the fits that I got. I got a few button downs that I have, some polo shirts. I got to see if it goes with the fit.
She didn't do the shopping for you or with you?
She went with me, but she had done her online shopping, so I told her absolutely no, she cannot buy anything there. So it was all me.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Well, she probably makes more money than you do?
Yeah.
Listen. Very domineering. Absolutely not. You're not buying anything. No, he's Yeah, are you gonna break out the vest that you were very excited to break out when we went on the Sandler dinner?
See, I could just the vest. I rock it with the long sleeves, and it's gonna be 98, by 8 a.m. there in Italy. So I don't know if I rock
98.
It's gonna be hot.
The heat wave in Europe.
He just made up
my God, they're talking about
Did you see UK? They were complaining about it was
79 degrees.
Yeah, it was
it's 79 degrees. That's the heat wave in the UK, and they can't. No wonder we won the war. Okay,
That's right.
Because we just waited till July, and those people over there can't handle it.
TR said, "No, man, I have a fanny pack. Put my charger in there. Cords. Come on now, guys." My worst of the weekend was Father's Day lunch. I took.
You looked so happy.
Well, I had a fake smile. I had an all-time bad eating experience at a Brazilian steakhouse.
Oh, really?
Oh, it was terrible. Awful.
Too salty?
No, horrible service. Tried to charge Ollie. It's supposed to be free 6 and under. They charge him $50. They sit down with you and they say, all right, we got the $44 special. And I'm like, what's the difference between that and the $50 one? They're like, oh, the $50 one comes with picanha and beef rib and filet.
Okay.
So then I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. They bring the pork and chicken. I said, you've never listened to my show. If it ain't, if it's white, it ain't right. Don't bring me the white. Don't bring me this dry ass meat.
Pork, huh?
No pork, no chicken. That's the waste. That's like eating bread at the table.
You just want the steak at the Brazilian.
But I want the good steak.
Yeah.
You upcharge me. You tell me it's the better one, and then you don't bring it around. Then they get smart with you and say, you have to request it. Okay. You have to tell us you want the beef rib. You have to tell us you want this. You have to tell us you want that. Awful service.
You should have said, I did tell you. I ordered it.
I ordered
the upcharge.
Yes, exactly. And then I look at the bill, $15 for water. And I've never had this happen in 42 years of dining.
Detroit?
Hobby.
Hobby.
I said, what is this? They go, oh, we as a company, we're getting away from tap water, so we give you these mineral water bottles. I said, but I didn't ask for this. I didn't order this. I just thought they were giving regular water in a bottle to be fancier. $7.50 a piece for these 2 bottles of water when they didn't ask first. Tap, or they're just dropping $7.50 bottles on your table and not telling you until the very. I said, I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying for this. Didn't bring the to-go boxes. It was awful. It was terrible. I'm never going back there again.
When we were in Mexico, we had a thing. They did the same thing with the water, and they just never told you, but it's cartel. We weren't going to argue. We weren't arguing.
I know, you guys
we're like, yeah, sure, go ahead, take it, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, charge us for more. Give us like 5 more.
Yeah.
We'll just take more. So let's get out of here.
$15 for bottled water.
That's
which
insane.
They didn't. Cause I've never ordered bottled water at a restaurant my entire life. Ever.
Yeah, they always ask you to do a Pellegrino.
Yes,
or
exactly.
something like that. They never ask you like you want bottled water or whatever.
Also, I forgot to mention on Friday I did see Tolo Sean. Today's his 34th birthday, and I told him I wish him happy birthday. So happy birthday, Tolo Sean, and your Celtics socks.
Wasn't it your birthday, Bobby?
Oh. Anyway, so that's
his birthday. When?
The weekend.
When was his birthday?
I don't know.
Why would you not?
I don't have it.
Yeah, why would you not want anybody to know?
I thought I had that in my phone calendar.
That was June. Was it June 7th?
February 30th. Every year.
Every year.
Look at now. If it's on his Facebook profile, then he's a true hypocrite.
It's not.
If he actually has it. I know. I thought I had it in my.
He took it off his face.
When was it, Peyton? Because I had a gift for you.
It was Saturday.
Saturday was your birthday? Oh, that's a bad job. That's a bad job by us. Saturday.
That's the end game. I don't.
Somebody wished you a happy birthday on the 15th.
Wow.
Yeah, because it was on there. I didn't realize it was, and I had to take it off as soon as I woke up.
All right, let's hear from Tim McMahon and other NBA insiders on happy birthday, Bob. Happy birthday. Tim McMahon and the other NBA insiders on if the Mavs actually have a chance. That's next on Sean and RJ. But if you want a chance against those insurance companies, if you need that legal representation, there's only one call to make. It's Frankel and Frankel.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Doncic pushing it up the floor. Doncic drives. Doncic shoots. Doncic scores. 58-32.
Absolute beatdown to keep the series alive. The Celtics are 6.5-point. We ain't done yet. Celtics are 6.5-point favorites for Game 5 this evening in Boston. 8 o'clock hour kicking off here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. All right? It could. I'm not saying the comeback is going to happen, but if it did, is like what is the only other city you'd feel more satisfied having this happen to than Boston? Philly, maybe?
For any sport?
Yeah, just in Philly.
Oh gosh,
this is up there, man.
This would be about as sweet as it could get in terms of the city that it happens to, especially because they flex their 3-0 comeback in baseball so hard. Is like, we were a miracle team. It was a team of destiny. I would love it if Kyrie Irving in Boston was the reason they lost a 3-0 finals lead. It would be perfect.
They'd melt down. They would melt down. There's no other way to put it. You have to feel that this would be the number one.
That's why I was
seed.
That's why I was stalking out Portnoy, as Dave Portnoy, one of the head massholes, flew on over here. He's the head of Barstool Sports, and he was tweeting Cuban. Hey, Mark Cuban, I'm flying in. You know any good cigar stores for Red Auerbach and that T-shirt that he was wearing? Hey, Dallas, any places that I should go? And I had to rely on my wife growing up in Oak Cliff to give me some of the old school places that were shut down and closed.
I love that she said XTC.
Ecstasy, which I read was closing, actually.
It is closing. It closed over the weekend.
I told him to go to Zippers, but the only place, the best suggestion came from Matolo and said, Dave, you'll love any, and I tried to tell him these are Celtic bars. These are like hole-in-the-wall Celtic bars for you to go and celebrate in. But the best suggestion was from Matolo, who said, anywhere in Deep Ellum after 10 p.m. That's the place to be.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not going to try to tell him to get shot.
No.
But Portnoy came for one of his pizza reviews, and I cut out the actual pizza review, and he had to try to start talking trash before Game 4.
All right, pizza review time. We are in Dallas tonight. Game 4 showed up, ready to bring out the brooms, get banner 18. And I like Dallas. I like the people. I don't like Kyrie. I like the people of Dallas. What's his face? Jimmy Jones. Not Jimmy Jones. Who's the owner of the Cowboys? Jimmy Jones. Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones. Wants to have a drink? I'll have a drink. Clink, drink, happy. I like Dallas. We got to step on their throat tonight, period. End this thing, get the banner, get in the barn, celebrate, have a day. I don't know that Dallas is known for pizza, probably not. I don't care. When in town, do the pizza thing, one bite, everyone knows the rules. Pizza Layla was near the hotel, had a good score on the app, Sicilian side. But I am a Celtics fan.
Well, I hope you enjoy your stay in Dallas.
You guys are the nicest people. You're the nice people. We're going to step on your throat. Step on everything up, break your throat, break your airways, break your lungs, get banner 18. But they're nice.
So there's the difference. He's doing the pizza review, and this woman walks by and goes, are you a Celtics fan? And he's like, yeah. She's like, I hope you enjoy your stay. And there's the difference.
Welcome to town.
There's the difference right there with the two cities.
That's the absolute difference. In Boston, it would have been go to hell or worse. That would be the most
punch in the face.
That you could punch in the face.
He went to a pizza place that I have been to.
I've never heard of it.
It's hard to find. It's kind of like, he said it was a mix between like Sicilian and Elio's. It's good pizza. It's really, really expensive, overpriced in my opinion. But good pizza, very, very heavy. He gave it a 7.2, which I thought was a money score. He is a pizza master and aficionado. And then the other one he went to is Louis, which everyone loves. I was just trying to read in the comments where people were telling him to go because we don't have great pizza in DFW. But his Louis review probably coming out today.
What would if you would have been? You gave him the cigar recommendations and so what would your recommendation have been if he was asking where do I go get pizza? What's your top pizza spot?
There's not many just pizza places here. Right, they're restaurants. You go to an Italian restaurant, they've got like good pizza.
I went to Louis once, and I remember thinking it was pretty good. It's kind of like that divey bar scene institution around here. I hate to say Grimaldi's.
I mean, Campese's. I like Campese's. I like Fratelli's, but they're not your traditional pizza.
Fratelli's, that's like 2 a.m.
Oh
square.
no! I think we that Big Ralph. That was his favorite pizza in town. Oh man,
really?
Oh yeah, I loved it.
You?
The best pizza I know of it, it's two places over in Flower Mound. It's Pie Hole and it's Enzo's. Enzo's is like traditional buy the slice stuff. They're from New York. They came down here.
But the best
buy the slice there?
Yeah, you can do slice over there.
I went to a place in Grapevine that the Tolos told me about. I think you ended up going, and that was pretty good pizza.
Oh, is it sauced?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
The best pizza I've ever had was from I'm pretty sure a mob operation in Irving that got closed out. Like they were so good. It was called Joe's or something. Just a generic Joe's.
It was there was the market. It was like the red awning right on Los Angeles Boulevard.
No, this was on Beltline in Irving, like right near 635, and it was the best pizza I'd ever had, and it was open for about a month. And every time you go in there were always people in the back where the workers were, and the workers would jump up really quick and come over and help you. And then one night, like a truck was out there, and there were like police officers, and they were emptying everything, and that thing was closed down after about a month.
Pepe?
I enjoy Cane Rosso in Arlington.
Cane.
What are you doing, Peyton?
I love it.
I love this kid.
Really?
Hane.
Really?
Yeah,
that's Cheney.
That's gourmet, right? Like it's like Earl's and Argyle.
No, it's what he says about that pizza. They can't get higher than like a 6. I don't know whether it's Neapolitan.
Yeah, it is. And like Earl's and Argyle is like really good, but it's like they don't. It's not your general pizza that's like barbecue sauce and honey drizzle on it. It's
so then I tried to troll him afterwards, like, "How's that cigar, Dave? How's that cigar taste?" As he was out trying to catch a cab outside the AAC, as he slowly put the cigar back into his bag, and he'll try to celebrate tonight.
Never get to smoke it. He'll never get to smoke it. Because we're coming back.
You said it was a 95% chance that Boston wins.
I said 95%. That was 95% that they come back, Sean, if you were listening.
The Hoop Collective with NBA insiders Brian Windhorst, Tim McMahon, and Tim Bontemps talked about what happened to Boston with the beatdown they suffered in Game 4. And Windhorst just says they weren't prepared.
Whenever you see a blowout, I don't care if it happens in February or June, it tends to be both teams contributing. One team plays really, really well. The other team sort of falls flat. That certainly was the case here. I wonder where the Celtics' minds were getting up 3-0, not having lost in 36 days. They may not have had the mindset of playing in a closeout game. It's dangerous in playoff settings to make assumptions, either going forward or going back and rewriting history. Had the Mavericks won Game 3, you don't see the same game here. I mean, maybe they win Game 4 and it's 2-2, but the Celtics don't approach it the same way. So it's not as simple as saying a what if is a very hard thing to say.
Yeah. I had not realized that until he said it, that it had been over a month since they lost.
36?
It's about the day your daughter was born. It was May 9th was the last time they lost a game.
Windhorst, of course, called out Luca. I think he nailed every single criticism before Game 4. What did he have to say after Luca was a totally transformed, different angel with the beatdown?
The reason I was so frustrated and sort of on Luca after that is because I felt like he let a game go that basically was going to determine where the series was going to go. And I believe it was a 3-point game when he fouled out, and there's 4 minutes left. I don't know. Maybe they win the game, maybe they don't. I know that when he fouled out, I thought they had no chance of winning. So there's no way for us to know what would have happened. But I do think that could potentially be something that carries on now, because his performance tonight was so fantastic. And you can look at it several different ways. You can say, well, he was responding to the criticism, which is fine. My thing is, it only accentuates
because when you want to be
that Game 3, the desperation that Dallas played with tonight is the way you would expect a team to play in Game 3 at home, down 2-0. And so he and the Mavericks should absolutely be applauded, but in a way it kind of puts an exclamation point.
I think that's fair. I think it's correct. Like he gives him his flowers and he says he's great, he's fantastic, he did a great job, but again it kind of shines a light on you need to be able to do. You should have come out and done this already. It shouldn't have taken getting to this point.
Which one will we get tonight? Which Luca will we get tonight?
Hopefully one that shoots better from distance. I'll say we get
in terms of the emotion. Yeah.
We're gonna get a killer tonight. He's gonna go at it with the fans, not the refs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You called game 4 right. What do you think tonight?
He probably not as bad as it has been, but he probably returns to some of the whining tonight. Not bad, but I do think he's gonna go. I think he's gonna play great tonight. I think he'll have a massive game.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up, and then they wanted to give Jason Kidd a ton of props on the Hoop Collective.
I think Jason did a good job of setting the terms for them. The demeanor that he had yesterday, which I assume carried over his team, the demeanor that he had pregame, he was very much under control. Keep working the process. He was kind of all over the place in game 3. He had a much more focused coaching game plan tonight. He played 11 guys in the first half in game 3. He had I think he sort of went back to basics tonight. So I think he deserves credit for coaching them, giving them a basis to move on from.
And Jason Tatum continues to give Bobby his Kyrie ammunition. With the numbers that keep coming out, Tatum's the only player in NBA history to have a plus-minus of -30 or worse in multiple games in the finals. He said that the Celtics, he admitted Celtics may have gotten too focused on trying to close the series out in a sweep, and the Mavericks and Luca tried to remind themselves to have fun, actually, before Game 4. And Tatum said Missoula had to remind us to actually try to have fun after Game 4.
What was that awful quote we saw up there during one of the breaks?
Romo-esque.
Oh, we want to win, but if we lose, we got another chance.
It's not the end of the world. It's no, he basically made it sound like, look, if this isn't the year for us, it wasn't even just this game.
Was he talking about just losing the game?
I thought he was talking about just losing the game. I didn't think he was talking
about the way it was framed up there. No, I didn't hear it, but the way it was framed on the little, what do you call those? The chyron?
Yeah.
The little thing up there.
Whatever.
The way it was framed up there made it sound like he was talking about the finals.
I thought I saw Game 5. But even don't say it for Game 5. There does seem to be like a little killer edge missing from him.
Don't even bring a suit.
You don't have to. You're at home.
No, but
the suit's for the road.
Right, but you would travel, right? That's the whole thing. You travel the next day, that night, right? You get on the plane. Now, with the amount of days between this, they wouldn't have that. But the whole idea was don't even bother bringing a suit to the game. You're not going to Dallas again. If you're the Celtics.
He is averaging less than a field goal per game in the fourth quarter of this series. Jason Tatum is.
Now, again,
awful.
We got to be fair. Game 1 blowout. No one played.
He played all but he played more than half the quarter.
He played half the quarter.
They did keep him in for stat padding.
He went 1 of 6 in that game in the fourth quarter. He's 3 of 18 in the fourth quarter of this series.
Yeah, because I was like, why is he still in?
He's not a great shooter. I mean,
he was 47% for the year, though. He shouldn't be 3 for 18.
Yeah, but how? In the regular season, Luka's not 1 for 15 from 3 at any point. It's you're getting guys with hands in your face.
Rangers get swept, and was yesterday a U.S. Open win for America. Not only DFW. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. BlueChew.com.
Uber Eats have Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bryson DeChambeau slides the putter behind the ball, takes one last look at the hole, and strokes the putt up the hill into the middle. Takes his hat off, screams at the gallery, jumping around the green in celebration. Now a big hug from Greg Bodine. 2 times a U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
Bodine! U.S. Open Radio with the call. What are you laughing at?
Just the delivery at the beginning of that. Bryson DeChambeau walking up. Just the whisper commentary always.
Yeah. As if they're like on the green, which I think they might be actually.
But even if they are, I don't care. Play through it. Like we're all saying, Kyrie, toughen up. Play through all the
you don't even
things
like
get screamed
the
at you.
golf tone commentary.
No, it's awful. It's awful.
Breaking out into a Ryder Cup match, U.S. Open's ground crew members getting booed. RJ Choppy with your U.S. Open report as Bryson DeChambeau wins his second U.S. Open, and some people are getting on Rory for being a poor sport, not sticking around to shake Bryson's hand and leaving the course.
Yeah, he bolted out of there. He was in the viewing room, the green room, whatever you want to call it. I think it was the scoring table room. Anyway, he was in there watching the end, and then he sees Bryson make the putt, and he just stands up and turns around and walks out. Which, I mean, he should have been there and gone and congratulated Bryce. That's generally the custom of golf. It's the gentleman's sport. But he didn't, and he left. And golf media is not going to challenge him. It's not like other sports where you've got to talk after the games. We've seen guys not talk, but like Brooks just left on, he didn't really talk at all this tournament. He did a text interview with a reporter.
What?
Yeah, the reporter was like, "Hey, you left." He goes, "Yeah, I had nothing to say. Like, you guys don't want to hear from me anyway. I'm not a big name." That's what Brooks had tried to say. He goes, "I'm not a big name."
Boo-hoo, Brooks.
He says, "I'm not." He goes, "I'm not Scheffler or DeChambeau. They matter. I don't matter in this thing." And I'm like, "Bro, you got 5 majors. Trust me, you matter." So he just left on some of these days, but Rory's the one that left yesterday, and that created a little bit of a fervor because you want to hear from him. He blew it. He choked.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. Like that, he gagged at the end. He had 2. One terrible miss, and then one. I mean, I could justify the one on 18, but the one on what was it 16? That was a straight putt. He just pulled it. He yanked that thing. You can't do that, and that was a gag job on his part.
Did the course win or lose?
I think it won. It did not lose. That played much better of late in the later rounds than it did. Day one they were 5 under, and I think Bryson wins it at 6 under. So. They only played 1 under the last 3 days. The course was tough. They did some things to make it tougher as the week went on, and they did some things to make it easier, and this caused the grounds crew to get booed. So in the morning, I think it was before the final round, they sent the intern out, the grounds crew intern. She was sent out to go water the greens. And the fans were like, no! They wanted carnage. They don't want you to water the greens. It's going to soften them up, make them easier to play, let the grass grow a little bit. They didn't want the grass to grow. They wanted to roll. They wanted flat, slick, like you're putting on ice. And she got booed. She got royally booed by the patrons there.
Did any of this interest you whatsoever, and how much did you watch?
Yeah, it was great. Look, I mean, I think that Bryson's approach all weekend, it comes back to that, Boo Weekly quote that we use all the time. The middle of the green never moves. And I think that it was clear that was Bryson's approach. and his power really only adds to the execution.
Turn off
of
his
that.
mic.
Would you
turn
let
it
me?
off? Turn it off.
Yeah, you're gonna bring Boo Weekly.
This
in here.
isn't 5:30.
No,
in the
keep it
morning.
off.
You're gonna bring
Keep it
Boo
off.
Weekly.
Keep it off. Pepe, it took me a while to realize that was you with the left-handed form. I didn't realize Peyton was a lefty. So let's go to you for how much of this you actually caught, the U.S. Open.
Yes.
That was you putting, right?
Yeah.
Because you said it was easy. If Rory could, just could have copied your stroke. Where was that?
That was in Ireland. Yeah, no, that was for par 2, I believe. That was my only par. I had that whole course.
Good for you.
Whole course, hole 12, I believe. But yeah, no, I mean, so I'm a big just Sunday guy when it comes to golf. Like I won't watch when it comes to Masters, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I won't watch, but Sunday, I'm glued to the TV. I'll keep up with it. My dad's a big golf guy, so Father's Day made it easy for me to watch it with him.
Yeah, like that. That's good. I didn't really. Yeah. So you.
By the way, really sad article and note from Richie Witt, whose father passed away, and Richie, who I always thought was one of the best writers, if not the best writer in town, word for
Absolutely.
word. He said that their Father's Day tradition was watching the U.S. Open final round together every single year. I know they always went golfing together. His pops kicked his ass nonstop. Sorry for your loss, Richie.
Yeah, it's tough. I played golf with Richie and his dad one time. He was good. He was a good player. His dad was a good player, very good player. But that's one of the things I love about U.S. Open is it always does end on Father's Day, and we've seen players who have lost their father recently play, and Bryson was one of them. He lost his dad in 2021, and this kind of was for him. So, Rory is this. It's weird. Did Bryson win it or did Rory lose it? That's the thing, and I guess you could say it both because Bryson did have that amazing shot on 18, the bunker shot, which absolutely won this thing for him.
Mm-hmm.
But he put himself in a position to allow Rory to win it, and then Rory left the door open. Like Rory choked down the stretch, and you just can't play like he did.
Rangers get swept right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now 8.5 back of Seattle. The Mariners are the first team to reach 46 quality starts this season. 46 quality starts. The first team to do it in 2023. Also the Seattle Mariners on July 8th. So well ahead of pace with that staff of studs.
At what point do we start looking at this, though, and saying, and I know, look, you just came off of a series that you won against the Dodgers, and you were feeling pretty good about that. But at what point do you start looking at this and saying, all right, let's start shuffling some things and building more with an eye towards kind of loading back up next season? At what point do you start entertaining stuff for Robertson or Yates or even, well,
they'd be the first to go, right?
Even for Evaldi or somebody like that. If that's the way that you're going to explore it, are you going to sign him to another deal after this? You may not. And so go ahead and, hey, if you're not going to be competitive and you've got all this pitching coming back anyway,
Scherzer maybe back this week.
Yeah, that's the expectation. But again, it's like, how that's great, but if he comes in there and gives up 2 runs a game, you're getting basically what you've gotten from your pitching staff anyway, and you've been scoring 1.
Here's the issue that they're going to run into, because let's just say they get their 4th of July and they're 10 back of Seattle. Are you going to make a major, and let's say they're 8 back in the wild card? Are you going to make a major move? Because then they would have about 4 weeks for the trade deadline to decide. So, on the one hand, yeah, you want to reset everything, right, and recoup. But here's the problem: Simeon and Seager and DeGrom, they're all going to be on your roster next year. You don't pay them that kind of money to take a step back, right? So the problem is if you have DeGrom, you have such a limited time left with him. They're going to, not say they should, but they're going to give him every chance that he has to win.
Right, but if you've got Scherzer and DeGrom and all those pitchers that you just mentioned there. Is Evaldi going to reach a point where you're like, well, you can afford to move him and try and get a young bat and do something like that? That may be the direction that they end up going if this goes sideways anymore.
We got some scandalous stories out of the National Football League. We first told you about this Eagles player that ran away from a prostitute, apparently. He didn't pay her. Somehow a video was set up in the room. Now, Bobby, you and I are the kings of skepticism and not believing things. There's no way for him to win off this, right? Why was a video rolling on this? They thought he was going to stiff him. They started to argue about payment. So let's go ahead and embarrass him in front of the entire world as he runs out of the room. Terrell Lewis, and she's chasing from behind. He did not break away from her easy.
No, that would be that alone should get him cut probably. But no, I think I do buy the validity of it. First off, it's an OnlyFans model. Always going to have a camera handy, so I know that.
Yeah.
Second, I think it was clear that it sounded like the video picks up with him giving what sounds like the last 4 digits of like a phone number. So it sounds as if he's trying to like, well, hey, I'll get you straight. Here's my number. We'll have to, and so I think the video is being turned on as like hey, let's make sure that this is something where we're able to
Receipts.
get on, receipts basically, so that he doesn't stiff us a second time.
And then Bill Belichick. RJ Choppy is here to defend Bill Belichick and Leonardo DiCaprio for apparently dating 24-year-old former cheerleader Jordan Hudson.
Yeah.
So no more Linda Holiday. And now I'm seeing all these old photos of Jordan Hudson, 24, Bill Belichick, 72. And people said, oh, now we know what Gronk was referring to during the Tom Brady roast.
But, Coach, you used to talk about Foxborough High School when we sucked. But now I know why you were so obsessed with Foxborough High School. You were scouting your new girlfriend.
And people didn't really know.
They didn't really know.
And then, bam, there it is. She accompanied him on a work trip to Croatia. She attended Tom Brady's Hall of Fame induction. He was watching her apparently like during a cheerleading competition.
Yeah.
This looks like it's been going on for a while.
Talking
now.
about philosophy on the airplane and all the things, right?
Is this the Ring doorbell girl, or is this somebody different?
That was a couple years ago, right?
I'll take a little sip.
Ring doorbell girl.
The one that the Belichick was seen on the Ring doorbell cam, like sneaking out of some girl's house at like 7 o'clock.
I
in the
thought that
morning.
was like his beach house, like taking out the trash. I thought that's what that was. But anyway, go ahead, Leo.
There, more than ever, people are calling out this type of relationship. In the past, it was like from the girl's perspective, is she in it? Why is she with a 72-year-old? For the money, daddy issues, and for the guy who's got the pat on the back. Right, hey, you got yourself a 24-year-old girlfriend. Look at you, man. But now they're saying it's predatory or whatever.
Grooming.
But are we not in the era where you just let people do what they want? Are we not there?
No, you still have to judge it.
I mean, like, if she's above age, she's consenting. I think if she wants to date somebody, maybe she's trying to a 72-year-old. Who knows? I can't imagine she would be. But maybe she is. And if she's in it for the money, I don't care.
Yeah,
Why is
but it's still creepy. Like, if it was your daughter, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Although it is legal.
Yeah, it's like, it's legal. It's, it's not the worst thing that's going on.
But everything legal doesn't mean it's not creepy.
So, like, that means that in theory he wins his first Super Bowl and then he could have gone and visited his new girlfriend in the maternity ward 24 years ago.
Theoretically, he could have.
How old are you and Sarah?
It's 9.5 years. I'm 44. She's 35.
Okay. If she was 25, are we saying anything about that? Are we making fun of Choppy to his face or behind his back? What if he's with a 20-year-old?
I mean, we make fun of him for it now a little bit.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
So,
like, my
definitely.
kids even make fun of me for it.
Well, this is nothing to make fun of, 44 and 35. But, like, what if she was 20?
Oh, it's completely, yeah.
I mean,
She can't even drink. At least make it 21.
All right, 21.
Yeah, at least make it 21. Here's my problem. Before, I dated a girl, or not dated, I mean, I went out with her a few times. She was like 27. I was like 40 or something like that. I couldn't have a conversation. There's nothing in common. Like, I don't know what Bill and her talk about.
She is.
Now, apparently they talk philosophy.
Croatia.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I have no idea. He's a Croatian citizen. Maybe it's cool over there. I have no idea what they could possibly have in common.
The gap between Belichick's son and this woman is larger than the one between Sarah and Choppy.
The son?
It's 13 years.
Local and national analysts are calling out Jerry and Steven again. That's next. And below the belt on the home of the Cowboys.
Let's get you over to Zerez and let's get that carpet clean the clean way.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The summer writing quotas are coming for the Dallas Cowboys, and they better be ready for them. More on that in just a sec, because first we got to talk about what is probably the dumbest list I have ever seen.
That's saying a lot.
It's, I'm guessing, Sean,
worse than the Cowherd Nick Wright Dak one. Where he was
That's pretty bad.
15 or 16 in terms of quarterbacks taken.
Probably.
Ooh.
So I don't know, Sean. Did you see my note about why I had an issue with this list of the top 5 receivers who are going to threaten for the receiving yards record this season?
No, I know you and RJ sent some receiver stuff.
Then good. I'm glad. I want both of you to try and guess who the 5th person is on this list after I run through. First off, my big issue here is CeeDee Lamb isn't even on this list.
Who made this list and what is it?
This is Bucky Brooks at NFL.com. And Bucky's known for some takes. And that's about all you can say.
Some takes.
But like, it makes sense, some of the names he has on here.
And the list is what?
It's the top 5 receivers most likely who could break the receiving record in 2024, the Calvin Johnson receiving yards record.
Receiving yards.
Yeah, and CeeDee Lamb is not on this list, even though he's like second in the NFL over the last 2 seasons in receiving yards. He was one of only 2 receivers to go over 1,700. He's on an offense that doesn't have a very clear running game, doesn't have a logical volume target as their number 2 receiver.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of reasons to think that CeeDee would at least be in the top 5 of guys who could potentially break it this year, but he's not on the list. Here's the list. First, Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Okay, no problem. 2, Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's really good. I think the way Detroit runs the ball makes that very unlikely.
He was third in yards last year, but he was 200 yards behind first and second, Tyreek and Lamb.
Yeah, I also think, they don't have a great number 2.
Do you think of him also as more of a possession guy?
Absolutely.
Versus a home run threat?
Absolutely.
There's the
possession
problem.
Yeah, and so, because that's the thing. He was around 10, 11 yards per reception, I think, last year. I'm just saying that. Somebody maybe texted in
12-7.
Yeah, he's not like a big play threat.
I don't know. Look, perception is he's a guy I would want on 3rd and 14.
Clutch gamer.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Fine, you're going to put him in that. I don't think he's a great threat, but all right, he's one of the better receivers. So if you think they're going to use him in different ways, okay, fine, whatever. Third, Justin Jefferson.
No. Not with a rookie quarterback. No, it's not happening.
Well, no.
You have to factor that in.
What do you mean rookie quarterback? Kevin O'Connell said, hey, we're entering training camp with Sam Darnold as the starter.
Yes.
J.J. McCarthy's going to have to earn this.
Yes.
Okay?
Well, Justin Jefferson shouldn't be on there because of quarterback. Unless I'm dead wrong about J.J., which I won't be.
And these last two are a little puzzling to me. The fourth one is...
Don't you agree that
Yeah.
Jefferson should not be?
I think he's one of the...
He's not going to finish top 3 in receiving yards this year.
I would have him in the top... I would
right.
have him in the top 5, probably. If I'm making a list of the 5 likely to do it, that doesn't necessarily mean I think any of the 5
To
are
break
likely.
it or the top 5 receiving yards of this season?
To break the Calvin Johnson record.
Okay.
And so,
So is this for this year?
Yep, in this season.
And where did this topic come from?
This is it's
just like
quota busters, baby. We're in the summer.
We're in the summer silly season. So the early silly season is like February.
Thank God. Thank you, Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Stars, for keeping us away from a lot of these lists. No offense to the topic, Bobby.
Number 5 is who I'm going to go with first. I'm going to skip over 4. Because number 5 is Amari Cooper, which unless Amari Cooper is playing 17 home games, probably not.
And Amari's not happy with his deal?
No, he held out from mandatory minicamp. He wants to get paid, which is something he probably should have fought for when he was here in Dallas instead of cutting them a deal, because you saw what happens when you cut them a deal.
Did he cut him a deal?
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought that got to the market. Washington was interested, and he got 20.
No, he took less money from the Cowboys than what Washington had offered, and he gave them a deal where there was no guaranteed money behind the first 2 years. And so Dallas was like, all right, we can move on from you. Sweet. All right, we'll go ahead. So, Amari, that's an interesting one. I just want you to...
Amari last year was 10th in receiving yards with 1250.
Remember, CeeDee Lamb is not on this list. I don't want you to have to think about it very long because I don't think you're going to come up with the name. So just start throwing me receiver names and see if you can hit the name that he has as 4th on this list.
Devontae Smith.
Nope.
AJ.
Nope.
Jamar.
Nope.
Cooper Kupp.
Not even close.
Puka.
Nowhere around here.
Give me a division.
Calvin Ridley.
AFC North.
A Steeler?
Oh,
George Pickens is above CeeDee Lamb to break the receiving yards record.
And that gets disqualified because of quarterback as well.
This is about the worst.
Russ, right?
Fields.
You created a discussion nobody was having just to show us how bad a list you could make.
Yeah.
At least the quarterback list, people have that discussion. George Pickens, this is his write-up.
He must be tight with Pickens.
Though the Steelers will adhere to a run-centric offensive approach under new offensive coordinator Arthur Smith, so he is acknowledging they're a run-first team with either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson throwing him the ball. Pickens could light up the stat sheet as a big play specialist on the perimeter. The third-year pro has averaged nearly 17 yards per catch for his career. And that was in 2023, even with a revolving door quarterback, with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields potentially being significant upgrades over their predecessors. The Steelers' top playmaker could see his numbers spike as the focal point of a passing game committed to pushing the ball down the field. That is probably the most illogical. That's ESPN clickbait. All right, we need a get up topic. That is what Orlovsky would throw out. Yeah. Pickens. That's the guy that could break the record. It's offensive enough that you're not going to have CD on the list. For you to throw George Pickens 4th on there, it tells me, okay, you're not a serious person.
Yeah.
Or you're dumb.
That's bad.
One of those.
Really bad.
All right, so because it is the offseason and you get these, people still have to write, writers who cover the NFL exclusively have to still write articles and analysis during this 6-week period. And that was the thing that was going to be, I thought, the toughest PR hit during the 6 weeks was going to be for the Cowboys. Because when writers have to fill space, there's no news to write about. The easy default for anybody nationally or locally is to go, well, let's just talk about all in, or let's talk about how the Cowboys haven't done anything with their 3 contracts. Let's talk about how negligent they are. This 6-week stretch will probably see more as a higher percentage of opinion articles being written, I bet the 6-week stretch leading to training camp sees the highest percentage of negative Cowboys stories that they'll get all year. Because it's just, there's nothing
Including
else.
in season?
Yeah, nothing negative to write about a 12-win team.
Because during the season, there's 32 different teams with a bunch of different storylines. I'm intentionally ignoring you. And a bunch of different storylines. Whereas right now in 6 weeks, who's going to draw clicks in July? Dallas. Okay. And Dallas clearly has some stuff sitting here that they've been completely negligent about. And that's what you got. Ross Tucker, friend of the show, big Eagles homer. He wrote last week, Dallas Cowboys stars should be insulted by teams' negotiation tactics. And he had said, I have no idea what the Dallas Cowboys are doing. Does anybody at this point? They are embroiled in contract disputes or at least contractual situations with their 3 best players. With the salary cap growth we've seen in today's NFL, that is almost hard to do, yet somehow they've pulled it off. And that's, okay, Ross, Ross loves to take his Cowboy shots. He loves doing it. He says that the sad part, at least if you're a Cowboys fan, is that they'll likely end up signing all these players, just like they've done with Zeke or Zach Martin when they held out. And I'd be willing to bet they eventually reach an agreement with all 3 players. It will just be for a lot more money than it needs to be, further eroding the depth of a team already lacking it. Apparently, that's the Cowboy way. Okay, that's Ross. Dallas Morning News. This is from David Moore. And David Moore, I see your face already, Sean. David Moore writes this is about as pointed as I think I've...
Wasn't another there, the standard column?
No, this is much more...
What was the number you used, David?
This is much more targeted.
Whatever you told me, Steven.
This is the opening line of... the title of this article is Cowboys Players... Cowboys
I love
players...
that you get my humor.
I do.
Coaches...
Even better.
Cowboys players, coaches are all in. It's time for Jerry and Stephen Jones to do the same. And he says, the players have been working together at the Star for weeks to lay the groundwork for the upcoming season. The coaching staff has completed its offensive and defensive installations as the Cowboys strive to build on the success of the previous 3 seasons. Now it's time for Jerry and Stephen Jones to step up and do their part. Pastime. It's one thing to drag your heels in negotiations. It's another to dig a line in the sand so deep that it becomes difficult to cross. Fiscal responsibility is essential in today's NFL, but it can't be used as an excuse. Can't be allowed to threaten the culture and fortunes of a young, successful team. That's irresponsible. And at the end of this article, he says, this feels like a recipe for disaster more than it does a negotiating strategy or some motivational masterstroke.
Whoa.
Which is how they, I think, view it. I believe that the Cowboys front office views what they're doing as, hey, this is how we're going to put a little pressure on them, create some leverage that we wouldn't have otherwise, but we are going to put the pressure on these guys that, hey, this money might dry up, you're going to lose the power of the star, you're going to lose the brand, and they don't have an awareness. It doesn't feel like that they are perfectly content to walk away from you if somebody else gives them the money.
Dan Orlovsky making an appearance in Below the Belt, saying Micah should not step on the field without a new contract right now.
Micah Parsons shouldn't step on the field without a new contract. Which one of the big 3 in Dallas is going to play the hard game, the long game? Is it going to be him, Dak Prescott, or CeeDee Lamb? It's going to be hard to pay all 3 of those guys what they're worth, in my opinion. And Micah Parsons is arguably the most disruptive edge in all of the NFL. Him, Myles Garrett, TJ Watt into that conversation. Greeny, the last player in the history of the NFL to have 12-plus sacks in seasons 1, 2, and 3 of their NFL career is a guy named Reggie White. For $2.9 million, there's no way that Micah Parsons should risk injury, risk lessering his value, if that's possible, by stepping on the field for the Dallas Cowboys. Those guys need all to get paid: quarterback, wide receiver, and defensive end.
Then he follows up by saying, without Micah, if that were to happen, that they cannot make the playoffs.
The interesting one will be whether or not they do Micah Parsons, because the way the contract situation is set up, Dan, he doesn't have a lot of options if he decides to hold out.
Yes, he does. They can't make the playoffs without him.
Right.
The reality is all 3 of those guys, if either of them held out for any amount of time, significant amount of time this year, the Cowboys cannot make a playoff run, and they won't make the playoffs. I think they're the 6th best team in the NFC right now with all 3 of those guys. If any one of them, specifically Micah Parsons, says, I'm not playing, they can't make the playoffs. So while he may not have leverage when it comes to the 3 seasons, going into his 4th season, they can't make the playoffs without him.
Choppy, to that you say what, Mr. Defensive End Pass Rusher, is not that important?
Oh, wait a second. That is not that important.
TJ Watt's a bum?
TJ Watt is a bum. He's overrated like his brother. But, look, he absolutely is right that he has a lot of leverage. Micah has a ton of leverage here because Micah can absolutely make the case that, look, it's going to be tough to make. They'll make the playoffs. I don't think they can win the NFC East without Micah Parsons.
I think there's a decent chance they struggle to make the playoffs if they have everybody. So if they're missing any of the three, I think there's problems.
Yeah.
But I disagree with the idea that Micah's got leverage. So Micah has the least leverage of the three. Micah has 2 years left on his deal. Micah is somebody who made a big point, a big show of talking about, where he needs to be and his place in the locker room. Micah made a big show talking about, I don't need to be paid a ton of money. I'm retiring when I'm 30 anyway. He said so much publicly and has even said, my agent's probably not going to like this, but I don't even need to be paid the most.
Yeah.
Like, he's said so many things that just give him, not that he doesn't have leverage. He absolutely does because of just how great he is, but the leverage is much lower than it is with somebody like CD, where a market has been established. You have to pay it. And Dak, who, what are you going to do? What's your plan if you don't have a quarterback, guys? Those two have much more leverage.
But you agree you would not show up to camp
this year
if you're Micah.
No,
or CD.
I would absolutely show up.
Oh, you would? Okay.
CD probably not. Micah, I would
do the show up and then leave.
Who thinks the Dallas Mavericks are winning Game 5 tonight? It's time for official predictions. Final hour. Sean and RJ after this.
Let's get you over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Doncic gets inside, layup's good, and another foul. 20 points already for Doncic, and we still have 5:57 remaining in the half.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube. The third largest margin of victory in NBA Finals history goes to the Dallas Mavericks. Destroying the Boston Celtics, they waved the white and green flag with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Luca Donic, calm, composed, pushing the pace, got up off the floor without complaining, played defense from start to finish. A totally different guy. Will we get that tonight? Will Kyrie be shaken by the Celtic crowd? We shall find out. 7:30 tip time in Boston. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Bell, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. You had role players step up. Will that happen on the road? Boston, a 6.5-point favorite. Prediction. Does it end tonight, or does the series come back to the AAC? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 on the Frank LaFranco Injury Attorney text line.
I think it does end tonight.
I'm sorry you didn't say
I think
that
it does.
loud.
I think it does end tonight. I think Luca has a pretty big game. I think he goes at it and he jaws with the crowd. Like, he doesn't go at the referees. He doesn't complain to the referees. I think he goes at it with the crowd tonight. I'm so just confused at that performance that Boston had on Friday. And I don't know if they were just not focused, like they were wanting to wrap it up, but once the avalanche happened, they were like, all right, we're just checking out of this game mentally. I have no idea.
Charles Barkley on what he thought Boston was thinking while getting that ass whipped.
Number one, I'm not going to give any diss to the Mavs. Congratulations, good win. That was embarrassing by the Celtics. They actually thought the Mavs were going to quit. They came out nonchalant, lackadaisical. And me and Steve said, we said, if Jalen and Jason are going downhill, I think the first quarter they shot like 12 threes out of like their first 15 to 20 shots. And they missed them, and then Luca got going, Kyrie got going, but also all the Mavs role players. But if you're the Celtics, and obviously I still feel very good about them winning the series, but that was so unprofessional the way they played that game tonight.
Well, I mean, look, it was unprofessional. Did they quit? Yeah, they kind of quit midway through, but like, that's taken away from the Mavericks and what they did in the first part. I don't think they necessarily quit in the first quarter.
Look, they
got beat.
They're like, we're up 3-0. We're going back to Boston. It's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We got steamrolled early on. Let's pack up. Let's rest. I agree with Choppy. I think it's over tonight.
We're going back to Dally. That's what we're doing. We're winning this game tonight, and we're getting Game 6 on Thursday night. And
Bobby,
anything can happen. I'm dead serious.
Okay, all right, fine. If you're dead serious, you said it was a 95% chance that hang on a second. 95% chance that the Celtics are winning the series. So you're saying that it's going to Game 7 then?
Not necessarily. I mean,
okay,
they could lose
because
in
you
Dallas.
can't do
they
both.
could lose. No, they could lose in Game 6 in Dallas.
Okay,
but I'm just saying that I think ultimately.
So don't be Homer guy.
I'm not being Homer guy.
We got a rock station that you can go chill at.
I'm not being Homer guy. Dallas, I just think that tonight it's going to be. I don't think Porzingis is ready to play, like just from the way that everybody's talking about him. And they clearly have had a ton of success attacking the rim as soon as Porzingis went out. And if they don't have anybody who can challenge the rim, I think that Luca will shoot better, obviously, from three than he did the other night. Luca and Kyrie both, which they went, like 1 of 14 combined from three.
They were bad.
They were bad from three. They're not going to shoot that poorly from three. They'll still be able to attack the rim. I think that there's confidence here that is going to allow them to kick it to Game 6, and then probably Game 6 it's over.
Dude, so Boston will finish it here then?
Probably.
Okay. If they win tonight.
Oh, yeah. If they win tonight, I think it just goes 7.
I will be pumped up. I'll just be excited.
I'll go further. I think if the Mavs win the night, they probably win the series. I think Boston will not. They will not win Game 6 here. And then if it gets to Game 7,
you think if
Boston is mentally done,
if the Dallas Mavericks win tonight,
I think that they should be I would put them as the favorites. You cannot go. They would not win Game 6 here, Boston.
Okay.
All right. The moment it gets to Game 7, Boston is mentally done. They have no killer on that team. I don't know.
The Mavs have great Game 7 histories.
They do. I don't envision a situation where Boston can win a Game 7.
Okay.
After blowing a 3-0 lead. I don't even know that it might be Game 4 on Friday would be the second largest margin of victory.
Why are you not really worried about Kyrie duplicate after the first 2 games in Boston?
So I would be concerned about that in a Game 7, which is what I was about to say, is that I think right now it's kind of like, pressure's off. Everybody's kind of written it off. I mean, everybody had said this series is over, series is done. And so in a way, it allows you to just kind of go in there and play. Once it becomes more reality, if you're heading into Game 7 and everybody's clearly alert, I think that intensity is going to ratchet right back up on Kyrie about the Boston situation. They're going to let him hear it, and you'll probably at that point Porzingis would come back and play, I would bet.
Kyrie averaging 14 points on 35% shooting in Boston, and yesterday he was asked to reflect again on what went so horribly wrong there.
And I did it to myself. They don't welcome me in with warm embrace, even though I know a lot of people in the organization and my friends still here, some of them. But yeah, it was just a doing to myself, and that's what I was talking about in terms of accepting the choices. But looking back on it, definitely would have showed my respect and had more of a counsel around me from some of the Boston Celtics that came before me to explain what the pressure is like. If any player is coming here, getting drafted here, or thinking about coming here free agency or getting traded here, I just think do your homework and make sure you know what you're getting yourself into.
Over under 26.5 points for Kyrie tonight.
Under. I think under. 26.5 is a lot. A lot of points.
Yeah, under. I mean, mainly because
average 25 on the season, 25.5.
Like, I think this is win or lose. I think this has the potential to be like a Luca 44-point game type of night. Like, I think Luca is going to say, all right, it's on me. I mean, that very easily could have been a 44-point game had it been competitive the other night on Game 4.
I love that the Mavs with a fast start in Game 4 and points in the paint advantage. I love that Luca just went inside. I would ISO, if I was Jason Kidd, I would isolate the times that Luca just slowly plods into the lane, sheds the defender or gets him on the back hip, and then just goes up with a simple little easy one-hander that he just basically drops in. And I would say that right there, you can do that whenever you want. No one in the world can stop you from doing that. So you can go 0 of 8 from 3. If you decide to go inside and just basically have bunnies and gimmies, you can do that whenever you want. And I love that he did that, taking advantage of the physicality. Jaylen Brown is going to be very interesting because as Shaq would say, superstars, great players, have 2 straight bad games. Jaylen Brown was MIA. Poof. Disappearing act. So who's going to come out first and faster between the two of them? Jaylen Brown is the better player, in my opinion, better player overall. He had 10 points on 3 of 12 shooting. What is he going to do this evening in terms of the aggression? Derek White, again, it's either going to hit the top of the backboard or he's going to bank it in. I'm so tired of that crap that he throws up. I really am. But Jaylen Brown is shooting 24% from 3 in the series. Let's pay attention to that. 71% from the line and 24% from 3.
Yeah, Windhorst, who obviously went really aggressively after Luka in Game 3, didn't go as aggressively, but definitely called out Jaylen Brown for Game 4. He's like, Jaylen Brown came in here what was on the line tonight was MVP. Like, wrap up MVP, get Finals MVP on your ledger, put a bow on this thing. And he's like, and he came out and was just flat. And I'll say that's why, to me, I didn't see a damn bit of difference between Tatum's mindset and approach between Game 4, Game 3, Game 2, Game 1. That is, again, why I think Brown makes more of a difference in terms of the killer instinct stuff in these big moments, is because the difference you saw was in guys like Brown, where Brown didn't seem to have that same just assassin's mindset that really kind of rejuvenates them and rallies them and keeps them together. But I think Brown will have a bounce back game because I don't view him as mentally soft. Like, I view him as generally pretty resilient, pretty tough.
I'm looking for the updated Finals MVP odds, and it is still
Jaylen's the favorite.
Right. It went really much to him after Game 3. He went from 155 to minus 280. So he was plus money to minus.
Everyone tried to give it to Drew Holiday. I was like, no.
Boy, Holiday was bad the other night. He had been so good the first 3 games. He was bad. If Holiday, that may be a big X factor too for them. Does Holiday play as poorly as he did? He had no turnovers the first 3 games. He had 4. He was getting cooked on defense in a way that's not normal for him. He was getting worked.
$10 to win you $360 on Drew Holiday.
And then, of course, the X factor, according to Bobby Belt and some others, is Derek Lively's three-point shooting. How is this stat legit? Lively and Magic are the only two 20-year-olds with multiple double-doubles in the NBA Finals. And what was the three-point stat on Lively?
He's the youngest player in the history of the Finals to make a three-pointer.
That's crazy.
Seems kind of impossible in a league that for 25 years has had high schoolers in it.
And Tim McMahon and Tim Bontemps, Bobby grabbed the audio from the Hoop Collective. They actually decided to dedicate some time to Lively's three-point shooting.
He works on it every day. He works on it every single day. And he was just telling me a couple weeks ago, he's like, just wait.
Hey,
hopefully
man.
next year. But he gave a little sneak preview.
I was talking to an exec with the team before the game. He was talking about the same thing. His ability to shoot the ball, something they're hoping he can add to his arsenal later. And I said, listen,
that'd be great.
I said, listen, he's already looks like he's on his way to being Tyson Chandler who can make plays in the short roll. If he's Tyson Chandler who can make plays in the short roll and hit a three,
dude,
you're talking about a monster player.
If he's a Tyson Chandler, Brooke Lopez love child, are you kidding me?
That's pretty good.
Okay. Give me
his first career three-pointer, and we're already saying he's Brooke Lopez. I'm on board with this. I love the reaction.
He must be knocked down in practice for them to be talking like this. Because at Duke, and Kevin Hagelin will tell you, as he's in the prep room, give me his three-point numbers at Duke. Did you look him up already?
I did not look him up.
How many attempts do you think he had?
2.
He made 2.
Okay, so 7 attempts.
13.
Not very good.
2 out of 13 in the one season there for the year here. Three-point shooting. 0 for 2. And we're going to Brooke Lopez.
Well, I will say.
And you were entertaining some of this in the break. Don't lie.
Absolutely.
You are a homer.
Get me hyped.
He is.
You get me hyped. No, I'm just saying this is that we have evidence of guys doing this as big men before. Like Joel Embiid at Kansas in 28 games shot 5 threes. And then that was a big thing that he worked on during the draft process. Mo Bamba was another guy who didn't shoot a ton of threes when he was coming out, but when he got to the NBA, he had really put in time to work on that. Now, he shot a lot more than Embiid or Lively did. He put up, I think, 43s at Texas in like 30 games, but Bamba really worked on becoming a big-time three-point shooter. So it is something they do.
You got me on Embiid. 1 of 5 in college.
Yeah, that could have been a product of the system they ran. They don't have the big stretch. But, kudos to the NBA for recognizing that the guy could do it.
Well, that was Embiid's big focus pre-draft was to work on becoming. And more teams are going to ask you to do that in the NBA today. They're going to ask bigs to stretch and become good three-point shooters. And the Mavericks, for all the other things that we have questions about in terms of their ability to develop, their ability to identify talent and acquire it and do whatever else, they've got a pretty good history of bringing guys in here and improving their three-point shots. Like, they've had guys develop three-point shots that they never had. Maxey was one. Dorian Finney-Smith was an awful three-point shooter and became a competent one.
Yeah.
Kidd became a better three-point shooter when he got here. Spencer Dinwiddie, same sort of thing. They've got a history of developing three-point shots.
Snoop on Luca, and did Eric Chiafalo sneak into the Jason Kidd press conference? All that plus crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by State of the All Right Loss, That's Soda. Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
So a missed layup, and Hardaway comes the other way. Hardaway fires, connects on a three. A celebration all night long here at the American Airlines Center.
Ray Allen, Steph Curry, and Tim Hardaway Jr. 5 threes in an NBA Finals quarter as he was out of his mind as the Celtics had bailed on the game with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. But that sets up, I want everyone on record, that sets up the question of, do you give, and if so, how many minutes for Tim Hardaway Jr. tonight in gambling that what happened in the fourth quarter of Game 4 can get him going a little bit? 877-881-1053 and more minutes for Hardaway or Hardaway because both of them are going to chunk whoever's in there.
More for Hardaway. I don't know that you walk in with a set number of minutes for Tim. No. I think you just walk in there and say, all right, let's see what he's got. And if he starts hitting, keep him in. Like that's the moment you see him like start clanging, get him the heck out of there.
So two clangs?
Could be 2 clangs. Yeah. If he's 0 for 2, 0 for 2, man, maybe give him 3. If he's 0 for 3,
okay,
and it's like, all right, we're back to normal here.
Yeah.
Let's see on the end of the bench. But if he comes out there and let him just shoot, right? Just see what he's got. If he's got it, if it's still there, keep him in.
13 minutes for Hardy last game. Game 1, he had 11 minutes.
0.0.
For Tim?
I'm giving Tim Hardaway Jr. the Johnny Manziel treatment.
Come on.
He came in the game exactly when he should have, alongside Markieff Morris. If Markieff Morris is in the game, Tim Hardaway Jr. is allowed in the game. Otherwise,
Powell?
0. It needs to be Exum needs.
You don't think there's any way that his confidence has shifted, and you could use that if you're having trouble scoring, which they have throughout the whole series, but for the other night.
It's been 4 years, Sean. Have you known?
I'm playing him.
Have you known him to get a real confidence builder and shift him? There's a better chance that Luca doesn't complain for the next 2 years than Hardaway comes out and shoots 5 of 7 from 3 again.
Well, that's an unfair compare. 5 to 7 from 3. If I told you he hit 2 threes tonight, you'd think that's crazy?
I'd say, why did he put up 14 shots? Which, by the way, I will say, you want to talk about Chucker putting shots up. Both Hardy and Hardaway have put up 14 shots in this series total. Hardy has done it in 9 fewer minutes. And Hardaway did it in a fourth quarter when they're just looking at it. So Hardy is the one who definitely seems to... when he's on the floor, he's like, all right, it's Jaden Hardy time, baby. We're putting up buckets.
In between chastising the media for really getting Luca Donic to change his approach, which Brian Windhorst, you can love it or hate it, Brian Windhorst won Game 4 for you, Mavs fans. And Jason Kidd, instead of lecturing him, you can lecture him, quietly send him some Camus or something behind the scenes. Because Brian Windhorst put the narrative out there that got Luca to change his behavior. Maybe someone within the Mavericks did it. I don't know, but I'm crediting Windhorst. But Jason Kidd has had some press conference moments during these NBA Finals, was this Eric Chiafalo at the presser?
Tim Cato, The Athletic. Jason, with you guys playing like this, is there, is your view of it that this version of this team could have come sooner? And what emotions accompany that? Is it frustration? Does it just have to be, kind of a looking forward and an ability to continue this?
Can you say that again? That was a long-ass question.
Fair enough.
Well, what was the clock on that, Peyton?
It's not that bad.
No.
Not bad. Only about 19 seconds.
19 seconds for the clip?
19. Well,
That's for the whole clip?
His question.
His question.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's Jason saying, long ass question.
Yeah.
Of course, anytime this happens, we have to line it up side by side with the GOAT.
You know, one of the things, Steven, I think most fans are, really curious about, not just with the Cowboys, but really across the league. It's one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions? For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there or whatever it may be, or calling a timeout or, any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious kind of what is the process like? Ultimately, when it's in that moment, is it really just Mike McCarthy deciding for himself kind of based on the knowledge he has in lead up or whatever it is? Just kind of a gut decision for him, or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or hey, we should call the timeout here? What is it in game, the process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Well, you covered a lot of territory there.
Yeah, covered a lot of territory.
Ryan, freaking brilliant Ryan, put up the stopwatch on the fan cam Twitch and YouTube for Chiafalo.
I can't.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I can't talk too much because I know I asked the longest questions here.
You definitely can't talk too much because while you were in the bathroom, we were pulling up a Bobby belt.
I knew I was going to get this one.
If Chiafalo is wearing the gold, Roberto, he's got the silver.
Jerry, there was a lot of discussion when Dak Prescott got his last contract.
There's the clock. There it is.
Oh, wow. He was able to get all the way to the end of that contract. They weren't able to take advantage of the last year of his rookie deal where they could structure some things differently. And you've headed, you're entering the final year of his deal next year as well. And there's sort of in this discussion point that have they waited too long on quarterback? Are they allowing him to up his market value, and then ultimately you're having to pay more than you would have had you just got it done earlier? What do you have to say to that line of thinking or that question about should you try to take care of the quarterback's contract as early as possible?
Yeah, and you started your question. It's a long one.
It is.
But you started your question.
Nowhere close to Eric.
You started your question on Monday.
What were
we on Tuesday?
What were the comparisons?
36 seconds on mine.
And
it was a minute 4 on Eric. So mine is half of that.
Half.
But I remember talking about it during the break that I don't have. Look,
you also slip and slide like with words and questions. Like you start talking and then you like real quick over like 2 or 3 words.
Yeah, I said as many words. I said as many words as Eric did. I just said them in 34 seconds or whatever it was.
Right. No, that was a long ass question.
This is where I will give Sean one little bit of praise and credit here. I guess Sean's expertise, better than anybody else, like legitimately that I've ever heard in radio, is asking uncomfortable questions in a way that does not offend the guest. That they feel comfortable answering it. It doesn't, hit them the wrong way. It doesn't settle with them the wrong way. I don't have that gift. And so when I'm trying to ask an uncomfortable question, end up talking in circles for a long period of time, trying to find the exact right way to say it without offending, and it just comes out like word
Right,
salad.
as the stopwatch time next to Bobby on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. So good. So that was Tim Cato getting called
Jason
out. Right
Kidd's
there.
just his press conference personality. He's just a D. He really is. He went after that guy the other day. Which timeout are you talking? You know which one. Quit. Stop it.
Yeah.
You know which one that is. That's not that long of a question. And then he just kind of rolls us. Why are you guys laughing out there? Like he continues to egg it on. He's just kind of being a jerk for no reason.
Snoop was on the Who's House pod, and he was asked about the incident with Luca in Minnesota.
Luca Donic, did you think you had beef that day when he was yelling at?
I was there sitting with my boy Jimmy Jam, you know what I'm saying? OG. I was in town. I had a show the next night. I'm a basketball fan. I never seen Luca play live. I wanted to see him get down. Kyrie is a friend of mine. Just wanted to see some good basketball. And Anthony Edwards is a bad motherfucker. And Luca wasn't talking to me. It was somebody that was talking shit to him every minute I was there. He was like, Luca, you cried, baby, you cried. And then when Luca took the lead, he said, who crying now, motherfucker?
Words with Snoop right now. Snoop.
I was like, this is a dog. He get out. I like his get down because he meets the press. You know what I'm saying? I became a fan of Luca that night. You know what I'm saying? But right now they down. But it's a long series. You never know.
So I think kind of what we picked up on, right? Because someone got a video of the fan behind Snoop that he was not going to Snoop Dogg right there. But him and Jimmy J, they're like, ooh.
You could see it. Snoop was enjoying it.
He was.
He loved the trash. Now, he doesn't have all his details right because that was not a shot to go ahead. I think they were pretty well in hand when he made that shot.
And you were loving Snoop, the baseball announcer?
Snoop, the baseball announcer, was fun. Now, we had played Bill Walton, the baseball announcer, a few weeks ago, right around the time of his passing. We played the Bill Walton clips. But here is Snoop at the Brewers game over the weekend. He is now the new Bill Walton in the booth, that's for sure.
How often do people slide down that slide over there, right? He can't get there. He better not outrun you. He better not outrun you. He better not. You better not let the pitcher outrun you, dog. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about.
2 for 2.
Thank you. Anybody but the pitcher. You can't outrun me, dog. Not you.
And he was a little bit late getting over there, right? You can't hesitate when Yelich running.
Man, please.
No hesitation. He's not even on his way yet. There he goes, and Yelich.
There we go.
Sniffing hits.
Yes. 2 for 2. That's his number 22, right?
I'm already feeling Snoop's coaching style here. He's motivating by shaming.
Yeah, that's how you do. You got to motivate. But I want to bring the best out you.
That's make it tough love, right?
Yeah, I know. Oh, he gone. He took that. Get up in there. He took that. Give him that. Way to go. Eat. 22 eating right now. He's showing off for his uncle right now. All right, nephew. All right. That's my nephew down there.
We need once a month. We don't want to oversaturate it. Once a month. Snoop in the booth. Nationally televised baseball game, maybe the TBS game of the week, Fox, whatever. And then when that gets old, find somebody else. Put somebody else in the booth, a famous celebrity. It's got personality.
Man, you're going to have a hard time finding somebody better, though, because have you ever seen what Kimmel used to have him do, the Planet Earth, where he'd do like Planet Earth? They'd show him videos of honey badgers or whatever, and he'd just narrate what he was watching. There. He's so great. He's funny. He's got a good sense of humor. He's clearly comfortable sitting there, commentating on just about anything. So give me more Snoop all the time and anything.
We have to pay respect to the king as George Strait this weekend on Saturday night broke the U.S. attendance record at Kyle Field in College Station with 110,905 people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And this is with, A&M being in Omaha. The Aggies are in Omaha for the College World Series. So, I mean, you got a bunch of the people that were like, college age fans living down there maybe already making the trip. Well, here we go. Strait sells out A&M, the stadium, playing for a crowd larger than any of the Aggies have ever had. 110 plus.
Wow.
1,000 people at Kyle Field. 110,905, by the way.
He's great. Okay? He's one of the greatest of all time. But as has been pointed out several times. No, what? He's the king. Okay? But the only thing is that he is, as people have said, you go up there and you watch him, it is just guy with the guitar. If you want the show, you're going to want Garth or somebody like that.
He's very...
Because George is going to be stationary the whole time.
He does not move. You're going there just to listen to his music. You're not seeing a show. It's, like you said, bam, right there. But, I mean, he's got 50 number one hits.
Yeah, he's the king. He's great. He's one of the greatest musical artists of all time.
All right, let's relive this day in history. Choppy says it was the greatest sports day of all time, and let's see how confident the fellas are for Game 5 tonight. We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1-1 pitch and a bouncing ball weakly hit to first. Locklear takes it to the bag himself. That will end the game. The Mariners win it by the score of 5-0.
Nate Dell with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. They get swept 8.5 back of the Mariners, starting a series with the hot Mets. Of course, the Mets have to win 5 in a row before taking on the Rangers. Pre-game 6:30, first pitch 7 o'clock. Crosstalk with KMC featuring Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, our final conversation with Danny Green at 1:20 today. We'll talk with him. Potentially. Wanker of the Weekend at 11:20. And the rest of the show is why Mike believes we're doomed at DFW Sports.
I shouldn't have showed up, but they're going to dock me pay if I didn't show up today.
Because you
so
skipped
I'm here
Friday?
so I don't get fined.
Oh, no. Because
Yeah.
you skipped Friday, too?
Well, yeah. So I had an off day.
Okay.
But I was like,
Well, why wouldn't you show up today?
to give the Mavs the
We
mojo
won
to
on
win.
Friday.
Oh, yeah.
But they demanded I come in.
You don't
So-
seem too excited about it.
Well, I'm not excited about Game 5. I think they're going to lose by 10 to 20 points.
What if they win Game 5? Will you be? How excited will you be?
I will go to like 25% belief that they can actually pull this off.
What if they?
I'm at 0% right now, so I'm going up from 0% to 25% if they win tonight.
What if it's not just winning? What if it's like they beat the snot out of them again?
25%.
So the way they win doesn't matter.
I'll go to 50% if one, Porzingis doesn't play tonight, which I don't think he will. I think here's why Porzingis is suiting out. He wants to be in jersey when they win it all. He doesn't want to be in street clothes. That's why he's suiting out.
Really?
That's how I would be. I'd be like, look, I want to be in jersey. I want to be part of the team. I don't want to be in street clothes. When they have the presentation and the ceremony and everything, I don't want to be in the background in a t-shirt or a collared shirt. I want to be in the Celtics uniform.
Sub him in with like 12 seconds left to go stand on the side or something.
Yeah,
I can see that.
So I think that's why he's suited out. So I don't think it's because he's going to play, but I will go up to 50%. If Jaylen Brown gets hurt tonight and he can't play the rest of the series, I will go way up in how much I think that they could win.
So you think Boston just kind of mailed it and like, let's go win this at home?
100%. I don't think they mailed it in to start the game. Yeah. I think at the end of the first quarter, was it 13 at the end of the first?
Yeah, it was like, all right.
I think at the end of the first, remember when Kyrie asked the guys against, was it Oklahoma City? When Kyrie asked the guys, he's like, dude, if we're not going to try, then let's just mail it in and get ready for game 7. And then the guys are like, no, F this, we're going to win now. I think at the end of the first, maybe nobody said what Kyrie said on the Celtics bench, but they all looked at each other and go, let's just mail it in.
Were you shocked that Luca transformed totally on Friday?
Yeah, kind of. Actually, you know what? Not really. I don't even know why I said kind of. That's his MO, right? When he gets really, really called out, then he turns up the heat for a little bit and then backs right back off. So luckily, this is a perfect time. I think he'll continue to turn up the heat until whenever the season ends.
How we doing over there on the Gamecast, RJ Choppy?
We are tied at 3 in the 6th inning. So we're time's expired. So I do believe, we're going into California rules, Mike.
What does that mean?
Bases loaded, nobody out?
I think it's base loaded 1 out. So you go to extra innings.
And who's playing?
Luca. It's Luca's team.
What, do they have a team name?
Yeah, the Midland.
His team, the Doncic.
Midland Bulls.
He's on a team in Midland?
No, that's just their organization.
Okay.
It's from Midland, Ohio. It's like, I guess it's a national organization.
Well, they used to be called the Indians. That's who Ken Griffey Jr. played for.
Yeah.
I believe Dave Parker played for them.
Yeah, now what they do is they go, they're changing everything because now they're going to be Midland Southwest. So they're going to have like Midland Northeast and Midland Northwest.
Huh.
So, they're playing.
It used to be the Dallas Mustangs and the Midland Indians were the 2 best organizations in the country back in the 80s and 90s. And then everything expanded so much that it's not that anymore.
Speaking of Griffey, you say today is the greatest day in sports history.
Oh, yeah.
Greatest day.
1994, right?
1994. You got the do you want to see if you can guess them?
Yeah, I think I can do this.
Oh, my God.
I
don't think you can.
I don't know what just happened there. The OJ chase was going on, right?
OJ, there's one.
The NBA Finals.
Yeah, there's 2.
Was
Who's
going
playing?
on. It was the Rockets and the Knicks.
Well done.
I have
Arnold Palmer
Arnie
played his last U.S. Open.
Yes, sir.
Just like Tiger.
Oh, did he? Oh, is that just results based?
Yeah. You got one to add to it?
Well, I have a Hakeem Olajuwon fact that I had no clue about.
Double Griffey.
Yep.
How many more are missing?
I think 3 more. Yeah, 3 more.
Come on, Mahors. Didn't you watch the 30 for 30?
New York Rangers Stanley Cup?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so I'm sorry, 1 more. Did you say Globe
I was
Life Field
playing
open
in the Red Blue Duncanville game.
I'm not disputing that. I don't know if that's on the list.
Was it this? Because our girlfriends didn't show up to the game, and we were like, "Why are our girlfriends showing up to this game? This is like the big game of summer league for Duncanville."
Were they with Bill Belichick?
And then we found out after the game was over because 94. I don't believe there were cell phones back then.
Or like not everybody certainly had them.
Like 1% of people maybe had cell phones, so we didn't know until we were like, why weren't you guys at the game?
That would give it away.
Horse racing.
No, it's a major global event.
Olympic?
World Cup.
World Cup. Yes, in America.
It opened up. I think it was the opening day.
North Korea and Spain?
Doesn't usually does the host country usually hosts the opening game, right?
Okay. I think there was a game here on.
What's your Olajuwon fact?
Last night, for some reason on my YouTube, it popped up 1982 semifinals, Houston versus North Carolina. Hakeem didn't start for Houston.
Oh, no.
He came off the bench. He was so raw that they were like, he doesn't know how to play basketball yet. This is only his third year of organized basketball, and he was like a redshirt freshman, kind of sophomore. And they're like checking in Hakeem Abdul Olajuwon. And I was like, who?
Just name them all Abdul.
And I was like, was there a different... Like, I was like, then I checked it out. I was like, no, that's Hakeem Olajuwon. I had
if
no
there was
clue.
two Hakeem Olajuwons, but one of them was Abdul Olajuwon, that'd be wild.
Yeah, so I was really confused. Like, no, that's Hakeem Olajuwon, but he's Hakeem Abdul Olajuwon. And then he did affect the game in a positive way, but you could tell that he had barely played basketball in his life up to that point.
The poll question this morning, and you have to pick one. Do you want Hardaway or Hardaway to get more minutes tonight?
I could see how this is going to go terribly wrong. I'm going to say Hardaway.
Okay.
This is going to be the most magical hot streak of Tim Hardaway Jr.'s career.
So here's what happens. Do the exact same thing you did Friday. Blow them out so that Hardaway can get a few more minutes of like stress-free basketball to get his confidence up for Game 7. Not Game 6, but Game 7's where we're really going to need the hero.
I'm assuming Hardy is winning the poll, though.
I didn't put it out. It's an informal poll on the text.
The text, it's actually Tim Hardaway was winning it.
I don't think Hardy's going to check into the game. I don't think Jason Kidd really trusts Hardy right now to play in these NBA Finals. I think it would be Dante Exum or Hardaway more than. But I will say this is the tough thing. Hardaway is the Joey Gallo of basketball. He's not a good shooter. He's a streaky shooter. He's either super hot or ice cold, and we've seen him be ice cold for 2 months now.
Mm-hmm.
And so now it's like the Joey Gallo month or Joey Gallo week. I should never say month. The Joey Gallo week or 10 days where you're like, oh, he hits 8 home runs in 10 days, and then he makes the All-Star team.
Now's the time.
I do think Kidd has a tough decision here. If you check him in for 5 minutes, you could lose the game in those 5 minutes. He's that bad. He's arguably when they make.
I think you got to see though
when they make fun of Luca's defense at times, or they make fun of Kyrie Irving. The worst defensive player on the Mavs by far, and it's not even close, is Hardaway throughout the season. He can't guard a human being in the NBA. But if he's hot, if he in those 5 minutes he makes 5 3-pointers, it was worth it. He will win the game. He will win the game pretty much on his own in those 5 minutes if he's on fire like he can be, just like Joey Gallo every week. Like once every 3 months, there's a 1 week stretch where Joey Gallo is arguably Aaron Judge in Major League Baseball. And that's who Hardaway is. But if he goes 0 for 5 and gives you absolutely no defense,
0 for 3.
Then he loses the game.
Because you're pulling him after 0 for 3.
I'm not letting him get 10 shots. It's 0 for 3.
Well, the ball has to be dead, or I guess you have to waste a timeout to hurry up and get him out of the game.
I will say, we all need to remember, what was it, 3 months ago, where Jason Kidd gave that interview, and he said, yeah, look, we're not winning the NBA title without Timmy. Where he said Tim Hardaway Jr. was the key. If they were going to win the NBA title, Tim Hardaway Jr. had to play well. And so that's his thought.
What is the matchup justification, if any, for Exum not getting more minutes? What was the matchup justification? 5 minutes game 1, then 11, then 3, then 14 the other night.
He can't shoot to save his life, but now he's making his shot. They're not guarding him. So if I have him out there and I have Maxi Kleba, that means there's 2 guys I don't have to guard.
Yeah.
Like how am I supposed to score?
Bobby thinks he's a great shooter.
No, I'm saying that he's been completely efficient this year, though. He shot 49% from 3 this year.
Dante Exum?
Yeah, Exum was 49% from 3 for the year.
Does it look like, does it look like any team against the Mavericks in the playoffs is guarding him like a 40 or 49% three-point shooter?
No, but I will say this. How much in the first 2 games were we saying, can somebody just knock down an open 3? Because PJ Washington and Derek Jones and those guys aren't doing it.
And
so if all he's knocking down are open 3s, fine. Give me a guy who's going to knock down an open 3 and bring energy, like the dunk he had. Like he brings like juice, and he can run the point.
I think he's like their Boris Diaw, poor man's Boris Diaw, in terms of frumpy look. He can initiate some off, like doesn't just have to be standing out there and shooting.
Frumpy look.
It's weird.
Man.
Look at
you piling on.
A little frumpy, but I'm saying give him some more minutes as an initiator and try to create something offensively.
His numbers this series, at least, low minutes, 5, 11, 3, and 14, but he didn't shoot a 3 in the first game, was 1 for 1 in game 2. No, didn't shoot 1 in the third game, and then 2 for 4 from 3. So, like, that's where I would be looking at that a little differently.
Oh, I think he's going to play tonight. Yeah. I don't think he's not going to play, but why is he not playing, or why isn't he getting consistent minutes in the playoffs? It's because he can't shoot. I don't care about your numbers because they're not closing out. It's like, oh, Josh Smith is batting this. I'm not trying to take a shot at Josh Smith here. I know as a pitcher he's never hitting a home run.
So they're just giving him fastballs.
Yeah, so if he does hit one, I'm like, well, it's because I don't respect his power at all.
Yeah.
And so I paid for it in this at bat. But what's the likelihood he's going to do it again? And so when we talk to Danny Green today, Danny Green will say that person has to hit 3 3-pointers to then call a timeout and then respect that person.
But you're not getting it. You weren't getting it from anyone else. You're not getting it from Tim.
Dante Exum, is he shooting his 3-pointers from the corner? The answer is no. Okay, so now let's look at the game from a standpoint of a coaching standpoint. They are unbelievable at closing out from the corners. Where does Derek Jones shoot his 3-pointers from? The corner. They're blocking his Al Horford has blocked his shot. They know how to close out from the corner. So Derek Jones Jr. is not getting open threes. He's getting contested, tough threes where he was getting open threes throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. But Boston is unbelievable at covering the corner threes. So PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr., where they have been the most efficient in the playoffs, now they're having to move to the wing to get open threes. And Derek Jones Jr. is not a wing 3-pointer.
Final word, Bobby?
I was looking at it. Dante Exum, just for what it's worth this year, was from both corners a higher 3-point shooter than league average considerably.
Well, that wasn't too long.
No.
Well done.
I love the clock.
Jason
Is that why you put the 60 minutes on there? Yeah.
Love it.
All right, we're back tomorrow. He didn't even get worked up with Peyton. He didn't even get worked up. Dang it. He already checked out emotionally.
Growth, just like Luca.
We're back tomorrow morning with another Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway. Let's force Game 6.
Yeah!
The KMC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula.
Were you screaming too much for Friday night's game?
What the hell's happening right now?
It feels like there's something caught in my throat.
Like a uvula or something like that? Or
isn't that the thing that hangs?
The hangy ball. Yeah, it's called the uvula.
Okay.
We'll figure it out, man.
This happened to me this morning, too. I was driving in with, I had to drop Adrian off at work, and I was talking all of a sudden, what's happening here? Turned out it was some stuff that was drainage. It was drainage, Kevin. You have any drainage going on?
No.
Timmy Hardaway does. He's draining threes, baby. Mouthwash.
I see what you're saying.
Don't do that. You know what I'm saying, Reggie?
Don't bring that back.
Mouthwash, baby. Let's go.
Hopefully, all of those that this applies to had an excellent Father's Day weekend. If you want to share any of those gifts, experiences.
You're scared of your voice right now, aren't you?
A little bit.
Oh. I'm scared of his voice too. It sounds crazy.
Yeah,
Carter, currently my middle son Carter's going through
puberty.
Yes, thank you, Mike. And so he's having the voice cracks right now, and I forgot about that
Sometimes
phase.
It doesn't work out for you.
Yeah. Are you almost there? Like, have you almost gotten to that stage
Someday.
yet? Okay, one day.
I'm going to keep holding out hope.
Right.
All right. Let's talk about the Mavericks. Go ahead and fire off cut number one, if you will.
From the field. Meanwhile, the Mavericks have hit 10 of 15. Irving a three-pointer. Got it! Kyrie Irving from way downtown. That's his first three-pointer of these finals.
Mike Breen loves it. My question, do you have Mavs hope again, or did Friday night just delay the inevitable? Because you got game 5 tonight.
It is definitely the glimmer of hope I was asking for. Just give me any glimmer of hope and I'm in. I'm invested. Just give me some hope. And I do have that. That's not a great strategy, as we've discussed many times.
Fair.
I've often said that. There is some hope that something can happen. You're alive still. It's better than not being alive today. And looking at it and going, man, well, that was an interesting run. Now we're having a conversation. I like the opportunity that's before us tonight. We get that chance. Now, Boston didn't look like they had their A game at all. Jason Tatum was like, why aren't you just giving us this game? I'm not fouling him. And the rest of the team looked like the Mavericks could kind of figured something out there. But, man, there's just so much on the line moment by moment from here on because it's elimination. So I got a little glimmer of hope, Kevin, and that's all I need.
I have a glimmer of hope as well. I realize statistically the odds makers have still been like, that's great. We have still installed you a 6.5 point
That's
dogs.
fine. I don't listen to Vegas.
Just like game 1, I don't Coop right now. I was like, who cares? I get it. But I do have hope because we're still playing. Like, I realize the odds are still overwhelmingly stacked against you.
Never tell me the odds.
Okay, fair. It's just like Minnesota.
I said never, Mike. I said never.
Boston's favored by 6.5.
God. Well, you just didn't listen to me just now.
And I could definitely see this being the way the Minnesota series plays out, where they're like, hey, we didn't get swept. Now we got a shot. And then they just get buried in game 5. Obviously, I hope that does not happen. I see the potential for it, but you're still playing. I thought today we would be talking about, game 4 looked the same as all the other games. Season's over, blah, blah, blah. But I can't help it, Mike. I realize how unlikely it is. But in my brain, I'm just telling you the path. You win tonight, and then I'm like, ooh, now it's 3-2, and you get to go back home. You won your last home game, and I'm like, what if you could win that game? Then in game 7, nobody knows what could happen. It's unbelievable.
Nobody knows.
So that's the path I'm kind of on, even though I realize from a logic perspective, probably not. I do have that glimmer of hope.
I'm with you with tonight's game. Look, I don't believe they're going to win. In fact, I think it's going to be a blowout, unfortunately.
You said like 10 to 20, right?
Yeah, somewhere between 10 to 20 point win for Boston, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm not rooting for Boston at all, but if the Mavs figure out a way how to win this game tonight, then you have tremendous momentum. The pressure is super on the Celtics at that point because now they've lost 2 in a row and they're going back to Dallas. So all of a sudden they start feeling the pressure of, are we going to pee this one away? Like, what is going on here, guys? Like, we get it. We didn't try in game 4. We decided after one quarter of basketball to just pack it in and get ready to go home to Boston, to use our crowd, use our energy, and win that one. And if they were to lose this one, they would have taken all the things that they thought were going to be easy, as in back home in Boston with the crowd. Kyrie stinks against that crowd.
Right.
The Mavericks, won't make any shots from their role players with our crowd on the road, and we are going to destroy them. If that doesn't happen, and the Mavs, whether they win by 2 or 10 or whatever, if the Mavericks figure out a way how to win tonight, now Boston starts going, oh, crap. Like, us taking off game 4 and not trying might have been the recipe for the Mavericks to feel like they can do all of these things, which they couldn't do in games 1 through 3. So I'm with you. If the Mavs win tonight, then the Mavericks legitimately have a chance to pull off the impossible, and it's because it's never been done before in basketball history.
You said on Friday you weren't like ebbing and flowing emotionally or like yelling. Do you feel like, let's say you get into the fourth quarter, the Mavs like have an 8-point lead or something, and then they hit a big 3, and they're like really starting to stretch it out. Do you think you'll show those emotions this evening?
It'll be really weird because it could possibly be the 8th inning of the Rangers-Mets game.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
then
right.
as like there's a ground out to shortstop.
Yes!
That a baby! That might get me fired.
So the only time the Mavs have
want you to get
won,
fired.
the only time the Mavs have won this series is when you're not working. They've also lost
That's
when you're
true.
not working.
That's
but
true.
the night you worked, they did lose in game 3, right? That was all right. Okay, we got to overcome that. That's a tough one.
I mean, now I was obviously.
And he came into work today too, so we got to overcome.
I know
that
I
too,
shouldn't have
Kevin.
worked today,
Yeah.
but the bosses didn't think they weren't going to pay me if I didn't work.
I was
so.
intrigued by that hypothesis. And if they would, we talked about this without you, Mike. If we would have won today and you didn't come in, I was like, so we all give him the day off on Thursday, right? Just because like you can't mess up the pattern that's already happening.
I do want to point out.
I will say this. I do think the Ranger game, I mean, they'll get Nuggets. The way they're hitting, I think the Rangers will be done before the Mavericks are done.
Okay.
The Rangers start at 7, Mavericks start at 7:30 and probably 7:40,
Sure.
So I do think I'll be able to, if it's a close game, I will hang around, upstairs at the Ranger game or at the Ranger game and finish watching the Mavs game if it's a close game. But if it's a 12-point game with 6 minutes to go, which I think it will be, but I hope it's not, then I'll just be like, I'm just getting in my car and going home. I can't watch the Mavs lose. And then if they win, I will go home and then rewatch the whole game.
Hell yeah.
But if they lose, I'll let you guys handle the loss tomorrow.
See, this, oh, great.
You're like, remember in the third quarter? I'm like, no, I didn't want to go back and watch my heart be broken.
From the 817, and this is the other trap I fall into, Mike, and I know this is not the way it really works at all. From the 817, hey, people have come back from down 3-1. I have now completely moved 3-0 away. I was like, no, we're only down 3-1. People have come back from 3-1 before, even though I realize, again, that's not really how it works. But I'm just excited you get another shot at it tonight. And
dude, we get finals basketball.
Yes.
It's just like we get made World Series baseball. You get the best, your best 2 teams. It's your team is there. You get that opportunity. We don't get that very often.
Why are y'all so negative? The Mavs are up on aggregate. You compare the scores, and they've scored more points in the series.
I did see those posts, and I was like, yeah, that's true.
But like, sincerely, I understand that we had the whole conversation on Friday of like, does it matter if you're going to lose a series if you get swept or not? How much does this particular type of win, as opposed to just like, all right, I know it counts as one, but it was a dominant win. Does that not shift the window enough for you?
It does. It does for me. It was tied for the 3rd biggest win in the history of the finals. And I realized there was a time when the Celtics were like, I'm good. Like, let's just finish the game, but I'm done. But in the first quarter, when everyone still cared and the trophy's still there, Mavericks were putting it to them, and I do think that made me more optimistic. Now, I understand, and I've seen people text this in, and you can look already at the Stanley Cup final for a very, very almost identical parallel of a team being up 3-0, then going on the road and just getting their asses handed to them, and then they go back home up 3-1 and can maybe win it in front of their home crowd. By no means do I think the Mavericks should be favored tonight, but I am definitely jazzed for this game.
Kevin, first off, this is an amazing pin that you have.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for letting me borrow your pin.
It's an astronaut pen.
We could use that in space, or it has been used in space.
No, you can use it in space.
Hold on, not all pins can be used in space?
No, because they can't write upside down.
I never thought about that before. That is amazing. All right.
Why not just use pencils?
I swear, I'm serious.
Pencils are a good idea. All right, Kevin, I did the math here. Somebody texted in and said the extender is not officiating this game.
Is that Foster?
Scott Foster. But I do have the list of who's officiating the game tonight and the Mavs records and the Celtics records.
Oh.
Courtney Kirkland is the alternate. Both teams are 2-1 whenever he's on staff. Bill Kennedy.
So he sits in the back and watches the game in case somebody gets hurt.
Yeah.
But in case he goes in there, push.
Bill Kennedy's out there. All right. Mavs 5-0 this year. Celtics 1-1.
Oh my God.
Is he the crew chief?
I think he's umpire.
Okay.
Third one on the list.
All right.
John Goble. Goble?
I think it's Goble. It is Goble, actually.
Mavs are 0-1 whenever he's on staff. 3-3 for the Celtics.
Okay.
So whoa. He reffed last game?
No, this is this game. This game.
I know, but the Celtics only have 3 losses. They're having a person go back to back?
This year.
Not just
this year. I thought you were saying playoff record.
Yeah, sorry. This year.
Playoff record in there. You're saying regular season, this dude only reffed
6 of the Celtics games.
Of the 100 games the Celtics have played this year, only 6?
That's what it says on Basketball
But one of the other dudes was like 1 or 2.
The chief of staff, or whatever you want to call it, Reggie, Zach Zorba, the Mavericks.
That's a cool name.
3-0 whenever he's there, baby.
So we're 5-0 with one person and 3-0 with the other?
Whoa.
How are you feeling right now?
Are you saying, I'm being dead serious here.
98%.
I am questioning you here.
All right.
You're saying that these refs, because we see Tony Brothers more than 3 times in a season.
Okay.
You're saying
we saw him 5 times this year, it says, according to
You're saying that refs only ref teams 3 to 5 times a year, all year, including playoffs? Because that doesn't seem right to me.
It says 71
Does that
referees.
seem right, Reggie?
I'm going to have to go double check because I'm wondering if this is a postseason
like their postseason record when they ref the Celtics, or all regular season?
It just says 2023 Boston Celtics referee summary, and then it has statistics.
I think he might be right.
Okay.
Also, fun fact, Zach Zarba's favorite TV show, The Wire. I think that also bodes well.
So again, I just want to point out, Kevin, Zach Zarba, 3-0 for the Mavs.
His hidden talent? Cooking.
Do you want to know what the Celtics record is?
The Mavs are undefeated if Tim Hardaway Jr. makes a 3-pointer.
Do you want to know what the Celtics record is?
Yes, I do.
7-0.
What?
Whenever Zach Zarba calls games. So there you go.
They only lost 21 games all year.
That is a good point.
So 10-2 versus 13-4, Kevin, if you want that.
So hold on. So the way I'm going to interpret this then is we have the advantage because we were way worse, and yet our record with these referees is still better percentage-wise.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that every day. So if anybody's stressed out about the refereeing tonight, it seems like it's pretty even for this team tonight.
It just seems like, because Luca is always yelling at refs, it seems like a guy like Tony Brothers refs a dozen games
And that's
against
the thing.
the Mavs
They just
a
get
year.
way more FaceTime.
Yeah, maybe
because
it's
you have
just-
to go, here's his reaction to Luca
Maybe
yelling
it's just
at him.
when they come into town. You're like, oh, okay, all right, that guy's coming into town tonight. I don't know.
I'm glad we have this information. Hey, here's the thing. All day long now, I don't care how minute or major it is. If you find perspective where you think the Mavericks have the advantage tonight, text it in.
Just text it in.
877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel. I don't care if it's just something personal to you. They want to know when you wore this particular shirt, and so you're wearing it again. Whatever advantage that you have discovered, I absolutely want to hear it.
Yes.
Zach Zarba in his 21st season. His favorite movie, The Godfather.
We need to show that to him on the plane.
How many refs are there in the NBA?
71, it says on this list.
Oh, I was going to say I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think all 82 teams play all night. Mike,
what?
I'm going every night. Oh, I'm sorry. 82
I can't confirm
basketball games. Mike, I'm
That's
going
his
off
fantasy.
Basketball Reference. This is not numbers I've aggregated at all this season. So if I can send you the link and you can check it out if you would like.
I don't care.
All right. Seems like you do.
It doesn't
like you were interested.
It just feels like the white, tall, lanky dude who also I feel like he refs about 10 Maverick games a year, but I guess they don't.
I don't know.
Now I just want to know more about Zach Zarba, and
I want to know their schedule. Like, I would love to see like Tony Brothers' NBA schedule for a year, because I don't think they just ref 82 games a year. I think they ref like 110 games. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I get the Mavs have 82 games. I don't think a ref just has 82 games in a season.
That's a great question. I honestly have no idea.
Tony Brothers' favorite meal: fried croakers.
I always knew I liked Tony Brothers.
By the way, if this is the intensity y'all are bringing today, this is going to be a great show. From the 817, Zach Zarba also played Hercules in that excellent 90s show. That was Kevin Sorbo, and I'm sad that I knew that immediately.
Although Zach Zarba would most like to visit Italy.
Why do you know all those things?
Just do, man.
It's on his bio.
Don't tell him that.
Okay, I thought you'd like, I don't know,
just really
got like NBA Ref Weekly or something, and they have like a profile of all these people. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It doesn't happen often, but golf has inspired another segment. How do you cheer, or who do you cheer for when you have no real rooting interest? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to in car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 21, as we're going to get some golf talk going, sort of.
Is Rory McIlroy putting across his shadow, 3.5 feet slightly down the hill, and he's missed it. Oh my goodness, he's just saying, Bryson, here you are. Do you want this title?
Holy moly, man.
Well, he did miss two.
Yes.
Very makeable putts.
Yes, absolutely. And that other one was a killer as well. So my question for y'all is, and this can be about golf, I can expand out to whatever you want it to expand out to. How do you cheer, or who do you cheer for when you have no real rooting interest? Like, if people who are just like, I just like golf, were watching yesterday, are you like, I want to see an amazing comeback? Do you have that schadenfreude for a spectacular collapse, which, make no doubt about it, that is exactly what happened to Rory McIlroy? Do you invent?
You had Schadenfreude for Rory McIlroy?
No, I didn't. I'm saying it was a spectacular collapse.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Is what happened. Do you invent a reason to root or root against someone as you go along? You're like, you know what? I don't care who wins, but now you're like, you know what? Rory McIlroy said he's not getting a divorce. I'm rooting for him. He needs some more. Like, do you come up with something that you're like, this is why I'm rooting for this person or this team now?
At times in golf, I'll root for the United States player, but I'm not rooting against Rory. Golf's an interesting sport where it's rare you're rooting against somebody.
Sure.
You're kind of rooting for them to make that putt.
You're kind of rooting against the ball.
You're rooting against the course almost. Yeah. You're rooting against golf. You're like,
so a shot goes in, or you like, in your face.
Yeah. Like that golf course, I would ruin that golf course. I would like take my putter at one point and just be like, then F you, green, and just start making divots everywhere. Be like, fix that, Rich. But I just looked at that and go, gosh, I felt bad for Rory, but I was rooting for Bryson DeChambeau. He has awesome. If you ever want to be, if you're ever bored and want to be really entertained, Bryson DeChambeau on YouTube is amazing.
Is he?
He plays golf against these kind of amateur professionals for fun, and they'll go buy the worst clubs on Amazon and be like, can he beat us with the worst clubs on Amazon? And then they'll give him a bunch of kids clubs. They're like, can he beat us with junior clubs? Can he beat us playing left-handed? He's playing one of the long drive champions. Can he do this? Can he do that? Can he break 50 playing from the Reds? You know, like, and that's the women's tee box, if you don't know what that is. So he has so many, he's such a great personality, has turned himself into one of the most likable, if not the most likable golfers in the world. Yet I don't watch him ever play because nobody watches the Live Tour. I don't know how they make so much money doing that.
It's funny that you say that too, because the multiple texts I saw pop up were like, I'm just anti-Live. For the 817F Live still, though. Live versus PGA. Maybe they've been carrying that out for a long time. Shambo is a Live guy? Okay, and then Rory is famously not a Live guy. All right.
Because he stood up for the cause, and then the cause said, ha ha.
we're gonna
Money.
take the money anyway.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, maybe I should eventually get in on some of that money. All right, so cut number 22. This is how DeChambeau ended up wrapping it up.
Bryson DeChambeau slides the putter behind the ball, takes one last look at the hole, and strokes the putt up the hill into the middle. Takes his hat off, screams at the gallery, jumping around the green in celebration. Now a big hug from Greg Bodine. 2 times a U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
Wish he'd show a little less emotion. This is golf we're doing here.
Did they need a replacement announcer from
So you caught
NASCAR?
that. 2 completely different announcers on radio calls. I found that to be odd.
That felt like, and maybe it is. Like,
if you've never, hold on, you're saying if you've never listened to NASCAR, there are 7 or 8 different guys at each corner, 2 up here and 2 there, and everybody, let's go over here.
It does, and that call sounded like, hey, we're gonna go out to we're gonna go out to turn number 4, and then the first one was like, I will tell you, in the history of golf, I've never seen a collapse.
There's Rory McIlroy putting across his shadow.
Exactly. And so I just found those to be jarringly different.
But those would both be 18 though, Mike. Like that's the thing that I found odd, right?
Yeah, I'm confused. I thought maybe did you pull this off of YouTube? Like, you know how because there's probably a lot of people.
This is Steve's golf update.
Yeah, because he didn't sound like a golf guy at all.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought when I was listening to it. From the 817.
All I want now is to find Steve's
We
golf
can make that happen.
.com.
From the 817, geography, underdogs, and greatness. I'm in that order. And I can get that because you just kind of made reference to it. It's like maybe it's the American, maybe it's somebody from Texas, and obviously you get some of the connections there. But if it's a massive underdog or somebody, if that was like Tiger Woods or, whoever looking to add to their all-time resume.
I'll tell you what was awesome. It was DeChambeau and Rory. So you had two
big
major names. You know that these are 2 of the best in golf over the last 5 to 10 years. So these 2 names battling it out was awesome. I will say this. I'm a casual golf fan. Like I really only watch the majors.
Okay.
Don't really watch much else. When it is a major and it's an underdog versus another underdog, I'm not interested.
Okay.
So if it is
so you need one big dog
I need a big name to be battling an underdog. If it's 2 guys that I'm not so sure about, then I'm like, oh, this kind of stinks.
Do you find yourself though? Okay, I guess this is the rooting for when you say you need the big name and the underdog. How often are you rooting for the underdog versus the big name? Does it just matter the personality of the person? Because I do have a list, Kevin, and it's
I guess I'm just not rooting against anybody in golf.
Okay,
in a weird way.
And let's just take it to all sports then.
And I will tell you that in all sports, if I don't have a rooting interest, I'm pulling for the underdog.
I'm rooting for greatness. I'm rooting for the comeback, and I'm rooting for underdog. And then it becomes, do I hate the person or love the person? Like Vlad Guerrero. Adrian asked me this morning. She was like, did you ever have a moment where one of your favorite players played on an opposing team and beat your team all the time and then came to your team? I was like, yes. And we went to the World Series the year that he showed up. So it all true there.
Oh,
so
multiple people are like, the announcers follow the groups. And so they were in different groups, and that's why you got the breakdown. Now, I just want to throw this out there real quick because we talked about the 18th. I found this to be astonishing. This year, Rory McIlroy had 496 putts that were inside 3 feet. He was 496 for 496.
The only excuse I will give is that was such a tough course.
That's true.
It's like that was tougher putting probably than the other courses. There might have been a hole here and there where it was tough, but obviously the pressure and the course got to him in the end. And I think the more the pressure, the course was unbelievably
It's gotta
tough.
be because he hasn't won in like 10 years, right? Like a major.
And I can't remember if it was hole 15.
16.
So 16, DeChambeau also missed a really easy putt. So they both missed easy putts, I believe, on 16, and then on 18, Rory misses his easy putt, and then DeChambeau makes his easy putt.
Rory's missed putt on 16 was 2 feet 6 inches. On 18, it was 3 feet 9 inches.
And I believe DeChambeau was 4 feet on 16, and he missed his.
And I was just really fascinated by this because, as you mentioned, I'm not even a big I'm not a big golf fan, obviously, by any means, but I definitely know both of those people. And then I also know the narrative about Rory McIlroy is he looked like he was going to be an all-time great golfer, but now he hasn't won a major in 10 years. I'm not saying he's not still really, really, really good.
He's great.
But there does seem to be some sort of mental hurdle when it comes to that.
100%. I mean, as much as we love this guy because he's from here, Jordan Spieth's career got broken when he had the debacle at the Masters.
Yes.
Yeah, and that ruined him.
Yeah.
It's obvious that the game of golf is so mental because those guys hit the ball approximately. I get DeChambeau outdrives everybody, but not by like 50 yards where it's just not fair. He's just outdriving the best guys by a good 20 yards, which makes it easier. But these guys, their talents are so similar, but the mental part of it, handling the mental part of the game and being able to recover. That's what made Tiger the best in his time is he was able to hit horrible drivers and then just recover.
Yeah.
And you're just like, wow, he was able to still mentally lock in on these impossible shots to get back onto the course, get the ball onto the green where you would say, there's no way he's getting on the green here. But he was able to just stay mentally so locked in. His talent was better than everybody else's, but it wasn't like, well, his talent is so much better, that's why he's beating everybody. It was, yes, his talent is a little bit better than everybody, but his mental game was so much stronger than everybody else.
That is not what Rory McIlroy is. He's a wannabe Tiger, but he's not quite Tiger.
You know, I saw this quote from him that I was like, man, this is good, solid advice, but it just didn't really work out. Earlier in the week, Rory said his strategy was to play boring golf.
There you go.
To win the championship.
Lay it up, baby.
I'm going to embrace what have been called boring in the lead up to the 2011 U.S. Open. And he goes, explosiveness isn't going to win it. It's methodically building your score over the course of 4 days and being okay with that.
And each course is different, right? Like you go to the Masters, and they say hitting explosive long drives is a big factor. Sometimes though, just playing within yourself and not trying to do it. Golf's so dumb like that. You try and hit the ball as hard as you can, and you're not going to. You'll just you just stay within your swing, and you're probably gonna hit it straight and true.
I know DeChambeau is like, who cares? But do you walk out of this like, just as a fan, are you watching and you're like, he won it, or do you just sit back and like, oh, poor Rory lost that?
My mom watches golf every weekend. That's her favorite sport to watch. She watches every tournament pretty much and loves watching golf. And I asked her that question driving back from the Rangers postgame. I said, do you believe that it was more a win from DeChambeau or a loss from Rory? DeChambeau doesn't care. I mean,
for sure.
He made the putt that he needed to make. He played for the 4 days. Agreed. He played it the way that he needed to play. But from a fan standpoint, we can ask the question, was this more of a DeChambeau win or a Rory blowing it and not doing it? I lean towards watching it that Rory should have tied. I won't say win.
Okay.
He should have gone to a playoff.
Okay.
And he didn't. But DeChambeau, he had a similar putt on the 18th, and he made it. And so he was able to, and really the shot that he was able to make was after hitting the ball into the stands almost on 18, he was able to, I don't even want to say recovery, he hits the ball into a sand trap, and that sand trap shot was the one that really won it for him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Are the Mariners that much better, or are the Rangers just not good? Next.
Take 5 with Fuzzy's.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, I will say the most disappointing thing happened in the Mariners series is they got swept, and unfortunately, it really wasn't even competitive.
Yeah.
So that's the tough part.
Hey, we tried in the 9th inning of the Saturday game.
So in the 9th inning, the Rangers scored 4 runs on ground balls. So it was like, hey, can this be carried into Sunday? I did the pre and post yesterday, and it was like, can this be carried into Sunday? And I thought to myself, well, I know what can build confidence on the mound, and I've heard enough hitters on what can build confidence. But what can build confidence on the mound if I'm struggling and they hit a 105-mile-an-hour line drive to left field, and then they hit a one-hop short hop 103 miles an hour to my shortstop, and then I get a fly ball out to dead center field at 402 feet, but it's caught? That's not going to build me confidence. I did have a 1-2-3 inning, but you're like, okay, I put a 0 on the board. That helps, but let's really look at what they did. They crushed me that inning. I just got lucky. And so for the Rangers in that one inning where they scored 4 runs in Seattle to make it a 7-5 loss is nobody hit the ball hard. They did score 4 runs. That does help. I'm not saying it doesn't help at all. Just like putting a 0 on the board, if you just can't put a 0 on the board, does help. But now let's look at individually. If I hit a grounder to third and beat it out for a base hit, or a grounder to second and it got through, that's not going to build major confidence.
Do you stay strong as a pitcher in that instance, though? And you're like, yeah, that's great. They got these, I think you would call them fiddle fart hits, and they're on base. You know, like you just said,
it matters where you're at confidence-wise, because, I mean, not that this was right of me to do. I can remember being in AAA, and I threw my glove into the dugout after giving up 2 runs in the first inning, and I go, it's official. God hates me. Because it's just like a ground ball here, a chopper there, a sac fly, and then a fly ball. You're just like, why can't anything go right?
Yeah.
At this point, I will take line drives for outs. I'll just take lucky over good. I just want to get into the dugout with a 0, but it doesn't mean that, the next inning I'm like, I did it, guys. I got 4 line drives and only one of them was a hit. Like, you're just like, I'm screwed right now. And as a team, the Rangers are just screwed mentally. Now, can they get out of it? They can get out of it, but that 4-run inning gave them on the road trip 15 runs in 6 games. That's how many they scored. So if you want to look at it, winning 2 games in LA was like, wow.
When you're averaging 2.5 runs, that's pretty impressive.
And so at this point, you just look at it and you start going, maybe this is who they are.
Yeah.
I don't think they're this bad hitting, but maybe this is kind of just, you're going to average about 3 runs a game. It was 2.5 on the road trip. But if you're going to win games like you did in LA tonight, I have the call. And let's just say in the second inning, it's first and second, 1 out for the Mets. It's 0-0 after 1 inning. This is a very critical moment in the Rangers game. If they give up 2 runs here in the second inning, it might be over. That might be too much for this offense to overcome right now. Is that fair? Because they have a lefty on the mound tonight for the Mets. At this point, it's not about the other pitcher. I watched, I'm sure a lot of people are like, no, I did not watch I did watch these Ranger games. They're throwing some pitches. Seattle, I'll give them credit. Logan Gilbert pitched great yesterday, but you know what? He threw about 10 pitches right down the middle. And the Rangers were 0 for 10 on the middle pitches. Hanging breaking balls, fastballs down the middle. It didn't matter. They're not getting hits. They are not making pitchers work. I don't care how good the pitcher is. Make them work. But right now, the Rangers are so, as a team, hitting bad that they can't make a guy work. They can't take advantage of mistakes. They can't take advantage of favorable counts. It's not about Logan Gilbert or Luis Castillo or George Kirby. It's not about them. I can give them credit. They made some really good pitches at times. But guys are making mistakes. The Dodgers made mistakes, their 3-game series, and so did the Mariners. But it doesn't matter right now because the Rangers can't hit mistakes.
Yeah.
They can't hit good pitches. The way that they scored on Dane Dunning yesterday is Dane Dunning throws about a perfect pitch up and in, upper tier of the strike zone. And I'm sorry I'm forgetting who was hitting for the Mariners. But he was able to pull his hands in, get his barrel to that ball, and hit a fly ball down the right field line for a double to score a run. That was a good pitch. Sometimes you have to hit good pitches for hits too.
Yeah.
But you know what? That's rare. When a guy makes a good pitch, you're going to bat a low percentage. But when they make a mistake and you're batting 100 on mistakes, what do you do? And so at this point, I look at the Rangers and I go, it's not about the Mariners. It didn't matter. If you're playing the White Sox right now, I'd be like, I don't care. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It doesn't matter if you're playing the Yankees, who are the best team in baseball right now, or playing the White Sox, who's the worst team. At some point, we saw this in Colorado. At some point, you're going to have to say, I am going to have a great at bat. Individually, I'm going to have a great at bat. And I have to hope that the guy behind me is individually going to have a great at bat. And sometimes guys make great pitches and you're out. That's why batting averages are 230 something in Major League Baseball. But I guess I'm hoping for the average. Right now, the Rangers can't even hit Major League average. They are the worst. How about this? If a guy throws 95 or harder, the Rangers are the worst in batting average and the worst in slugging in all of baseball. Worse than the White Sox, worse than the Oakland A's, worse than the Colorado Rockies. Name the team. If the team throws, if you get a Logan Gilbert who averages 95.9 on his fastball. So now we have to look at it this way. This year in Major League Baseball, if the Rangers face a left-handed starting pitcher or they're facing any pitcher in any situation that throws the ball 95 or harder, the Rangers are going to struggle to be nice, to be really nice with my words. The Rangers are going to struggle in those situations. And when you look at their averages, they're the worst.
Yeah.
When the Rangers are ahead in the count, 2-0, 3-1, they are the worst in all of baseball. So that has to change. If not, you're going to lose 90 games. So if this doesn't change, which I expect it will some, but if it doesn't, if the Rangers stay in this slump that they have been in since about early May, then you're going to end up, I mean, I hate saying this, and I don't think they will, and I'm being harsh here, but you'll end up in the lottery again and hoping that you move up in the lottery. But at some point, the offense has to change because tonight, the Rangers have to hold the Mets to 2 runs or less to win. If you give up more than 2 runs, you're going to lose. And that's too much pressure on the pitchers. Just like if you go into times in Rangers history, this is more likely in Rangers history. Well, you're going to have to score 8 runs. If you don't score 8, you're probably going to lose.
Yes.
That's a lot of Rangers history, is offense has to carry the pitching staff. At this point, the pitchers are going to have to give up 2 runs or less for the 9 innings pitched to win the game. And they did. Twice in LA against the Dodgers, they were able to go out and give up 1 run and win a game. But at this point, the staff, because Max Scherzer could be coming back, and it's like, how much of a help will that be? Well, as long as he goes out there in his 5 innings of work against whoever he pitches against the next time out, you have to give up no runs. You have to get 15 outs as a starting pitcher. That's 5 innings, and you have to give up no runs. If you do that, you have a chance. Dane Dunning yesterday didn't have great location. It wasn't bad. They beat him in the first inning, as in they didn't give up any run. They didn't get any runs, but he threw 33 pitches in the first inning because the second hitter of the game had 14 pitch at bat. That wore him down. Yeah. So then they get 2 guys on after that. So he gets the first 2 guys out, but it took him a lot of effort to get those 2 outs. So this is, and Seattle's not a good hitting team. They're a bad hitting team. So, but they were able to, the second hitter, Rojas, is able to wear Dane Dunning out enough that now the next 2 guys get on base and he has to work his tail off. That drained him of a lot of energy. And then Dane Dunning, like it or not, they're not going to say this publicly. The starting pitchers know now they have to go out and put up a 0 every inning.
Okay.
That's a lot of pressure to know if I give up a run in the second inning, it might be a loss.
Let me ask you about that, because whatever level it was at, whether it's Major League Baseball or in high school, where AAU, wherever, or select, did you ever have a team like that where you knew pretty much every time you went out there, you're like, I better not give up any runs?
In A ball, yes, I think we batted 226 as a team. Like, that's how bad we were hitting. And that was back in the steroid era.
Yeah.
But I will say this. When you faced, for me, there were a couple times where I had to face Roy Halladay or Johan Santana or guys like that, Cy Young guys. Going into that game, I can't give up more than 2 runs. I'm going to have to go out there and I need to give my team a good 6 innings and I need to give up 2 runs or less to even have a chance to win. But now that's every game for the Rangers. It doesn't matter who's pitching on the other team. As a pitcher, if I give up 2 runs, I'm probably going to lose. Just look at John Gray and Michael Lorenzen are pitching the first 2 games of this series. They have ERAs under 3 and they have losing records or 500 records.
Yeah.
Right now, Andrew Heaney has a 4.19 ERA and is 2-8, 2-6, 2-8. Like, so if you have a 4 ERA, you're going to lose possibly 20 games.
Yeah.
If you have a 2 ERA or under 3, you're going to have a 500 record on this team. And it doesn't make any sense. I just can't believe, I'll end with this. I can't believe you would have never convinced me that the Rangers in mid-June are going to be just an offense that can't hit. I'd be like, well, okay, the only way is if Simeon somehow got hurt, he never gets hurt, he gets hurt. Seager's out because he didn't recover from his surgery, and then there are 2 other major injuries. But let's face it, it's only Josh Young.
Yeah.
I guess you can add Evan Carter, and Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford were supposed to be competing for a Rookie of the Year, and they're not.
Not even
close. Everything offensively has gone wrong for the Rangers, but I'm not going to give any more credit at all to pitchers around baseball. It's not the other team. It's us. It can't be everybody. Everybody's not throwing their career game every time they face the Rangers.
Right.
It's us. We have to fix the Rangers. I don't care who you're playing. You got to fix this individually, and then hopefully as a unit it comes together and they start figuring out how to score.
Okay, I want to circle back around to this probably at noon because Bochy said something specifically when we were talking about fixing this offense that I think we can dive a little bit further into. Coming up next, though, back to the Mavs. Will Kyrie be able to silence the Celtics crowd and his own self-doubt? Next, right here on The Fan.
Full KNC masterpiece.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight.
What?
I feel like you probably should know that.
And Game 1 of the Rangers-Mets series here on 105.3.
That is true. So you can listen to that game while you're watching the NBA Finals.
I choose that this is Game 2 of the NBA Finals for the Mavericks.
We're up 1-0.
I like what you're doing there.
The real Mavericks just showed up in Game 1 or Game 4, whatever you like to call
would the
it.
Celtics argue that their real team did not show up, do you think? Or?
I don't care about them.
Okay.
Just like I don't care about Vegas, Kevin.
You and Coop.
I don't care about the opposing team. I just care about myself.
Man, I want to have him on again because he just gives the best
He's
insight.
wonderful, yeah.
But I just want to know how many questions could we come up with that we could get that answer. Oh, I don't care
Reggie,
about that.
We do need to find that as a drop. I feel like that's a drop we need to go ahead and find for that for sure.
I can do that.
Did you have something else you wanted to jump on there?
Not anymore, no.
All right.
Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about Kyrie Irving.
I heard him.
That's good.
He's good. I'm joking.
In this series at times, but yes.
This morning, my wife literally looked at me and goes, "Hold on, so Kyrie Irving played for the Boston Celtics?" And I just said, "Oh my gosh, we have a long history we got to go through here, Adrian."
Now, I want to kick it over.
Did you really care? Sometimes I will just say people, just to be nice, want to just engage in a conversation that they don't care at all about. They don't even care about your answer, really. They're just like, well, this person cares about it, so I'm going to ask a question so they can talk, I guess.
No.
I'm not that person. If I don't care about something, I'm not going to ask you.
Yes.
Like, I don't care.
Agreed.
And it doesn't matter what your answer is.
I didn't notice that.
I think she was just caught off guard. I think she was just caught off guard by it. She didn't realize it. And now she's starting to build her finals rooting interest because she sits
possibly
next to me,
one
Mike.
game left.
Yeah, root for the Mavs.
She texts. That's about it. But she didn't. She needs a story, Kevin. She needs a story to attach herself to.
Okay.
My wife for game 1 asked, do they do commercials like the Super Bowl?
What'd you tell her?
I think
no.
Stick around.
Yes. You should have told her yes and seen what she said.
Oh yeah, like how long would she?
What she does in the Super Bowl is she goes into the living room and either is working or doing something else. Sorry, the dining room, and then she's like, can you tell me when the commercials are coming on? So for the Super Bowl, I have to let her know they're going to commercial now. And then she comes in, watches the 4 minutes of commercials, and then goes back into the other room.
All right, Kevin, where'd you want to go with this?
Wow. I'm actually super intrigued by that. But
because I feel like Jess actually cares. She tends to actually care based on your conversation.
And that's the thing that I'm a little surprised about, Mike. And I'll tell you why. And because we have some similarities in this. I bet a lot of sports fans do. I think my wife cares because she wants the Mavericks to win. But I also think she cares because she's like, well, if the Mavericks win, he'll probably be in a better mood than if the Mavericks lose. So I'm surprised your wife hasn't more adopted that.
I will say, I think this. My wife cared a little bit more about the sports here when we didn't have kids.
Okay.
But now that we have 2 boys that play 73 games a week,
yes,
she's like, I'm sportsed out. It's just, so for example, yesterday, there were 2 baseball games on our schedule, not that weren't the Rangers. And then you just have this week, I believe there's 6 baseball games and 1 basketball game, if not 3 basketball games on our schedule. So we have 9 sporting events already on our schedule that don't include the Mavericks or the Rangers.
I gotcha.
So I think she's just like, I watch enough sports and I am very engaged in, well, not really. She doesn't care too much about what happens. But of our 2 boys playing.
Okay.
So I think she's just I already have enough sports in my life. I'm good. I don't need professional sports.
All right. That is an interesting insight. I appreciate
So if Noah gets into multiple sports and is playing multiple games, she might be like, I've already seen T-ball today. I don't need to watch another sporting event.
You know what the early version of that is? Because he's had some sleep regression. Now there's times when I'm like, oh, I could watch this that is not necessarily directly associated to probably what we're going to talk about on the show, or I can sleep because he's asleep. So maybe let's do that. Let's go to Kyrie Irving. Let's go to 45. We're going to go to part 1 first, and then probably part 2 after that. It feels like the logical flow of things. Kyrie Irving talking about his time with the Celtics. And one of the things I thought this was really interesting is because Kyrie is a very thoughtful person, and he talked about silencing the crowd and his own self-doubt along the way. And I don't know how many athletes you get that just are very open with, hey, here's what I'm kind of afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, when I look back on it, getting traded here, this wasn't one of my options. It wasn't number 1 on my list. So when the trade opportunity got approached to me, instead of going back and appreciating the Celtics history, I just came in with an open mind and just kind of all right, I'm just going to go with the flow into this. But I think that was the wrong approach, just being young. But now that I'm a little older, hindsight looking back on it, I definitely would have taken the time to get to know people within the community, talk to some of the champions that have come before me, actually extend myself to them instead of the other way around, expecting them to be there for me and give me advice. Because they've been through it. They have championship pedigree here. They've shown it for years. They're one of the most winningest franchise in all of sports. So you have to show your respects here. And I think that's what I struggled with initially, was figuring out how I'm going to be a great player here while winning championships, while also leading a team and selflessly joining the Celtics organization or the cult that they have here. And that's what they expect you to do as a player. They expect you to seamlessly buy into the Celtics pride, buy into everything Celtics, and if you don't, then you'll be outed. And I'm one of the people that's on the outs.
All right.
Did he say cult?
Yes, he did.
He didn't have to do that.
That was a really...
He's talking about A&M?
I tell people all the time, I don't think it's a cult, but I can totally understand why you would think that. All right, so a lot of really thoughtful information in there, and I did like when he was like, hey, I probably should have sought some people out instead of just expecting everybody to come to me. But yes, Corey, the last part of the clip has obviously caught a lot of the people's attention, and he said, the cult here, and if you don't buy into the Celtics history, then you're on the outs, and I'm one of the people who's on that.
That line reminded me of when Rondo got traded here, and everybody was so excited, and he was like, I didn't ask to get traded here. And you're just like, oh, crap. This dude doesn't even want to be here. But yeah, that part of it, I think it was a very thoughtful approach to it. Look, I didn't ingratiate myself to the community of what they are, and therefore I was never going to be a living legend for them. And I don't know that his approach has been much different here in Dallas. Did he seek out Dirk and say, I need to talk to Dirk?
We don't have that culture.
And we definitely
don't. We don't have 17 championships.
Yep.
We don't root like Boston roots. They are, them and the Lakers are the standard in the NBA. And so I think that he likes Dallas in that we're not Boston.
Yeah.
We don't have cult. We don't have the rooting interest that they have. We don't have the history that they have. Because literally, who's the best player in Mavericks history? It's Dirk, and then there's nobody else. If you look at the Celtics, they have like 10 guys to choose from.
Yeah. No, there's plenty of people to say, hey, that's our guy.
I want to go back to Kyrie, cut 46 if we can. I want to see if he pinpoints another thing that I want to hear. If not, I have the quote for you.
And I did it to myself. They don't welcome me in with warm embrace, even though I know a lot of people in the organization and my friends still here, some of them. But yeah, it was just a doing to myself. And that's what I was talking about in terms of stepping the choices. But looking back on it, definitely would have showed my respect and had more of a counsel around me from some of the Boston Celtics that came before me to explain what the pressure is like. If any player is coming here or getting drafted here, or thinking about coming here free agency or getting traded here, I just think do your homework and make sure you know what you're getting yourself into.
Now, I like that answer as well. Plus, man, that's another kind of shaded compliment.
Hey, don't go to Boston if you can't handle that.
Do your homework and know what you're getting into. And I don't think he's wrong about that. So his thought process is very well laid out getting to it, but it's still if you're just cutting it off in sound bites, it's very easy to be like, hey, do your homework, know what you're getting into. But he added to the psychological potential advantages for the crowd or issues that he has to overcome. Because we've talked about, Kyrie, especially since he left Boston, he has a miserable track record in TD Garden. He's 0-7, 0-2 in the NBA Finals. And Kyrie said, let's just call it what it is. When fans are cheering, Kyrie sucks. They feel like they have a psychological edge, and that's fair. Of course, if I'm not making shots or turning the ball over, that makes it even more of a pressing issue that they can stay on me for.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought that was a great insight because so many people, and he didn't necessarily say, and they are winning, but he acknowledged, if they think they have the psychological advantage, the more I struggle, the more they're going to dive into it. And he goes, so in order to silence the doubt, to silence, let alone the crowd doubt, but the self-doubt, when you make or miss shots, that's just as important as making sure I'm leading the team the right way. And so I do like that statement because he's like, yeah, I need to be a leader. I definitely do. I need to make some damn shots too, whether it's for my own self-doubt, whether it's to shut the crowd down, whatever the case might be. And I like the acknowledgement of things that we all assume. I don't know. I didn't expect all the Mavericks to come out and be like, we're screwed when we're down 3-0. But I appreciate the acknowledgement from Kyrie of yeah, I've struggled. I need to make some damn shots and quiet that crowd down.
But it's got to be more than just the acknowledgement, right?
What do you mean?
Then you have to go execute it. And that's the part that concerns me the most is being able to execute it whenever talking about it. And maybe that's part of it. Maybe in the first game, he spent so much energy making sure all the other guys were okay and all that stuff. And then he's like, you know what? I got to go shoot 3 hours before the game. I got to get out there and make sure I'm getting my stuff together. Maybe that is part of it. And he is going to be locked into it and he can turn that switch on, but I need to see that execution now up there. Otherwise, that's just talk,
right?
Or reflection, and you can learn from it and move on somewhere else with it.
Everybody's different on how they handle situations. Bryson DeChambeau at one point late yesterday is telling the crowd to cheer for him.
Yeah.
And he's talking the whole time. He's smiling. He's showing a lot of emotions. He does a lot of YouTube things where he's like, hey, I'm going to have this huge personality. I'm going to engage. I know different, but Trevor Bauer now wears microphones when he's pitching. He's talking on the mound and telling you what he's going to do and all of these things. And it's great from a fan's perspective when you get those guys, but most guys can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. To Corey's point, Kyrie's doing all these things, yet he's not being successful in Boston. So different people handle these situations very differently, and Kyrie is out of the ordinary. he's not doing what most people would do in these situations, is not engaging the talk, being very quiet, going, next question, this and that. He's engaging. He's giving these thoughtful, long answers from a fan's perspective. You're like, wow, this is a lot. Is it helping him? I don't know, because he's not playing well in Boston. He's 0-2. He's had 2 very bad games in these NBA Finals there. I'm hoping it works out for him.
And he seems to reference that, right? He's like, hey, that's great. Did I make the shot? Or not?
Like Boach told us last week, Barry Bonds was at his best. Ken Caminiti was at their best when they were grumpy, whenever they were a little, upset about something. And Luca seems to be at his best when you've talked trash to him and started taking shots at him. I really am hoping the Boston crowd starts doing that thing tonight, because weren't they all a little scared of it before? They were like, we don't want to turn that on.
Yeah.
And that's where Luca, Kevin, we were talking earlier about the Suns moment whenever he got the fan ejected, and he turned out to goes and scores 73 points in the next game against Atlanta. And so I would love for another moment like that. He got called out by Windhorst. Do it again. But I don't know where he is mentally right now, because maybe he expelled that then. Kyrie needs to exercise something in this place for sure.
We know how Boston feels, and I'm going to give you the 100% exact example on how we know how Boston fans feel and how this is going to feel even better beating the Mavericks and Kyrie. How'd you guys feel when we beat the Yankees and Alex Rodriguez was at the plate for the last out?
It was the best.
It was the perfect moment. I can't believe Alex Rodriguez is up right now, that we can get all satisfaction, not only beating the Yankees, but we're about to beat them with Alex Rodriguez being the last out. This is the most amazing way to win our first ever American League championship. And so for them, Boston's super excited. They only have 1 championship since Larry Bird in '86. So they're about to most likely get another one tonight. I get it. I hope the Mavs win, all these things. They're favored by 6.5. Yep. Vegas is telling you that this should be a pretty easy Celtics win tonight. And then they're going to get it with Kyrie being on the other team. You couldn't ask for a Celtics thing for a more perfect situation. So if you're going to the game tonight as a Celtics fan, 1, you're fired up. You're going to get a championship. Possibly. And then 2, you're going to get it against Kyrie, the guy you hate the most, who kind of in a way embarrassed your organization more than anybody, or used your organization more than anybody in the history of the Celtics franchise.
Yeah, no, that analogy makes all of the sense in the world to me. And I bet I'm willing to wager a great deal of money that across Boston, or across maybe all of the Northeast right now, today is Coronation Day, right? Hey, you lost
in Frozen
in Game 4. Kind of.
Okay.
Not totally.
All right.
In Game 4, you lost, but today is the day. You just delayed the inevitable so you could come back home where you've already stomped out the Mavs twice. And this has to be a celebratory atmosphere across Boston today, as it should be, it should be. And I just wonder if you can just stop that for one more night, how much things change.
I think that from a Celtics perspective, as long as they win tonight, all Celtics fans will be like, I'm glad we lost Game 4.
Because we could win in our home.
Because we win it at home. So that now, if they lose, they're going to be like, I can't believe this. I can't believe we're going back to Dallas.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and did they force you to go to their son's rap concert? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Shell Energy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
In over the line, does so. McDavid in front. Beautiful goal. Dylan Holloway the finish. Edmonton 7, Florida 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for a little wanker of the weekend. And I guess I'm starting with a question. Are you amazed by the shocking parallels between the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Final? Both were 3-0. Boston gets run off the court. Florida gets freaking destroyed. They got to pull their goalie, who's been awesome. And
did they play a goalie?
Yeah, they did. They played 2. Might as well have played 0. And then both teams that have the 3-1 lead are going back home. So obviously Boston at home tonight, Florida at home tomorrow.
Go ahead. No, finish what you were going to say there, because I have a question.
Do the Florida Panthers get counted as a wanker of the weekend for losing 8-1? Or are you like, hey, it's still 3-1 and we're dominating this series?
Yeah, a little bit of wanker of the weekend, because here's something that I keep seeing regarding the Mavs, and I feel like this would probably be saying the same thing regarding Florida right now. They just want to go win it at home.
Sure.
That's really tricky, man. Like, you got to really know that you have something. If you're just going to be like, we'll just go win it at home. Well, I mean, that's putting a lot of faith in something that could go terribly wrong if you're willing to just throw a game and lose it so you can win at home.
It happens all the time.
It does. And when you have such storied franchises as these, the Boston Celtics
and the Florida
going for their 18th NBA title, and the Florida Panthers, who, they exist. So
how many do they have?
One?
I can't be any more than one.
Did they win last year?
They did not.
What happened last year?
I didn't even know they were in the Miami area until I was there with the Rangers. I was like, where are the Florida Panthers?
In Florida.
They are in Florida, but I had no clue.
Correct.
Thank you, Rick.
And they have won 0 Stanley Cups.
What?
All right. Well, I mean, that's where it's called Hockey USA, Hockey State USA with the Tampa Bay Lightning, because they win.
I guess.
They beat us.
And they were in the finals last year, too. So
don't Tampa Bay have 2?
Yes. Well, I mean, we definitely saw one of them, but yes, that is correct. So, yeah. 2.
No, I'm just going to say, dude, like I don't think you're wankers for losing like that.
Okay.
The bettors probably do.
It is amazing professionally, though, that teams can, in both of those sports, look at a game only a third of the way through and go, I don't want to try anymore. Because both Boston, the Celtics, after the first quarter, I think they were like, let's just see how the second quarter goes, out of the second quarter. And after about 4 minutes in the second quarter, we quit. And then Florida, after the first period, how much effort? Like, it does take a lot of effort to win a championship game.
Sure.
And they're like, you know what? I don't want to give the effort tonight. Like, let's just go home and give the effort then.
They're like me.
I can definitely see that. All right, Reggie, hypothetically, what kind of odds do you think you could have gotten if you're like, I'll take Edmonton minus 6.5 goals going into this game? We're talking about 10,000 to 1. Like, what kind of preposterous odds do you think you could have got? Probably not 10,000.
Yeah, I was like, are they actually going to put that on the board at that point?
No,
like, what's the
there's
point?
no way. But it just, if you wandered up to a casino and you're like, I would like to put $100 down on Edmonton minus 6.5, and you'd be like, minus 6.5 what? Minus 6.5 goals tonight. You'd be like, how much? $100 free dollars? All right.
I think you could get 10,000 to 1 if you're like dealing with the bookie who's just like, I'm going to take this dude's money. It's
$100 free
fine.
dollars.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Instead, you won $1 million. That guy's not going to pay you, or gal. Guys, is LSU, gals can be bookies too? Are you allowed to say gals still?
877-881-1053.
Why wouldn't
Stop
you be?
worrying about
I don't
stuff
know.
like that.
Is there things that sometimes I didn't know you're not supposed to say?
Like what?
Yeah, say them.
Yeah, say them just so we can hear them.
I'll be fine with it.
Then we can know too.
My wife was watching something about
He's actually going to do this?
a band of, I'm going to see if you guys could figure this out, like a band of
brothers.
Yeah.
No, they're like a group of people that kind of traveled from town to town.
Ah.
Gypsies.
Yep.
Well, you shouldn't.
You're not supposed to say that anymore.
Well,
and she
I didn't call anybody that. I just said the word that you were asking for.
That's what she explained
So there's
to me.
no such thing as gypsies anymore?
I don't know what the proper vernacular is.
Okay, fine.
All right. Is
What
LSU
do we call
the wanker of the weekend because Les Miles has filed a lawsuit against LSU, alleging the school's decision to vacate the wins his team attained cost him the chance for the College Football Hall of Fame. He said that the punishment was, quote, irrational and an unfair self-inflicted punishment. Does LSU need forgiveness for being like, hey, sorry, we did bad things. We're going to vacate these wins? Because
Yes.
that's what Les Miles thinks.
LSU should give them all up. Give all the championships up.
No, he said they should give less of them up.
Nobody cares. Does any, like, the Michigan
The College
Fab
Football Hall of
Five?
Fame cares.
Like, nobody, the Fab Five were great. But they're like, oh, we can't hang any
Were they-
banners.
Were they the most overrated group that never
What are
actually
you
won
doing?
anything?
What are you doing right now?
Because he loves
someone doesn't
Duke.
value.
No, I'm just asking.
At
someone
the
doesn't
time-
value a cultural impact.
No.
Well, at the time,
You didn't say that. I said about the winning part. The cultural impact is way bigger
Yeah.
than their impact on the court.
You don't
at the
value
time,
a cult
in the
impact.
history of the NCAA, nobody was playing 5 freshmen as starters,
For
and it
sure.
wasn't even getting close. And they made it to the championship game, right?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, and then
Only to
I get
lose
it.
both times.
But that is pretty spectacular. Now it's not a big deal. Everybody, not
Yes.
everybody, the major schools can be running out 5 freshmen at a time. But back then, that was unheard of.
No, absolutely. If you just watch that 30 for 30, there's just still salty that Duke whipped their freaking ass in that game, and they're like, oh, they're overrated. I was
Let
like,
me ask you
got
this,
destroyed by
because you sometimes root for the Patriots.
Yeah, that happened one time. That is true.
Or the Eagles. Sorry, you rooted
that-
for the Eagles.
That did happen.
Were you rooting for North Carolina as a kid in the
Hell
Michigan?
no.
Okay.
I'm
so-
a huge Steelers fan.
Damn it. Well, I didn't know. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I'm like, maybe he was rooting for the Carolina Tar Heels versus Michigan.
Definitely not. I don't actually have a huge beef with Michigan. I just like to throw that out there.
Yeah.
All right. Corey?
Yep. Get rid of them all.
Is it okay to...
I don't know.
I was going to ask if it's okay to mention my younger son in
He's a
Wanker
rapper?
of the Weekend. No, he's
Can he
not.
read yet?
No, he can't read
He
yet
will read.
either.
What did he get you for Father's Day?
Yeah, what did he get you?
He was delightful all day.
Really?
My older son made me a piñata.
What kind of pinata?
It said Happy Father's
Was
Day.
it like a donkey?
No, it was just like a circle.
Oh,
Like
that's
you
cool.
could be like, Noah, that's a load of crap. And it literally was a load of crap that he gave you in his diaper for
Okay.
Father's
I
Day.
definitely regret this. I'm going to
So hold
pivot.
on, Brandon paper mache'd an entire pinata together for you?
Not exactly paper mache, but he put one together. It was really neat.
What was,
That's
in
awesome.
what was in the pinata? Ties?
Candy.
I thought it would be cards or something.
That would
then
fall
be
down
horrible.
from the pinata.
every
Ruined
time
all the cards.
every time I see a pinata, by the way, instead of a bat, I always wish I had a samurai sword. You know how Carter wanted one a while back, and we never let him have one? He's still upset about it, but it would be so much more fun to just chop that thing up with a samurai sword.
That is fair. Let's go to cut number 7. I'm going to change this to, is Tim Cato the wanker of the weekend, or is it Jason Kidd for this exchange?
Tim Cato, The Athletic. Jason, with you guys playing like this, is there, is your view of it that this version of this team could have come sooner? And what emotions accompany that? Is it frustration? Does it just have to be, kind of a looking forward and an ability to continue this?
You say that again? That was a long-ass question.
Is it Tim Cato for not cutting off the question, or is he like, hey, this is the finals. A lot of people want to ask questions. I need to cram all of mine into one question.
Reggie, what do you think was going through Tim's mind there?
I want to make abundantly clear what I'm asking so that Jason Kidd doesn't just move past what I said and not give me the answer I'm looking for.
Okay, all right. And ultimately, did he get the answer he was looking for?
Highly doubt it.
Okay.
No, actually, I think Kidd came back around and gave him a good answer once he rephrased the question in a way that was not rambling.
Yeah. Listen, man, it is, and when we have that many people, Kevin, it's terrifying. You got
Cato shouldn't be terrified. He's
Rick
done this all
Carlisle
season.
staring a hole through your soul, and you're standing there in front of all this media asking your question for the first time. He's like, where the hell have you been all year, pretty much? But yes, no, Tim Cato's
That's the
always
Stars coach that does that.
Yes. I wouldn't have thought this. A lot of feedback on the piñata. Corey, no, that wouldn't be fun because one swing and it's over. The joy of the bat is you get to beat the crap out of it. Then another person
very satisfying slice, though.
They make a very good point from the 817. That video would be wild if you had blindfolded people swinging swords at a party. That's a great point. Who's going to hold the piñata? No chance.
Dude with a
hell.
rope way over there. He's going to be like, I'll stand way over here.
And were drunken A&M fans the wanker of the weekend? Because A&M's own manager, who we've had on the show, Jim Schlossnagel.
It's a tough last name. It's like Krzyzewski.
Because one time I almost confused it with Schwarzenegger. And I was like, what are we doing here? So Schloss said to those A&M fans, he's like, don't come back. They got belligerent and they were drunk. And sure, the game got delayed like 3.5 hours.
Because of them?
Yeah, no, because of weather.
Oh, okay.
But they walked up to the Florida dugout and probably like, I'll tell you something. You're stupid.
Dude, they were arguing hard with people in that dugout. Mostly it was security guards. It was the security guards that were sitting there like, hey, you guys got to go.
It was pretty embarrassing. Do you think A&M made up for that by packing every single human in the world into Kyle Field for the George Strait concert?
It was a beautiful sight, man. That was a beautiful sight. For George Strait, he's one of the rare artists that can pull that off. I got to see Chris Stapleton this weekend. He was phenomenal. But George Strait can sell out 100,000, 110,000 tickets pretty much anywhere as long as the stadium can hold it.
Yeah, in your face, Swift.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, she's doing it 3 nights in a row. But that being said,
oh really?
Yeah. The way that stage was set up, right in the middle of Kyle Field, awesome. And luckily Johnny Manziel played there, so y'all could have a stadium that big.
Facts.
But yeah, man, it looked really cool.
For off the air, how bad would Taylor Swift's concerts have to consistently be for people to finally not pay $1 million to see her? Because I think if she had a bad concert, she'd still sell out the next 10.
Sure.
But like if she had 10 bad concerts in a row where she wasn't into it, she didn't really respect the crowd, like eventually would people go, I don't know if I want to go anymore.
I mean, because
right now people travel around the world to go see her.
And part of her,
that's a great question.
Her sell is like she's just this really nice, she's very kind to everybody, is what we hear all the time. So I don't know. I don't know if she was just like going out there and she was like, F you guys, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
But then I want it to be like coming to the Allen Event Center, Taylor Swift. And I'm like, wow.
Like at some point, everybody loses their audience, like the huge audience. But I mean, I'm just wondering, like, at what point, like, what does Taylor Swift have to do to lose this audience?
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a little gridiron gravy, or Will it transition into finals fajitas? Nobody can say for sure.
We'll
find out next right here in the Fan.
Well, for some time now, about 40 years.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shotgun snap to Joe. He throws it down the left sideline. A leaping catch for a touchdown. T. Higgins, full-grown man, leaps at the goal line and reels it in.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where that clip played, Mike goes, Joe? It's
Joe.
Joe Burrow.
I'm glad because afterwards he threw to T. Higgins, but I'm like, just keep it the same. Joe to T. Garcia's.
Right now.
Fort Worth.
I don't know what to do with any of
Margaritas and fajitas, buddy.
It's time.
Or enchiladas. It's your choice.
Okay. Well,
how would you
can do?
What would you
You
call
can either
it?
get fajitas or enchiladas.
Yeah, but what's the alliteration for that?
Elite enchiladas.
All right.
I don't have a total fit for that, but I'm just giving you a name.
Okay.
Man, surely there's been time where we've had a name for a segment without the content for it yet, right? Like that's had to have
I
happened.
understand if you're calling a game and you're like Dak. There's no other person named Dak in the history of the NFL. If there is, I don't know who it is.
But you
But if
think
you say
Joe,
snaps it to Dak, everybody knows that's Dak. But Joe,
Yeah.
I was like, are we playing a Joe Namath highlight here?
Is there any chance he was trying to set up one of the most high-profile Joe Mama retorts in the history of media? Hoping his co-host would be like, what? Joe who?
I don't think so, Kevin.
Okay. Just asking the questions that.
But I appreciate you
Nobody
asking because
cares.
curiosity
All right.
does kill cats.
All right. Now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron
I guess
gravy.
Bengals are cats.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
Yep. Is that a good one?
And we start
Wasn't a bad one.
Sports Business Journal says
The
that
SBJ.
Why'd you say it like that?
yes, I mean, you know why he said it like
Get
that.
to your nugget. What
All
is
right.
it?
Roger Goodell is scheduled to testify today in the Sunday ticket trial, and Jerry Jones is slated to testify this week, possibly today, but at some point this week.
Which trial is this for Jerry?
So this is not necessarily directly involving him. This is different than several other pending legal matters for Jerry. It's the multi-billion-dollar lawsuit with the Sunday ticket, and that has been going on for, I don't know, a while now. And so you're going to get Roger Goodell testifying today. You might get Jerry Jones today, but at some point this week.
Are we going to get our money back then? Is that what's going to happen? If we ever use that, will we be? They're like, guys, we screwed up. Y'all are all getting paid back most of the fees.
I don't think it would be most. I think they'll be like, here, if you want to register for your check for $3.16, send a postcard. I don't know where I was going with that. Look, I'm gonna need to step up my game. I admit that.
A postcard?
I don't know. I was looking.
Wish you were here, money.
I don't know.
You're ready for the finals.
I am ready for the finals tonight. All right. Let's go from that to Isaiah Bugs. Neat name. Not cool behavior that he's been engaged with. He was arrested for the second time in a month.
Nope.
After he was booked on domestic violence and burglary charges in Alabama on Sunday morning. But obviously domestic violence, not that big of a deal, of course, so he got a $5,000 bond.
All right. Yeah.
I hope everybody understands that sarcasm. I think it's a huge deal, and I think it's weird that they're just like, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. I'm not all right with that. But I guess that's the legal system.
Well,
we just have to listen to what the legal system tells us.
This is followed up after he turned himself in on 2 misdemeanor counts of animal cruelty. Do you remember the hook to the rest of that story?
No, please remind me.
He said, or his attorney said, that they were trying to take him out because he wouldn't sell his hookah bar.
Oh, yeah.
And so, big, I don't know.
Yeah,
hookah
the police found, they found 2 dogs on a screened-in back porch surrounded by dookie.
and they were malnourished. And he was like, I didn't even know those dogs were at that house. I don't even live there anymore. And he goes, there's people out to get me because I wouldn't sell the hookah bar. Now he's being charged with domestic violence and burglary. So not a good look.
A lot going on in his world.
But of course it happens with the Kansas City Chiefs, who have run all kinds of afoul of the law this offseason.
All right. This is a very serious question because somebody mentioned this to me the other day. Cowboys in the 90s were known for being very good on the football field, but also having some problems off the field as well.
Fair.
Will the Chiefs ever come under the same type of mockery and scrutiny?
It is weird, though, because just in this one offseason, you're like, hey, we got somebody who was drag racing for fun down the highway and then ran away from the scene of the crime after they caused a multi-car accident. Then we have perhaps a crooked judicial system that gets supported by the Chiefs Nation go ahead and release the coach's son after he severely injured and almost killed a little girl in a repeat drunken driving incident. And then now this.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
And Mahomes, though, is the face of that franchise, happy-go-lucky. And so I know he doesn't deserve that scrutiny. What did he do regarding
see him
those
at the
people?
Mavs game.
Yeah, you just see him doing his thing. But
I also wonder how much of it is just like we're in a different space covering the league where, I mean, we're not in that dog days of summer anymore, or at least we are, but we're not in that place where filling content was let's talk about the police blotter. And like we've moved away from that kind of coverage, and so I don't know that people get that kind of look and vision on them.
You might be onto something there. Corey, how excited are you that your guy T. Higgins officially signed his franchise tender, so he will be back with the Cincinnati Bengals this year? Obviously, a lot of talk once the franchise got put on him about trade requests and everything like that. He said he did sign his franchise tag on Saturday, so he will be with the Bengals. And Joe,
I'm always curious about this. He's getting paid this year, top 5 money.
Yep, $21.8 million.
And Chase hasn't gotten his contract done yet either.
Correct.
So does that mean that the Bengals now feel, or they're going to be pushing, saying, look, we're paying this guy this much money. He needs to earn it. We need to focus more attention on him as our number one receiver, and we'll get to Chase whenever we get to him. I'm very interested in how this kind of goes. And I guess until they lock up Chase, they definitely want to keep, him involved in this.
Especially when you continue to hear how concerned people are that the Bengals are still a cheap organization.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sure people are like, hey, they'll let T. Higgins walk after this year, or I don't know that to be the case, but I think that is the concern that a whole lot of folks had. Now, let's take you to what you care about the most, the UFL. UFL Championship took
place. Why is Carter so excited
over the weekend. Birmingham defeated San Antonio 25-0. That was the only team Birmingham had lost to, so they were able to fix that up. They win 25-0. And to talk about all the momentum the UFL has, Fox is moving some of their games to Friday night next year to make way for the IndyCar Series.
Versus Raw?
That's SmackDown on Friday. Raw's on Monday.
Well, it's not competing with high school football, so that's smart. Because Friday night high school football would take those ratings instantly.
Definitely.
Well, at least here in Texas. Mike, it's the UFL. I'm not. They're not. It's probably a good decision for them. Give those fans that can't access it some access.
It's a great decision. I can't wait for Friday night minor league football.
No way you watch that. However, kickers continue to thrive in the XFL, USFL, now
no pressure.
turned UFL. Jake Bates has signed a 2-year contract with the Lions so he can become their master of kicking.
Don't stay at his hotel. That's all I got to say.
Ooh, yeah. Or Rihanna.
Bates. Oh, yeah. She was awesome in that, actually.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. They made a TV show, Bates Motel.
Bates Motel, yeah.
It was pretty good.
All right,
it's based off the Psycho.
I'm going to believe you guys. The only Bates I know is Bill.
That's the only Bates?
That's the only Bates. What about Ree?
Oh, yeah, rebates. Like almost like a coupon.
What about D?
Debates? Oh, debates. Like we're about to have one between Trump and Biden, I think, on CNN.
was my favorite because you could tell when Mike pieced that together, he thought Reggie was just making up a word.
Yeah.
D-baits?
Yeah,
Do I have to send you more money?
Yeah. B-baits, C-baits, D-baits. I'm like, oh, D-baits. F-baits.
D-bait used to be a heck of a baseball club, right? That's D-bat.
All right.
Coming up next.
That was terrible.
Yeah, you ruined
what?
it.
Oh, I ruined that? You
were
didn't
on
know
a
what a
roll.
debate was.
That was funny. It was hilarious.
I did know what it was. I just had to say it out loud.
So he could hear himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to put it together.
He listens to himself, remember?
Yeah. There's 2 syllables, D-baits. But when you say it fast, debates, you're like, oh! That's how the Reading Rainbow and stuff.
I know. I want to see you on that now going, D-bait, debate.
Yeah,
It's like
Sesame
Jose
Street. Sesame Street does it that way, too. That's how I learned how to read.
I told Adrian about Jose over the weekend, and she never laughed so hard.
Yeah. That's how I spell my middle name.
Joseph.
We're the KNC masterpiece, I guess.
Damn right we are.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about it earlier. Let's continue with this conversation. Rangers keep saying they're a better offense than this. What are they? Text on The Fan.
If you're laughing, you're happy.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get back to Mavs in just 1 second. But, Mike, I was really intrigued by your baseball nuggets. I mean, I'm always intrigued by baseball nuggets. But Bruce Bochy had said something that I kind of wanted to incorporate to what you were talking about, all the offensive struggles of the Texas Rangers. Bochy actually said, and I get it, you're not going to go, you're right, our offense is terrible. That would be a very poor decision. But he said, what do you want me to do? We're a better offense than this, but we've got to find a way to put some runs on the board. We've mixed it up, we've changed it up, we've tried things, and we will keep trying things until we get better.
That's it.
And there's
no answer.
Yeah, and that's an interesting note right there, because I do feel like at some point I would get that level of frustrated as well and be like, and what is your suggestion?
What do you want? People have asked me this over the last 10 days. What do you do with Adolis Garcia? There's nothing you can do. Yeah. You can't sit him on. I mean, I guess you could. I'm not saying you can't. You could sit him on the bench and you're going to play Jankowski. Yeah. I'm nothing against Jan, but that's this is where you're at. If Garcia can't hit, you're going to lose. There's nothing I can do about it. I have to put him in the lineup. I have to put him in the middle of the order. I could drop him to 8th or 9th. Is that going to help him out? Garcia is, in a good way and also in a, it can be a negative way, an emotional player. So if I take a guy who's a little bit of an emotional player and I sit him on the bench going, you're not good enough to play right now, I don't know. Is that going to help him? And then, or if I say you're batting 7th,
you got to say no, right? Yeah. I don't think that's going to help him.
Should I move Jonah Heim to bat? Jonah Heim, I think, is back tonight from his wife had a child. Congratulations to
good job, Jonah.
Jonah Heim, and happy Father's Day. Awesome weekend for him. But his numbers don't suggest I should move him up in the lineup. Nate Lowe has 2 home runs this year. All year, he has 2 home runs as my first baseman, and I get he missed the first 3 weeks of the season, I think, approximately. But there's no answer. Either Nate Lowe, Jonah Heim, Adolis Garcia, these guys have been all-stars or silver sluggers. Either they start hitting. Leody Taveras last year had a great first half. He's not this year. Either they start hitting or I just lose. There's nothing I can do. I don't have minor leaguers. I have Davis Wenzel up. I had at one point Foscue up for a day. I think it was literally a day. What do I do? There's nothing I can do as a manager. I just have to keep putting these guys out and hope they hit.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't steal first.
Wash put all the names in the hat, Kevin, and you brought up the Seinfeld episode, and I didn't have a clue what you were talking about because I didn't watch much Seinfeld. That is, I don't know what he's supposed to do other than keep trying different things. Now, I do wonder about the players. and where their focus or lack thereof, or maybe, as we've discussed, maybe they just all had career years last year and that's what it was, and this is coming back down to earth from it. Because last year, Kevin, going in, at about mid-season sometime, we started asking about, when did you see this kind of tear? And he was like, it was in spring training. Like, they showed me who they were then, and this year they are showing you who they are right now. And so you still have to start looking at individual players and going, how do I maybe raise their level up, get to know them a little bit better, understand them a little differently, because whatever buttons were pushed last year were the right ones. Pretty much the same team, and the buttons he's trying to find them. He can't right now.
I was going to move over to Josh Young, but if you want to continue right here, we can definitely do that.
No, I'm hoping that it changes. Right now, I was just looking real quick. The over-under for tonight's game is 8.5.
There's no way, dude.
I have no clue how this game goes to 9 runs, because John Gray's a great pitcher.
Too high.
Yeah, John Gray has almost every game gone out there and given you 6 or more innings with 2 or less runs. So if he goes out there and just pitches his normal game this year, the Mets are going to have 2 runs after 7 innings. And if the Rangers keep hitting the way they're hitting, I hate saying this, they're going to have 0 or 1 run after 6 or 7 innings tonight. So you're going to have a total of, I'll give you a max total. After 6 innings tonight, it'll be 4 total runs scored with 3 innings to go. I know it's baseball. I'm not betting on it, obviously, and I'm not telling you to bet on it, but it doesn't make any sense to me.
That over-under definitely
that it's 8.5. It should be, to me, the over-under should be 6.5.
Now, Bruce Bochy said that Max Scherzer, as long as he didn't have any issues after the start, he had a start on Saturday, felt fine. He said as long as he doesn't have any flare-ups after that, then he can come back and join the Rangers rotation, and that's awesome. Josh Sborz is going to Round Rock in the injury rehab assignment, and that's awesome. But those aren't hitters, and our pitching has been shockingly good considering how many people have been out. And that's why I focus in on Josh Young. And I guess this is just my concern.
Can I give you just one other thing? Yeah. Yesterday on the Bally's pre and post and during the game, we put up a stat of the starting pitchers' ERAs in Major League Baseball as a staff from early May till now. It was the Yankees, the Mariners, the Phillies, and the Rangers. And the Rangers had the 3rd best starting pitchers ERA for a 6-week period. As far as I know, the Yankees and Phillies are 20 games over 500, each of them approximately, and now the Mariners are 13 games over or 12 games over 500. So all of these teams that are getting ERAs in the high 2s and low 3s for a 6-week stretch are winning all of their games. I think in that stretch, the Rangers are 11-21 or something. So look, and here's the deal. You're not going to keep getting that ERA. It's just the ebbs and flows of a season. But through this stretch, the Rangers have one of the 4 best ERAs in all of baseball, with the Phillies, the Yankees, and the Mariners. And all those teams are playing well above 500 in that stretch. And the Rangers are playing well below 500 in that stretch.
And that transitions over to Josh Young. We've talked about this some. I'm worried because Josh Young also got sent to Round Rock on his rehab assignment. And he knows his body obviously better than anybody. And so hopefully he'll roll through, give the report, and he'll be good to go. I'm concerned that the Rangers, not that they're encouraging to hustle it up, but they're like, hey, we really need you whenever you're ready. Or Josh Young puts his own internal pressure on himself and is like, man, our offense has really struggled. If I can get back there, I know that Seager's obviously been going, but I know Simeon will get going again. I know Wyatt can pick it up. I know when Evan Carter comes back, he can pick it up. I just need to be back there and we can be with our group again. I wonder about the internal pressure he puts on himself.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's a great player, great dude, but he's had a lot of injuries to hustle back to help the team when they look like they're spiraling.
Yeah, and he's going to get possibly 9 at-bats, and they're going to bring him back to the major leagues. he didn't have any spring training. Remember, like he got hurt early on his calf injury, so he missed almost all of spring training, came back for like the last week of spring training, and then the season started. And then he played 4 games and got hurt. And it was unfortunate. There's nothing he could do about breaking his wrist. That was a 90-plus mile-an-hour fastball off of his wrist. Look at today. Mookie Betts is down for approximately a month because there's nothing you can do. The bone is going to break. You can't strengthen your bones, in your wrist area. You can do different things to strengthen muscles and everything, your hand strength and your forearm strength, but you can't do anything about your bones.
You just drink more milk and everything's going to be fine, Kevin.
But I will disagree with that.
I don't think he's going to come back as a 300. I know he wasn't a 300 hitter. I don't think he's going to come back as a 250 hitter with a slug of 500. I just don't think that's going to happen. It's going to take him time to come back, and it should. It just takes you time to get your rhythm against major league pitching and all these things. So he's going to come back, and I think he's going to come back, and they're just going to put him batting third on Friday.
Okay.
But if you're Bochy, because the question is asked, what do I do? Well, you just say,
that's what you do.
He's healthy. I'm just going to, Josh Young, you got 9 at-bats in the minor leagues. Let's just put him third and see what happens.
Well, and quite honestly, if we were playing well, but still kind of having a weird spot in the 3-hole, how we've, for some reason we can't find a 3-hole hitter. If we were still there, then Josh Young would still probably go in put him there because he's our 3-hole guy. Let's put him there and see how he does. And if something doesn't go well, we'll have to continue doing something else until we find one.
I don't have this off the top of my head, but I do think your 3-hole, as everybody who's batted third, like that 3-hole, I believe you're batting under 220.
Jeez.
And I think you have 5 or less home runs from that spot this year.
From at worst, the second most premium position in your lineup? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe at worst third. If you go 2 is the best, 1 is second best, and 3 is third best in a lot of lineups today.
And they had
one of your top 3 spots in your lineup is, I believe, batting under 220 with 5 or less home runs this year.
They had this exact same problem. I remember 2 years ago. And I get this line of thinking from the 903. Josh Young won't make a difference. I get on the surface, but I think the Rangers are convinced, or maybe they've convinced themselves it's a trickle-down effect where, once he's back in there, our offense is just different.
Well, and the energy. He and Adolis, when they hit home runs together, that's a special energy they have. And we talk about contagious hitting, contagious three-point shooting. It's
contagious right now.
A guy gets in there, and everybody goes, "Yeah, we're not really expecting something." Then he hits one. And you're like, "Okay, that's exciting." It could build if he comes in and starts doing his things. It could definitely build because, as Mike was talking about earlier, you just got to hope the next guy gets on base. And after Corey Seager, a lot of times it feels like, oh, crap, we got nothing.
I think he can handle this, but it is a lot of pressure. The Rangers won 1 of 2 games on the road trip. One of the games was just all Corey Seager and the pitching staff. He had a 3-run homer. So Corey Seager right now, like it or not, he knows that the 3-hole is not producing. Whoever it is, whether it's Adolis Garcia. Josh Smith is having a great year, but you don't want Josh Smith batting third.
Yeah.
That's just – but sometimes he has to. So – Corey Seager knows if he doesn't hit a home run or a double in his situation, they're probably not scoring.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a tough place to be. That's a batting second. If he gets an RBI opportunity, think about the pressure of if I don't get a hit, because if he walks, it's a negative situation for the Rangers. Because then you're asking your 3-hole hitter and your 4-hole hitter to come through. And right now they're just not. And it's not like they're not coming through for the road trip. They're not coming through for 6 weeks.
Now, as long as we're talking about baseball and we just celebrated Father's Day, can I play you some heartwarming audio?
Am I going to cry?
Probably not.
Okay.
Nope.
All right.
This is from Tristan Casas with the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, he's on my 60-day injured list. Thanks a lot.
Well, this isn't going to help that part of it, but he did give an in-game interview with a heartwarming story of his, quote, favorite memory of his dad.
So I'm in coach pitch, and, I'm so young. I don't really know what's going on at this point still. I'm still just playing baseball just to burn calories and get out there and get some sun. Right. And, I get out one day, and I come back to the dugout crying, pissed, and, that's what a 6-year-old does. He sits on the bench and he cries and he doesn't want to go out there when his team's playing defense. So my dad, being the dad that he is, trying to teach me the lessons that he did in his own special way, came into the dugout. He actually grabbed me by my shirt, dragged me to the line, and Looney Tunes style kicked me out onto the field. And actually had one of my best friends that I went to high school with later. He ended up playing pro ball. His mom actually called child services on my dad, had him arrested at the field. No, for real. This is no joke. At the field, I see my dad go away in the cop car, gets arrested, sent the night to jail.
You're kidding.
But that day, my dad taught me a super valuable lesson that not a lot of people know, and it's that I had a responsibility to my teammates, I had a responsibility to my coaches, to the parents that showed up that day, all the fans who were at that Little League game, whatever it may be, to go out there and give my best effort no matter how I was feeling on the bench.
He's from Florida. I was like, what state is he?
That makes a lot of sense. But that was his favorite memory. Was that his heartwarming?
How many parents?
He literally got a kick in the butt.
Yeah, how many parents 15 years later are like, I should have thrown my kid out on the field. It worked.
Yeah. That whole team's going to be sitting there going,
I don't know.
Man, if we'd have just done,
my kid's trying to get a college education, making $36K a year. Tristan Cassis got his butt kicked by his dad and is making $1 million.
Tristan said he still calls back to that too. He still thinks about that when he's not in that place.
See, okay, I'm glad you added that last part because I was like, oh, I can definitely see how he would think back.
Fair enough. No, he seems to have taken it as like a net positive, if not a complete positive.
I mean, because when they started to laugh and he goes, no, I'm not joking. And it taught me a valuable lesson. You could tell like the conviction of that statement.
Somebody is gonna teach you the valuable lesson. Either it's your parent or it's the world itself. You're gonna face reality at some point. It will happen.
We're the KNC
He made his major league debut against the Rangers.
Oh.
How do you do?
1 for 4.
Not bad.
Sucker.
I mean, he'd be the best player in our offense. All right, coming up next.
He's a first-round pick in 2018.
Mavericks win Game 5 because Mavericks lose Game 5 because 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in the conversation? We'll do it next as part of the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Doncic gets inside, layup's good, and another foul. 20 points already for Doncic, and we still have 5:57 remaining in the half.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs, Celtics, Game 5, NBA Finals tonight. So, of course, we need to trot out some Mavs win because, Mavs lose because, the Game 5 only. Mavs win Game 5 because, Mavs lose Game 5 because. Want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline at 877-881-1053.
Mike, do you want to go first on this? Because we were discussing something. I didn't know if that was your opinion or not.
I'll do it now. I was going to do it in Mike Likes It, but this can, honestly, I'm just going to give you, Mike Likes It is going to be a continuation of Mavericks talk. We talked about this Thursday, I believe, is Derek Lively shooting a three-pointer. And I'm like, look, I don't mind him doing it in the regular season next year to see if he can or can't, but I'm not really keen on, like, let's try this in the NBA Finals. And I'll be darned, but the Mavericks passed the ball into the corner, and Derek Lively caught it. And
when the shot went up, were you like, oh?
Well, I think all the Celtics were like, what the crap is he doing in the corner? And he caught it right. They're great at defending threes, but they're like, what? Like, I think they're all in shock. And then he just, like, in one motion, no hesitation, confidently shot the ball. And I was like, well, let's see what happens here.
It was like they drew it up for him, ready to rock.
And it swished in. And I don't know who is more shocked, us as Mavs fans or the Celtics, who are like, what just happened?
And then he was able to follow up with a lob. Like back down the court.
So anyway, I think he blocked a shot, by the way, on defense in between. I think that that was amazing. Now, the Mavericks never went back to it. And I don't know what the Celtics would have done if the Mavs would have gone back to Derek Lively going to the corner, because they did not respect it at all. And why would they? He shot 2 in the regular season, I think. I think he was 0 for 2 in the regular season and shooting threes. And I don't even know if one of those might have been like a half-court heave or something.
And I think he might have made 2 at Duke.
Yeah, he was 2 of 13 at Duke.
There you go.
So I'm going to wonder tonight, is Derek Lively going to intentionally go to the corner and see if Al Horford, whoever's down there with him, actually goes over to the corner with him?
I think that would be a great strategy because if nothing else, as a decoy, it feels like, I know you'll find out pretty quick, it feels like you would draw the level of attention that you're like, all right, that worked.
Reggie, do you happen to remember who was in the dunker spot there? I just don't know if I remember. I'll have to go back and look.
On the Lively 3?
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look. That's fine. I just didn't know if you happen to know.
I have a strong guess that Mike's right, that you have all the other players on the perimeter and you're clearing out. I'll go check for you.
All right. I appreciate that.
Now, Mavs win because Mavs lose because 817. This one is interesting. Mavs win because Kyrie told Boston after game 2, I'll see y'all for game 5. So he's about to go off tonight. I would love for that to happen.
All right, let me throw these out then, Kevin. Mavs win because they keep attacking the hoop.
Yes.
And keep defending like their hair's on fire. Their defense was very good. Very good.
Can I tell you, interestingly enough,
how much of that was Luca too?
Sure. Oh my God.
Involved.
Eye of the Tiger. I actually used similar verbiage, but for a different person about why the Mavs win. Mavs win game 5 because Jason Tatum does not drive to the hoop, is content with pull-up shots for most of the night.
And that was what was going. And I don't know how much of that was Jason Tatum just decided he didn't want to dictate it, or the Mavs dictated it to him. You're not going to the basket. When like Anthony Edwards had a very difficult time finding lanes to go to the basket without not only his defender but a help defender, as well. And I feel like Jason Tatum tried his moves, tried them again, and then was like, well, I don't have anything else I can go to. Let me just throw one up. Okay, well, that stunk.
Yeah, the Mavs did a fantastic job staying in front of and drivers in game 4, but this has been a criticism of the Celtics going back a few years, is that they get off mission and they don't stay on the pressure points that you have to hit. And so I don't want to make it like I'm taking away from the Mavs because the Mavs did what they were supposed to do in Game 4. But the Celtics absolutely helped them by not applying pressure to the places that they had been successful at.
That's where I go with Mavs. I'm trying to do it. Which way do I want to do it here? Mavs win because, okay, Brown and Tatum decide to shoot 3-pointers.
Yes.
So I want to go Mavs lose because Boston just played. Like, there's nothing the Mavs can do to beat Boston. I'm just going to be honest. This is all dictated on Boston. I was actually listening to, I believe it was Blake and Reggie doing a weekend. I don't even think it was weekend. I think it was at night. I
think you're right.
Boston is just better. They are. But if they don't play their best basketball or close to their best basketball, then the Mavs can win. If they play good to great, there's nothing the Mavs can do. They're going to lose. But if Tatum and Brown decide to settle for 3-point shots, and especially if the Mavs are putting a little bit of pressure on those 3-point shots, I'm not saying leave them wide open, but if the Mavs can just be like, oh, this is awesome, they are going to just kind of settle for this shot, then the Mavs can play great defense. But if they decide to bully their way to the basket and drive to the basket, it doesn't mean that they have to finish, because then they get wide open threes off of it. So the Mavs win because Tatum and Brown decide to see who can shoot more 3-point shots tonight. And that could lead to the Mavs having an advantage that, wow, this is awesome. We can't stop Jaylen Brown. We cannot stop Jason Tatum when they go to the basket, because either they finish, they get fouled, or they kick it to wide open 3-point shooters. But if they decide to settle for 3-point shots, those two guys, one-on-one 3-point shots, then the Mavs can win.
I do, Kevin, I will add that first line that I said about driving to the basket for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
I still think that's very important for both Kai and Luca to open up for those, as we've been discussing, their corner threes. They were collapsing so well and just kind of lagging a little bit, hanging around, because they knew, hey, we got to take this corner three away, but they're not going to the basket. Those guys aren't going to go to the basket like this.
Sure.
When they start doing it relentlessly, the Mavs are better. Whenever those two are doing the same thing, the Mavs are a better team because the other guys have opportunities to hit threes that are wide open.
From the 817, Mavericks win Game 5 because, I like this one, it's National Mascot Day, and a horse would beat the crap out of a leprechaun. From the 214.
Wait, hold on. I have a question.
Leprechaun has like a gun.
Yeah.
Even then, you saw John Wick, right?
I was just about to ask that.
I did. You smack that horse and it boots you back, and you could kill multiple people. That was awesome. That guy was standing behind the horse, and he and he just boom, kicked him right back into the wall. That was sweet.
Kevin was watching the John Wick movies over the weekend and live texting Reggie and I throughout.
Exquisite.
And it was phenomenal.
I was going to ask you if that was acceptable. That's why when I was about to go through John Wick 4, I was like, hey, I'm thinking about watching John Wick 4, just to make sure I didn't get a response that was, that's fine, just don't blow up my phone with all your thoughts about it.
I mean, you were watching it, and you timed it out perfectly leading into Game 4, which means you might need to watch some more John Wick before, today.
Ooh, that's a good point.
But I'm in the arena, right? In my nice suit, just walking around, getting different experience, watching pregame those, and I'm just actively looking at my watch as these texts are coming in, and it made my day. So keep that going.
Okay, good.
That being said, Tolo did say, "How do I get in on this text change?" So I did screenshot a couple things.
Okay,
and
good.
Shoot it over to him, so he was involved.
Okay,
he loved it.
Hopefully, he enjoyed it as well. From the 469, this actually kind of feeds into that. Mavs lose Game 5 because Mike didn't take the day off.
Ooh.
From the,
he put a lot of thought into that.
We definitely discussed that, and then we were like, and then if they win, we have to give them the day off on Thursday, right? And so that thought definitely came up.
Mike cannot work during the rest of the final, if that was the case.
Just to give you an idea, I'm watching the 3-point shot Derek Lively made for the Mavs. Derek Jones Jr. was on the opposite box.
Okay.
So there was a guy in the paint, or close to the paint. It was Derek Jones Jr.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much on that.
From the 214, Mavs win because P.J. Washington drops 25. Man, I would feel really good about that as well. Mavericks lose because KP plays and shuts down the lob game. From the 945, the Mavericks win Game 5 because against the wall, Luca is the best player in NBA history.
I will be shocked if KP plays. I'm
with you on that.
I think he has a chance to end his career if he plays. I'm being dead serious. I'm not like for or against KP, but from what I understand, that injury, putting that much pressure on your leg, jumping up and down and doing those things, there's a possibility his leg snaps in half.
Yeah, potentially catastrophic.
Yeah, where it's over, career over, never playing another basketball game the rest of his life. I think he's suiting out because if they win, he's in uniform. He's in the pictures with a uniform on. I think that he doesn't want to win the championship and be in street clothes.
That makes sense to me. I had not considered it like that until you brought that up in crosstalk, I think.
Yeah.
And I was like, that actually makes quite a bit of sense.
Now, I mean, if he does get in the game, I will be shocked. And I think he's going to suit out tonight. I think they're going to play the game of like, oh, he's active for special situations. This special situation is they win the championship and he's in jersey for pictures.
From the 972, Jersey the top, not Jersey the state. From the 972, Mavericks lose because Kyrie has another bad game and Luca complains. That would be the formula for sure.
I do have a Mavs lose because. So I didn't just go win because.
Okay. Can I stop you before? Do you think, I'm going to ask you this question based off of the last texter. Do you think Luca can handle his emotions for 2 games in a row?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you, I actually think you've seen a pattern of this. He gets called out or it's so blatant that you can't help but address it. And he is good for not just 1 game, but a short period of time after that. Usually 3-ish games. And like, obviously, might as well extend it out to the 4th. If it's Game 7 of the NBA Finals and you flip out, then I'll be like, well, clearly, never ever anything we do is going to change it. But I think usually he gives you multiple games of best behavior, Luca, when this happens.
Corey, do you have a reason on why you think Luca's going to go 2 games in a row without going insane about the refs?
Because I think he saw again. It does. Who said it the other day?
Me.
Somebody said the other day his pattern, maybe it was Broadus, is like an alcoholic.
Oh.
Where he's going along and things are good, and then all of a sudden he takes one sip, and then everything falls apart for him. And he's this is his addiction, this is his failure. And I think he saw it, he sees how close he is to it, and he's like, I'll take a drink after. And I think he's in that mindset right now. I got to get to 4 right now. I got to get to 4. I got a little distracted early in this, but I'm not going to get re-distracted. Let me get to my 4 days of sobriety here and get through it. And I thought that was an interesting, because we've seen the pattern. Like you just pointed out, we've seen this pattern with him over and over, and it is self-destructive. And so that's the one thing I think is he sees this window. Now, what I'm curious... I can't say anything beyond this, beyond the 4 games or 2 games or whatever it is. I can't say anything beyond that. But go ahead, Reggie.
Oh, I just want to add on top of that. I think another thing that pushes towards the idea of him putting a couple of games of, not messing with the refs. They're actively in that locker room holding him accountable about that. And I think that there was a lot made of the Windhurst, I guess ether, whatever he did on Scott Van Pelt, but Kid has asked about it. Lively's asked about it. Kyrie's asked about it. And they've all given very truthful answers that they're on Luca about this. Lively even talked about specifically telling Luca, first couple of fouls, don't say nothing to the refs. Like they're on him about this. And so I think it's very front of mind for him. And he saw the effect of it in Game 4.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I go back to my Mavs lose because was just going to go back to the rebounding. I feel like we've talked about this a lot. I don't even think the Celtics need to win the rebounding battle. I just think they need to kind of draw it even, and that feels like a loss. I realize the game got out of hand quickly on Friday, but the Mavericks were dominating on the boards before the game really got to the let's just run out the motion.
And that could definitely happen. Yeah, I went on and looked at the stats for the starters. I was like, because it all fell apart so quickly and everything, but I think they can do that again. I think Gafford has grown into this series, and I think Lively has. I mean, dude,
I like that.
Every single time Lively steps on the court, I feel like we see some growth somewhere. And I'm not saying he regressed any early in the Boston series, but he had to quickly grow up again in finals mode and go, hold on, it's even bigger stage. He just seems to answer the call every time. That's where Mavs lose because Kai can't shake this Boston thing. He just can't shake it for whatever reason. I want him to be grumpy. I want him to be in that mindset the same way he was with Oklahoma City. I want him to run with Luca tonight that same way where both of them are talking trash and pointing people out and talking about, you know what, can't wait to get back here for Game 7. I want that mentality from him tonight and the ability to execute that same part of it because Luca, honestly, you saw what he did in Minnesota. But it wasn't just because Luca was great in that game. It's because his team was great. That's why he's saying who's crying MF right now. Because everybody on the court's doing their thing. Kai needs to do it just as much for Luca in that respect of he needs to know that he's got that dude next to him.
I don't believe in this particular instance, but I hope it is true. From the 817, Mavericks win because the NBA needs the viewing money, so the game will get thrown to force a Game 6 possible.
I'm fine
then
with
maybe
that.
even a Game 7.
I really like that. I hope it is fixed.
I hope it is too.
In our favor.
I do think the NBA tries to sway things this way.
I could see that.
And if they're going to sway anything, it would be in the Mavs' favor tonight.
We have another one that said PJ Washington will have 20 plus points, That's why the Mavericks will win from the 214. But this is another one from the 817. Mavericks win because Tim Daddy Hardaway makes 4 3-pointers. We've talked about this. He is as streaky as it gets. If the last game was an indication that this is going to be the hot streak, then great. Go have yourself the greatest hot streak in terms of timing in basketball that we've seen in a really long time and light it up tonight. Because I know obviously Jason Kidd's like, hey, we need Tim Hardaway Jr. tonight. And if he makes a couple early threes, or depending on when he comes in the game, I think all of Mavs fans will be super stoked about this.
Make all the threes. I'll be more than happy to be mocked on what all this, but make all the threes, dude. I don't think it's gonna happen, Kevin. That hot streak that we saw in that game there.
Yeah.
I think that was one of those. I looked at it and went, oh, he's the best player on the court right now. That's why he made all those. Like, there was nobody that was even close to what he was on the court at that moment.
So we're not really making an adjustment to Mike Likes It. Mike Likes It is happening now, but it's just a continuation of the conversation.
Okay.
Because we're going to continue with the text. We're going to do everything exactly the same. We're not stopping this segment until 54. So that way you don't have to worry about like doing this or that. We're just continuing the segment, but it is through Mike Likes It that I'm going to continue this segment. Yeah. Okay. When do you put in Tim Hardaway Jr. and how many minutes do you give him to show if he's effective or not tonight?
When do we usually make?
Because I want to just continue this. Yeah. This is the same thing we were just doing because I have written down 8 guys besides Luca and Kyrie, and I'll go to Tim Hardaway Jr. and continue the discussion. The person just said Tim Hardaway Jr. wins the game because when do you put him in the game? And you can text in right now, text in quickly because I'm going to move from role player to role player. Mm-hmm. We're starting with Tim Hardaway Jr. Do you put him in? When do you put him in? And how many minutes do you give him to prove that he's hot or not?
3 minutes.
Oh.
3 minutes. You get your chance, man. And you're in the third rotation. So whenever Luca comes out, usually there's the Kai group, right? Or it's the starters. Doesn't it feel like
Luca plays the first 12 minutes of the game for the most part?
Okay, there you go.
Then so you're starting him in the second quarter?
Sometimes 10.
Okay.
Sometimes 10, right. It just matters how tired he is, where the score is at and stuff.
Whenever they go to the
33 of the 36 minutes last game. Yeah. Luca could only play a maximum of 36 minutes, and he got taken out. Literally, he only sat out 1 minute of real basketball time last game.
And we've seen Kidd do that. I mean, we saw that during the run to the Western Conference Finals.
But it's tough to say. I'm bringing him in when Luca goes out. Luca might not go out this game. He might play all 48 minutes.
Right.
And that's what I was going to say, about 8 minutes in, give or take. And I'm
give him the 4 minutes of into the first.
And I'm not going minutes necessarily as much as, and I realize the ball has to stop, but I'm going to give him 3 shots, maybe 4.
That's a lot of shots.
I know, but I want to see because.
Feed the beast and see what happens?
Exactly. Especially if Luca's in, because clearly you're going to get better looks. You're right. That's a lot of shots, especially it could be in a short period of time. But this is the dude that doesn't mind taking the shots.
You know, if you pass it to him, he ain't passing it back.
And when he's on, you need to ride that thing all of the way.
I thought I would be the more optimistic on this, but I guess not. Like I'm not changing the rotation from what it's become in these finals. I think that.
So no Hardaway.
No, I would not go with him unless you were searching, right?
I think they're gonna.
And in game 3, you saw him searching early, but like I think once you go searching for a shooter, I think that's the opportunity to go, hey, Tim Hardaway Jr., get in here and shoot. But otherwise, I think you go with what has worked largely and what worked in game 4 before you got to that place where you were like, hey, game's over. I think that is the way to play this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a very tough decision. I think in a weird way, Hardaway, and this is good for him, he put Jason Kidd in a situation where Jason Kidd has to think about putting him in the game in late first quarter or early second quarter to think about it because of what he did. Because game 3, he tried Hardaway in real minutes, and he was an F- player. Yeah. Remember, Hardaway can't guard a human being in basketball, in NBA basketball. So when you put him on the court, this is the tough thing, and maybe what Corey is saying, when I take Luca out, if you take him out, I don't think he's going to take Luca out.
For me, it's like that. Whenever your third deployment of guys off the bench comes in, that would be my time.
You are asking to give up a basket every time you play defense if you have Hardaway, Luca, and Kyrie on the court at the same time. That's like almost like you're asking that you're going to score, right? And you're just like praying they don't when those 3 guys are on the court at the same time. So it's going to be interesting with Hardaway. I think Reggie has a solid point. I think you guys have a solid point of like, do you try it? And for how long do you try it? Okay. The next one, we're going to go opposite order here. Based off of that, Exum is getting a few minutes here and there. How much do you play Exum tonight?
11 minutes. Maybe 14.
Okay, now I'll be more specific. Do you put him in before Josh Green?
Yes.
No. Because I feel like defensively they want Josh Green on the court at times more. And he showed that he was a spark plug for the team defensively, picking off some passes, getting some really tall rebounds that I didn't. Then I was like, whoa, wow. So I feel like his energy is something I need. Dante, I do need later in the game. I feel if Luka's a little tired, I also feel like he can help Luka throughout the game. Get the ball up the court. They even talked about that, didn't they? Where Exum was like, yeah, he and I had these conversations. I can take the load off of you. Go get in the post. Go get in the paint. I can do something for you here.
I'm going to go with Exum first because I think he has the potential to put some points on the board for you.
I think Josh Green and Exum might kind of exist somewhat similarly, but yeah, I think they go with Green first. I think they really trust the energy that he brings, the explosion that he brings, and the defense that he has. But I think Exum deserves to have more minutes. I was super surprised in game 3 when he only got 3 minutes before that game, Jason Kidd was asked specifically about Exum and how he had played well with Luka and took some of that effort or some of that responsibility off of Kyrie and Luka. And I think that, yeah, he absolutely has the defense and he can probe the paint a little bit to help continue that assault on the rim.
Are there any texts that people are making sense with comments on or no?
For Tim Hardaway Jr., people seem to be all over the place. Start him, give him 3 minutes in the first quarter, end of the first quarter, 3 minutes, early second quarter, and then it did shift to your point about Exum, and they didn't specify the time. They just said he needs to play at least 10 minutes.
Okay.
I like his size against this team. Exum's, yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to combine Exum, Green, and Maxi Kleba. I know they kind of play differently. Does just one of them have to have a good game tonight, or two of them have to have a good game tonight?
Two, and I don't care which two.
Man, I feel like I'm becoming a contrarian more than usual in this segment. I'm just going to say one.
Okay.
I understand the logic for two, and I'll tell you for sure, I feel great if two of them are having really good games.
I'll probably feel better if all three of them have a good game.
I would agree with that.
Who's most likely to have a good game tonight? Exum, Green, or Maxi?
I'm going to go with Exum.
If all three have a bad game, we're finished.
What are we quantifying as a good game? Are
like when they're in the game,
stats?
They're making some open shots. I'm not saying they have one of them has 15 points. Like that's too much, but maybe one of them has 10 points
and make a defensive difference too.
I think especially if we're talking offensive, I'm going Exum here.
Yep, same.
Even though I think where Josh Green can help when we start getting pace, which is what the Mavs usually have when they're doing well in these games. Josh Green is one of those guys that's running up the court and adding that. And I think that's really helpful, but I think Exum probably has the ball in his hands more and has an opportunity to affect that way.
Well, and it's funny because he actually spoke about that exact thing, and he said Exum did. I think the main focus when I go in, even when they do score, all right, let's go. Let's get it. Let's try and push during those times. And so since you were talking about, especially if he can have the ball in his hands more, he is also looking to push the pace. So I like the fact that both of them are looking to push the pace.
My thing with when it comes to Josh Green is he does push pace, but a lot of times I don't feel like he has a plan on while he's pushing the pace. I think he's just like, I'm here already because he's very fast. And with Exum, I feel like he has a better plan. He's just looks like he's running on big blocks of ice cubes, and he just kind of looks. I'm always like he's about to slip and fall. That's how I feel with Exum.
Oh. How much do you play small if Porzingis doesn't play? I say 0%.
I say you play your game with your bigs. You just keep them doing their thing.
But we have noticed in games 3 and 4, I know game 4 was somewhat out of hand throughout the game, but even in game 4, I didn't like that the Mavs at times decided we're not bringing Gafford back in the game. We're going to go with Kleba at the 5 because they're going small because Horford got in foul trouble. Horford, they didn't really have a sub for him for a lot of time. They went with Tillman for a second here and there, but like they have to play small ball. If Porzingis isn't out there, which I don't expect him to be again tonight, they go small, and it seems like the Mavs go, well, let's go. We can get away with going small here too. So I'm not crazy about that. So then I kind of asked the question, Gafford, what does Gafford have to do for you tonight? Because he seems the guy most likely that kid goes away from if they don't have Porzingis.
Rebound monster. Keep doing that. Make your 6 free throws. Was he 5 of 6 from in the last game?
Yes.
Make those make up that kind of percentage of free throws for me for sure. Because I don't think you're gonna get most of your points on easy buckets. They're gonna foul you whenever you get the ball. So be prepared to make those free throws. I just need big time rebounding from him.
Okay, can I ask a question about that then? Do you think there's any chance that it will be what Lively does more than anything that Gafford can or cannot do that swings the balance? Like, does he just move away from him because he's like, it's another Lively night?
It could be.
Yeah.
I think that'll be interesting. Foul trouble will play a role in how much these guys play too. You notice this at home, and I don't know how much they're going to go to it. I don't think you can go to it a lot. It's kind of like a changeup, but did they already show the changeup and then it's not going to be as effective? They
Good
posted
question.
up Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
They actually like, all right, screw it. If you're going to play Tatum on a big, we are going to toss the ball down there to Gafford, or we're going to toss the ball down there to Lively, and we're going to make you play post defense 8 feet away from the basket. How much do you think the Mavericks go to that if Porzingis isn't going to play and they put Tatum in as the center, or at least they're going to go with switches where Tatum is going to have to defend the rim and defend a 7-footer? How much do you toss the ball in there and go to work, you two?
I think it's something that they're going to use a little bit. They found some of that at the end of game 3, and so I think that's one of the pressure points that you want to hit in order, especially to keep getting it down low. But returning to Gafford, I think it's again less of like the offensive stuff. I think it's defensive rotations.
Totally.
And to go with what you were saying, Kevin, some of the reasons why you see a lot more Lively and, of course, a little bit of Kleba as well, they trust them in rotations defensively. And you notice in game 4, there were significantly fewer of those getting lost in defensive rotation. I think that's really the big thing when you got the ball, as opposed to pulling it out of the net. Now you're getting rebounds and pushing pace, and you're able to get the offense going. Defense becomes offense becomes defense, all of those things. I think that Gafford, this is the 4-out or 5-out way that the Boston Celtics play has been really stretched him and made it tough for him on the floor.
I'm out of time here, but work off of this comment. If PJ Washington has a bad offensive game, it's over. There's nothing the Mavs can do to overcome a bad Washington offensive game.
I'm inclined to agree with that because we were just talking about that. Goes back to Corey's point when he was like, I would like it if all 3 of them had a good game. You then find yourself in a situation where like that is an absolute minimum probably if you want to survive, unless you get the only reason I can't say I'm 100% on that, I'm mostly with you. I don't think you can rule out a legendary game from Luca. Like
78 points.
Yeah, well, that would be great.
77.
We're definitely going to win. But you would pretty much paint yourself into a corner where you'd have to have that happen. If PJ Washington is off tonight, I'm talking like you're going to need like 55 points or something crazy from Luca.
All right.
You're excited for this game, Mike. I can tell.
He started this morning. He wasn't too excited, but he is now.
I'm going to be honest. I can't watch it because I'm leaving right now to go do Rangers. So maybe that's why I'm not as excited. I also don't want to watch the Mavericks lose.
Do you want us to text you updates and stuff?
So Mike was here for 3 quarters of the show, but not the last quarter. So perhaps it'll be nip and tuck in the first 3 quarters, and then the Mavericks will take over in the fourth quarter.
I like that.
Nip and tuck, isn't that Jerry Jones?
It was a TV show on FX that was very weird.
I don't know what that is in reference to. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Just remember, there are cameras everywhere. Next on The Fan.
That ball is history. It's on Greens Hill. It's number.
station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate your time today, good sir.
You're welcome.
I'm going to get to a story that you did not get to earlier today.
I really dropped the ball on that.
But that's okay, because that was mine. We did a great segment. All right. Okay. The segment itself was already really, really good. So don't worry about that. Okay. But before we get to should your coach force you to go to a rap concert, we get to this story. Tom Guiry, Guiry.
Gugliotta.
Okay. Gugliotta. The actor who played Smalls in The Sandlot.
Oh, I saw that. That's definitely not Tom Gugliotta.
Was arrested for throwing a weight through a Jeep windshield.
Does it say why?
Because the person in the Jeep stole a movie from a Blockbuster.
Oh, yeah.
Random guess.
I don't know if there should
Not inspired by anything.
I don't. Yeah, no, that definitely. I'd kicked in their window. I definitely think.
Whoa, I didn't need a weight. Look at me.
Or, yeah, I wonder if irony ever gets you off the hook. Like if somebody's like, hey, why don't you just wait? And then he's like, why don't you just wait and then throw the weight? I'm guessing probably no. I'm guessing irony doesn't ever help out anyone in the judicial system.
Ironing definitely, you iron your suit.
Irony.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if your suit is wrinkled, you probably get more time.
Yeah. Dude, that's, how legitimate is that?
Probably.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance that factors in.
Lawyers absolutely tell you, dress nice. We need you to look a certain way right now. So anyway, different story for a different time. TMZ obtained video.
Of course they did.
Of course they did. Appears that Tom is tossing a huge weight onto the car windshield, shattering it completely. Is it Horry or Ori? Horry. I don't know.
Big shot Bob.
Yeah, we'll ask
Robert
County Sheriff's Office, Kevin, told TMZ that he was arrested as they responded to a disturbance call. Found him in the middle of the street. Cops say they started talking to him, and then he started asking about his wife. And that's when the owner of the Jeep shouted, "Really? My window's been shattered."
I go back to, we need Corey Major's dramatic readings. I don't know if it's of police reports or whatever else, but that needs to be a thing.
HCSO, otherwise known as Horry County Sheriff's Office,
nice,
says that Tom then said, "That sucks, man. I'll pay you back. I'm sorry. I'm going to get you back." And then he also...
responsible.
Yeah, but I don't know, man.
Admission of guilt. He also then followed up with, "I did it. I'm sorry, man. I'm coming back to get you. Sorry, brother. I'll pay you back."
Look, if somebody throws a weight through your window and goes, "No, my bad. I'll be right back and I'll get you," there's no way you let that person leave.
Things got even more tense, though, Kevin. As cops say, the victim told them Tom also approached his door, rang the doorbell with a knife in his hand.
What?
And that seemed to line up with the video as well. Tom was arrested and booked for assault, disorderly conduct, and malicious damage.
Did he think like that dude was hooking up with his wife?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's the extent that I have on the story at the moment, Kevin, according to TMZ.
Kevin, are you assuming that he was operating logically?
I'm using logic for an illogical situation.
Because my thoughts were, are we dealing with substances, or are we dealing with a potential mental health issue of sorts?
That's a very good point. I think usually I tend toward the, but why is this?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to just it could just be something like that. So that's fair.
Or a mixture.
Yes.
That was the question.
All right, Brian Windhorst.
Why would he do that?
Hey, if I can motivate Luca like that, he should just leave his job and be a motivational speaker.
Corey, we got time in the show. You could motivate Luca like that if you saw fit.
He won.
Speaking of being fit, you said motivate Luca, right?
Uh-huh.
Never mind. You got it.
Somebody did say, and I'm the 979, because Jeep owners have all those stupid ducks on their dashboard.
What the hell?
Have you seen this? Have you noticed this?
I have not.
This is a Jeep thing, and I'd like to learn more about this.
And when did you turn into a late night comedy host right there? Have you guys seen this? Have you heard of this right here? What's the deal with the Jeeps and the Ducks?
I didn't. The way you reacted, it seemed as if you had
I'm not
seen
familiar
this.
with this.
I noticed this. My neighbor across the street, at our old house, had a Jeep, and they had ducks in their windshield.
Was that Doug?
No, that was the old house. This new house has got Doug. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. I guess it's like other Jeep owners carry these little ducks around, and if they see a Jeep, they put it on their door handle to let them know they exist, and then they put it in there. And so, like, the more ducks you have, the more Jeep owners have seen your vehicle sitting in a parking lot.
So
somewhere.
this is like the Ohio State player who did good in a game or practice.
Yeah,
they're like, look how many people have seen your.
Put a little sticker on there. Or what is it? The liberal women of Collin County. They all flip those little decals over or something. That's their thing.
Interesting.
It says, yep.
That feels like violation of property.
And so.
That was your main concern, huh?
Yeah.
I'd be pissed if somebody just stuck a sticker on my car.
No, it's a magnetic decal you have on your car, and then you just flip it over just to let them know.
No, I meant for the duck people.
Oh yeah. No, it's a real duck.
It's a real duck.
Little rubber
duck.
duckies.
Yeah.
Not stickers, Kevin. These are rubber ducks. You just leave them on their door handle, and then people take it and put it in their
dashboard, like right on the
dashboard.
Yeah.
Look it up, dude. You'll see all the pictures.
No, I believe you. That's just super weird.
Kevin, I hope you've been.
All right, A&M. alum.
That's a fair point. Don't step on the damn grass. I typed in Jeep D. Hold on.
Okay.
And it said Jeep Ducks immediately. What they mean and how. All right. It's from Reader's Digest. Didn't know that was still around either.
What? That little magazine my grandparents kept?
I don't know if it still comes out in magazine form or just online, but
dude, one day I opened like a cabinet at my grandparents' house, absolutely full of TV guides and Reader's Digest.
I get it for the Reader's Digest because on the cover it would be like how to make the perfect mashed potatoes. Plus, I climbed Mount Everest by so and so, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of different stuff in there.
A lot of information. It's like that now it's just been reduced to like the coffee shop piece of paper that you get, and you're like, oh, okay.
It's mostly quizzes.
Quizzes?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said it smells like quizzes.
No,
I don't know, dude.
It's mostly
we got Danny
quizzes.
Green coming up here in about 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Kevin, I hope you've been able to hit
I tried.
beat the heat.
Ah, yes. You know what helps with that? Milo insulation.
And that's wonderful because forecast says that the UK is about to experience some very bad temperatures. 48-hour blast of sun with temperatures up to 26 degrees Celsius.
What does that mean in
A
the
heat
temperature I
wave
understand?
is predicted to encase the UK at the month's end as June finally warms up.
Hold on.
The mercury, which currently lays low, is expected to climb towards 30 degrees Celsius by the end of June.
You said 26.
Yeah.
That is 78.8 degrees. And 30 degrees is 86. I don't want to be hearing about you have a heat wave because it's 86 in June.
Cities will be the hottest.
Stop it.
Including Birmingham, Cardiff, London, Manchester, and Newcastle. The warm spell is anticipated to sweep across Britain from June 26th to June 28th.
Okay, so for 3 days, it's going to get in the mid 80s.
Correct. It's going to be hot.
And this is why, Kevin. This is why they lost a 13-0 Colony lead. Because they were like, look, we started this, but it's too hot over here.
How long have you been keeping that revolutionary joke in your pocket?
I saw it on a shirt the other day. I just thought it was hilarious.
Huh. Just real topical shirts, huh?
Britain lost a 13-0 lead. You're like, oh, in your face.
I do want to point out, though, that as much as we want to, laugh at them folks across the pond, less than 5% of homes in England, and I imagine you could translate that further out to the UK in general, have AC.
Ooh.
So think at 86, but you're not going inside to the AC.
Yeah, it would be like working in here for that week and a half.
You need to run this story in another state. Like, I hear what you're saying.
You are still not finding any sympathy.
No sympathy around these parts. I got you.
Got a car.
Are you going to buy this? Yes or no?
Yes.
No, and you're not actually purchasing. Do you buy this, that this happened?
Yeah.
I'm going to read this section of a story, Kevin.
Sell.
From Athlon Sports. The Wayne concert was the final straw for a few players who hit the transfer portal.
Bye.
When Coach Prime told us a source said, when Coach Prime told us we all had to be there to support Shedeur as a rapper, they were not happy at all. To be honest, it was nothing but a huge distraction, and Daddy Ball was being played. You can use that. This is the latest example of the tumultuous offseason for the Buffaloes. There were a total of 42 players that exited. I don't think that all of them left because they were told to go to a rap concert.
A&M.
But they were able to make up ground by replacing players who left. This was the second roster flip, however. And they are saying that Deion Sanders walked into a room of almost grown men and told them they had to go to his son's concert, unless they wanted to be dismissed from the team. Now, Kevin.
Wow.
Coach Prime then tweeted June 14th.
He called bull drunk?
At 2:44. He's like, that's dang on bull honky. This is one of the best lies I've heard. God bless you, and I pray you sleep well tonight because we are Lord Jesus.
You know, this is probably a dangerous suggestion. I wonder if now or in a future segment, what's the best lie you were ever told?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, the one that I was convinced of, that I was told, was definitely you have to turn the light off in the car. Otherwise, what did you just...
that was off air for a reason, Corey.
It was, I feel like, but yeah, it was, you have to turn the light off in the car. Parents told me that, and I was convinced of it.
For me, it was my mom who said she had a set of video cameras throughout the house when me and my sister were little. And she said, if you admit what you did wrong, you'll get a lesser punishment than if I have to go check the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And man, we folded so many times.
Yeah.
She told me one of the worst days of her parental career was the day I just stood up there and I go, all right, check the tape. Because she was like, at that point, I knew this wasn't going to work.
I do have a question, though. When you told her to check the tape, had you done whatever it was that was wrong? And you called her bluff and won on this one?
Your Honor, I would like to plead the fifth.
No.
Yeah, no, I definitely had.
So you had done whatever it was that was wrong.
But I knew in this instance, I had given up too many times, and I was like, she doesn't have that. I've never seen any cameras in this house. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to take my chances.
From the 682, my parents always told me if I swallowed watermelon seeds, eating them, it would grow in my stomach. Yes. Same thing. It happened all the time. From the 940, she said, I love you. Oh, dang.
I've been there.
That
and then
hurts.
All of a sudden, she's like, hey, I don't think I love you anymore. And you're like, oh, no, what did I do? And then you find out it's because she's banging some other guy.
But she's going to try to come back.
Man, she is. She might call you at your work and say, hey, are you at work? And you're like, you literally called me on my work phone. And then they ask you to come out to the parking lot, and it's this whole deal.
Do you believe in the idea that if they get a glow up afterwards, then you were the problem?
I do not know if I totally understand that phrase that you just used.
Does that make sense to you, Reggie?
Are we still talking about Deion?
No, just significant. Like if you were with a girl and she gets a glow up afterwards, then you were the problem.
Oh, you're that out of touch, huh?
I guess so.
The notion of a glow up is really throwing you, huh?
I mean, I can figure. Context leads me to believe like their life just got better.
Everything looks better.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they changed.
As though the lights on the dimmer switch were turned up and the glow.
I mean, you can't help but probably reflect on yourself some in that situation, right?
Why would I do that?
I mean, because maybe that means you're the problem.
Yeah,
no way. Can't be.
You know, Reggie, in your instance, you're absolutely correct.
I'm undefeated.
Undefeated.
Never lost.
Never lost. All right. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen, for what it's worth.
I'm just going to tell you for the record, I think we should revisit what's the best lie you've ever been told.
Absolutely. Look at the text right now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
We're definitely going to need to proofread all these texts.
Well,
before.
we could do it tomorrow because if Mike's right, then we're going to need other ways to satisfy our content.
Oh, because he just doesn't want to come in?
No, because he thinks the Mavs are going to lose. Remember? He predicted it.
I'm telling you, I was sitting behind these 3 girls in college once, and the one girl's like, oh, yeah, he said he didn't, so I think we're safe. And I was like, oh, I wish I knew that girl so I could tap her on the shoulder and be like, hey, no, you need to go figure some stuff out or get the test or whatever. You need to figure some stuff out because he lied to
We
you.
got to go, Kevin. We got to get Danny Green on the phone.
Coming out next, let's talk with our 3-time NBA champion and Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green, next, right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys, in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, on the line is Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai's family of EVs, the most electric EV lineup. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
I have a tough question for you out of the break that will decide how I'm doing. Is today going to be the last day of NBA basketball for the season?
Oh, man. This is a tough question, but I think it is, honestly.
Then I'm doing terrible, Danny. I'm doing terrible now that you said that.
Sorry. I'm not Nostradamus or anything like that, so anything can happen. Anything's possible. I'm not always right, but if I had to guess, if I had a strong inclination what it's looking like, it's just a tough place to play in Boston for you guys, so I don't know if it goes any further.
Okay, I like the tough place in Boston part. The Mavericks, the way that they performed in Game 4, was that a desperation, one last hurrah type thing, or do you just think Boston takes it up
at this point?
Yeah,
everything is desperation at this point. You guys had a hell of a game. It's a great game, and the others played well. I think you guys found something with Tim Hardaway, coming in and finding a spark. Hopefully that can translate over to the next game, because we know a lot of the load carries on Luca and Kyrie, and not just offensively, but now they're attacking Luca defensively. Can he withstand that playing defense? And can Kai overcome, his woes in Boston? Those are the two things, because you guys, those guys need to score a lot and defend decently enough to stay within the game. Now, can they do it? Yes, I think so. Will they do it? That's another question. So, and will the other guys play as well? Tim Hardaway's going to have to come up and score like he did, shooting the ball well, because ultimately you guys haven't made as many threes or taken as many threes either as Boston. And that's the game today. So we'll see what happens. I don't think it's impossible, but there's just a lot of a load for those two guys, and I don't know if they can withstand it. Ultimately, also, I don't think Boston shoots as poorly as they did in Game 4.
You mentioned something about Kyrie. He gives really, really well thought out answers all of the time. And one of the things he was talking about in the lead up into Game 5 tonight is he's working on quieting the Celtics crowd and quieting some of his own self-doubt when it comes to playing back there. It feels inevitable to me that every player, no matter how good you are, would run into some case of self-doubt at some point. Is that the case, and how do you deal with that?
It's the case for everybody in life, man. We all go through it in job situations, family situations. Like, am I right for this job? When you see a couple fail, like you take a couple L's, a couple losses, you're wondering, if it's you. You look in the mirror and, like, if you're any type of person of non-delusion, you're like, well, why is this happening? Like, what am I doing wrong? What's going on here? But Kai is a very smart individual, man. He's highly intelligent, very in touch with his emotions and said it's mental and everything. He's in tune with a lot of things going on, on the court and off the court. So he's a very well-read and smart guy, so he understands. And he's old enough, mature enough to know, some life. So he's been through some life as well. And he's not afraid to admit when he's wrong or when he's going through some ups and downs. We all have them. But yeah, it's something that goes on with everybody, and I'm hoping that he gets over that, gets through that, and has a different outcome for him, particularly. The outcome as a group may not be good, but I think if he has a good one, it could change the trajectory of his results in that building. Because that building right now somehow has a hold on him. But once he feels like he can get over that hump, get out of that hole, and get over that mindset, because ultimately we know he's talented. He knows he's talented enough. It's mental at this point, and we all know it's easier said than done, because things happen when you're on that court, and mentally, physically, emotionally, things change for you when you're in an atmosphere that you don't have control of. But yes, he's a very smart individual and acknowledges everything that's going on. So yeah, I want to see him do well and expect him to do better than he had in the first two games. But even still, I don't know if it would be enough to hold off Boston, and then we don't know if Porzingis is playing or not. I doubt he is, but with those other guys playing better than they normally did, like they played better normally than they did in Game 4, it's still a tough game to win.
I wanted to dive in a little bit on Jason Tatum. Then a little, we have this expectation of, man, he's a superstar, and yet he hasn't quite outperformed superstar status in any of these games so far. Has it been something the Mavericks have been doing, or is it just flow of game?
I think it's a little combination of both. You got to give credit to all these teams that he's played against. They're not just letting him go one-on-one ISO, but a combination of it is him in his own mind and in his head as well. And also his rhythm. Sometimes it's something you can't get to. That's just a life of an NBA player, life of a shooter. It's ups and downs as woes. You're not going to shoot 40% all season long. Some parts of the season you're going to shoot 45, 50. Some parts you're going to shoot 35. You know what I'm saying? Like 30. So it's just ups and downs, life of a shooter, life of a basketball player, where you're going to go through parts where you're out of rhythm or not in good mode and you're not making shots. The only way to get through it is to continue to shoot, continue to play, and mentally find outlets to get you, out of that spell. So I think it's a combination of teams playing well and also him being in his own head and, not be able to find it. But I think he's found his rhythm. The last couple of games I've seen him playing a lot better. But I think it's a combination of the two.
When you have guys like Luca and Kyrie, they take that volume. They have a lot of the volume throughout a game in their shot selection. When you're a guy like PJ and you're a guy like Derek Jones Jr. and you get, maybe 3, maybe 4 shots a game, how do you stay prepared for that moment? All right, I might get it for this, and I got to make them.
That's the life of a role player, man. That's just all of us, and it takes years and years of practice and maturity of, sitting on the bench, getting off the bench, being ready, and not to pick and choose your spots, but being ready when your spots come. Because you may not touch the ball for the first 10 possessions, but when it comes to 11, you're supposed to be ready and be able to knock it down. So just being mentally locked in, staying warm on the sidelines. We used to have a drill in San Antonio called the Steve Kerr drill, but where he would, come in dead cold and try to make shots, off the bench, watch some film, talk about it, and then get on the court and take a shot. So Steve was really good at that when he played. Obviously, he's a great coach too, but it's not easy doing that. No matter how good or how professional you are, coming off the bench cold, depending on what age you are, is even harder. But if you're coming in and knock down and step up and knock a big shot down, that's ultimate profession, and that's every role player is trying to figure out. So they just have to mentally stay locked into the game, stay warm on the sidelines. Every time out, touch the basketball if you can. Get a feel because when you get in there, you haven't touched the ball in a long time. It may feel like a rock when you touch it for the first time. So you got to find small ways, simple ways to try to keep yourself involved in the game to where you're still feeling loose and warm.
And when you're a guy like Derek Lively and you make your first ever 3-pointer in the NBA Finals, are you like, I need more opportunities, Coach?
Nah, he knows himself well, but he obviously shot it well in the pre-draft too, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I was saying he shot, and I was giving this comparison to, I forget who it was, but I'm like, the workouts and draft workouts are cool and all, but a lot of them, some of them, it don't matter. It don't make sense. This guy shot he shot a bunch of threes, shot them well, and probably hadn't taken one all year, but he made one finally. He made one the series, which is crazy. But yeah, he knows himself. He knows who he is, and he's ready for that moment, which is interesting. That's not an easy shot to take when you haven't shot one in a long time. But he gets a lot of good, easy rhythm shots at the rim for him to feel in rhythm and feel good, and maybe some free throws. Usually you need like a basket at the rim, some free throws, and you feel good. Loosen up a little bit. Once you see one jumper goes in, it'll make things a little easier for the rest of the game.
Now, I know we were kind of joking around about the 3-point shooting, but you talked about Derek Lively being ready for the moment. Holy cow. It seems like throughout this playoffs, he's continued to progress and progress and progress. What kind of future do you think he has in the league?
I think it's a really bright, great future. A lot of people are seeing some things in him that I'm going to say we haven't seen before, but he looks very similar to the Tyson Chandler, that you guys have had in the past. And he could be that. He could be a shot blocker, rim protector, rebounder, lob threat, and ultimately stretching the floor and knocking down threes occasionally. So he can even be the 2.0 version of it. And Tyson had an unbelievable career in our league, and I can see him doing the same.
I'm also curious about this. Whenever the foul has been called, the circle, the guys get into the little huddle, what do y'all talk about? What do y'all talk about in those little huddles? Is it just
what you should be talking about and what you ultimately
both? Yeah, a little bit of both.
Sometimes it's an argument about what happened to play before, or obviously you should be moving on to the next play. You should be talking about what the next defensive strategy is or the next play down. Like, all right, this is what we got, or we need to rebound. Emphasize on what should be done and what needs to be picked up. Sometimes it's bringing in like, you missed your rotation, you should have been here. It might be an argument, or there might be something else, but ultimately it should be, let's get it together, guys. Let's regroup. Let's fix this, or next play down, we got this. It should be a combination of those things.
Okay. And then does it ever turn into like, hey, were we eating after the game or anything like that, or?
I'm sure during the regular season, there's probably some discussions
but not tonight.
Of things that you probably shouldn't be talking about. No.
Yeah, get your crap together. It's the finals. We do this segment, Mavs win because Mavs lose because. I know you gave us a variety of different of options, but if you had to boil it down to one thing, Mavs win tonight because?
They win because they made threes and guarded 3-point line well. It's ultimately the game for them. Not taking away. I mean, obviously, take away some of the threes because they get up a lot of them. But you take away some and have them more contested. But most of the games that they've lost is the 3-point line battle. They're not taking enough of them, and they're not making enough of them. They just haven't shot. Boston, even when they shot terrible, they shot 25%. Dallas shot 23%. They win because they actually made shots. They had help. Kyrie and Luca played. They did what they're supposed to do. They played their game. But the others and everybody else made some shots and made threes. They need to make threes to be in the series and if not win the game.
And we've loved talking to you all season, but here's my dream scenario. I know it looks bleak. The Mavericks win tonight. They win Thursday. They win Sunday to have the greatest comeback in NBA history. And then you come back with us next Monday to celebrate the NBA championship.
Hey, man, I'm there. I may not be at the parade, but I'll be on the show.
There we go.
Let's go.
The reason why I'll be on that parade is if they sign me for next year. But
there you go. Thank you very, very much, good sir. We appreciate all the insight.
Oh, anytime, man. Stay hopeful. It said nothing is ever impossible. But, there's always a chance, and we'll see what happens tonight. But I'm rooting for you guys. We all want to see more basketball. So, yeah, we're definitely rooting for them.
Hell yeah. Danny Green right here, ladies and gentlemen. That was our Odyssey NBA Insider Calls. Brought to you by the Hyundai family of EVs, the most electric EV lineup. And you just heard it. He said, you can do that? I'll be on the show next
Dude, and on top of that, that line, we all want more basketball. We want,
True.
Not just because I'm a Mavs fan. This series has been fun so far. Like, the playoffs have been fun so far. I just want more of it. I want more Mavs basketball. Yes, it is because I'm a Mavs fan. I want more Mavs basketball. I want to see this thing all the way through to Game 7.
And look, I know in the crosstalk with Sean and RJ, Mike said if the Mavericks win tonight, he'll be like 25%.
He's a damn lie.
Bull crap.
He'll walk in here tomorrow talking about we're going to win this.
The Mavericks win tonight, and it's 3-2 coming back to Dallas.
He's dropping F-bombs on air. Yeah.
He's going to be pumped.
We know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's take you to Globe Life Field as the G-Bag Nation is getting ready for that Rangers series opener against the Mets. Thank you very much to D&M Leasing for help facilitate this crosstalk. Gentlemen, how is ya? And for people who may not know, Where is you in the ballpark?
Wonderful, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We're at Comerica Backyard. So when you come on in, we're about the 200 levels. And center field, you can come say what's up to us. I believe doors open 5 o'clock-ish. So come on by, say hello. We'd love to chat with you, get ready for Rangers-Mets. And, of course, a big Game 5, baby. We're still alive.
Now, my question about that was going to be, because we haven't sold Mike yet. He says if the Mavs win tonight, he'll be 25% excited, which I think is a woeful understatement. Do you think, have the Mavericks re-sparked your hope, or do you think they've just delayed the inevitable?
I do think they have re-sparked it in me. That is for sure. Now I went from like, hey, I was surprised when they won the other night. I really just thought this thing was going to be done, and I said I would be shocked if they force a Game 6. I still will be shocked if they do that tonight. If they can put together back-to-back games anywhere close to what they just did in Game 4 there, that was ridiculous. So I am anticipating a fun game. I'm not expecting them to get blown out, but I do think Boston is still obviously the better team. I still don't know what kind of Kyrie I'm going to get in Boston. And so I'm hopeful that he will play like the best version of himself. But if he doesn't, which I'm not guessing that he will, they will probably end up losing this one, sadly.
Why do you say I'm guessing that he won't? Is that just based on, well, like, we've seen it for the last 3 years when he goes back to Boston?
Yeah, exactly. There's just something about that place, and I do think he's capable of overcoming that and having a, shut me up sort of moment to guys like me that are counting him out right now, but I definitely can't bet on it. And I don't expect Boston to put together back-to-back performances that were just so awful. I think Ruben just gave us the stat they haven't lost back-to-back games, but maybe on 4 different occasions this year.
Well, you know what? They hadn't lost the road playoff game all year until they did.
I like what you're doing, Hagee. Give us the positivity, baby.
And I'm going to try to feed into this theory more if they win tonight, but I want you guys to ponder something. I'm going to debut this theory with you guys right here, right now. Boston owes the sports gods because of what happened in 2004. No baseball team had ever come back from a 3-0 deficit, but they did that against their hated Yankee rivals. And the sports gods are like, someday we will come and ask a favor of you. Can't say when, can't say where. It's right now. And the Boston Celtics now will be on the wrong end of the first 3-0 comeback in NBA history.
Just beautiful.
It is.
I mean, my gosh, that feels like, from our perspective, that's a fairy tale.
It is.
That is hugely poetic. And I saw something about they have this date in history is very, very important to them as a fan base, and I would like to ruin that for them as well. Last time they won a championship.
Yeah, they beat the Lakers, I think.
Yeah, so I'd like to ruin this date.
That would be nice.
Forever.
Kind of spoil it. Like they got their 17th banner. Go bleep yourself. Banner 18. Ain't happening tonight. Look, I mean, if anybody's going to be able to do it, and you can write a fairy tale, it would be the greatness that is Luca Donic with a Kyrie Irving and really Derek Lively, who has emerged, I believe, as your third best player and will be moving forward. He's gotten better every single game. I do agree with Mike earlier talking about P.J. Washington. Like, if you don't get P.J. Washington offensively, I mean, I don't know that it's reasonable to expect that all of your role players come in and just hit shots like they did at a high level. But I am interested. Like, Derek Lively hitting that 3 was one of the greatest moments, I think, in the American Airlines Center in the history. Like, that place just erupted afterwards. We know he's capable of doing it. We've heard he does that in practice. We got visuals of him doing it at the Garden yesterday in practice during shoot-around. Does Derek Lively start to stretch the floor? And maybe he is. He's confident. He's like, bleep this. Why not? It's do or die anyway. I'm going to go ahead and just shoot these up from 3 now.
Yeah, why not, dude? They're not really guarding him at all. And it also went to a defense. It wasn't the ensuing possession a block, and then he goes down and hits the alley-oop. Like, it was an unbelievable sequence that started with the 3-pointer. That was just amazing. I did want to just mention one thing as well in regards to this whole game tonight, something I hadn't thought about, but Mike in Crosstalk talking about Porzingis and how he just wants to be suited up for team photos, basically, if they ultimately win this thing. I had not considered that at all, but I don't expect him to play.
I don't either.
I mean, not even for a single second. But I thought that was interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
Also, in case you needed another stat, the Mavericks are 3-0 in Game 5s this postseason.
Oh, I like that too. I know Boston Bryant's hoping we get a Game 6 back home.
I feel like I'm going to know if they're going to be all right in the first 3 minutes of the game. You know,
okay.
Can they provide the same defensive pressure to Boston that they did consistently Friday night? And if they can do that, then I think the dynamics have flipped enough that I'd feel comfortable being as bullish as I was on them to start the series.
Do you guys think that, let's say the worst case scenario played out, do you think the NBA Finals MVP is going to Jaylen Brown if they win tonight, or do you think that could be up for grabs depending on how tonight plays out?
Totally up for grabs. I think it's totally up for grabs. I haven't looked at the odds to see like if it's a super heavy favorite one way, but I don't understand how you could have a super heavy favorite for them. I think right now you would go Jaylen Brown.
He's a minus 230, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean that is a pretty heavy favorite.
Because Drew Holiday's plus minus was so bad, it was like one of the worst in finals history. I mean, are you going to hold that against? So I mean, if Brown has a good game,
he dropped to 38-1.
Okay. So if Brown has a good game, I think it's probably him. But there is room for somebody else to emerge and maybe steal that.
Who else, though? I mean, is it really just him and Tatum?
White, maybe?
White. I don't even have White on the board. The next person is Luca. And obviously you would have to think they would have to get to, I imagine, at least a Game 7 for him to actually have a legit shot at pulling that out.
We could pull a Jerry West here and be an MVP from a losing team. We've done that with Chuck Howley before.
I like
Super
that
Bowl, I think it was Super Bowl 5, I want to say. So, yeah, maybe we can get Luka the MVP, but not be the, well, we'll see. They need to win it, I think. But there is a history of this. I think it happened in 1969, I think.
That is correct. That is very good.
Nice. There was some talk about that. I think wasn't it the Iguodala MVP? Weren't they talking
that it might
like
still
maybe
go to
about giving
LeBron?
it to LeBron? That was the closest I'd seen.
You guys are correct about that. Broadus, since we got some historical info from you, I really like that. How are you feeling about tonight's game? And is there anything that will make you be like, all right, because Dawson said first 3 minutes. What are you looking for to make you think this could be Mavs night?
Man, I think you guys did a great job, and I love when Reggie interjects on your show with basketball stuff because he is really good at this stuff.
Damn right.
And you guys were kind of running some things around about when do you need to see certain players and what you need to see happen. I think you guys walked us all through what we need to see. If there's some things, if they're searching for shooters, then you're probably going to see Hardaway. If you're going, if things are kind of stable and they're playing well like they did the other night, I could see them just running with whatever group's on the floor. So this thing can go a couple of different ways. I think they still have to play with that desperation that they played with the other night. They did a great job rebounding. The defense was outstanding. They knocked down some shots. The inside game was good. So, just all that, if they can just muster that up for one more game here, get this thing back to Dallas in the Game 6, I think you're creating a lot of doubt in Boston's mind if you find a way and go beat them on their home floor and then get this thing back to Dallas.
Broadus, did you see Derek Lively is really big on your desperate team theory? He came out and he was like, look, we got to play like the desperate team.
You do, and and it's funny. I've listened to your guys' show before, and Mike was like, "Yeah, Broadus always kind of jokes around." I'm not joking around about the desperate team theory. Trust me, I've been in week 2 of an NFL season, and you get beat in week 1, and you feel that pressure on you. And yeah, I feel like though that when the Mavericks are hustling and they're closing out and they're in position, they're not letting backdoor cuts and things like that, or guys get to the rim. They're a much better team. They just got to, they just need to show that tape, that how they played the other night. They go, guys, this is how we have to play tonight. This is exactly how we have to play. They made Boston quit the other night.
Yes.
You got to find a way to make Boston quit on their home floor. I think is going to be a tall order. But you know what? Hey, let's see what happens. Dallas is, they're in a position that they forced this game. So let's see if they can find a way to get this thing back to Dallas.
What do y'all got coming up on the program today at Globe Life Field?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Your guy CY is going to join us at 4:20, and Bobby Carella, Mavs.com at 3:20. So we're loaded for the next 4.5 hours. Pure Gold, as always.
Roll home with the GVAC Nation, or go see them at Globe Life Field. We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Let's go, Mavs.
don't care about Vegas.
Okay.
Full KNC Masterpiece show is available. Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, a Game 5 Finals Monday here. And not only that, the Rangers trying to bounce back from getting swept in Seattle. Bryson DeChambeau wins U.S. Open. We have a lot of talk about. Here we go. Jennifer, at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video back home at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You can watch us. And thanks for making us part of your day. All right, here we go. Let's start with the Mavs. Do you believe a little bit? Or is it just all hope? How much has your belief-o-meter risen since last we broadcasted, gentlemen?
I feel like I'm in a very good space personally. When we left and the way we handled it Friday, it was like, if we can keep this thing going, that's awesome. If they don't, okay, this was an amazing run, and I don't expect this to be the last for this team. But yeah, the way that they came out and played, it seemed like they figured out some stuff defensively. Lively continues to get better and better. Hell, Luca showed up and played some defense, which was incredible to see. So I think there's some question marks. Boston's a team that certainly I believe is going to bounce back. How the stuff you were talking about, Eric, with Kyrie Irving, what version do you get? I mean, I'm definitely hopeful, but I think I've put myself in the personal feeling where, like, I'm not going to get heartbroken if indeed it's their last game tonight. I'm expecting, we're playing with house money here. If you're able to advance it, now all of a sudden there's some doubt that's going to creep into Boston. You come back home for a Game 6. Now you're starting to get a little bit more excited. Now maybe then on Thursday when we're prepping for Game 6, I'm going to think, okay, can we do this? But tonight, I think there's so much unknown going into it that it's like, hey, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to enjoy whatever happens, happens. I'm hopeful, but I'm not expecting victory.
I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you, and I'm keeping it alive. I don't know about you. Yep, same with you, Wolchuk. Not wearing Mavericks gear on a Mavericks game day. That's betrayed us. That has betrayed you and I over the course of this this series here. So I'm running it back that way. I am hopeful more so than I am believing. I do think there are opportunities here, and maybe some things have been found in terms of what the Mavs are doing now offensively. That's been the biggest struggle for them, is being able to score enough points. They've gotten a slightly better in each game, and then obviously with the huge one in the previous game. But going into Boston, I do think this is going to be a much more ready. This wasn't like a heartbreaker, emotional, you lose by 1 point Boston Celtics team trying to rebound. This is you got blown out, and usually teams respond in that scenario, especially at home in a closeout situation.
Yeah, so if you can outplay them tonight, then by halftime, I'm going to be ready to believe.
Yes.
Like, wow, Boston went home like, oh crap, that sucked. Well, we're going to bounce back and finish this in our house. If the Mavs can out execute them on both ends tonight, I'll be a little bit surprised, but I will become convinced that this is very doable. Brian, what are you hearing? What are you seeing down there?
Yeah, I just working and talking to people. They've still got the same ideas that they want to try and implement that they did in Game 4. They felt like they played with really great energy. They felt like they had the defensive effort that they needed to. They got their bigs involved. They knocked down some shots. They're really, as a group, if you talk to them, they're very positive about their approach in this game. They feel like that they can go on the road and win one of these games. They felt like there were some games they should have taken earlier in this series and just didn't find a way to get it done. So they're playing with a lot of confidence, or talking about having a lot of confidence here. So I feel like that we're going to try and see a little bit of the same game plans and things that we saw in Game 4 maybe translate over to them in Game 5.
Yeah, I know that, and that's kind of what makes me just a little bit hesitant to believe right now is when you're like, hey, why'd you win? Well, we had great energy. Yeah. Okay, that's not what you build belief off of. That is, the other team felt like this is in the bag, had a letdown, and you were competing out of pride and embarrassment based on what happened in Game 3. So I need like the chess match to be in your favor. And they've also, made some adjustments. I do believe in the theory. There's a story up, is this from NBA.com, that, the Mavs just get better as series go on.
Sure.
That's a real thing. So I believe, Jason Kidd has an ability to make adjustments in between games that puts him amongst the best in the league at doing. I think as the time goes on, the questions that they're asking defensively of Luca, after a while, that whole thing gets figured out and they figure out an efficient way through. But, right now it's still a leap of faith until we get to about halftime of tonight. Let's build a lead and maintain it. What needs to happen, you guys think, as far as, trends or X factors going into this game? What's on the top of your look for list?
Well, you need to maintain, for me, Luca. I mean, defensively, he's got to remain engaged.
How
right?
confident are you in that?
For tonight, I'm pretty confident. I think, and Higgy talked about this earlier, you're able to see stretches, and I think we saw it in the Minnesota series. Like, he held opponent shooters 12 of 11, 18.2% in Game 4. Now, is he going to complain at the officials again? That might end up happening. I do think he's going to be engaged on the defensive side of the floor. The other thing is the role players. Like, you got a fantastic performance. Now, numbers can get a little skewed when there's 2 minutes left in the third quarter and basically Boston's waved the white flag. So have the Mavs. You have THJ come in, bang down 5 threes. But you did see Dante Exum was playing really well before the game was totally out of reach. I mentioned what Lively was able to do. You had Maxi Kleba come out, hit a big 3 for you. Maybe that's something that helped his confidence. I mean, that's something where Maxi can definitely be an X factor if he is not going to be allergic to shooting the basket. You know what he's able to do defensively at times, but I think that you have to maintain having your role players come in and perform. Where they've lost games is relying solely on Luca, and then you'll see what you're able to get from Kyrie. You can't just have it all be on one man against a team that is so good in Boston.
Yeah, I'm confident we're going to get, once again, dominant Luca. On the road, I have this theory that I've just concocted that he's much more willing to chirp at the referees at home than on the road, because the only adversary at home is really the referee.
Okay.
On the road, I got guys that I can find here courtside that I don't have to get fired up by the ref. I'm getting fired up by this dude, and now my whole life is dedicated to making this guy cry, mother bleeper, like we saw sitting next to Snoop Dogg. So I do expect, even beyond that, home or road, he just proved he could do it at home too. I think he's locked in now. I think this was sort of, at least in the short term, a rock bottom. Now, we'll look forward to big picture, but I do think you're getting great Luca tonight.
I like that. That's a great take, because the 817 just asked, and I was going to bring it up, do we really think Luca is going to refuse to play defense again?
No.
I think it's possible because of what Chief was just talking about here. Like, competitively and psychologically, it is a tempest, and it's going one way. There's no rhyme or reason for it. It's unexplainable kind of what happens to make him do some stuff that makes absolutely zero sense. And Game 3 proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Him hunting fouls and flopping and laying down and not getting back on defense, like, that just showed you how out of control he is with the ability to focus it. So the right set of circumstances, yes, like his team's on a 20-2 run, but he's 1 of 5. He's ticked off still. Yeah. There's something that happens when he's embarrassed or shown up. Like, the other team dares to stop him the majority of the times down court for about 10 minutes, and he's going to be looking to point the finger at anybody regardless of what else is going on in the game. That's my belief.
I do think that's a great point. Of the game that we just saw was Mavs dominance from start to finish. He didn't have to, he wasn't agitated at all. He's getting his, they're up by a bunch. There's nothing to be upset about. He's so happy and we're so in control that I'll put my hand up when you call the foul, because we're here. Yeah. When it's nut crunching time and things aren't going well and you're down 6 and your shot's not falling, now you feel like you just got fouled, and I can see a world where it's happening. I'm just banking on him having the emotional intelligence to control it right now when he knows all eyes are on him. His coach is going to bat for him. People behind the scenes in the building are going over to him like, hey, man, come on, let's get this. I think you can lock it in for another 4 quarters. Please, God, tell me you can.
Yeah, one of the things that Reggie brought up in the earlier, in their broadcast was the fact that teammates, coaches, people are asking him, they're going to Luca, and we were all kind of wondering who's the guy that's going to talk to Luca. Who's going to be that person? It sounds like to me it's really, his teammates, his coaches, they're asking him, and Reggie pointed it out, and Reggie's really became locked into what's going on with this Mav team. I mean, he's done a great job of digging on a lot of things. Found out, though, that, they're saying, hey, listen, don't complain about the first 2 fouls. Let things kind of, like, if it's a foul, let it go.
I heard Derek Lively saying that.
Yeah,
I mean, how about the leadership from the youngster?
Exactly.
Dude?
So they're asking him, they're like, listen, don't worry about the first 2 fouls. Well, it's just kind of play through it, and see what happens. If in the game he fouled out, he had a foul in the first, he had a foul in the third, and then all the other fouls came in the fourth.
Sure.
So, there's a point in time where he played a lot of basketball before he committed a foul. So they're just asking, listen, you get an early foul, play through it. You get another foul, play through it. So I like that. And Luca, all he has to do is see how differently his team reacts and plays when he's not riding the officials the whole game. You can sense that the coaches and the players, his teammates, are like, okay, here we go, and it just kind of it brings that added pressure. They all know now, okay, we've got to play 4-on-5 here because Luka's not going to be engaged.
Yeah.
That puts pressure on his teammates, and they're asking him, hey, please, just hang in there, man. Hang in the first couple of fouls, and then let's see where this thing goes. And I want to believe after what he saw the other night after Game 3, I want to believe that he's like, okay, I have to control myself. I have to control my emotions in order for us to have success.
A couple of pretty good topics there for you at 877-881-1053. Do you think that Luka has turned a corner on this, and do you believe in the Mavs, or are you still kind of just in hopeful mode? The Franklin injury returning text line is open as we broadcast to you live here from Globe Life Field. Rangers in an AL West hole. The quote, we're better than this after they get swept by the Mariners. I don't know. You've played like 70-plus games now at this point. It's kind of getting kind of hard. I guess, Josh Young's return.
That's all I can
fix some of it.
I can hold on to right now. I had a bunch of people reaching out like, what the hell, dude? Offensively, nobody was hitting. You had Corey Seager over 12 over the weekend. Dolis wasn't good. Duran's been bad, 3 for 22. We were hoping you take 2 of 3 from the Dodgers. Now all of a sudden you got some positive juju going your way. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Now, the Mariners did a great job. They lined up their 3 best pitchers. They went up against you, and certainly yesterday was a buzzsaw that you went up against. You had 2 hits the entire game. Yeah. So you got to cross your fingers and hope, you're about to get some reinforcements back. Scherzer had another good relief outing. He's going to rejoin the club here soon. Spores was pitching last night. He's probably coming back soon. Josh Young. But I don't know how long they can go now and be like, hey, eventually our guys are going to click back into form and we can rely on, we do have a good offensive club. I think they've got to be looking at some moves right now, and I do expect them to still make some. I still would lean they're going to be buyers over sellers. I think they believe that this team still can, if you get into the postseason, could possibly make a run. Just get a wild card spot at least. But you were 5.5 back. Now you look up your 8.5 back because you got swept over the weekend. That was a very disheartening 3-game series in Seattle.
Yeah, it was, especially coming off of what they did against the Dodgers. It was fun. There was reason to believe, but then you go back and look at that Dodgers series, you scored 8 runs. You scored just 7 runs, I believe, in Seattle. So it's not time yet, but I think it's in the not-too-distant future, maybe the next 30 days, the next 45 days, where you're going to have a heart-to-heart with that conversation. Are you going to go from World Series champs to not even making the playoffs?
Well, maybe you need to think about this. If you're having – and it's a big gamble. It really is a big gamble. If you feel like that this pitching is going to come back, and can you move maybe some of your surplus pitching that you have now? Can you move one of these relievers?
I like it.
Can you move Urania? He's shown that he's been able to, can you go and find a bat? Can somebody need pitching? Because you might, when it's all said and done, I watch these games, I know like we all do. I never feel like the pitching is the problem here. We've had some, Robinson had a loss the other day, but then comes back against the Dodgers and has 2 historical outings against them. The pitching to me is not the problem. They need to find sticks. They need to find timely hitting. You can't have a big inning in the first and then go the rest of the game with 2 hits. Yeah. You can't do that. And that's where this team's struggling.
Fielder that destroys left-handed pitching. What do you say?
It's maybe, you talk about the pressure on Josh Young coming back.
Yeah.
Everybody's thinking like, well, when Josh comes back, this is going to be all normal and fine.
The only thing you have to hope for.
Yeah, that is. But to me, now I would consider maybe some of these pitchers that you've shown that have been able to go out there and get last 6-7 innings, quality starts, and not get any run support. This might be a time to think about moving 1 or 2 of those guys. And then because if you got guys coming back, you'll have some surplus that you're going to have to deal with.
And this is the time to think about picking up some tickets for this series against the Mets. Tomorrow is Seager and Simeon Silver Slugger Bat Night. First 10,000 fans. Hello. First 15,000 on Wednesday, getting the Dairy Max Marcus Simeon replica postseason jersey. And that, of course, is a $1 dog night. Mexican Heritage Nightcap is Saturday. And today, of course, is a Terramana Monday, where you'll be having a good time in that Terramana Tequila Terrace.
Right below us here, where we're broadcasting from. So we'll see you down there.
Salute to Bryson DeChambeau, wins the U.S. Open as Rory stumbles down the stretch. Was that 3 bogeys in the Final Four?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was
bad joker.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, and he's it's been one of those situations where it's been 10 years now since he last won a major, and you don't have many of these opportunities. He put himself in a great position to win that thing yesterday. He just couldn't finish it off.
Maybe he should, use his time to work on his game instead of butting into other people's business. Chuck Wagon's coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we got some college football news. Let's talk Mike Leach, Les Miles, and are we trying to oppose the opt-outs in the bowl games? Maybe we got something to fix that. That's next.
Fellowship.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Globe. And thanks for making us part of your day. Fired up for, Rangers-Mets tonight. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. A lot of great things going on at the ballpark here. You want to get tickets for those. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. And this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accident happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach.
Man, a pretty cool deal at Barrel and Bones tonight in Farmers Branch. We're all rooting for a Maverick Game 5 victory, but if you want to go, I saw this on Fox 4 Sports here. If you want to go check out the game at Barrel and Bones, if the Mavs win, will be comping all open tabs. So you got to stay until the final buzzer to qualify.
Talk about throwing some bones.
If the Mavs get a Game 5 win, you're eating and drinking for free. That is a hell of a deal.
It's a fun sort of game within the game.
Yes. Now, do you go huge?
I think you monitor and see how the game's kind of play at halftime. If you're down like double digits, you're like, you know what? Let's go ahead and call it. I'm going to close my tab and I'm going to go ahead and eat this now, as opposed to. I guess you just ride it out no matter what, just in case, in terms of staying there and keeping it open.
Yeah.
But you're not going hard in the paint. Now, if you get another situation like Mavs blowout style,
Derek
if
Lively's
this is a repeat from the other game, now you're sitting there in quarter number 3 just cleaning up. Yes, another order. Yes, another one. Let's make it 2. Let's make it 3. What does he want? What does she want?
I'll take a double, maybe even a triple.
All of a sudden, the bartenders get real serious about looking for signs of visual intoxication. You're cut off. You're cut off.
I'm like, baby, I'm just here for the burgers. What are you talking about? Dial that up.
Slide me a good tip, and you're all right. But, hey, good deal. If you're looking for somewhere to go watch the game, that could be a good spot, absolutely, especially if the Mavs win. You could be eating for free tonight.
Dude.
Now, we got...
I'm bringing the family.
I'd go saddle up right now.
Yeah, just post up.
We're saying all-you-can-eat shrimp.
I'm texting wifey saying, F bedtime for the kiddos tonight. They're coming with us. They're getting chicken tenders all night long. Luke is going to bring this thing home tonight.
Hell yeah.
Luke has been iodine poisoning.
That's right.
And he's been dominant in Game 5s. Now, we talked about this in Game 2. We were hoping, he's going to be able to get the Mavs will be able to get a win. But Luca in Game 5 so far this postseason has been absolutely dominant. 34 points per game, 9 rebounds, almost 9 assists. They're 3-0 are the Dallas Mavericks.
Luca Donic has been the worst for my prize picks pocketbook, though.
I've
been hitting the over on the points every time.
And he doesn't even play the fourth quarter the other night.
Exactly. I'm like, gosh, that's a no-brainer night where he's obviously going to go over. You had the game a couple games ago where it's like 20 points in the first quarter or whatever.
Yeah.
He still doesn't get the over. He's been, I had a nice 5-legger situation going with prize picks that got bleeped by my guy Luca.
That stinks. I did hit the more on the Lively, and that ended up working out for me. But you're right. Like even P.J. Washington, I went more on his points, and P.J. didn't have to stay in there very long, so that went less. So if you went less on some of the Boston stuff, you went ahead and cashed in a big way. But we can redo prize picks tonight, and hopefully, I'm okay if it's another blowout win. Maybe you just got to play the first couple of minutes of the fourth quarter so Luka can make that extra 3 points that we need or whatever it might be in that situation.
Yeah, and gosh, if he just hits 1-3 in the previous game, which he goes like 0 for 8.
Yeah.
And how about that? You win the game by that much, and Luka's going 0 for 8 from downtown. My gosh.
Well, one of the most bet tickets tonight, apparently, according to BetMGM, Luka over 2.5 made threes. He has not been good from 3 this year.
I think he's 1 for his last 15.
Okay. Well, let's
I
hope.
think you need to blame Joe Mazzulla on that one. He waved the white flag.
He did.
Usually he would wait till the fourth, and once he waved it, then
to be fair, Boston's always waving it.
It took like Jason a little bit of time to kind of okay, he really is quitting here.
Yeah, they quit.
Yeah, and so then, so I would blame your prize pick. I blame the problems on him.
It is Joe
for quitting too early.
Yeah,
I heard he quit before your second plate at the Chinese buffet, Brian.
I'll tell you what.
Did you punish that after the Tito's show, the transfusion show on Friday?
Okay, do you think it went over 2 plates or at 2
over?
Plates?
If you went at 2, I'm a little disappointed.
Well, he is a man of consistency, and he says he's a 2-plate guy.
He says he's a 2-plate guy, but also 4 plates of soup.
That's a 3-plate.
That's bowl.
I went 2 plates extra soup.
Okay.
Is what I did.
How many bowls?
Is that a 2.5?
3 bowls?
That's fine.
The
Yeah,
hot and sour
bowls of hot and
soup.
sour.
They had the game on. They had the game on.
Did you stay the whole way?
You know, game 6, you got to go back.
I stayed through the first
quarter.
Yeah,
wow! In 1 quarter of play, he punished 3 bowls of soup.
That's amazing.
And 2 plates.
But I'll tell you what, man. The thing about it was the orange chicken. The egg roll was excellent.
There we go.
Always is.
But see, I instead of like embarrassing myself, which I normally do, I kind of went for the somewhat healthier choices, but more soup.
Other than the orange
I
chicken.
left the rice. I left the fried rice.
You went heavy
along.
on the hot and sour.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Good
for you.
Yeah, you look far less bloated this time than you usually
I
do
meant to
coming out
call
of
you
there.
guys and see if you made it home okay.
We
and I
did.
couldn't even do that.
We were safe. We were good to go. But you might need to go back to the Chinese buffet until the Mavs lose. We might need to have you there for all these games from now.
You know what?
Yeah, if you don't have to twist his arm. Music to Brian's ears.
I walked in there like I was at the gunfight at the OK Corral when they walk into the bar like Doc Holliday. Like I slung that door open and I'm like, I'm daddy's back.
That's awesome. Well, we got some drama going with your LSU Tigers. Les Miles has filed a lawsuit against LSU claiming that the school's decision to vacate 37 of his wins from 2012 to 2015 have eliminated him from consideration for the College Football Hall of Fame. According to the suit filed in the Middle District of Louisiana, he's seeking appropriate remedy for the blot placed on his good name and reputation. I guess the fact that 37 vacated wins dropped his career winning percentage below 600, and I guess that's something where they look at and they're considering that, and that's the reason why he's not eligible right now.
Though.
Yeah, he did have a national championship.
I would like to see all the coaches that are in the College Football Hall of Fame that didn't win a national championship. I would be interested.
If your winning percentage is below 600, it's an automatic cutoff for a coach to be considered.
So if it's under 600,
yeah. So that's why
that's a hard and fast rule they got.
That's
huh?
So those 37 wins dropped him below that, and he's saying this is bull bleep. I got those wins. LSU.
You want to run a dirty program, and then on the other side of it, sue the university for vacating the wins. Doesn't he know that LSU, they do things with integrity and honesty?
Right, it's integrity. It's integrity there.
Darn right, Dawson.
It's integrity, baby.
That kind of attitude will get you a long way in life.
My goodness. We also have Mike Leach dealing with the same thing. He is sitting at 596 with his career winning percentage.
I believe
just shy of the 600 mark.
He can get over 600.
And they lost some games that he had in.
Can we not waive that for Coach Leach? Come on,
we
now.
absolutely should.
Pandering to the
Post-mortem, of course. Yes.
Pandering to the dead.
Time now live at Globe Life Field in Arlington for the G-Bag of the day. Into the pink cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Check, check, check. 1, check 2. Say you know what to do.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear me? Sound good? All right. Let me get my little bombs and everything together here. There we go. All right, we in the groove. Now, how many days is this for fan phenom winner Blake and his horrible, unfortunate fumble on the radio?
Looking for 4.
Looking for 4. Looking for 4. All right, yes, that's our winner. You go to Sundays with Red Medford here on the fan. Our fan phenom winner, Blake. Stumbling and fumbling on the radio.
How close is Denver and Colorado?
What?
Huh?
What?
What did you just say?
What?
That's marked. That's going to get
Yep,
marked.
thanks for that.
Well, they're saying the Denver Nuggets, and Denver is the state, Colorado's the city. And it's the other way around. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. I know it's one of the two. You're not going to get me.
G-Bag of the day will be tomorrow at 2:30 right here on the fan.
Just sending that one in now.
I just wanted to make sure we appropriated the Denver Nuggets.
You just said that Denver is a state.
So it's Colorado's the state. I caught it then. Colorado's the state. Denver's the
You
state.
did not catch it. What do you mean?
I caught it. What do you mean?
I did not catch it. What do you mean?
Yeah. Ignore that. Let's go on.
You somehow didn't catch it, and you still fumbled.
I didn't catch it.
You completely short-circuited the way we do the rules here.
Yeah. Did you guys have a good Father's Day yesterday?
Yes, sir, I did.
Pretty good.
Thank you for asking.
How about you?
Yeah, fantastic, man. Had a great Father's Day yesterday. Got to see my pops. Yeah, he made something called Chicago chili dogs. I Googled this stuff. I Googled this. I didn't know what it was. I was like, maybe you got the location wrong or something on the name of these dogs. But they were good. They were not hot dogs. They were full-ass meat links.
Yes.
There you go.
They were links with chili and some real cool coleslaw on there. They were fantastic, really.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Very
nice. I was hating it at first because I couldn't find it anywhere on the map. I was like, well, this ain't Chicago. Anyway, let's go to
Chicago. Yeah, Chicago dog usually, Lucius, is a pickle, slaw,
tomato.
Yeah,
right?
tomato involved too. But the chili's a little bit of a southwestern twist on it. I like it.
Yeah, it's different. All right, yesterday was Father's Day. Let's go to Red Sox player right here, Tristan Casas. His in-game interview about his father was just something to be heard.
So I'm in coach pitch, and I'm so young. I don't really know what's going on at this point still. I'm still just playing baseball just to burn calories and get out there and get some sun. Right. And, I get out one day and I come back to the dugout crying, pissed. And, that's what a 6-year-old does. He sits on the bench and he cries and he doesn't want to go out there when, his team's playing defense. So my dad, being the dad that he is, trying to teach me the lessons that he did in his own special way, came into the dugout. He actually grabbed me by my shirt, dragged me to the line, and Looney Tunes style kicked me out onto the field. And actually had one of my best friends that I went to high school with later. He ended up playing pro ball. His mom actually called child services on my dad, had him arrested at the field. No, for real. This is no joke. At the field, I see my dad go away in the cop car, gets arrested, sent the night to jail. But that day, my dad taught me a super valuable lesson.
Wow. My dad taught me a super valuable lesson. Holy crap.
Wow.
I bet he did.
Wow. Oh.
I bet he did.
The Looney Tunes kick onto the field.
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny with the big Looney Tune kick.
Get your ass out there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, that's hilarious.
I mean, that was wheels off right from the very beginning, and it just kept advancing.
Yeah, it was hysterical.
What was the lesson?
No matter how you feel, you need to go out there and perform.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
You can't let your teammates down. You can't let the people that's watching the game down, the umpires, everybody else there. So you got to give your best effort.
That's very 1960s of that dad. I appreciate the effort there. Yeah.
Coach Boilermaker right there, for sure. Get your ass out there, kid.
Yeah.
Let's see. You guys watch the Tank Davis fight?
Hell yes.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was really great. It was like about the 6th round where Tank Davis's his trainer said, hey, man, scorecard looking kind of funny for you right now. I'm going to need you to turn it up. And then he went out there and commenced to kick ass for the next 2 rounds.
Gosh, the explosiveness.
Is this true about this fighter? You almost have to fight a perfect fight to beat him?
Seems that way.
That's what I was hearing some people say. Like, you just don't show up against this guy. You almost have to fight perfectly to beat him.
Yeah. And I didn't like how, you can see before the match, you can see Tank Davis getting ready backstage. You know what I'm saying? Right. He's punching the mat. He's looking good. He's got a nice little lather going. And then you see my man Frank Martin sitting there just like Spence was, just chilling. I don't like that. All right, anyway, Jim Gray, they were showing Tank his little knockout punch. It was an uppercut, and then he finished it off with a nice little pow.
There we go. Okay, there was the big left. Tell us.
No, but
go ahead.
I thought it was an uppercut first. I think I went with an uppercut.
You did. We'll take another look at the uppercut, and we'll go back. Here we go.
Boom. That's what it was. That's what it was. That's what it was. The brick hand just finished it off. Boom. God.
He's right though, because Frank Martin was limp for that second shot.
Yeah, he was out of there, bro.
There.
Yeah, he was looking nasty. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. If not, I'll shoot you the glory.
Get the glory. We shoot the glory. Sha, sha, sha. We shoot the glory. Sha, sha, sha. We shoot the glory. Sha, sha, sha. We shoot the glory. In the name of Jesus. We shoot it out like an arrow. Sha, sha, sha. We shoot the glory in this place. Sha, sha, sha.
Sha, sha, sha. All right, man, that's it for me. Let's go.
There it goes, Lucius Alexander, and your G-Bag of the day. I did not see the fight, but I did see the first 2 episodes of The Boys.
Let's go! Yes.
The very first 2 episodes where he runs right into the person and disintegrates his girlfriend?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Man, I'm in. I love it.
You're going to love it, bro.
Good.
You're going to love it.
Yeah, I mean, the end of the second episode was incredible, too. It's like I was fired up last night to watch this, and then fiance wife gets talking about a Father's Day family movie night.
So did you get to pick the movie?
No.
Damn, so it's not Father's Day.
I had to watch one that
every
that
other
both
day of your
kids
life.
would watch too.
Yeah, I learned that for my first
Uh-huh.
Father's Day. It's not a, hey, what
Yeah.
do you want to do for Father's Day? It's here's what we're doing.
It's can you be the ideal father?
Yeah.
Can you
Mhm.
make all of our dreams come true?
Good day.
Of a dad
Good day,
you
and I
are.
appreciate.
And I was happy to do
doing
it. I really was. It was amazing.
So a test day of
Yeah.
the year where you have to
Yeah.
recertify
Yeah.
in being a dad.
Yeah.
And they're just
Hey.
going to put
You
a
guys
bunch
gotta
of
get your
challenges on you. Hey, blow
situations
this huge
together.
thing up so we can be in the pool, and then I do it. It takes 3 hours. Then you get in there for 3 seconds, and now
Yeah.
it's not fun anymore.
It's amazing Father's Day. Just doing everything to bring the family together.
Just an awesome time.
All the chores.
Sorry, man.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You know what it's like.
I had a great one, bro.
I did too.
I had a great one. Out there in that big old house my dad just bought. Yeah, living like kings. Yeah. We look like those black folks on, what is it, next Friday?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is next Friday. We the king out here.
Is it the champ Blake Elliott looking for 4 today? Is it the Red Sox player Tristan Casas telling a Father's Day story of his own? Tank Davis got the dub with the uppercut, or shoot the glory, sha sha sha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with our champ Blake. Now, how about you, Chief?
I'm going with my guy Tristan.
Alrighty, Lucius.
Yes, Blake.
Wolchuk.
I think I got to go for Blake as well.
Brian.
I'll vote for Tristan.
By a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champ. Tune in tomorrow as he goes for 5. If you ever miss a G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays the champ for you in LA Live every night about 5:40. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where you taking us, buddy?
Yes, sir. Is your NFL team under pressure to succeed in 2024? We'll talk about that next.
Everybody say Window Nation with me. Yes.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. Here we go, and it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And here he is, the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, General. Glad to hear everybody had a really great Father's Day. How was yours, Zach? You were good?
Yeah, it ended up being a good
right
day.
off
We
the
had,
jump?
Yeah, had the whole family come over, and we set up like a little pasta making buffet station.
There you go.
It's pretty cool. So it was neat. It was a little bit weird at first, like being told Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
It's like, I guess I am a dad now. You know, it takes getting used to. But it was cool. I got these socks that have Eliza's picture on them.
Wow.
Dude. And a keychain with her picture. So
It's incredible.
She was adorable, man.
Good for you.
It was great.
That was my first Father's Day gift from my wife, was socks with my firstborn's face on
It's
them.
pretty
And then
cool, right?
but she didn't follow up with baby number 2 and 3.
Dang it.
So I feel like we need to get that figured out.
Huh. I'll tell you what, though. Yeah, it's Father's Day strange. I mean, like I say, my dad's 85.
Uh-huh.
So you kind of like you're just. I hate to be morbid about things and stuff like that, but you're kind of sitting there thinking, you know, when we take this picture and all.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like my favorite thing every year is to take the picture with me, Bennett, and we've been doing it since he was a little boy.
Right.
So now, you know, he's about to be a junior at Texas, but you know, you're sitting there and you're like, is this going to be the last time we do this?
Well, your dad got his hand back this year.
He did get his hand back, and I told him before we took the picture, I'm like, listen, put your hands outside outside the shirt so it doesn't look like you've lost a hand.
This is the first thing
Captain Hook.
First thing my eyes went to was his hands when I saw that picture.
So great.
I wish he would have done the bit where he just hit both hands this time. He's just losing limbs every year.
Yes. We lose limbs. Hey, remember last week I told you about how I would handle like the yellow coat guys and gals that run onto the field and stuff like that and handle
The
that?
security guys in the outfield?
Got a Tolo, our buddy John Nelson. He's a steward in Anfield there for Liverpool.
Oh, sweet.
So he's a steward, and he heard our show. He loves our show, by the way, just absolutely loves our show. He sent me the directives that they use to determine how to select the guys or gals that go out onto the field. Because he heard me say, hey, I would have like a little combine, I'd make these guys work out,
Right.
some guys with agility.
See him in action.
All right, this is what he said. He said, on stewarding for soccer, he goes, I did it for the 14 years, and there's nothing worse than watching a load of overweight stewards chasing fans.
I disagree.
It
100%.
looks more like the Keystone Cops is what he said.
Yeah.
We take it a different approach coming off at 4 corners. So they have a plan. They come off the corners.
Secure the perimeter.
Right. They box is what he said they do. He says their approach is 4 corners, box people in. If they get past the pitch side stewards, then he goes, now we got some problems.
Don't let him break contain.
But he says at Anfield, he says, I put my big and fastest guys pitch side, is what he said. And they stop people in their tracks.
Good.
So if you go on,
Is that where the hooligans
so
are?
yeah, if they go on, he's got his best yellow coated guys pitch side.
Smart strategy.
And ready. So squeeze with 4 fast, big athletes pitch side in case that they get past.
Coming in
you almost
waves.
want to have a separate budget allocated to find the right guys for those jobs.
Yeah.
You can't mess around there,
No,
man.
you don't mess around at all.
Oh, because your entire staff embarrassed.
If you get to Bowser and you beat him, now everybody's standing around going, what are we supposed to do now? That guy has to be legendary.
He said, he followed up, he goes, I went to Wales with the club for the final against Cardiff, is what he
I
said.
think it's Cardiff.
Is it
not.
Cardiff?
I think it's Cardiff.
You said it right.
Yeah.
Is it Cardiff?
I think it's Cardiff.
Cardiff Giant.
I think it's the Cardiff. That's the name.
You're
of it.
right.
Hey, agree to
What are
disagree.
you doing?
Tomato.
Trying to keep my friend honest over here.
It's Cardiff. That's the name of the soccer club, right?
Don't want to pull you off sides.
Okay.
I don't know, Brian.
My God. They had 2 ex-rugby players. I hate you most days. Most days. Not all days. Most days.
Most days. Ain't no days
Not
off.
all days.
Not all.
Most days.
Thank you.
They had 2 ex-rugby players on pitch side.
See, there you go.
One fan tried to get it and got 2 yards before he got smashed.
2 yards.
2 yards. He got onto the pitch, 2 yards, smashed.
Was it Zeke?
I don't know. Like a 2-yard gain. It just. All right,
I didn't know he was such a soccer
now you're
fan.
back. I like what you did there. You're back. He goes, I do love the. He said this. He goes, I do love the idea of a combine for pitch side security. It would make for good TV.
It would.
So for the last layer of defense guys, the guys that are supposed to be your top dudes, those guys need to pass some checkpoints. I think that makes all the sense in the world.
So see, I didn't feel like I was totally crazy thinking hey, if I'm running security, I don't want my guys to get embarrassed. I don't want to be the one, here we are.
No.
Oh, it's a poor reflection of you.
Yeah, it's a poor reflection of me if I'm hiring guys and gals that can't handle the task.
Okay, is the worst day for that guy in that position is like the bottom, just worst day when your crew ends up on the not top 10 Sports Center?
Yes.
That's the pinnacle of disaster.
Out, one guy's broken his ankle, the other guy's
You're a laughing stock in the whole industry now.
No,
As bad as it gets right there.
you get credit. You get credit when you've got like the rugby player that wastes somebody going on. Now
maybe you're on Sports Center top 10 because you're guys. So like he had such a you just got jacked up moment. We got to put in the top 10 now.
See, I would do this on the big screen. I would have my top 10 people running onto the field and getting smashed. So I would make the announcement. If you want to run onto the field,
Here's
please be.
And
then
highlight reel.
That's smart.
Number 10, and then some guy just getting walloped. Number 7, guy like breaks him in half.
Getting drilled.
Number 3, he gets clotheslined, and now you see the crew running on with the stretchers to pick the guy up. And then number 1.
Drop kick.
Now they got a spatula trying to get the guy off the field. You know what I'm saying? Like they're flipping, like they're on a flat top. They got the training staff has a spatula, and they're like, "Oh, he's not quite coming up on." Like
play on.
Yeah, I would show top 10.
Yeah,
and that would be like my fan base would look at that and go, I don't know about you, Charlie. I'm not going on the field today.
You're taking this one serious. You're going to have to double whatever bet, maybe triple or quadruple whatever bet you just made with your boy.
There was no way in hell that I would go on the field after I would show you my top 10.
Those guys
and all my guys would be down there with their arms crossed. I'd have them lined up.
Yeah.
Like lined up with their arms crossed,
The only thing you're doing there is you're eliminating the weak ones, but there's always one guy. You know,
There's always one guy.
and he's probably a supreme. Like there's probably reason for confidence with that one guy. Like when you get the random streaker, it's going to be a bona fide super streaker beast who feels like he can go toe to toe with your guy. So every time you have a streaker, it'll be probably the biggest challenge.
All right, 7 teams in NFL under the most pressure to succeed in 2024. You think your Dallas Cowboys are on this list?
Yes.
Yes,
You
but
do?
Lame duck coach, quarterback, D coordinator.
You would assume that they should be on the list.
Well, the Jets are number 1 on
I
this
believe
list.
that.
You know, that Woody Johnson, he's entrusted Robert Saleh. We've all seen that. The Philadelphia Eagles are number 2.
Yeah, because Nick Sirianni's probably going to eat canned
Yep.
if they don't.
Philadelphia's defense was a black hole for much of the year, ranking 28th. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on.
Well, Dick Fangio's there now to remedy that.
Yeah, well, Miami Dolphins are number 3 on this list.
Ooh.
Starting last year, 11-4, the Dolphins sure looked like the part of the
24
Super
years.
Bowl.
24 years since a playoff win.
24 years.
None of them have the delusion of their fan base, though, that the Cowboys do.
Well-
that's where the pressure comes from.
Here you go. The Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys. They're the biggest nemesis. Both made this list. The Cowboys were one of the best in the NFL in 2023 regular season, finishing at 12-5.
Yeah.
4th in overall team grade. However, this is all PFF stuff. In classic Cowboy fashion, it all went away in the playoffs, with the explosive Packers upsetting the number 2 seed at AT&T Stadium. Jerry Jones has yet to pay Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, but each is in strong position to reset the quarterback and receiver markets respectively. Whether Dallas can legitimately retain both is up in the air. Even if the Cowboys manage to retain the pair long term, there may be some cap casualties on the other end entering next off season.
Yeah, I would say the Cowboys' pressure is much higher because the clock struck midnight on the Eagles. Yeah. Everybody knows that the Eagles are, they're not good. They lost Kelsey, right? I feel like because of how the Cowboys season finished, people are still going to think, oh, this Cowboys team is a contender.
Yeah.
With the Eagles, they're like, well, no, this Eagles team has a lot of rebuilding to do.
Yeah. To round out this list, the Atlanta Falcons are on this list with a new coach, believe it or not.
San Francisco's not on there?
Jacksonville is on the list as
Niners
well.
should have
Jacksonville should.
Chicago Bears are on this list as well. Those are the 7 teams that are facing the most pressure, but your Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles are right there together as the teams hopefully not end up with having to rebuild everything that they're working on right now.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
The Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. More NFL stuff next. Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. What you cooking with today?
Brady makes his debut in the booth, and could we see this record broken in 2024? That's next.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. It's a Terramana Monday. Your chance to come out and get some specials there at the Terramana Terrace behind Section 134. Tomorrow's a Seager and Simeon Silver Slugger Bat Night. And on Wednesday, of course, Dollar Dog Night, but also the Marcus Simeon replica postseason jersey. It's a great time to be a Rangers fan, despite their weekend performance. We'll ask CY some questions about that Mariners series and what he's thinking here as we come up on the midway point before too long. I think we're just 8 games to midway, maybe a little bit more, a little less.
Yeah.
Here's Wolchuk, though, with your NFL news today, buddy.
Well, we have news on some wide receivers and some drama going down in San Francisco. This thing's brewing a little bit, but the big news was T. Higgins. He did indeed sign his franchise tag, so T. Higgins is going to report to training camp for the Cincinnati Bengals. He's going to get roughly $21.8 million, 1-year deal in 2024 with the tag, and then I guess we'll move into next offseason, and we'll have the same conversation again. Are they able to get a long-term deal done, or does T. Higgins end up finally hitting free agency? Do they try and trade him? But the big news with the Niners is, and I've heard some different reports here, but there was a video of him FaceTiming his former college quarterback, Jaden Daniels, now with the Washington Commanders.
Brandon Ayuk, huh?
Yes. So Brandon Ayuk said that the Niners straight up told him they don't want him anymore. And we've heard the trade rumors throughout the season. They want to get a long-term deal done. Maybe the Niners don't. They drafted Ricky Pearsall at the end of the first round. That could be his replacement. But I saw a rumor-ooski floated around today because last week it was reported that Amari Cooper wants a new deal in Cleveland as well. Maybe there could be a swap of players. Brandon Ayuk goes to Cleveland. Amari Cooper then goes to San Francisco. That one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because if Amari Cooper still wants a new deal, then they're in a similar situation now. It's just a different player.
Only the Jets would do something that stupid where they trade for a guy like what they just did in Hassan Reddick, who wants a new contract with Filthy. And the Jets think, well, if we trade for him, he'll, of course, want to play for us. We're the New York Jets, baby.
And maybe they're just banking on, could it be okay? San Francisco has been to a Super Bowl. Does Amari Cooper think he's got a legitimate chance of now winning a championship? So he'd be willing to say, hey, I'll make what I'm making this year, and we can go back to the drawing board afterwards. But I saw that rumor. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense, but that's interesting. What's going to happen now with Brandon Ayuk and the San Francisco 49ers?
When does he get traded, man?
Something's going to happen.
When does it happen? Because he's clearly, tempers are clearly, they're flaring at this point. Is he actually saying something that's true, or is he just salty enough that he's putting this out there? Either way, this is a disgruntled player situation that, as a Cowboys fan, looking into San Francisco and seeing it, honestly makes me happy.
I'm very happy.
I'm just happy about it.
And that's why I was surprised the Niners didn't turn up on that list, because it's kind of now or never for San Francisco. You've been so close. You've been to 2 Super Bowls. You've been to NFC Championship games. You haven't been able to win.
About to have to pay a quarterback.
Yeah, right? And so all the flexibility you've had to kind of have the quarterback on the cheap so we can afford to pay a Christian McCaffrey. We can pay George Kittle. We can pay Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, you name it. That's kind of going to go out the window. So all of a sudden that door could be closing a little quicker than you think there, 49er fans. So I think the time is now, and I think there is a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan now to change this narrative about being a big game coach at times and fumbling these games away.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the Niners. You got to love it.
Hard Knocks, in-season edition. They're not just doing one team. They're doing an entire division. For the first time, HBO is going to go behind the scenes with the AFC North. It'll debut December 3rd, so we're going to get Baltimore, Cincinnati, we'll get some of that drama, Pittsburgh, and the Cleveland Browns. So this could be fun instead of just focusing on one team. And it kind of opens you up now to if you have some boring storylines, like, all right, we picked the Colts. Were the Colts super interesting? No. We can kind of pick what is the most intriguing among these 4 teams in the division. This could end up being good.
That might be the best division in football.
I agree.
That might be the one wherever the last place team in that division might have a winning record too.
Brilliant idea from the programmers as well, because those teams don't want you in their building often. But as long as you're getting some content, you can spin the narrative around some sound bites and the narrator. I think it's a win-win for everybody. You're only going to be here about 25% as often, And now, as the network, you can cherry pick the best storyline and ride that thing. It's interesting to see how they are rolling with the punches. There's less interest and there's more pushback. I think that's genius compromise.
They're adapting and they're trying to survive here with Hard Knocks. I'm excited to see kind of how this turns out. Maybe eventually we get an NFC East one in the future.
Well, I mean, Hard Knocks would be the greatest show going if you've ever seen Drive to Survive.
Yeah.
Because everybody in Drive to Survive is completely honest about, and they don't care about people's feelings. They will talk about each other like, well, this guy, they'll talk about their own teammate in the other car, like, well, Sergio can't drive worth a damn, and we're better off probably thinking of him moving off. If the NFL had something like that, then you would win every sports Emmy known to man. That's why Drive to Survive is so popular. People don't care about the racing. Well, some do, but a lot just like, man, did he just call? Did the owner? Did the chief principal of this team call out this guy as having affairs and stuff like that? And I mean, they do that. They absolutely hey, you need to get your own house in order over there while you're doing things illegal. I mean, they call each other out like that. And
that's
when
crazy,
you're talking about Hard Knocks, it's nobody wants to say anything because it looks bad.
Yeah, you're representing so many people. You're representing a city, and people get offended.
It looks bad.
And so you have to play it. Plus, the racing is trying to go from the bottom of the first tier of global sports to the top. So they're willing to maybe manufacture some drama and some headlines by their willingness to gossip like that, where the NFL is more in protection mode. So it's
that
unfortunate.
Just shows you the ego, though, of Formula One ownership. Like I said, one of the greatest names in auto racing history is an Andretti. We all know about the Andretti. We talk about, if you say, you name one driver, Mario Andretti. Everybody, that's their go-to thing. Formula One's got to the point where they just said, you know what, Andretti, we don't want you, we don't want your name, and we don't want your money. We don't want your sponsorship that you're about to bring. We don't care. We would rather. That's how arrogant those guys and gals are in that sport. Their sport is top level.
Sure.
It's top level. In the United States, it's only become really top level because of Drive to Survive.
Because of the show. 100%.
And that's because we love, as a society, I believe I'm right about this, we love drama and all the, he said what?
What did Toto say?
Yeah.
What did Christian Horner just say?
Gang of Seven will tell me things. Bro, you didn't hear that from me, though.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that one from me. We love to gossip about people, And Drive to Survive and those other ones, they're like, no gossip. Yeah, that Toto Wolff, that guy is an idiot. And you're like going, oh, okay. And they do this to each other.
Yeah.
They do this to each other, and they just go on and on and on. And if they could figure out how to make Hard Knocks like that, it would win every sports award known to man.
And we'll kind of get a trial run in college.
Because NFL Films is that good. And
they
HBO
are that good. But we have
Netflix
the SEC-style Drive to Survive show that's going to happen. And, Lane Kiffin's very outspoken. He'll rip one of his fellow coaches there in the SEC. So that could kind of be the start of it in football. That'd be a lot of fun. We also have your guy, Merrill Reese. Brian?
Yeah, that is Broadus's guy. For sure. Swollen tongue syndrome.
Pro Football Hall of Fame proud to announce Merrill Reese, Eagles play-by-play announcer. He's been chosen to receive the 2024 Pete Rozelle Radio Television Award, and I'm sure very deserving for you there, Merrill. And I hope that your team has a terrible season.
Pro
Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
What's his run
oh
here?
My goodness.
He's been doing it a long time, and I saw our guy Brad was giving him
somebody?
love. He's friends, I think, with a lot of people. I mean, Brian's probably super pumped that he got
gosh, this is long overdue.
How?
It's long overdue.
How is he a good announcer?
He's the best announcer. I mean, I've been fortunate. Brad Sham,
he's
Eric
a homer
Nadell,
with a speech impediment.
Merrill Reese.
Let him know. Ring him up here, Gavin.
I tell you what, man, Merrill Reese is one of the best to ever do this, and it's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's absolutely great. They did a great thing.
What does he send you for the holidays?
Nothing.
I imagine
he didn't give you a good Christmas gift.
No.
There's 31 other announcers in the NFL
that all love Merrill Reese.
Every single, exactly. Now it's making sense, Brian. Thank you for clarifying exactly what's going on here.
This is why we
Just
can't get them
nice
to bleep
to
about
people.
each other. It's
and
ridiculous.
You can sound like a train wreck on the air. Like, how if this guy applied for a job right now, guess what? Program director takes the tape out or deletes the MP3 instantly. The opening line, "Oh, welcome into Vanguard Stadium." You're fine. You're no chance, dude.
He's a legend, Dawson. This guy's a legend in Philadelphia.
You're gonna have to start and continue your entire career independently, sir. Nobody would hire that guy.
Okay, I love this energy, Gavin. We had yesterday, it was the UFL championship. It was the first time I watched like 2 minutes of a UFL game this year. And I'm sorry, Carter, I know you're a big UFL guy, but it was the San Antonio Brahmas.
Did we win a game this year, by the way?
I think they won 2 games. I think the Renegades won 2 games.
We went from championship
Talking about the champs?
Yeah, 2 games, yeah.
So it ends up being the Birmingham Stallions that win this game, but it's Kurt
They're
Menefee.
really good.
It's Joel Klatt. Tom Brady makes a surprise appearance. He makes his debut in the Fox booth. Afterwards, people are gushing like, oh, my God, Tom is going to be so good. So, Gavin, I want you to listen to Tom. This is just a little bit of his analysis right before they keep play. Here was Tom, and are people getting it right? Like, yes, he's going to be so good when the NFL season starts.
Tom Brady, legendary quarterback, just had his number retired.
I can't go down there on the field anymore.
You can't play anymore?
No.
He's joining us here at Fox Sports. As I'm sure you have heard as an analyst this fall. Can't wait to see him. So far, what are your impressions of this early going championship game? Sometimes teams can be a little bit tight. It looks like it may be right here.
They're all a little different.
Yeah.
You get into these games, and there's a lot of defense out there right now. You see defense can go out there and play with a lot of energy, but someone's got to get the ball down the field and try to open this field up a little bit. It's a lot of horizontal passes, and the defenses are swarming and trying to punch the ball out. So make them defend every blade of grass. That's what we say.
And as a quarterback, sometimes you just got to go to your play caller and you say, hey, give me something. You know, like let me go attack here on this series. Let's get a play flake going. Let's get a safety down and try to get this ball down the seam.
Freaking legend right there, dude. That guy could read a Denny's menu.
Let's go.
You know what I'm saying? You
That
know
guy
those
should be
pipes?
Pro Football
I can't
Hall of
believe we've
Fame.
been sleeping on these pipes this whole time. I guess just because he's so handsome and he's so good at quarterbacking. We haven't listened to the call, but that's if he wants it, Hall of Fame broadcast.
So we're not overrating this.
I'm missing my tight end guy already.
Oh, you're missing Greg.
You wanted to get some UFL championship analysis from Greg Olson?
I think Greg Olson's damn good.
He can describe the game in much greater detail than Tom to this point.
How much do you think Tom's really going to work at this?
Not very much.
He's going to
work really hard at it.
competitor.
He is
What
going
do you
to work.
mean?
He is going to tell me Belichickisms all day, defending
Every blade
blades
of
of grass.
Yeah.
Let me, don't let.
What are you mad because they're actually playing on turf?
Don't tell me this. That's what we're going to get for a season. That's what we're going to get. We're going to get the
Defend every
Patriot
rubber
way.
pellet 20 seasons if he wants to.
It's, the Patriot way. When we were Belichick, we used to think about this.
You got to fight for every inch. Football is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
A lot of defense going on there. Thanks. They're not scoring.
Stretch the
okay.
ball down the field.
Yeah.
It's too horizontal.
It's like David Beckham talking soccer.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like me. Like Paul George just has a better career chance than this.
Oh, don't you dare! I was playing along with you.
What did I say? Paul
playing along
George
with your
better
analysis.
shot.
Don't go Paul George on what you just heard from Tom Brady. Paul George was a victim of a terrible
Greg Olson
situation.
already. I'm missing Greg Olson.
Well, Paul George contributed to one of the worst sports segments in the history of television.
I can't believe-
best part.
And he was also
so
victimized
bad.
at the same time. I feel for him.
I can't believe you're going after Paul George like that. That's just
There's a lot of flirting going on with him and Joel Embiid on the same set together too.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get to that.
Paul
around the
George is a
rim.
Clipper.
Yeah,
but he's going to be a Sixer.
Yeah, there was a lot of flirtation going on there. Tua, apparently, Dolphins quarterback in the ballpark on reaching a new deal before camp. So Jerry said he wanted to see the leaves fall, and Jane loved that. And Jane's been really big on social media. She brought one of those leaf blowers when she did her heat with her hit with NFL Network. Well, you're seeing the leaves fall now. Trevor Lawrence, maybe we get in a day or any day now. Tua's got a new deal done with the Dolphins, so you want to see some leaves fall. The leaves are falling here, Jer.
Man,
well, he meant until like October.
Yeah, or just like February, January.
Is he talking
season's
about
over.
2024 or 2025?
We'll see. I don't know. I don't think he's talking this year.
Simply yes or no. Big money, like big time market money for Tua. He's your quarterback right now. You're the Dolphins. Yes or no, Broadus?
I like Tua.
Okay, that's a yes. Yes or no, Wolchuk?
No.
Okay. And
No,
no
sir.
from Dawson. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, let me throw one last yes or
You
no
know,
here.
Webb, as a Dolphin fan, how do you feel about that?
Well, we'll have to call my dad and ask him. I think my dad will be fired up because he hasn't seen good quarterback play since number 13, Dan
That's fair.
Marino. So he's just like, but he's just willing to
Man,
accept
you guys
good.
not
When I'm
giving
like,
David Woodley enough credit there.
David Woodley.
I'm telling you, man,
Hey.
you missed the David Woodley era
quick
there.
yes or no before we wrap up NFL News of the Day. There's currently 31 players in NFL history with 10,000 career receiving yards. Zeke enters the season 8,944. He's 1,096 yards away. He's going to hit the 10K mark. He's going to get 1,096 yards.
Wait,
Yes,
for
rushing or receiving?
Rushing.
Oh, I thought you said receiving.
Rushing.
Fart.
yeah, that's a fart.
Fart.
It's a fart and a half.
It's going to fall just shy.
How many carries would that take, bro?
500?
I don't know.
1,800.
I mean, you know, we're going like 1.7 a carry
You're
now.
hopeful, though. You're hopeful. You like Zeke's your guy.
I love Zeke, but
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't have more than 500 yards. It's a split backfield. Maybe he gets 20 touchdowns.
I don't think they got the start running back
Just
on
a bunch of 2-yard touchdown runs.
Could
I'll
see
take that.
I'd see that over 1,000 yards. We're live at Globe Life Field here, the Comerica backyard. Hope you can swing by and say hi. We got Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joining us on the other side for the Game 5 preview next. The Nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
You get the most for your lease with an Autoflex lease, yeah.
If you want a new car for less, listen up. Leasing your new car is the best way to get your new car, any new car. That's right. When you lease, you can get a new car every few years. You can always be in warranty, and you'll save money. Autoflex Leasing is the leasing leader and is the #1 place to go to lease your car. Autoflex compares the top 50 lease programs in America, not just one or two like the others, so you can be sure you're getting the best lease. They call it the Flex Lease. Autoflex pays less for the cars you lease. They get the best rates, and they pass the savings and all incentives and rebates on to you. And do you know the best part? You can do it all over the phone. Don't waste another day spending too much for too long. Call Autoflex Leasing at 972-234-1234 or visit them online at autoflex.com.
Autoflex lease, oh yeah.
Everything's bigger in Texas, including the jobs. Out working out Smartum with a Polaris Ranger XD 1500 with an industry-exclusive steel drive transmission, 3,500-pound towing capacity, and a 50% larger cargo box. It's built to work like you do. Polaris, think outside.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
You've reached the holdovers. Leave a message at the beep.
Unless it's you, Judy, trying to get us to switch to that Champion Energy again.
Oh, she wouldn't.
She said she just wants to save us money.
Well, Judy, if you're getting such low rates with Champion Energy, why not air condition the whole neighborhood?
Honey, seriously, that could help us out because we're next door and our bills are really high.
Ooh, good idea. Please think about it, Judy.
Please, Judy.
Open a window.
Don't be a holdover. Switch to Champion Energy for fair prices and great service. It's time for some new energy. PUCT 10098.
Mike Bassett.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical.
Bubba Thurman here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. Get $100 off whole house surge protection for a limited time. Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Yeah, buddy, let's rock. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation. We're about to talk with Bobby Carell of Mavs.com about tonight's Game 5. How confident are you the Mavs can get this done, force a Game 7 in the not-too-distant future? Segment's brought to you by the Frankels as well. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com as Bobby joins us now here in the nation. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. I'm doing great. So much better than I was on Wednesday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, where would you start if you want to build a case to be optimistic that maybe the Mavs got a shot here of getting to a Game 7 or even getting to a Game 6 at this point?
Well, I mean, I think, on Wednesday you're thinking, man, is the NBA even like a good league? Like, should they just like dismantle it and basketball kind of sucks? And then 2 days later, the Mavs are up by almost 50 points in the fourth quarter. I think the proof is kind of in the pudding. I mean, they're a very resilient group of guys. Unfortunately, they found themselves in a 3-0 hole before demonstrating that resilience in this series. But really all throughout the regular season and all throughout this playoff run, Luca in particular has bounced back so well after, the Mavs arrive in what feels like the valley or what feels like the lowest moment of the season. Every single series they've been at some sort of crossroads, and Luca and the guys have bounced back. So, maybe Game 4 was the last hurrah and they didn't want to go out weak at home or whatever and they're going to lose tonight. Or maybe the fact that they beat the brakes off those guys so badly, to where Boston benched their starters in the third quarter of a finals game. Maybe that's going to instill some more confidence and some more belief. Say, hey, I mean, if we can just keep paying attention to details, if we can knock down just some shots, if we can stay aggressive on offense and defense, then, I mean, I think we've seen, I think, throughout this series, the Mavs are almost as good as Boston. And if they can not only match their skill, but also match their energy, their effort, their defensive intensity, then I think the Mavs are just as good as them. And let's let the chips fall where they may.
Other than hit shots or play harder, are there anything tactically on either side that they've adjusted that could, make you believe a little more?
Yeah, I mean, I think Luca just stopped kind of taking no for an answer in Game 4. In Game 3, it really felt like he would beat his guy and then kind of get to like 7-8 feet from the rim and start pump faking, trying to draw a foul or trying to force the help defender to commit either way, or just like almost like he was waiting to see what Boston was going to do before he made up his mind. And that resulted in my opinion, what could have been a little 5-foot floater or just a finger roll right off the glass turned into a contested 12-foot fadeaway. And in Game 4, all of that stuff was gone. I mean, Luca and Kyrie were just relentless. In the second and third quarters combined, the Mavs won the points in the paint battle 32-6 in those two quarters. I mean, that is a complete butt whooping. And I mean, they were just relentless, putting the ball on the floor and making things happen at the rim. And then defensively, I feel like the big adjustment, I mean, a lot of it was just better integrity at the point of attack, just not getting beat off the dribble as much. But their rotation was so much more crisp in Game 4. They were really communicating. I mean, you could see it and hear it. The guys shouting out, "Hey, rotate! Hey, drop down! Get up high!" Whatever. I mean, they're pointing at guys. Like, they were just really communicating and playing with a sense of urgency that was simply just missing through the first 3 games of this series. Or maybe it was quite there, but not every single possession down the floor or whatever. It just really felt like they were completely locked in. I know that's not like a tactical adjustment, but I mean, they played the game as if their season was on the line, and you know, the result was pretty awesome.
Bobby Krell at Mavs.com with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What do you think Jason Kidd does from a Tim Hardaway Jr. standpoint tonight? What's the strategy there?
And that's a great question, because I thought Dante Exum had an unbelievable Game 4. And earlier in the series, he made some mistakes, but I thought that he's been pretty good in his limited playing time out there. So as of, you know, midway through the third quarter, I'm thinking, okay, this is Dante Exum series now. Let's see what he can do. And then Hardaway comes in and makes 5 threes in a row to start the fourth. I think, you know, given the stakes were relatively lower, and, you know, Game 3, I think he was 0 for 5, 0 for 6, whatever he was from the floor. You know, I still think that Exum is going to be the first guy in. But if Boston starts raining down threes, you know, if the game feels like it's maybe getting a little out of control either way, then I think Hardaway is the one guy on this team outside of Luca and Kyrie that can give you 15 points in a quarter, you know, or even more. He's had a couple 40-point games this season. So, you know, I think he'll probably get in the game tonight. I mean, if he misses his first couple shots, then maybe he won't stay in the game for very long. But if he's knocking him down, I mean, he's kind of the only guy on the team that can really threaten 3 or 4 or 5 threes in a game outside of maybe P.J. Washington once in a blue moon. And I mean, the Mavs, fortunately, to this point in the series, you know, Boston really hasn't just completely poured it on for a full game. The games have been pretty low scoring. The Mavs defense has done a decent job, but in the event that Boston starts heating up, you might need a match blow for blow, and Tim is really probably the only guy on the bench that can, you know, hang with those guys in that respect.
I love what you said about Exum, and I was going to go there with you, but you covered that. Maxey did hit a 3. Is that enough to get him going and building confidence offensively? Because it does seem like they like Maxey with a Lively, Maxey with a Gafford, instead of just working both Gafford and Lively on the court at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to knock down threes, especially if he's playing next to a big. You know, if he's out there with Gafford or Lively, he has to at least be willing to take the shots. You know, if he's playing the small ball 5 where it's like Luca, Kyrie, Tim, and Josh Green or something, then sure, you know, Maxey's just kind of the outlet. They're going to put a guy on him and kind of whatever. But you can make it work because there's so much space elsewhere. But if it's Gafford or Lively out there beside him, he has to be willing to step into those shots with confidence. And it was really good to see him knock one down. I thought he was more impressive on defense in Game 4 than on offense. I mean, he just looked a little quicker. He looked a little more locked in. Jason Tatum tried him a couple times. Drew Holiday tried him a couple times, and he was stonewalling them. I mean, he looked much more like the Maxey Kleber we all know and love, and much less like a guy that's been battling, coming back from injury and trying to find his rhythm and maybe battling with some confidence issues. So, I mean, they definitely need him to at least be willing to take those shots. But again, if Boston starts heating up from 3, you got to do more than just take him. You got to knock him down if you want to stay in the game. And you know, it could come down to that tonight, you know, which team's role players step up and make the most threes.
Hey, Bobby, I don't know how unusual this is, but, you know, Luca and, you know, his teammates talking about, you know, him, and we've had discussions with him about don't worry about the fouls, play through them and all that. How unusual was that for Lively to stand up there in front of the media and bring that all up? Have you ever seen a rookie player, you know, address something like that, in ever before?
I'm not sure I've ever seen a teammate address it before. Usually it's just the player in question or maybe the coach or something. But, man, I mean, it's pretty awesome that Lively's willing to do that. He's 20 years old. I mean, he's calling out coverages. He's talking in huddles. He's talking in press conferences. Like, he's a confident guy. He wants to be a leader. He is he's definitely a vocal guy, but he's also like a lead by example, set the tone, He's the aggressive fish in the fishbowl that's going to make everybody else swim just a bit faster too. You know, he has that effect, which as a rookie and kind of to like be conscious of the fact that he does have those effects on his teammates. Like he's willing to lean in and embrace that and sort of be that guy on and off the floor. It's amazing. I mean, Luca, for example, he came in the NBA when he was 19 years old, and he played at the highest levels in the world outside of the NBA. But he didn't really start becoming more of a vocal guy on this team until like year 3 or year 4. Lively's doing that right away. I mean, it's amazing seeing him mature on and off the floor. And I mean, literally every time we talk about him, I just get more and more excited because he is unbelievable, man. And he made a 3 in Game 4, by the way. That was pretty awesome too.
Gosh, what a sequence that was. 3-block alley-oop, get the place on fire. He's fantastic. He's a fan favorite. He's the future leader of this team if he's not already. My gosh, the dude's amazing. But finally, Bobby, what is your optimism that we get Kyrie casting away those Boston Demons tonight, playing like the best version of himself in Boston for what feels like the first time in a long time?
They need him, man. They need him. They need everybody, but they especially need Kyrie. You know, I think he was able to get anywhere he wanted on the floor in both Game 3 and Game 4. In Game 3, he missed a few too many bunnies around the rim. Luca did too. I'm not just picking on Kyrie. But I feel like on the floor, these last 2 games, Kyrie has found something. And I hope he's able to carry that over to tonight. Because, look, I mean, if Luca's going to be locked in and if Luca's going to play bully ball and get to the rim, Boston is going to start have to committing a little more attention to him, especially if Porzingis is going to be out, which I'm assuming he's out tonight, and I don't know if he's going to play again this series.
Sure.
They don't have the rim protection. So Boston is eventually going to have to commit more attention to Luca, and in that event, Kyrie needs to be ready to kill those guys, you know, metaphorically speaking. And if he can do that, you know, if he can get going like we've seen him do in this playoff run, then, man, I mean, the Mavs can win the championship. Like, the margin is that thin. If Kyrie can be Kyrie, I really believe that they have a chance to do this. But anything less than that, it is going to be very, very difficult to leave this arena with a win tonight.
Okay, Bobby. So outside of Luca, Kyrie, and then I'm putting Lively. He's not even a role player. He's your third best player. Dude's an absolute stud, foundational piece for the future. Which role player needs to step up to get the dub tonight?
Give me P.J. Washington, man. P.J. Washington or Derek Jones. They need double figures from one of those guys. They need one of those guys, or heck, why not both? But they need one of those guys to knock down 2 or 3 threes, preferably early in the game, to force Boston to respect them, which will give Luka and Kyrie a little more room underneath. I mean, they just have to get something from one or both of those guys. Throw in Josh Green, too. Just any of those wings. If one of them can just get it going a little bit, then that changes the geometry of things and makes things so much easier for your stars. So I'm looking for one of those guys to come out aggressive early, set the tone, and hopefully command a little respect from the Boston defense.
When are we going to get 5 out with Lively shooting trays?
Why not tonight? Like, you're down 3-1. Who cares? You know, I mean, I could see it starting next year. You know, if Boston's going to put wings on him, and you know, if opponents in general are going to put wings on him, and they're big on Derek Jones or P.J. Washington or who they deem to be another non-shooter in the starting lineup, that's a great counter. That's another way to stretch the geometry and make defenses, make individual defenders make really tough decisions. I mean, that shot did not go in by accident. That thing was very pretty. That was a soft splash right through the rim. It was beautiful. And if he's willing and ready to take those shots starting next season, then, oh my God, we might be talking about not just a fan favorite, but like a future all-star caliber big man.
Yeah, that's a weapon right there. Thank you so much, Bobby. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, guys. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Rob. Same to you. Bobby Karalla, Mavs.com here with you in the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Globe. It's a Terramana Monday. Tomorrow, Seager and Simeon Silver Slugger Bat Tuesday. For the first 10,000 fans. Okay, best of the weekend's coming up next, Chief?
Yes, sir. Featuring the U.S. Choke-In and a baseball Jello shot update next year in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Mavs stay alive in Game 5? Plus another Rangers-Padres ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock expressway. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At the Hall of Fame luncheon to benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation, Friday, August 16th at Live by Lowe's. Tables and individual tickets to celebrate the amazing career of Adrian Beltre are available now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame luncheon.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius, and thanks to everybody participating on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, even those that are dead wrong, you know, and are way too confident in the Boston Celtics here. The series is not over. That goes for Jim Rome as well. Last hour, that CBS Sports Minute or whatever they call it these days was BS, Jim. Here's Chief with your best O of the weekend, sir.
Thank you very much. Another Father's Day in the books. It was a good one. It was a great one. And I got to say, this is as fun a time sitting on the couch watching golf with my dad, grandpa, uncle, and my own kiddos. My dad roped my own kids in for the final probably 4 or 5 holes. And it was a lot of just like wooing them with snacks so they would stay still and try and enjoy it. But watching the Rory and DeChambeau showdown with Pops and Grandpa, Uncle, and kiddos, fantastic time. I felt bad for Rory. I don't know. Does anybody else agree with that sentiment, or is it just kind of like bleep you? Because they were doing USA chants as he was bogeying and walking off of 18 with his head down in shame, knowing that DeChambeau was going to hit it out of the wasteland into the bunker, have like a 2% chance to hit an ideal shot onto the green. He does it, and then he's got the weird putting form, but of course he sinks it. Rory goes home once again, not a major champion as he has for the last decade or so, and I had a little bit of, I feel bad for you right now, Rory. That choke job was ridiculous. I mean, he bogeys 18 with a putt inside of 3 feet. He was 496 for 496 putting inside 3 feet this season before that miss that lost him the U.S. Open championship.
How did a coward like that ever win a major to begin with, Brian?
And a $2 million difference in the purse. I mean, the purse is
It was a $4.3 million putt. The pressure on Bryson DeChambeau to sink that, and Rory was not able to do it. So, I mean, we're accustomed to this over the last 10 years with Rory. I think you expect it. Like, if he doesn't choke, it's like, holy crap, what happened? What did he take today?
Somebody out-choked him, which Bryson was sort of trying to do. But he managed to not out-choke Rory.
Well,
he had a couple of unbelievable shots. His driver was getting away from him for DeChambeau in a huge way. Did you guys see what he does? His little trick. I didn't get the sound for this, but he talked about how he salt waters all of his golf balls.
Yes. I saw the clip go viral, the salty balls.
For something about balance and figuring out exactly the weight of the ball and where he wants the top of the ball to be, and he marks all of them for a particular kind of spin that he wants. So I'm assuming the mark of the ball on the top, he wants to be looking at that as he puts it on the tee or whatever. So just another step that these guys go looking to win in the margins here, just how precise they are. And then sometimes they slice it so much, it's like it doesn't matter.
But that's why the tour doesn't like him, right? Because Bryson's a bleep hole. He takes forever to play. He's like into the science and all this stuff.
Well, there was a time where he was very critical of like Augusta. And everybody thought, well, here's this guy. Remember, he was everything about the protein shakes and getting big and
ball speed.
And all that. He has done a much better job since he's gone on the LIV Tour of understanding his responsibilities to golf fans.
Being
he's
more
actually
likable.
become a likable guy.
Yeah.
If last night one of the I forget who the announcer was, but it was one of the Golf Channel announcers was out on the course at the end trying to hit the same shot.
I saw that. Yes,
he was trying to hit the same shot.
He drilled
Johnson
it.
Wagner, I
Yeah,
think is
and
who
he
it
drilled
was.
it.
Yeah, Johnson Wagner's out there, and he's like standing in the bunker at the spot, and he drops the ball, and he's talking about it, and he hits it over the green. And then all of a sudden, like, DeChambeau comes up with the trophy.
Yeah.
It's like, no, wait, man. This is for the U.S. Open. You got to do it. And so he threw down another ball, and then Bryson walked him through like, okay, think about hitting it like this.
And he hit it again.
He hit it again in total darkness and hit it like a foot away.
Wow.
From the end. So, like, Bryson gave him the trophy, and Johnson Wagner was sitting there like, hey. He's like, oh, he goes, oh, I guess this means that I'm holding it and I'll never win it, kind of a thing.
This is the guy with the great mustache, right?
But yeah.
Yes.
But he's
what a great segment.
Yeah. Oh no, you couldn't have asked for anything better. It would be like if you were doing radio, and then like the player you're talking about plops down at the table, and you start asking him, questions.
Walk me through the game
through all that stuff.
Happened once with D-Ware.
Yeah.
Tennis courts in Oxnard. He was coming back
Tony
with some
Romo
nachos.
did that with me one time too. I was broadcasting back, and he just plopped in and goes, hey, I heard you guys were talking about me. And he plopped down and did a couple segments with us.
That's so great.
Yeah.
But that's what DeChambeau has
plop.
done a better job of like not being so much like a musclehead.
Yes.
And not being like everything science guy to, hey, have fun, play golf. Like he has a deal where he dressed up in like 1920 clothes and tried to break par with like hickory clubs. And he did a whole big thing about, okay, this thing is, I don't know if this is going to snap in half. And he, hits it. And it's like, oh, it held up well, but he's become more of a personality and more of a likable guy. And he's playing really good golf in the majors.
And he stayed like 2 hours after and was signing
Signed
autographs.
every
for people.
autograph. Yeah.
It does seem like he's taken a corner. I mean, he is much more likable.
You remember this when he gave a ball to a kid, and a guy grabbed the ball from the kid.
Oh, that's right. Started walking away.
He ran over and like, oh, hey, that
Body
kind of
slammed
thing.
the guy.
Yeah,
that was the end of his roid raging.
Yeah, that was when we were.
Yeah, that was when he officially hit rock bottom there.
He's like, okay, enough with the roids. Back to golf.
It was a heck of a lot of fun, though, watching.
I didn't think you watched golf at all.
He doesn't.
Just when it's just when
the family plot.
But a U.S. Open, like a Masters, like a big tournament like that.
There are times that call for it. I watched a ton of Tiger, obviously, with my dad. My dad's a golf guy, so definitely
Father's Day.
Yeah, Father's Day is
it's
just
a perfect
kind of
time to do
it's
it.
a tradition, And
Unlike
since it was tight, it wasn't Scotty Scheffler up by 5 strokes in the final 4 holes or whatever. It was like, okay, this is definitely
How
worth
often
sitting
were you
down.
looking at your phone while this was going on?
Didn't have my phone. I did a phoneless
go.
Father's Day situation.
Get out of here.
So yeah,
I'm marking
That probably
B
made it
for
really
fall.
nice.
No, I'm serious.
No distractions.
But my wife was doing something on my phone when we were going to my parents'
What?
house, and then I just forgot about it. And then the next thing I know, I'm like, yeah, it's probably in her purse or something. And I just left it alone. It wasn't that big of a deal. So I was locked in, dude. I was absolutely locked in. I'm a golf guy now. I'm also a jello shot guy, and you guys know this. Not a College World Series
How we
guy,
doing?
but I am a jello shot guy. Wow. And if you guys have any updates from the Diamond or perhaps the bleachers, I know the Aggie fans were getting a little bit wild.
Tennessee's looking good. Tennessee's going to
A&M
probably
fans.
this thing. Yeah.
Now on the big board, on the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge of Omaha big board, yes, my Tennessee Fight and RJ Choppies are dominating. This is as of 3 hours ago. Tennessee with and their fans 8,802 Jello shots consumed.
Here we go.
Ooh. Second place is going to be the Texas A&M Fighting Aggies with
That's
a nice
amazing.
little bit of a comeback, despite having like hundreds of thousands of their fans at the George Strait concert over the weekend. They still managed to be in second place, though it's about a 4,000 Jello shot delta between Tennessee in first place and A&M in second.
Can I relive one of the worst takes I've ever had in my life?
Wow. Yes.
This is one of my worst takes of all time. And
Quite
this
the
is-
laundry list.
Yeah, this is when Ben and Skin were working with us.
Okay.
And George Strait, that thing was 110,000
Yeah, over the weekend?
over the weekend.
Yes.
I said there's no way that George Strait could sell out AT&T for a week straight.
Oh, for a week straight?
Week straight.
come on.
I said there's no way. George Strait cannot. That is one of the worst
You learned that day,
takes
didn't you?
in the history of worst takes. I've had a lot of bad ones.
Yes.
But I on Ben and Skin show one day, we were talking about, it was me, Jesse, Ben Skin. We're sitting there talking about great performers and like who could sell out AT&T. And I was like, George Strait, what? There's no way he could sell out a week's worth of shows.
Not even Jerry Jones can build out a big enough stadium to contain.
That dude put 110,000 butts in a seat, and he stands there and plays a guitar. There's no
he's
show.
a legend.
There's no show. I mean, he's had a million
People
number
grow
one
up on his
hits.
music, you know.
But you talk about worst takes again. I've had a lot of bad ones.
Yes.
That
And
one was
never
bad.
more than that one proving true. George Strait breaking the U.S. concert attendance record over the weekend with 110,905 people at Kyle Field in College Station, Texas.
While they're playing championship baseball.
Yes.
While Texas A&M is playing in the College World Series.
And with a nice little opportunity at silver in the Rocco's Jello Shot competition as well. So
Texas A&M.
Aggies are up right
Maybe
now,
they'll
man.
get banned
Bring
like
it.
they were from the game yesterday.
Thank you, Chief.
Is that what happened? They got banned from the game? They had
Yeah, they
fans?
were heckling Florida on the one of their ball boys passed away. So we had two A&M fans go over, and they're heckling the Florida dugout. They get escorted out by security. Schlossnagel, their coach, has to talk about it afterwards. He's like, we should probably not let those guys back in. But it was a bad look for Aggie fans.
Clearly, the Jello shots weren't for everybody.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that they made their big move on that board the same day this incident
those two
happened.
fans were buying them out.
Yeah, you got to know how to handle your Jello shots. Okay, Chris Young's coming up at 4:20. There's a guy who I guarantee knows how to handle his. But a proper rim sesh coming up next, Chief?
Pivotal Game 5 in Boston tonight. What's your Kyrie confidence meter next in the nation?
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat about Men's Tea Clinic before we do another thing because I know what it's like to,
Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live at the Globe. Rangers Mets tonight. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch 7 o'clock. We have your guy CY coming up in 20 minutes. We'll talk with the World Series winning general manager of your Rangers about, where you go after getting swept. Big series against the Mariners over the weekend. It's time now, though, to turn our attention a little bit further to the association and tonight's Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Here's the Chief.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out here at Globe Life Field, and we will put the kids to bed for that afternoon snoozer because the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that pivotal Game 5 Finals rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Dallas Mavericks have an opportunity to be Destiny Busters, because that's what Boston fans think their team is. Destined for a championship. Why do you ask that? Well, they've been awesome this year. That's fair. But today's a special day in Celtic history. They last won their title with Kevin Garnett and company on 6/17/2008, June the 17th. Today is June 17, 2024. Boston area code is 617.
Oh.
Today's date is 617. It's all part of the plan for the Dallas Mavericks to poop all over that destiny and ruin what is a great day in the history of Boston Celtics fans. They look back on this day forever, and all they want to think about is KG, but who's stuck in their mind? Kyrie.
Luca. That makes sense because I do think that Luca perhaps harnesses the power of the dark side.
Yes.
He is more of a Sith Lord than a Jedi.
Correct. I love that. I think you're 100% right about that. And him being in Boston, it will fuel him. He will be fantastic. This will be the first time, maybe, I guess, all series that he hits the over on points for prize picks. I need to get Walchuk's prize picks nuggets of the day. Who's he going with? Are you going on the over when it comes to Kyrie? What's your Kyrie confidence going into Boston, where he has struggled mightily for his last 10 to 12 times, whatever it is? And we've clearly seen a difference in him in this series, in Games 3 and 4 back in Dallas. Has he found something?
I don't bet against a streak until I've seen that streak busted. So as much confidence as I have in the Mavs, I have a similar amount in Kyrie Irving, and I'm still below 50% on this. I'm trying to build up, okay? We've had 5 consecutive quarters now of basketball dominance by the Mavs. If you count the fourth quarter of Game 3, was that the turning point, right? We saw a turning point in the Western Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs, where Edmonton suddenly, when one period woke up, they're down 2-0, and from that point forward, they never lost another period. So was that the fourth quarter of Game 3? Possibly. But until we get there, I can't believe that Kyrie Irving is suddenly going to snap out of this, Boston dominating him. That's real here, and we need him to get that figured out in order for me to believe. But I'm making the full pivot no later than halftime if we're kicking ass, taking names, and Kyrie's burning it down.
I like that. I like that pivot point.
We're talking a lot of history here. The last time Kyrie was in a pivotal Game 5 situation, history on the line, his team's against the ropes. Him and LeBron each had, not combining, they each had 41 points for their Cavs team as they were able to come back and defeat the Golden State Warriors in 7 games.
Smells like Walchuk's got confidence in Kyrie.
I think you're hitting the more on the 25.5 points for Kyrie Irving tonight. He's saying all the right things. I think he's in a good mental space. He's partying with the kids there in Boston. And I think you're going to see it right from the get-go at Austin. I think first quarter, we're going to know. We got locked in Kyrie.
You know who else did more? More. You know what I'm talking about?
What are you talking about?
Star Wars?
Oh, yeah.
Who's the bad guy? He thought he was killing Luke with the big robot thingies, firing the lasers at him.
Oh, my God. What character is that?
Walchuk's wheelhouse.
And Luke Skywalker, it was just an illusion. Remember, it was just an illusion. He was projecting himself there to be a distraction.
He wasn't actually there.
Yes.
He was using the Force.
And that bad guy, dude, that ended up becoming Vader. That was a whole different storyline.
I don't think that was Vader.
Star Wars people know what I'm talking about, Brian. They
Heck
love
yeah,
it.
they do.
They love it.
This was so much a conversation that, like, I have when you guys talk about movies.
Yeah.
And Walchuk is supposed to be the movie expert.
Yes.
And you're walking him through it, and he's still not getting what you're talking about.
It wasn't Vader.
Here we go. Now the question.
The bad guy that was fighting Rey Who was he?
Oh, Kylo Ren.
Kylo Ren.
Yes.
Ren.
That's who it was.
Yes. Kylo Ren thought he was killing Skywalker.
Yes.
And he was telling...
He's on an island the whole time. He's not even there. He's not even on the same planet.
He's meditating his balls off right there, projecting himself to be the ultimate decoy, Brian.
Now you know how I feel.
It's what a Jedi does.
And we figured it out. We had symmetry. We came together.
Proud of the way you guys collaborated on
Yeah,
it.
I was. It only took about 4 minutes of his segment, but that's okay.
Hagee's probably shaking his head in disgust right now somewhere.
He's not listening.
While he's wearing his Star Wars Game Day Mavericks Pivotal Game 5 underwear.
That's true. You know he's wearing the underwear and the socks to match.
I like this from Iztok Franco if you need some Mavs hopium. Right now,
I'm good at what he does, man.
I'm on the hope train looking to jump over to that belief train.
Feed me, baby.
And I'm kind of right there.
What do we got, Iztok?
I got a little bit of fear, but he is helping me with this. He says the Mavericks have done better in the last 2 games getting at the weak links defensively for the Celtics. That's going to be Hauser and Tillman. Even though I have been impressed with Tillman. He's had some moments where I'm like, gosh dang it, dude. They got this backup guy who never sees the court. Now Porzingis is hurt, and he's playing his rear end off. But getting them into pick actions, overall offensive efficiency for the Mavericks when it comes specifically to their pick and roll offense is up in a huge way. Well under 1 point per chance in games 1 and 2. And then game 3 and game 4, it was well over a point, 1.1 points per possession in their pick and roll. Ooh. Obviously, that's the bread and butter when it comes to the Mavericks. Can they get in those actions, isolate the weak link, and then have Luca and Kyrie dance on you, feed somebody, or score it themselves? Their pick and roll efficiency has just gone up and up and up in each game, and it was almost 1.3 points per possession in the previous game, game 4. So that's something to be super optimistic about. And how about the Mavericks defense? Like when Luca is really locked in defensively, the Mavs go from really, really good defense to that great defense. Like there is that difference there, and they can win. They've done a lot of winning with Luka just not playing super great defense, and they still get by. But when he locks in, all of a sudden they go up to a whole other level, and you saw that in Game 4.
Playing off one another.
He's got that switch that he can flip, and he flipped it. He flipped it on in a great way defensively, and just controlling his emotions in Game 4. But what that allowed for, despite Boston hitting 14 threes, and their average is almost 15, so right there, about at their number of hitting threes. Their offensive rating in Game 4 was the worst rank it's posted in the regular season or the playoffs since losing in Game 2 of the 2022 NBA Finals to the Warriors over 2 years ago.
Wow.
So what the Mavericks were able to do defensively, and Boston was still hitting about their average number of threes. It wasn't like they were just completely ice cold and it was a huge outlier shooting performance. The Mavericks were able to hold them to their worst offensive rating in years.
And they showed, I think Daniel Gafford was mic'd up. I saw a clip of that on Twitter over the weekend, and it was just the communication, the effort, the hustle plays. I mean, that's what happens when you get all 5 back. Now you've got Josh Green, who's being able to jump into a passing lane. He's not having to worry about, well, now we have one guy that's unguarded because we have a trailer here that's laying on the floor in Luca Donic. Everyone's working back, and they're all working in harmony, and that's when the Mavs are locked in and playing their best defense.
Okay, so there's your hopium. This is where my nerves come in.
Do you feel like that the Celtics are going to shoot this poorly as they did in Game 4?
No, I don't think so.
Does that worry you? That was a bad shooting night for the Celtics.
Yeah, and you shot over 50% from the floor. No, you just needed to come back, to...
Was it more what the Mavs did or more what the Celtics, the problems they had in that game shooting?
I think it was more what the Mavs did.
I would say more Mavs. Their defense was so much better than the previous 3 games.
They were swarming to the ball. There's no question.
They were suffocating. They really were.
But to me, I just felt like that the Celtics were shooting so bad.
I mean, you play great defense, you still expect a good team to shoot 43, 44%. They shoot, 36, 38 from the floor? Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah. So, no, to your question, they will not shoot that bad. But the fact that you held them to that.
But the Mavs are playing better defense. There's no question.
They didn't shoot like that on accident.
No.
The quote that has me concerned from Jason Kidd in regards to Tim Hardaway Jr. catching fire in Game 4, quote...
It was just a day late, wasn't I? Got my Hardaway love.
He looked like Ray and Steph were going to need that here in Game 5. End quote from Jason Kidd.
Well, he was talking up Exum after Game 3 and then didn't end up playing Exum. So I don't know that that's an indication that he's really going to play Tim Hardaway Jr. I will say it's easy to make those threes when the game's out of hand.
Yeah, I think
there's no pressure on you.
Exactly. He is not an in the balance player. He is if you're down big late, you're up big late.
Yeah.
I think this is icing out a huge lead kind of player, or this is you're down by so much you just need guys that are willing to shoot. Maybe the shots fall, but there's no pressure because you're already down by a bunch. So we just need you to go out there and shoot, Timmy, and see if you can strike gold. That's desperation time. He's not an in the balance player, certainly not in the NBA Finals, but his coach is putting him in the same sentence as Ray Allen and Steph Curry, which tells me he's going to get some run tonight. And how many shots do you give? If you're going to say, okay, Tim, the way our team's constructed and the way guys are playing now, we need something out of you. How many shots do you give him before you say, I can't do this anymore?
3.
Yeah,
three shots?
3.
If he starts 0 for 3,
then
you pull
done.
the plug and you don't see him again?
You're good.
And I'm willing to go there like 7 or 8 minutes into the first quarter. If our offense is stagnant, if we're not getting quality opportunities, if it doesn't look like game 4, I'm willing to throw the change up to see if he's still got it cooking. Because, Tim's a streak shooter. When it's going good, I think you're doing well as a coach to try to use it up.
I don't put him on the floor at all.
I would like to avoid that.
Thank you.
See,
and I think the only reason Kid's saying that is because he's right.
I think he's making the Celtics and Joe Mazzulla and those guys have to think about what a plan might be.
100%.
I mean, he's making him like, okay, wait, he knocked down some shots in a meaningless game in the second half. No, you saw he's capable. We might need him to, To me, I totally agree with what Reggie said today at the midday. He's like, listen, I'm not changing my plans from what I did in Game 4. If things are rolling the right way, Hardaway ain't going to see the floor.
And I think Dante Exum's earned those minutes. And the issue is with THJ, he can't play as much defense. Exum, at least, I think, has played some decent defense when he's been out.
I don't think to me, like I said, the thing with Green's probably not going to score a lot, but Green will get the 50-50 balls.
Yes.
Green will get a key rebound. Green will tip a ball out to somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, his energy level is so much better than any. He's the one guy that I play. Yeah, it might be chaos, but you're going to maybe steal a ball or knock a ball away or get to a rebound or he's going to dive on the floor.
The
and get a
hustle
ball.
and effort plays.
Yeah. And I think that, to me, I would rather have that than what with Hardaway could probably give you.
Perfect world. It's Exum, it's Lively, and it's Green as your bench and your rotation 8-man, and you'd like to keep it there. I don't necessarily need to see Hardy or Hardaway Jr. We'll see how Jason Kidd plays it tonight. Xavier Tillman of the Boston Celtics talking about Porzingis. Some people texting in, what's the status of Porzingis? Well, Shams was saying that it'll be the same strategy for him tonight as it was in Game 4. He's going to be suited out on the bench in a random pinch moment where they need a rim protection situation or maybe they need a spot up 3 or whatever. They would potentially implement him into the game. I think those scenarios are very few and far between. I would not expect to see him at all. But you had his teammate Xavier Tillman talking about Porzingis saying if he's in excruciating pain and can't be himself, it might not be worth it. When we go through our practices, he's doing some stuff, but you can tell he's very uncomfortable. And then follow up.
Yeah.
Any improvement, though? Have you seen him progress over the last 5 days or so since the injury? It's been pretty much the same, says Xavier Tillman. So that's one of his teammates' thoughts there.
To me, I think Bassick is dead balls right about this. Porzingis, if they win it, he wants to be in uniform.
Yeah, of course.
He doesn't want to be in street clothes.
Yeah, it's a great point by Basket today.
He's not playing, man. We've seen this his entire career.
No, he's not playing. No.
Okay, this is very, very interesting. We're about to get to Chris Young, but I just want to point this out. Brian Windhorst said this today. There's a new rule this year. This wasn't something I was very familiar with.
Either.
But we had the new CBA stuff go down, and it's all being implemented this offseason. And apparently, as soon as the finals are over, teams can negotiate with their own free agents. And so, technically, if the finals ends tonight, we will start seeing contracts, I believe, as early as tomorrow, says Brian Windhorst.
Cool.
So that's a new wrinkle into the free agent offseason. Your own players you can re-up with before the usual, early July opening to everybody.
Helps protect you and give you a little bit of edge signing your own. I like that rule. I mean, we're probably going to get a lot of business done, though. I feel like, gives you a better chance of bringing back Derrick Jones Jr. if you can talk to him before everybody else can make their best, pitch. Sounds good. All righty. We're going to be back into Talking Hoop coming up in 1 hour. We have Wolchuk's Top 10 coming up at 4:40 today because your guy CY, Chris Young, Rangers GM, is going to talk to us about where the Rangers go after getting swept by the Mariners. That's next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the Chris Young Show. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're injured due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for your free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. And the Chris Young Show is brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm well. Thank you. How are you all?
Well, it's good to be here at the stadium. Excited for Ranger baseball tonight. Pregame coming up 6:30. Where do you put the emphasis for the team coming out of that weekend and going into this one?
Well, look, there's no doubt. There's no hiding that we need to be better offensively. We just haven't been very good for the last 30 days. And that we need to find our offensive identity again and start putting some pressure on the other teams. I think the LA series was a good indicator for us that when we can play from ahead, when we get out to an early lead and bridge the game to our back-end guys, that we can compete with anybody. But when we don't score runs early, we fall behind, then we really put ourselves in a bad spot. We're not a play-from-behind team. So we need to find our offensive identity again. These guys need to remember who they are, what they need to do to be successful, and they need to go play with confidence. And we're missing that right now, and I'm looking forward to hopefully getting that back this homestand.
What are the controllables that you focus on, or the coaches are talking to them about? We got to check off these indicators, for lack of a better word, if we're going to have success through the process.
Yeah, well, I mean, your point is spot on in terms of just the simplification, and your wins may not be defined in results, but it needs to be defined in terms of quality at bats. And if we can string together a quality at bat after a quality at bat, eventually those start to stack on top of each other, and it puts pressure on the other team. We're not doing that right now. We're chasing too much. We're swinging and missing too many fastballs. We're expanding. We're not taking our walks. And we're not stringing together consecutive quality at bats. So I think it starts with just really getting back to the basics of going up there, having a quality at bat, making the pitcher work, and then the next guy getting up there and doing the same. And when we do that, the results will come. But we can't go up there and force it and just try to change the game with one swing. We need to collectively, 9 guys, go up there with the same mentality in terms of putting pressure on the opponent.
Why is that so difficult to get guys to buy into? Because it's not just a Ranger issue, is it? I mean, that's something that all big league teams at one point or another are having to try to balance.
Yeah, it's not the buy-in. The buy-in's there. The guys want to do that. It's the execution of it, and it's the confidence that comes along with it. And I've been in their shoes. I know how hard this game is, and when you lose a little bit of confidence and you start questioning yourself or going up there with a little bit of doubt, the game's even harder. And so it's getting the confidence back, these guys remembering how good they are, remember how they feel when they're going well, and getting up there and trusting their game planning, their preparation, and knowing that when they step in that box, they are going to give a quality at bat. And that's the side of it that's really hard. That's why these guys, I always say they're not robots. They're human beings, and they have the same emotions as you and me, and they have spells where they're unbelievably confident, and there's spells where they lose the feel a little bit, they lose a little bit of confidence, and that's why this is the hardest game in the world.
I do want to ask you about Josh Young. I mean, certainly he gave you guys a jolt last year in his return. Has had a couple of rehab starts there with the Express. How close is Josh to his return?
Yeah, optimistically, I'm hopeful to see Josh maybe this homestand by the end of it. I can't commit to that. He's got some tests to pass in the next few days in terms of building up to 9 innings, but he's looking great, and he felt great in his rehab game yesterday. He was here today. He's flying to meet the team tomorrow in AAA, and we'll see how the next couple days go and decide what the next steps are. But there's no doubt that we have missed Josh. We have not been the same team without Josh. We need him back in there, and getting him back will be a huge boost.
CY, if I could circle back to Gavin's questions about the things, you talked about with us last week that you sat down, you've had some meetings with your coaching staff and all that. You guys are a world championship staff, though. How does that affect you guys when you think, like, hey, we've done this the right way, but now things are not going the right way? Are there adjustments in how you teach, or is it the same message with we need more repetition, more of that in order to have some more success?
Well, it's a little bit of everything. It's really taking a step back and philosophically asking ourselves and challenging ourselves, are we in the right place philosophically in terms of what our message is? And then once we get to a good place on that, what do we want to be our overarching, simplistic message to the group in terms of what we're trying to accomplish? And then secondly, breaking it down a little more at the granular level and looking at each individual player and saying specifically, what does this guy need to do to be successful? And for Adolis, it needs to be a little less chase. He needs to lay off the top of the zone. He needs to chase a little bit less. He needs to narrow in the strike zone into areas where he does damage. Donaheim is similar. The chase has jumped up a little bit this year, and he's expanded the zone. He's not walking as much, and those are things that these guys historically have done very, very well, but they've gotten away from it. So I think individually, it's our coaches breaking down each player and helping them get back to who they are and the profile of when they're at their best. And then collectively getting the team buy-in and the team confidence. And, hitting's contagious. It's contagious both ways. It's positive and negative. And right now we're seeing that on the negative side. And my anticipation is that as we get going here and we correct some of these things, it becomes contagious on the positive end and this team starts rolling.
What's the update on Josh Sborz, and how important is it to get him back to try and man this 7th inning from a bullpen standpoint?
Yeah, Sporzy had a good rehab outing yesterday in terms of the way he felt. He came out of it feeling really good. He's got 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 if needed, more outings to go. We've got to build him back up. He has not pitched much this year. He's had an extended time off, so we're still building up the arm strength, the recovery, making sure he passed the tests of pitching, an up and down, multiple innings, maybe a dirty inning where he comes in with runners on base, stuff like that. They're just things that he needs to experience before putting him back in the big leagues. But there's no doubt he's a huge boost to our bullpen. I think the bullpen's done a relatively good job over the last month. I think we're one of the better pitching staffs in the big leagues over the last 30 days. And unfortunately, it's at a time at which our offense has struggled. So the hope is that we get Sporzy back. We're going to get Max back this weekend. It's going to make the bullpen stronger, and then the offense gets going here. But by no means have we played our best baseball. And, the optimistic side of me looks ahead and says we've got really good baseball ahead of us. But on the other hand, we need to fix some of the things that we're seeing right now that have led to where we are.
Hey, CY, I was involved with pro scouting in the National Football League, and I always studied teams, opponents and, teams around the league. If someone were to look at you, would they see a surplus in pitching from to deal with you? Is that something? I mean, you mentioned it, and this bullpen, I think, has been great. Urania, I mean, you've got some guys, and you've got some guys potentially coming back. Is pitching going to be something that you're going to be able to say, okay, if we have to go do something, we can use it from a surplus at our advantage?
Well, the second I say that, it won't be a surplus the way this game works. So
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you. I really didn't. I really did. I'm sorry.
But, no, you're good. It's a great question, and I think that's a logical question, and the reality is that we're in a good spot from a pitching standpoint, especially as we get Max back. We've got Cody Bradford on the horizon. He's throwing. He's building up arm strength, and we'll regain his mound progression here pretty soon, and at which point, we will have a surplus, hopefully, of starting pitching if everybody is healthy. Does that mean that we use that surplus to acquire somebody else? I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know what our needs are going to be right now. I mean, I haven't seen our team together yet. I want to see us together, healthy, and playing good baseball, and at which point, hopefully in another 35 games, I'll have a better idea of what this team is and what we need and where we can go.
Are there any other health updates you can provide? Did we get Jacob deGrom throwing off a mound today, CY?
Jacob threw his first bullpen today, and it was lights out. It was everybody who saw it just said it was outstanding. I did not see it. Everybody who was there said it was just outstanding, that Jacob was phenomenal. It didn't look like he missed a beat. It was a huge step. Today was a big day. It was a long time coming, and really hats off to our medical team and to Jacob, of course, who's put in the hard work. But from our team doctor, Keith Meister, who did the surgery, to our rehab coordinators and head trainers and everybody here, they put in a ton of time and effort. And then when you have milestones like today where a guy gets off the mound for the first day and it feels good and he looks good, those are wins for us. And so we're excited about his progress, and we're hopeful that it continues.
How many times have you heard, well, the last time we left Seattle with this feeling, things turned out pretty okay?
Well, look, this time last year, I think they were about the same amount of games behind us, and they caught us. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I am saying that it's a long season. This team is really talented. I believe in this roster. We have not played our best baseball, but we're going to have to get to work here, and we've dug ourselves a little bit of a hole, and we're going to have to dig our way out of it. And but I believe in the character of this group. I believe in our coaching staff, and we're gonna fight our best fight and see what we can do.
CY, I happened to be just perusing X yesterday, formerly known as Twitter. This day in sports clips, it was June 16th, 2007. Does that day ring a bell for you at all?
Well, I'm not on social media, but I know exactly what you're referencing because my kids showed it to me, and it's not a great thing when one of your worst career moments can be revisited by your children, and they can remind Dad of an embarrassing moment. But I'll let you explain it to the audience today.
Well, you and Cubs Derek Lee got into a little bit of a punching exchange there. I thought you hit him with a nice right there, CY.
No, unfortunately, for both me and for Derek, we both swung and missed, and I think it showed that we're better baseball players than we are boxers. But it was just a big misunderstanding. He's a great guy, and it was a valuable lesson I learned that day in terms of misunderstandings and miscommunications that can escalate very quickly. And so, in the heat of the moment, when you both have a lot of adrenaline going, things happen, and nonetheless, now that my kids can YouTube it and remind me, hey, Dad, what happened here? I thought that would go away at some point, but it's obviously here to stay.
Probably don't have to ask twice for them to go to bed after that one, though, huh?
I wish. They know Dad is all talk and all bark and no bite.
Right on.
I can't imagine you had many guys charging the mound on you, though, throughout your time in baseball, CY.
That was the only one, and again, it's a little bit regrettable moment just in terms of you never want to be caught in your worst moment in front of 35,000 fans, or certainly now and today in the public nature of social media. That stuff never goes away, and I'm not saying that that I should have backed down or anything, but I am saying that there are moments and decisions that happen very quickly in life where you have to, in a split second, can define who you are, and that's just the world in which we live. And looking back on that, I certainly, Derek Lee is a great human being, a great person, was a tremendous teammate, and you just never would have thought the two of us would have gotten into it. But that's sometimes what happens in the heat of the moment.
You're a legend, CY. We salute you and thank you for all the work here on this baseball team, and hopefully you give these Mets hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, let's get hot tonight and get going here, all right?
Let's do it.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and by Anheuser-Busch. And there he is with you every Monday, most Mondays at 4:20 here in the nation.
That is going to be a legendary drop.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, boys, let's get hot tonight.
Let's get
From
hot
CY,
tonight.
our championship manager. That's fantastic.
Go on a run. Yes, and it's a Mana Monday here with Terramana Tequila. Seeger and Simeon Silver Slugger Bat Tuesday is tomorrow, presented by American Medical Response. First 10,000 fans. Replica Jersey is coming up on Wednesday. It's a $1 dog night. A lot of fun to be had out here. Didn't even get to ask him about David Robertson last week against the Dodgers. That was lights out.
Oh, it was.
That's the guy you want leading your sports team right there, CY. Okay, top 10 time, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
It's National Mascot Day. Let's do the top 10 mascots in college sports. Who's your favorite? That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Thanks to all the Tolos out there for tuning in. We're live at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard. Coming up at 5 o'clock, an edition of The Finest at 5:20. Things you need to know about the finals. Thanks so much to CY for joining us. So great to chat with him. Chat baseball with CY Mondays at 4:20. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10. The Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Happy National Mascot Day. Who's your favorite mascot? 877-881-1053. I do think this is a hashtag do your part night with Game 5. It's going to be crazy. The Mavericks are 0-3 when I've watched the finals at home. Also 0-3 when I've watched the finals in Mavs gear. So, what am I doing tonight? I'm not wearing Maverick gear, and I am staying in the ballpark, and I am not going home. I'm going to watch the Mavs game on my phone while I watch the Rangers. I got my buddy Brandon who's coming to the game. I watched Game 4 with him at his apartment, so we're going to still be together. So I expect you to be at the Chinese buffet, Brian. Hashtag do your part. What are you doing to try and will this Maverick team to victory if you're superstitious, maybe just a little stitious?
Well, I'm not wearing Mavericks gear, and I will not be throughout the course of this day and this night.
Yeah.
And then it's just going to be a recliner situation, man. I gotta post it back up where we got the victory on Friday night, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to have this demeanor about me, like I'm satisfied with the season. You know, I'm watching this because obviously I'm going to watch my guys, but I'm not going to do it with any expectation, and I think that's exactly what they need.
I've worn this shirt for 4 days in a row now.
There's no doubt about
this
that.
Mavs shirt.
I love it.
Yeah.
Undies and socks too?
No, just a T-shirt.
Okay. Maybe it's just the teacher. Maybe that's all you need to do.
I'm not taking it off till the Mavs are champs.
Very hippie of you there, Dawson.
You should.
I know.
You should. No, he's doing his part, man. This is the hashtag do your part.
Let me know if I stink. If I stink, I'll launder it very quickly and then put it back on.
I love a good laundering. And I will say, when it came to the discussion of the Brady pants, I've been watching the new Golden season is out, the Golden Auctions on Netflix, and so I'm learning a little bit more about the sports memorabilia. They don't want that stuff laundered. They want that stuff as dirty and sticky as possible.
Thank you.
Yes. If you have a jersey that's worn, game used of any kind, they want the grass marks. They want the blood, sweat, and tears that are on that thing. There's going to be no laundering or washing whatsoever, or else it's going to decrease the value of said item there.
Grass stains and ass stains.
Yeah, ass stains, blood stains, pee stains, whatever it might be. We want those stains.
Sea stains.
All the stains. All those stains. Little pizza sauce, little marinara.
Yeah, a little PZ stains.
Maybe some sweet and sour sauce on the shirt of a Brian Broaddus. Some hot and sour soup dribbling over on the chin.
Some O stains for the orange chicken.
Yeah, some O stains, big time. What's up, guys?
Broaddus has a little O stain on his white shirt right now.
Where?
It really is. It's a big time day here at Globe Life Field when it comes for the tours. I think it's more tours than ever at Globe Life Field today as we hang out at Comerica Backyard. You guys are coming out to the game tonight. Come say what's up to us here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, top 10. Now, this is specifically college mascots because I do think that's where you find the best mascots. Like in pro sports, sometimes like a team's got a mascot. I don't know what the hell their name even is. Right? Like the Mets are trying to ride this wave of Grimace. That McDonald's mascot,
purple.
He threw out the first pitch. They're 5-0 since. We're about to be 5-1. Like that's a trend that's about to stop tonight when they come here to Globe Life Field take on our Rangers. But the best mascots. Do you have one, Brian? I mean, you've been around. Is it your Tiger? Is it?
Mike the Tiger.
Or Mike the Tiger?
Mike the Tiger's outstanding.
Or Benjamin the Tiger.
But if you talk about just funny ones. That tree at Stanford is hilarious.
It is hilarious. Mascot.
That thing.
What is the name of the tree? Does the tree have a name?
I don't know. I just know when it runs out there, it is hilarious.
Leaf.
To see the tree.
Leaf would be good.
Oak.
Branch.
But
the redwood tree.
Yeah, is it just called the redwood tree?
Yeah.
All right.
And yes, shout out to Scrody the Nads from Rhode Island School of Design. Rhodey.
I think it was hilarious when Bevo, the Texas Longhorn, went after Uga in that Sugar Bowl game.
Legendary.
Yeah, two mascots going at it.
Yeah.
You know that.
And I do think there's something to be said about the real life mascot compared to just like the mascot in the suit.
I tell you what, mascots in the suit that fight, that's a good one. Another one was mascots that get blown up on the sidelines when players run off the field into them. We had that happen at LSU. Dalton Hilliard hit the Ole Miss Johnny Reb mascot, and his head thing blew off. It hit him so hard.
It was like that quarterback that always got annihilated.
Eric Hipple.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric
Johnny
Hipple.
Reb's headpiece flew off.
Never want to go full Eric Hipple.
Never.
Do you guys know Coyote, the San Antonio Spurs mascot?
Yeah.
So that guy actually just popped on one of the episodes that was on that Golden Auctions. He's auctioning off all of his San Antonio Spurs championship rings. And he said the visibility, like he's doing dunks and windmills. He like broke his collarbone a couple of different times. He did this thing for like 40 years, and you can barely see out of the head. Like that can't be safe. You're having these guys do like windmill dunks off of trampolines. At least give them some visibility.
That gorilla at Phoenix was pretty wild too.
The Suns gorilla badass.
Suns gorilla was badass.
He put himself through the hoop.
Yeah. It was insane some of the stuff he was doing.
San Diego Chicken might be the most famous mascot ever.
The San Diego Chicken?
Look that one up.
Okay.
San Diego Chicken.
The Philly Fanatic.
Philly Fanatic.
Yeah, the Philly
awesome.
Fanatic's a good one. Absolutely. Number 10, we go to Colorado, the University of Colorado Boulder's Ralphie. Is badass. Ralphie is pretty cool.
Who was it? Jim Knox. Did you see that time that Jim Knox was doing? It's when Fox, he was sideline reporter.
Yes.
And he ran with Ralphie before the game. So he's running, and like somebody thought he was out of the crowd. Like they blew him up. Like somebody peeled back.
Dude,
and look
I forgot all about this
Knox,
until you brought this up.
Jim Knox got wiped out by one of those Buffalo handler guys.
Yes.
They thought that he was just a fan. And he was running with like the mic and everything.
Back when they were in the Big 12.
Wasted.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
He got drilled.
He's wearing khakis.
Yeah.
He's wearing a suit. He's wearing a suit and tie.
Yeah, because he was
got
doing
a sports
like,
jacket on.
pro. I mean, he's on TV. He's doing the sidelines, and he's running with Ralphie and just gets drilled.
I can't believe he did this whole bit jacket on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
I
he got
jacket off.
wasted. on the play. The guy peeled back and got it.
Okay, I got it pulled up here on YouTube if you want to come
Bring
crowd
back
over.
Jim Knox, by the way. That's a good call.
Jim Knox was fantastic. I did love Jim.
Hey, remember he used to interview people in the stands?
great at it.
Look at him, dude. Look at him.
He's hauling, man.
He's got
running well.
Side by side with Ralphie.
He's got the microphone on his right hand.
Invader.
Ralphie's on the left.
Here they go. Now they're running after Jim. Now they're like,
Who
God, we
is
got to
this
get this guy off the field. Now Jim's
Get him.
concerned.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Yep, that's lost.
He got blindsided by the
blindsided.
security guy.
But, you know, that's what you got to do sometimes. You think you got a runner. You got to just blindside.
That's a classic earhole situation. Look, we get the bird's eye view on
this.
this.
All messed up at Jim Knox. It's terrible. Number 9,
His
we go to
toupee
Tennessee.
went flying off.
Toupee. The University of Tennessee, Smokey.
Smokey the dog, the blue tick hound.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I mean, I'm down for a dog. Number 8 is the University of Southern California.
The Trojan.
Right
Dun,
on.
dun, 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 dun,
Traveler, the white horse
the horse.
mascot of the USC. Yeah, they're right on with Traveler. 7 is Bucky Badger of the University of Wisconsin.
Is that a real badger?
No, it's funny.
Oh, it's the stuffy. Yeah.
It's the stuff. I'll tell you what's funny about, like, Bucky's like 8 feet tall, so he sees out of the neck areas where he's got this tall like headpiece. It's kind of scary when you see him at first, like, man, is the dude really like 8 feet tall in there? But no, he's looking out of the neck area of
That's crazy.
the badger part.
Let's go back to the SEC, University of Florida, Albert and Alberta Gators.
The Gators, yeah. God, how tough do you have to be? You're in that gator suit down there in Florida.
In the heat.
In the heat?
I mean,
I'd pass
those
out.
early season games, hell no.
No way.
No, thank you.
No.
We stay in the SEC with Auburn.
Tiger.
Obby, beloved Tiger mascot of the
popular.
Auburn Tigers,
Yeah,
known for his playful and mischievous personality.
He is pretty
playful and
playful.
mischievous. That's what I want my college football mascot.
Mischievous? Is it
Mischievous.
mischievous?
He's mischievous.
Cats can be mischievous,
They
playful.
can be.
Even when they're
Bebo.
murdering sweet innocent rodents.
We told you
show
to
you
get the
about it. I'll
Chia
come
Follows
bring it to you.
involved for, like, cleanup duty.
Yeah.
They need to show up and say, hey, nothing to see
is there
here,
a raccoon
guys.
here?
Nothing to see.
No biggie. We'll take care of that.
Hey,
Just
You got a raccoon
hey,
at the
Dawson
station?
ladies, sorry you're a little nerve. We're here to clean up the mess.
You can't really come of age until you witness a homicidal raccoon situation.
Damn right. Number 4 is Bebo from the University of Texas. Bebo's
There we
bad,
go.
and they take
Bebo's
care
good.
of Bebo, man.
Yeah, Bebo's good.
They really do.
Yeah.
Number
Yeah,
3.
he's eating like T-bone steaks.
Yeah, Bebo's eating well. He's got
He's eating his own guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how they really beef him up there.
Bebo's the man.
And that's why there's resentment amongst all the other bulls. They got to keep him by himself.
And dogs,
I can see
apparently.
that.
Like, Uga wanted to take a piece out of Bebo.
Bebo eats steaks.
Yeah, it's the best protein you can get. You know,
He's eating the Wagyu beef.
They want him ready for combat.
Cannibalism at its
That
finest.
Ralphie.
he's not eating.
I would have believed this from you on Friday when we'd had about 7 drinks. Not
Gosh,
today.
that was so great,
Not
man.
today.
I will say it was a challenge to continue FIFA shots after that.
I mean,
got
honestly,
my ass kicked.
that is the animal that makes the most sense if you're going to be a cannibal animal. Like, of course, you're gonna if you're a longhorn, you're gonna start eating your
You're
own.
gonna eat
I
your
get
own.
that. Who doesn't
Yeah.
want a good steak?
You don't
from
know.
time
It's
to time?
cooked, right? I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Number 3 is Mike the Tiger. Shout out to you and
There we go.
LSU.
What
Number
was the
2 is the-
tiger at Clemson's called? But they don't have a real tiger.
Well, they didn't make the top 10. They don't have a real
Yeah, they
tiger.
don't have a
Mike
real
the Tiger's badass. How about the duck from Oregon?
Puts on a good show.
The amount of push-ups that he was doing in the heyday when
Yeah.
Oregon was scoring like 70 points a game.
I feel like
was
I think they were doing halftime sub outs.
I think there's
they
some
had to have. Like,
substitute.
that guy would have been dead.
I think there's substitute ducking going on.
There's got to be some ducking.
No
Got
way
to be
you
some
make it
ducking
through the
going on.
Mariota era.
But
Without
number
getting
1,
that weightlifting disease they get from
Yes.
overexhaustion. Rock
Absolutely.
Football
You're going to say it's
Yeah.
Florida State's Chief Osceola.
No. It's Uga.
Really?
It's Uga from the University of
Uga's
Georgia.
the best. Uga will lay down on a bag of ice.
English
during
Bulldog.
it.
Uga they also treat very
life.
well. I don't believe they serve him dog, though.
No, Doug's super tough.
No.
You don't want to get in the mix on
He
that.
might be eating some Wagyu steaks, though, on occasion.
He's been dogging this thing since 1956.
1956.
How many Uggas have they cycled through? Like, I would guess that would have to be
Well,
probably
I know they have
12?
a special Uga graveyard.
double digit.
I don't know
They
what
do
Uga they're
for
on.
the collie at Texas A&M. I walked outside one time when I was working there, and there were like thousands of people standing around in a circle, and they were burying Reveille, the dog. They had a funeral. I was impressed with how many people showed up. I said, if this many people showed up for my funeral, I'd be really happy.
Yeah,
There was
sounds like a good
thousands of
time.
people there for this, and they bury the dogs, Reveille, facing the scoreboard.
11.
Yeah, 11 Uggas.
We're on Uga 11. 10 just
Yeah.
retired.
But they bury the dogs facing the scoreboards. They always
Okay.
know the score of the game.
How
about
and then
that?
that's also
Classy
if
move.
Reveille walks into your classroom, the class is dismissed.
The
That's also a
dog-
thing at A&M.
We went to Hawaii in 1990. The dog had a first-class seat. I was in the back.
Wow.
Dog had a first-class seat up there, and I was in the back, serving drinks.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I had to treat some
Seriously.
dogs now.
For the dog.
Thank you, Brian. All right, thank you, Wolchuk.
Yeah, whatever.
And
My
thank you,
pleasure,
Brian,
man.
as well.
Thank
It was a
you.
good assist on that segment.
Yeah.
Okay, in addition to the finest coming up next, Chief, what's in store?
The worst offseason move in the NFL continues to look more and more awful by the day. Next here in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot ya, here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation, hour number 4, live from the Globe, where our guy has just bestowed upon us a couple of the Seeger and Simeon Silver Slugger bats. That's your giveaway tomorrow to the first 10,000 fans, presented by American Medical Response. It's a Mana Monday tonight with Terramana Tequila. The bats tomorrow, the replica jersey on Wednesday. We're having ourselves quite a time right here at the Globe. And if you're coming on in, swing on by. Heck, maybe I'll give you my giveaway. You know what I'm saying? I think you'd like it. Silver Slugger bat. You'd be the first one here tonight with it. It's time now, though, for an edition of The Finest. We're talking finals coming up in 20 minutes. Here's the Chief.
I'll trade my Silver Slugger Corey Seager bat for 2 Oaxaca dogs. 2 Oaxaca dogs will get the job done for my bat. Or Corey Seager Silver Slugger bat is what I should say.
I ain't trading this right now. I'm going to get Simeon Seager to sign this.
It's football's finest, and I'm going to start with 60 seconds of football's finest. I have slid into all of your DMs. Carter Freeman, it is time to post the not safe for work photo to the YouTube and to the Twitch, the fan cam. Get your eyeballs to
the one
it.
that I sent you, is it?
This is not the not safe for work photo that Wolchuk sent me, but this is a different one on the internet. I am concerned to put this on for the eyeballs. Seriously. Children around the world should be closing their eyes. Do not dare let your kid look at the hair of Landon Donovan.
Uh-oh.
This situation here is as offensive as anything.
What?
He has to be doing a bit.
Lost a bet or something?
This has to be a fantasy bet payoff of the highest order. I can't fathom anyone that still has their wits about them getting on television. How did the Fox producers even allow him on television with this? This should be one of those deals where, like, no, dude, like, we're not going to put you on there without a shirt on, and we're not going to put you on the air with a head of hair that looks like that. Can anybody even go about describing the way this head of hair
I'm going to say, yeah, this is a bad. This is something. Yeah, this is something very familiar. Where when I used to see this at Dallas Cowboys camps, and they used to do this. They used to cut the rookie offensive lineman's hair.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good
right. And they used to literally the dudes like ball and well, let's go. And I don't think they do this anymore.
Used to be a good bit.
But they used to, like, remember when they'd show up at training camp and all the rookie offensive linemen would have the worst looking hair known to man.
This is the worst looking haircut I've ever seen. This isn't even a haircut. This is a guy who is obviously, he's balding and he needs to come home. He's basically.
I think he lost a bet.
I don't even know what we're looking at
he
here.
Should just cut it all off.
He's just happened a couple of hours ago, so maybe we'll get an explanation tonight or after the game. I don't know. It seem like maybe he had a medical situation to attend to, you know? Like, oh, we got to shave this part of your head to give you stitches or to look at your,
Could he wear a bucket hat maybe or like a...
Just shave the whole head.
Well, I would just shave the whole head. That's the play here.
And TV producers, like, is it like that on the other side? Could you have gotten a shot from him on the other side?
Good question.
Yeah,
just move him over. Just swap him and the old guy that he's talking with.
We can all agree, though.
That's the the guy who does FIFA.
Ian Dark or something?
Ian Dark.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they moved him over.
Yeah.
I think he was on with ESPN. He probably just pops whoever's doing the World Cup.
But it's like you got a horrible fade on one side of your head. There's no fade at all. It looks like a bull haircut, but he's left enough of the front.
You don't think he had like a skin condition like I've got to, by the way, I got to go to the skin doctor tomorrow before our show. I might have all kinds. I might want to be Al Davis when this thing's done tomorrow. I might. You never know.
Out?
What?
You got a lot of skin tags?
I got things. I got like spots and stuff. They might just like cut those things off me.
I do see you have some spots on your dome there.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I'm gonna show up tomorrow and they'll be like, "Oh, what's up with Broadus? He's got Band-Aids all over
Take
him."
the day off, man.
Just another reason that if you're going that way, don't fight it. Just mic it. Just go full Michael Jordan. Oh, I'm losing my hair. That's fine. Bick it. Now I look like a total badass.
Especially if you're going to be on television.
Yeah.
I can't. Whoever, like, he's got nothing but yes men around him. I mean, this is a fireable offense for all the producers at Fox. Like, allowing that to be on television and forcing folks across the world to look at that head of hair, which is.
I can tell you this. I got 2 extra things to add to this. Number 1, Landon Donovan is a highly sensitive B word. So the staff could have been like, no, don't say anything about it. You know he might freak out. Or they'd have been like, don't say anything about it. This is freaking hilarious. Landon Donovan, the biggest B word we've ever worked with, looks like a complete dumbass. Nobody save him.
Yeah.
Send him on international TV right now.
We've got to get the details on how this was allowed to happen.
I think he maybe had to have some emergency surgery.
That's option C.
I think they said, "Hey, listen, we got to go in there and cut some stuff off your head."
In which case, still, you have to make the grown-up decision to say, like, you just had stuff cut off your head. You're going to need to go and cut off the hair that still remains.
And he can't wear a ball cap because he's got stitches and stuff on there. You know.
Okay, I like your theory.
I'm trying to help the man.
That would make sense.
Nobody else is, but you are.
He was probably like, no, we can't shave it all off. Then people will think I'm bald.
He was going bald anyway.
Clearly, yes.
Then everyone knows I'm balding.
It looks patently terrible.
Let me tell you what. If you're
just
going,
guys, stop. Leave a little on,
From
please.
experience, 1983. If you're going bald and you go ahead and shave it off, this is what happens to you. My look. This is what happened. I had a full head of hair in 1982, and then 1983 we decide, let's all get flat tops, for this game. Shave my head. Look what happened. Never came back. So.
Yeah.
Landon Donovan might be in some trouble here.
He might be, man. I mean, in about 20 years, he'll be going to the doctor for spots on the top of his dome as well.
I'm going to be there tomorrow.
All right, so the worst offseason decision is sort of like a 2-in-1, like a 2-for-1 special where the Falcons pay a bunch of money to a 37-year-old off an Achilles injury named Kirk Cousins, and then they go and draft Michael Penix Jr. in the top 10. And that's obviously just terrible when you stack those 2 decisions on top of one another. But it gets even worse when you find out that apparently on draft night, when the Falcons were on the clock, they were obviously picking at number 8. But you had the Bears picking at 9, wanting to move up one spot to ensure that they got the receiver that they wanted, which was Washington's Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
And so the Falcons are on the clock at 8, knowing they want to get their quarterback. And the Bears pick right behind them, but they want to do a little pick swap here, give the Falcons an extra 5th-round pick to move down, or actually a 4th-round pick to move down one spot, knowing that the Bears already drafted their quarterback in Caleb Williams, so they're not drafting the quarterback you want. The Falcons said, no, thank you, we're going to stay at 8 and draft the same guy we could have drafted at pick number 9 with an extra 4th-round pick. The Falcons said, thanks, but no thanks, we don't want to do that. That's one of the weirder trade turndowns of all time. I know if you think whatever, the team might be moving up to get your guy, but the Bears already drafted their quarterback. They're not drafting another one. So you want a quarterback, they want a receiver, they want to give you a 4th-round pick just to move back one spot. You still get your quarterback. Falcons like, thanks, but no thanks. Falcons also just lost a 5th-round pick due to whatever transgressions they had in the process of wooing Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that's that dysfunction, dude.
The tampering.
The Bears, being a fan of that organization, would be a nightmare.
I mean, I can't even.
It makes no sense why you would not have moved down, picked up an extra 4, and still gotten your quarterback.
Makes no sense. It really makes no sense.
Man, can I say something real quick?
No.
Kids' jerseys nowadays are really kind of cool. What they got going.
Kids' jerseys?
Kids'
Very
sports
colorful.
jerseys.
We used to get T-shirts.
We were awful. Ours were terrible compared. Big, bad-looking uniforms. These kids nowadays got some flair to their uniforms.
Yeah, those did look pretty cool.
Play good, look good, feel good.
Those were baseball unis?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we were baseball.
They look pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have
like World Baseball Classic kind of thing.
The Sports Illustrated update from Albert Breer on the whereabouts of Aaron Rodgers missing mandatory mini camps.
He might know.
With the Jets. And it's what we all thought. I mean, this is connecting the dots to a ball tripping extravaganza with the boys in some random island. Yes. Albert Breer, very much in the know, says, quote, the best I can answer this right now is that he is somewhere that the Jets, could not excuse and maintain credibility with the rest of the locker room. But it would be expected. It would not be an out-of-left-field thing for him, ... You guys can, quote, open your mind, so to speak, because he's been known to open his mind sometimes into all the possibilities that might create for him.
So it's a ball tripping experience, or a silent retreat, or a darkness retreat, or something like that.
The Daily Mail ran with the ayahuasca retreat.
Yeah,
that's horse crap, dude. We got all summer. You trip your balls
for a week.
off.
You can't show up for a week, bro, and then go on your ayahuasca retreat.
What was so special about this week that you couldn't kick it until next week?
This is a huge one. This was the biggest ball tripping weekend of the year.
He did it to thumb his nose at the Jets.
Well, what else was he going to do on Father's Day weekend?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going to go hang out with his dad.
Okay, well, I mean, geez, Walter, you don't have to be so heavy-handed
No,
about
let's say it this way. Like he's going to hang out with his dad? Let's do it that way. How about that? A little better?
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yeah.
I'm not sugarcoating a damn thing when it comes to that ass.
Now, Walchuk mentioned earlier
you
that
you could hit a ball with this bat?
No.
Yeah, off a tee.
No, I'm not pitching at you. You think I could do a bunt?
That's what I
you're
think's perfect
pitching?
about
You think
this
I could
bat.
bunt?
Yeah.
Maybe a wiffle ball.
I think you could bunt with that.
You
If
think this
I'm
thing would
pitching
just-
left-handed with my eyes
You think this
closed.
thing
one
would just
time.
explode in your hands if you try to hit something?
I don't know. There's some
Depends how
sturdiness
soft
to
your
that
hands
thing.
are.
That silver slugger bat right here with Seager's John Hancock on it and his numbers.
I don't think you could murder somebody with this.
You don't?
Uh-uh.
Wow.
Do you think you could
I
stop
disagree.
somebody from getting after you?
This thing's pretty hard.
Double dare me.
Murder someone?
Getting after me.
Like
Double dog dare you.
someone's tried to attack
Someone's
you.
trying to close ground.
Yeah, and you have a chance to go
I
with
can
the
defend myself. I don't think I'm killing him with this.
I think a couple of hits.
I think
to the
this
dome,
bat
it
is
might
probably
crush.
scientifically tested to be less strong than a human skull.
Are you talking about a one-shot kill?
No.
Like you wouldn't one-shot kill them, or you just wouldn't kill them, period?
I think if you got into it, like you've got the stunning blow.
Yeah.
Now you're coming to drop the handle.
Yeah.
Or the hammer.
Yeah.
I think that's when the construction of this wood starts to give out.
Well, okay, so you think the
I think it's actually two pieces of wood glued together, right there. That's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like you could really hurt somebody with this.
Oh, you could hurt him.
Oh, you could hurt him. Yes.
Yeah.
He's just saying you can't full-on kill them.
death.
I think
versus
for insurance purposes.
You could probably put him in hospice or something like that.
That's
I think
basically
so.
death.
I think so. And maybe a clean shot. Maybe a clean temple shot, you know.
Hospice.
Right.
Right there.
Man,
That just-
hospice is not fun, man. Both my grandparents went through that.
You're going to need superhuman
Eric
power.
brings up stuff.
I'm sorry about that.
Bears.
You're right. I should have just kept it at just
Now
basic murder. I
shouldn't
shouldn't
go
have
crime and
downgraded
murder.
it to
Just don't mind
like
me,
a
dude.
coma situation.
Well,
Well,
if they're already in hospice.
right. Exactly. Yes. In
What
this
are you
hypothetical.
justifying it for over there?
He's just trying to help a teammate out, man. That's all
No,
he's doing.
not.
That's all he's doing.
Idiot.
Hey, this is pretty cool. Speaking of teammates, Jerome Bettis, a.k.a. The Bus, Ike Taylor, and Plaxico Burress. What do they all have in common?
Shot.
All their sons are going to play.
One
for
got
the same
shot.
school.
Stillers.
Plaxico Burress, right?
Thank
Plaxico
you.
Burress go to
The
Notre Dame.
common sense answer is they all were teammates with the Steelers. Thank you, Gavin Dawson. The
Bus-
cool update on this.
Bus can't cover and then got shot.
They all won Super Bowls.
There you go. Well, now they
They're forming a
are.
barbecue sauce.
They're all fighting Irish dads, as all
go.
three of their sons photoed together with their dads.
Gosh, that's crazy.
Plaxico, Ike, and Jerome all have their sons playing now at Notre Dame at the exact same time. How
That's
crazy is
wild.
that?
So the
That's
Bus
crazy.
did go to Notre Dame. I don't know
Yes.
if Plaxico and Ike did.
Plaxico went to school at Michigan State, I believe.
I think that's right. I don't know where Ike Taylor
Are you
went.
questioning me? Do you want me to hit you with this bat for one time?
Man, you want him to not kill you with that bat when he hits you? Hey,
That didn't hurt.
wow, yeah.
Take a full-on swing, and the guy goes, ah.
On this day in history, Gavin Dawson's life was changed forever. This was in 1975. The Seattle NFL expansion team named themselves the Seahawks.
Oh, the Sea Chickens.
A very historical day. And an update here because Walchuk mentioned that Les Miles was suing LSU because they
He wants
vacated.
37 wins so he can make it to the Culture Ball Hall of Fame.
Oh, look at
Exactly.
this. Look at
Oh,
this.
we got Boston Nick in his
Wait, wait,
Boston
wait.
gear
It's a pizza
giving
dog?
us a pizza dog
Look
that he
at
alleges is the
this.
greatest food
Pizza
item
dog.
in this
Pizza
ballpark.
dog. Give this one to Brian.
I can't eat it. I really can't.
The
I appreciate
pizza
that.
dog.
I really can't. But thank you,
You're a
though.
culinary expert, dude.
Oh,
I
look.
Do a
appreciate
whole
though.
food video with this.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Comes with grated Parmesan cheese.
We had to win something tonight, right, Nick?
Brada
Let him know.
said
Let
he
him
was
know.
fasting
At
since
least he's
he-
got his Tolo shirt underneath the
Yeah,
Boston jersey. But he does have a Celtic hat on. So, and he did say Celtics in 5. So I will tip the cat to you. if they do pull it out. They won't, though. Kyrie's bringing it, baby. We're coming back for 6. Mavs in 7.
That's right.
Hey, just to put a bow on it, LSU is being sued by Les Miles because they had to vacate a bunch of his wins, 37 of his wins, and so now he doesn't have the qualifying win percentage for his career to be a college football Hall of Famer. Yes. But people are noting, had he not taken the Kansas Jayhawk job and gone 3-18, he would have maintained his above 600 winning percentage just in the Hall of Fame.
Bills? Poor guy's got to earn a living.
Let's talk some basketball and hit the expressway. LA Live's coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. Are you ready to flip-flop on the finals tonight? You know what I'm talking about. We got Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. All your finals Game 5 talk is next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?